In this video, I'm going to show you exactly how to sell on Amazon FBA in 2025, step by step, using the strategies I used to make 6 figures profit my first year. Even if you're a complete beginner starting from scratch that doesn't even know what Amazon FBA is, working a 9-to-5 job, or in college. This completely free steps A to Z blueprint you're about to watch is way better than all the paid courses out there on the internet, and I know because I've bought a bunch of them myself. I've been in your shoes where you're motivated, you want to make money, you just need the right guidance, and so today, I'm going to save you guys a ton of time and money and give you thousands of dollars in value completely free. The problem with YouTube is typically you have to watch tons of different videos to get the information you need. Instead, today I'm going to put it all in one place to you guys. And to make it easier, I put full timestamps at the link in the description so you can go around all the different parts of the free course as you see fit. So without further ado, ladies and gents, let's hop right into the full free Amazon FBA course for 2025. All right, guys, welcome to the ultimate free FBA course, a complete, easy to follow step-by-step guide to starting an Amazon FBA side hustle or business from scratch in 2025 to make sales as fast as possible. The goal is to help you guys win as much as possible and become one of my next success stories. And so you're probably thinking, right, does this Amazon FBA thing actually work? So this was actually my biggest day back in 2021. So literally 3 years ago, just my first year selling name brand products on Amazon, I sold over 25 grand in one single day. My biggest day so far is about 42 grand in total sales. And this is me shipping some products off to the Amazon FBA warehouse as well. Literally, we had so many boxes, UPS sent a U-Haul truck instead of a UPS truck, specifically right there. And the key, guys, is this doesn't just work for me. This has worked for tons of other people as well. Like my boy Aaron right here. So literally about a year ago, Aaron was completely new to making money online, completely new to selling on Amazon. He had actually been traveling the world, moving furniture on military bases, and had some time off and wanted to get into selling on Amazon. And he ended up working with me and just super taking action quick, for example, and literally was able to go from 0 to 20K a month in profit in less than a single year, right? And he literally just had several 10K days with Q4 going on as well. Not only was he able to do 20K a month in profit in less than a year, but he's also able to make his first 10K profit in less than 60 days, which is pretty awesome as well. And now he doesn't have to have a 9-to-5 anymore. And he actually spent a good part of this year running his Amazon business remotely from Thailand, Mexico, and other locations. And Sam right here, Sam is a crazy success story, guys. She was able to go from 0 to over $1 million in sales in less than a year, but much more importantly, got to spend more time with their newborn with their newfound freedom. So she literally gave birth and then the same month was able to sell over $90,000 on Amazon FBA. So really inspiring story. Just showed you guys there's no excuses to get after. She literally gave birth in the same month, sold over $90,000 on Amazon in just her 4th month right here. And then in December, she did over $275K in revenue, which is over $50,000 in profit. So you're probably thinking, okay, can I get started with this even if I have a 9-to-5, even if I'm in college, for example? So my man Nick right here, he was able to sell 7 figures on Amazon part-time while working his remote 9-to-5. Nick had every excuse to not build a great Amazon biz. Life, work, family, etc., hobbies, right? But he was able to make it happen using exactly what you guys are about to learn in the free course you're watching. My man Dylan right here. So Dylan was actually working a sales job and eventually investing in real estate, just really wasn't happy with what he was doing. So he made the jump to get into internet money, selling name brand products on Amazon. And his story is super amazing, guys. And he literally used exactly what you guys are about to learn to completely transform his life. My man Peter right here. So he was a starving musician for several years. He was one of my first ever students and he absolutely hit the ground running fast and built a 7-figure Amazon business and now has a warehouse. He's also been able to move down to Florida as well from New York and just completely transform his life selling name brand products on Amazon, exactly like what happened to me and exactly what I want for you guys today, using the exact information you guys are about to learn and take action on. And the Amazon community is awesome, guys. This is an Amazon seller meetup we had in Miami, Florida a couple months ago. And I also go to several Amazon seller conferences every year in Las Vegas, in Miami, and New Jersey, for example, and get to connect with the Amazon community in person. So you guys will hear me talk about how valuable it is connecting and networking with other Amazon sellers throughout the free course. It's been so big for my personal journey. And guys, who am I? So I am just a 26-year-old from Pennsylvania who changed his life selling name brand products on Amazon. I hated the idea of a normal life back when I was in college. I tried every online business model in the book, drop shipping, affiliate marketing. I spent a bunch of time trying to run Facebook ads for medical spas as well, doing an SMMA. And selling on Amazon is really what stuck, guys. and the rest is history. This was my biggest month ever, about 470K in revenue. My biggest day was about 1,300 units sold right here. And you can see smiling with some packages, sending off some profit to the Amazon warehouse. And I was able to just completely change my life selling name brand products on Amazon. That's exactly what I want for you guys too. Amazon gave me the freedom to never need a 9-to-5 again and to move down to sunny Miami, Florida, and really just build the life that I never really thought was possible until I got into making money online, searching for location freedom, time freedom, and financial freedom, and selling on Amazon is what gave me that. And as we get into the free course, guys, it's really important that you treat this like a pizza you paid $1,000 for, right? Now, if you got that pizza for free, or if it was $1, for example, you wouldn't necessarily dive into all of it. You wouldn't necessarily enjoy all of it. But if you paid $1,000 for that pizza, I know personally, if I paid $1,000 for a pizza, I'd be going through every possible thing, every possible piece of value I could get out of that specific $1,000 slice of pizza, $1,000 pizza right there. So make sure you guys get everything you possibly can out of the free course. There's full timestamps. I'll be down in the comments answering any questions you guys have. You can jump around to all the different parts here and just make sure you get as much value as possible, because there's some serious gems in this free course that are really, really going to benefit you guys if you go ahead and implement them. So guys, what this free course is going to cover, we're going to go over how Amazon FBA works, so how the business model actually works and everything like that, how to get your Amazon seller account started. Some people see that as a little bit tricky. I'm going to show you exactly how to get that rocking and rolling, all the basics of selling on Amazon, as well as how to actually get ungated and a bunch of examples of products that'll actually automatically approve you, even if you're a complete beginner, what softwares to use to sell on Amazon as well, what winning products look like. We're going to go through 10 different winning product examples, as well as red flags you need to avoid. This section is really, really important in respect to knowing what products to avoid selling on Amazon, because the more products you know to avoid, the quicker you're going to find the winning products that be making some good profit right there. I'm going to be doing a bunch of live product research and showing you guys exactly how to go ahead and do that, what softwares to use, finding winning products live. You'll get to see exactly what I think about finding winning products, in my personal opinion, some of the most important stuff in the entire free course. A bunch of special product sourcing tips and tricks that only veteran Amazon sellers know. There's a lot of specific stuff with product research that I've just really noticed from helping a lot of people become successful Amazon sellers and seeing a lot of people quit, that the successful Amazon sellers really implement this stuff, and the sellers that, don't really have the luck they want don't implement it whatsoever. So I'm gonna make sure all of you guys know that special sauce. That's especially a lot of stuff that other people do charge lots of money for, that you guys are going to be getting completely free. Now, most content on the internet about selling on Amazon only talks about how to start selling on Amazon, right? And that typically comes from people that actually haven't had lots of success in their own personal Amazon businesses. I'm not just going to show you guys how to get started today, but I'm also going to show you guys how to actually scale your business as well. Because you're not here just to make a couple sales. You're here to make thousands of sales. While you start with a couple sales, you guys are here to scale your business up, for example. So not only am I going to show you guys all the basics, but I'm also going to dive into some really deep advanced tips and tricks that a lot of people save for their paid courses. Not me. I got you guys. We're also going to go over how to crush the fourth quarter between October and December, which is the best 3 months of the year for Amazon sellers when a bunch of different holidays happen, as well as back to school season in July, August, and September is another really important time of the year for Amazon sellers. And I want you guys to be as prepared as possible. So make sure you go through those sections specifically. That's going to give you a ton of good tips and tricks to capitalize on the best times of the entire year and really step up to the plate big when it gets easier. So I know a lot of you guys are confused on like how you actually list your products on Amazon, how you actually ship them off to the FBA warehouse, what merchant fulfilled is, for example. So we're also going to dive into the entire shipping and listing process, as well as show you guys exactly what tools, supplies, etc. you need to go ahead and do that. We're going to go through the entire process of creating an Amazon FBA shipment and listing products. And we're also going to go through exactly how you scale your business to the moon fast, just like I did, because I've noticed some key components I've seen from my successful students that have really gotten after it quick. And I want to make sure you guys know exactly what goes into that. And as well, guys, how do you actually get the most out of this course? So number one, save this video by leaving a like, because we got tons and tons of hours of content, for example. So probably too much for you to go through in one sitting. Respect if you're planning on going all the way in one sitting though. But either way, make sure you leave a like on this video so you can go ahead and save it, maybe bookmark it as well, for example. Also, Let me know any questions in the comments as well. I'll be in there answering all your guys' questions right there. It's also a good idea just to read all the comments as well. Number 3, make sure to follow all the steps very carefully. And then as you're going, make sure you're getting ongoing support from the community. So leave a question, for example. You can check out our free Discord, as well as watch parts multiple times if needed. The info is very specific, and there are some technical components to being successful with this business. So make sure you go through, if you need to rewind a little bit, you need to rewind a little bit, click through the different timestamps. For example, I've really put a ton of time into this for you guys and really thought through the exact trajectory you need to do to go from, complete beginner, not knowing any of the stuff like you might be watching this video right now, to getting your first sales and ultimately scaling your business, for example, right here. So we're covering a wide variety of topics, and I just want to make sure you guys get everything you can out of this free course. So guys, why does Amazon FBA make so much sense, right? So Amazon's literally a 2.2 trillion, yes, trillion-dollar company that lets us sell products on their platform without doing any ads, marketing, buying stuff from China, etc. All we're talking about doing is buying and flipping discounted name brand products that you already know and customers already know, like, and trust, for example. That's the cool thing about this specific business model. So literally a trillion-dollar company, we can sell products on their platform and not even need to create listings or anything like that. Just find listings that already have a bunch of sellers on them that are making money, that are stable price, that have good sales history, that we can hop on and get our piece of the pie. Amazon literally in 2022, guys, had 2.6 billion visits to their sites and $500 billion in total revenue. The crazy thing most people don't know is that 2 out of every $5 spent on the internet is actually spent on Amazon. But the real kicker, guys, is that 60% of products sold on Amazon come from third-party sellers, everyday people like you and I. So when I hear people say Amazon FBA is saturated, I'm like, what are you talking about? Literally hundreds and hundreds of billions in revenue, a decent part of the amount of money spent on the internet, for example, and literally 60% of products sold on Amazon are from third-party sellers, right? Everyday people like you and I at home on our laptops, for example, right? Another stat I really like, guys, too, is that 43% of Amazon sellers have made over $100,000 in revenue, which is pretty cool as well, and definitely bullish for the space. And I want to make sure you have all the resources you need to be as successful as possible. All right, guys, there's 4 different ways to sell products on Amazon. I want to make sure we're on the same page about, what they all look like, for example, right? So Amazon Arbitrage is by far the most simple. That's buying low and selling high, discounted name brand products from retail websites and retail stores, for example. Kohl's, Walmart, Target, Big Lots, for example. I'll specifically be talking mostly about online arbitrage, so buying products from like Target.com, for example. There is going to be a section about retail arbitrage as well. This is by far the least risky way to get into selling on Amazon and has the least capital required to go ahead and do it. Number 2 is going to be wholesale, which is buying products in bulk. This is very expensive to start. Typically, when you hear people talk about selling on Amazon and saying you need like 10 grand plus to start, they're talking about Amazon wholesale. I definitely don't recommend starting with that. It can make sense down the line, but just because it's really expensive to start, you have to do a bunch of like cold calling and cold emailing, for example, and you tend to have a little bit lower profit margins too. Private label is very similar to wholesale in that it's expensive to start and takes a while to make money. It's the classic models you see of people talking about buying stuff from Alibaba and from China, shipping it over to the US, and then creating demand on Amazon, creating your own brand, your own listing. The problem is it's expensive to start. It takes a while for your products to actually get here from China. And then when they actually get here, you have to create demand. The beautiful thing about selling on Amazon via the arbitrage method, in my opinion, is that the listings already have proven sales history. You don't have to run any ads, do any marketing, buy stuff from China, anything like that. Meanwhile, if you want to start your own private label, it's going to take a lot more capital to start. It's going to take a while to get here from China. And then you have to actually create demand for your products, where if you're a beginner entrepreneur like I was a couple years ago, that's significantly harder to do. You got to take good photos of the product, create a listing, know how to do SEO, spend a bunch of money on ads, for example. And I think it just makes a lot more sense to start out with the arbitrage model. Drop shipping, interestingly enough, isn't allowed on the platform from retail stores, for example, so retail websites. So like, unfortunately, I would just really recommend not doing that just because you're going to get your account dinged. Because think about if you were a customer buying products on Amazon, right? You go on Amazon, you buy an item for $32 and it comes in the mail to you with a Walmart receipt from Walmart for $11. You wouldn't feel super good about that. And Amazon obviously understands that, for example, and that's why they don't allow retail drop shipping on their platform. So definitely would not recommend. Anyone telling you retail drop shipping is a good way to sell on Amazon in 2025 is unfortunately lying to you. It's not really out on the platform, and it's against TOS. All right, guys, some different terms you need to know for selling on Amazon. I want to make it really easy where you guys can go through this entire free course and take notes on the different important components of the business. If you're not already taking notes, I definitely recommend going ahead and doing this because this information can totally change your life here. And I want that for you guys, right? Number one is going to be FBA. You guys have heard that, Amazon FBA, for example. That stands for Fulfillment by Amazon. That is a method of selling products through Amazon. There's two ways to do it, FBA and FBM. FBA stands for Fulfillment by Amazon, shipping your products off in bulk. So, for example, when we have a bunch of different types of items or the same item, for example, and we put them on a box and ship them off in bulk to the Amazon FBA warehouse, the FBM method, merchant fulfilled, fulfillment by merchant, is when we ship the products to the customer individually. We'll talk about that a little bit further along in the course in terms of like the benefits of both and when to actually go ahead and do them. But it's important to know there's two different ways, Amazon FBA and Amazon FBM, and those are the ways to go ahead and do it. The cool thing is you can do it at the same time, even on the same items, for example. So in my personal Amazon store, I currently have a bunch of inventory listed FBM and a bunch of inventory listed FBA. Our third term, guys, is going to be Q4. That's the last 3 months of the year. That's the best time of the year for Amazon sellers, between October and December, when consumer demand really spikes in the US, which makes a lot of sense. There's a bunch of holidays going on those months as well. The buy box is the white box on the Amazon purchase page that allows the customer to actually purchase the item. Our goal as sellers is to be in the buy box as much as possible. So when you look at a listing, it'll typically say like ships from Amazon, sold by XYZ seller name. For example, you can literally name your Amazon store whatever you want. You can even change it pretty frequently as well. We want to be in the buy box as much as possible, and that really just comes down to having a competitive price and having your inventory fully checked in to Amazon FBA with the Prime badge on it as well. Virtual assistants, this is a little bit more for down the line, but they're overseas $3 to $6 an hour employees from countries where the US dollar goes really far, for example, like India, Pakistan, the Philippines, for example, and you can literally hire them, super motivated, great people to work on the computer-based parts of your business. So for down the line, when you guys are starting to delegate and scale your business, definitely make sure you go through the virtual assistant section of the course and take notes on that stuff, guys. It's incredibly life-changing. When you can go ahead and pay someone $5 an hour, and then you can spend that time doing product research and make $60 or $100 or $200 in that same hour, when you can delegate those low value tasks. And virtual assistants are how you go ahead and do that and save a ton of money working with people in countries where the US dollar goes really far compared to paying American employees. Prep centers, this is another part of scaling as well, guys. Prep centers are basically third-party warehouses that let you intake. So you basically ship your inventory to them and they intake that stock for you and then ship it off in bulk to the Amazon warehouse for you with third-party access to your Boxem account. For example, so like say I want to do a normal FBA purchase, I ship it to myself, then I go ahead, get everything ready, label everything. We're going to show you guys how to do that, and then ship it off in bulk to the FBA warehouse. But when you're using a prep center, you go ahead and order the product directly to them, typically in a state like Delaware or New Hampshire, where there's no sales tax. They go ahead and receive it for you, and then they go in your Boxem account and go ahead and create the shipment for you right there. Online arbitrage is what we're going to be talking about today primarily, which is buying discounted name brand products online to flip from big retail websites like Kohl's, Walmart, Target. In my opinion, by far the least risky and easiest way to get into selling on Amazon. Number 8 is going to be retail arbitrage. That's buying inventory in store. So say we wanted to go out to like the outlets or grocery outlet or Ollie's, for example, to scan products. This actually tends to have a lot higher profit margins. For example, too, it's just a little bit more work. Keepa is the price history tool. It's basically like stock charts for Amazon products. In a couple minutes, you guys are going to see a full Keepa tutorial right there. Super, super important for Amazon product research. You can see like the price history, the competition history, for example, the monthly sold, what the demand's been over time. That's really helpful for reducing risk in your Amazon business and making sure you're not buying products that don't sell, because that would be, an absolute nightmare as a new entrepreneur, is buying stuff and having it not sell. When you implement the stuff you guys see in the free course, you're going to make sure you're only buying products that have proven demand right there. Boxem is our software that helps you manage the back end of your Amazon business, the analytics, the listing, the shipping for your business significantly easier. If you want to use Amazon Seller Central to list products or ship products off to FBA, it's significantly more confusing. We made Boxem to make it way easier for you to go ahead and actually ship products off to Amazon and list your inventory. So be on the lookout for the free box tutorial a little bit later in the free course. SellerAmp is the profit calculator to help you know the exact profit and fee breakdown. Amazon fees can be a little bit confusing when you're a beginner. Luckily, you don't really have to worry about them. You're just going to look at the fees on the SellerAmp profit calculator on the Chrome extension when you're doing all-in arbitrage, or the mobile app when you're doing retail arbitrage. That's going to make it nice and easy for you. A super important term you guys need to know is sales rank, which is how fast an item sells. The lower the sales rank, the better. When you're buying products on Amazon, you typically want to make sure you stay below like a 200K sales rank. For example, right there, the lower the rank, the better. So rank number 1 for the beauty category is the fastest seller in the beauty category. Sales ranks change throughout the day, but that sales rank 1 sells way quicker than 10K rank, for example, which sells way quicker than 100K rank, for example, so on and so forth. Right there. ASIN is a unique number given to every product on Amazon. It stands for Amazon Standard Identification Number. You'll see it's in the URL of every item right there. That's what you're going to use to actually go ahead and list your products on Amazon. And then BOLO stands for be on the lookout for, which is basically means like a hot item in the reselling community. So if you found a BOLO, you found a good item, and that's something you probably want to get as many as you can once they start selling really well. All right, guys, then some beginner frequently asked questions as well, just that I get all the time, for example. So I just want to make it nice and easy for you guys right there. Can I start selling Amazon part-time with the 9-to-5 or while I'm in college? Absolutely. So you guys saw Nick, who's been super successful with the 9-to-5. If you check the student interview section of the free course, you're going to see a bunch of other people that have had success with that, literally selling part-time or eventually becoming full-time sellers as well. Selling on Amazon, being completely honest with you guys, is not something you can do full-time from day one. No one's going to be more transparent and honest with you guys about what goes into actually becoming a successful seller right there. But the key is, you just got to start with the time you got. For example, if you're in college, there's no better time to start an online business. If you're in a 9-to-5 you're not super happy with, you want to learn good skills, you want to grow your income, for example, there's been no better time in history, not even close, to start your online business than in 2025. How much capital does it take to get started selling on Amazon, guys? So I'd recommend between like $1 and $3 grand to get started. That's actually less than I had when I started out reselling name brand products. I was able to get some access to capital to grow that quicker. However, you guys will see a full budget breakdown in a couple minutes, but you're going to want to have between like $1 and $3 grand to get started with. This is an inventory-based business. The more capital you have, the better. However, when you're a newer seller, that 1 to 3K range is where I recommend getting started with. Obviously, the more the merrier, but in my opinion, you want to build the skills first and reduce risk. So start out with just about that capital amount. Do I have to negotiate, cold call, cold email Chinese suppliers? Absolutely not. We're not talking about private label. That's way too expensive and complicated for beginners. We're talking about online and retail arbitrage, buying discounted name brand products, sell on Amazon that already have proven demand. No buying ads, no doing any marketing, no buying stuff from China. What are target profit margins, guys? So you should aim for between like 15 to 20% profit, maybe 10% in that range too when you're just getting going. Your Amazon business over time is going to run between like 10 and 20% net profit. That's how I was able to make 6 figures profit my first year, guys. I did right over $1 million in revenue, and of that, it was right around like 170 grand was profit on there. It also depends how much you want to delegate your business as well. For example, with online arbitrage, some people are totally cool with 10% profit when they have a nice delegated business. But when you're doing everything yourself, when you're just getting started, you should aim for the higher end of between 10 and 20% profit right there, after all expenses. Do I need to live in the USA? Luckily, guys, you do not need to live in the USA. I know I look at my viewer analytics, for example, some of you guys are based in other parts of the world. The cool thing is you don't have to live in the USA. You also don't have to sell on Amazon's US market. If you're watching this internationally, you can totally go ahead and get started with a US-based prep center and an Amazon US account. However, if you're in like Canada or the UK or different parts of Europe, other parts of the world, you can sell on Amazon in your native country, and everything for the most part you guys are about to watch is very relevant and is going to translate to those other marketplaces. A lot of sellers that are in Canada, the UK, Europe, for example, they start out in their home market with the long-term goal of eventually selling on Amazon US as well. Do I need 5 to 10K to start? So we're about to hop into a full budget breakdown here in a sec. Luckily, you do not whatsoever. Very, very convenient right there. The people who tell you need 5 to 10K to start, like I'm sure some of you guys, when you're watching that, how much capital to get started, a minute or two ago, we're thinking, okay, but people elsewhere were telling me I need 5 to 10K. That's for wholesaler private label, right? What if I can't get approved to sell name brand products? Luckily, that is not a problem in 2025, my friends. Back in the day when I was getting going, it was a total issue because I didn't know any better. Luckily, now I know the exact methods you guys need to do, and we're going to talk about that in a couple minutes during the ungating section. Do I need to build or manufacture products myself? Luckily, you do not. We're just talking about buying and reselling name brand products, stuff that already has demand, stuff customers are already shooting for, listings that already have proven sales history that we can see using SellerAmp and Keepa. How do I get paid by Amazon? So Amazon does direct deposit to your bank account for your sales on a 2-week rolling basis. How much time does it take to see success? This, my friends, is completely dependent on how much action you want to go ahead and take. Some of you guys watching this will immediately get started and you'll have your first sales within a week or two. Some of you guys watching this will never take action. Luckily, my friends, business models don't fail. People do. But business models don't succeed. People succeed. Your success is going to be determined by the amount of action you take. And that's why it's important to watch this, ask your questions, and immediately jump in and get after it. All right, guys, so let's jump into a full budget breakdown of what actually goes into building an online arbitrage business, for example, from the ground up right here. So to start, you're going to need an Amazon Seller Central account. I'm going to show you guys how in a sec to go ahead and get that open. That's going to cost $40 per month, and it is going to be a recurring cost. In my opinion, that's insanely cheap to be able to sell to over 100 million Amazon Prime customers. You can get that set up at sell.amazon.com. Next, what you're going to need is product research software SellerAmp, which is $20 per month. There is a free 2-week trial on our website, selleramp.com. I'll show you guys in a sec how to get going with that. You're also going to need Keepa. So a lot of people think you need a bunch of complicated and expensive software to get started. You only need SellerAmp, Keepa, and Boxem to go ahead and get going with that. Keepa is $20 a month. It's a recurring cost right there. Boxem is our listing, shipment, and analytics tool. There's a 2-week free trial on boxem.com as well. That is going to be another recurring cost. We can see there's really not many recurring costs at all, guys. $140 to start a great online business, for example, right here is incredibly cheap right there. And there's 2-week free trials on SellerAmp and Boxem as well. There's a bunch of like more expensive, more complicated tools. I don't really think you guys need any of those right there. There's going to be full tutorials that you guys are going to see throughout the free course that go over all of that stuff. Shipping supplies and printer, guys. So you don't necessarily need a fancy label printer. I'm a big fan of the Rollo printer and the Polono printer, but don't overthink it, guys. You can literally get going just from like Walmart, Amazon, and Staples. Super easy. You'll see I have a full supplies video on my channel, and we have a full supplies breakdown later in the course, for example, right there. But literally like $20 without a nice printer, $80 if you want to get a nice printer. You can totally get started with an old school printer. That's what I did when I was a newer seller, literally back in college right there. The cashback Chrome extensions are really, really helpful too. They're all completely free. They just help with online arbitrage, finding ways to get additional cash back, additional coupons on the different items you're taking a look at, right? With Be Frugal, Rakuten, Top Cashback, Retail Me Not, Coupon Birds, Capital One Shopping. They're all free. You might as well download all of them. You'll figure out which ones you specifically like best for cashback coupons as you get into the game. And also, if you guys want some free shipping supplies, USPS gives out a lot of good free shipping supplies you should totally go ahead and get. You literally just got to Google it, for example, right there. And then UPS gives out free shipping labels as well. So if you Google UPS free shipping supplies, click that first link to UPS's website, you'll be able to get a bunch of free shipping labels, actually like physical, like 4x6. I think the ones on UPS might be like 4.25 by 5.5, for example, right there. And then you'll never have to pay for that stuff. So make sure, if you're a new seller watching this, go ahead and get some free shipping supplies on the way from USPS and UPS right there. And then the biggest cost, guys, is going to be your inventory cost. Obviously, the more the merrier in respect to your inventory cost right there, but you are going to want something around like $1,500, to get started with right there. And definitely, you're just going to go ahead. The way I built my business from the ground up was just reinvesting, being scrappy, watching every dollar right here. So that's why I really recommend following this OA cost breakdown in terms of budget of what you guys are going to go ahead to need to get started with. The main thing to get rock and rolling is going to be your Amazon Seller Central account. All right, guys, so now you know what it actually costs to get started selling on Amazon. Before we actually go into the technical setup process, I do want to let you guys know 5 things that I really wish I knew before selling Amazon that would have helped me find success way quicker than I did. And the first thing I really wish I knew when I got started selling Amazon was just how important it is to choose the right business model. A ton of beginners get into this and think like a hotshot, I'm going to do wholesale, I'm going to do private label right from the get-go when they have no experience as an entrepreneur. And that's a recipe for disaster because it takes so much longer to actually see results from those business models. And it's just way harder, right? Reselling is so much easier because when you go ahead and buy a product, you can already see that that thing has proven demand and proven sales history, and you're not reliant on just one product. When we do online arbitrage, we carry dozens of different products in our store, or even hundreds of different products in our store right from the get-go. So that nicely diversifies, and that sometimes private label sellers will literally buy something from China from a Chinese supplier and then end up having to compete with their same supplier on Amazon. And the supplier is literally getting the product for half the cost of what they sold it to the seller, who thought they're going to make a bunch of money on Amazon doing private label with. So I really recommend staying away from doing wholesale and private label. If you're a beginner Amazon seller, it's going to take a lot more capital. It's going to take a lot more time to get success with. And it's just more risky when you have to put 4 figures into every product. So it's really important, guys, to choose the right business model when you're getting going with the stuff. And online arbitrage is the way to go for complete beginners, in my opinion. It's what made me my first $100,000 in profit online. The next thing I really wish I knew, and this screws over so many beginner Amazon sellers, and I struggle with it too when I was a complete beginner, is how important having the right mindset is, and specifically a long-term mindset. There's a reason college is 4 years, guys, because it takes a long time to get good. Unfortunately, just based on what I know, some of you guys are going to watch this entire video, be super motivated, and get into selling Amazon, and then you're going to quit 10 days or 30 days later. I personally don't know anyone that's ever been successful with anything that's only ever done it for a short period of time. Success takes time. Learning things takes time. Building momentum takes time. And if you only do something for 2 months, you probably haven't even been through the time of year when it gets real easy. You probably don't have any colleagues or friends in the space. You haven't been through a Q4, for example. You haven't had any time to get lucky or see any initial momentum build. So if I could give you one piece of advice prior to getting started selling Amazon, it would be totally to have a long-term mindset and think long-term. That is so important. So many beginners think this is get rich quick, Lamborghinis and private jets on Instagram. This is a real business, real success, takes real hard work. And if you're ready to get after it, I'm ready to help you on the journey. Kind of piggybacking off that other point around mindset is just how many sellers attempt to sell on Amazon without anyone that sells on Amazon in their life. And I get it. You might live in a small town. I'm from a very small town, but the key is we're on the internet right now. There's people all over the world you can connect with that are very interested in selling on Amazon. And everyone knows the quote, you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. But then people want to succeed selling on Amazon without spending any time with anyone that sells on Amazon. Am I telling you to go buy a $5,000 course? Absolutely not. Am I telling you to go join my paid group, for example? Absolutely not. I'm telling you to leverage our free Discord, our Facebook group, the different resources and communities available on X, on Discord, on Instagram, for example, to find other like-minded sellers to go ahead and network with and mastermind with. That makes it so much more fun and a lot easier. I was doing like 20 to 30K a month in sales when I met Fields of Profit, my now business partner, and he was doing right about the same. And then 6 months later, we combined for almost $500,000 in sales between our 2 individual Amazon businesses, and we had a ton of fun doing it. So a huge recommendation for you guys is do not hide from the Amazon community. Find some other sellers to network with and mastermind with in our free Discord, in the comments of this video, in my live streams I do all the time, for example. It's going to make it a lot more fun. It's going to make it a lot easier, and you're going to avoid a ton of mistakes. So a huge thing I wish I knew before starting selling on Amazon was just how important the community is and how important networking is. So don't hide from the community. It costs no money. It exists. Make some friends in the space. I know it's awkward, but it was by far the best thing I ever started was documenting my journey on social media. It attracted a bunch of great people into my life, and it made it a lot more fun. Getting a little bit more technical here, guys, but a huge important component and something I really wish I knew about product research prior to selling on Amazon was how you don't really find profitable products. You make items profitable. We're going to talk about this a little bit later in the manufacturing margin section, but I really need you guys to note that what online arbitrage is basically comes down to getting really good at finding different deals on different websites. And that if you're not finding the ways to lower your buy cost, which is actually pretty easy, you guys will see it in a little bit, for example, you're not really going to find many items. But if you know how coupon codes work, and you know how you can literally use a 20% coupon whenever you want on XYZ website, or that Dick's Sporting Goods has 10% off whenever you want, you're going to create a lot more profitable products than the sellers that don't. So something I totally wish I knew when I was a complete beginner is that you don't really find products profitable. You do sometimes, but largely you make items profitable. And the last thing, guys, is you're going to hear me talk about all like making sure you're hustling, making sure you're putting in the work, for example, really just scaling the unscalable activities paid off a ton for me in my own personal journey, right? So if you're consuming content, about selling on Amazon, you'll hear people talk about how retail arbitrage is too much work, how it's not worth, how it doesn't make sense for them, right? You'll hear all the time how merchant fulfilled is too much work, for example, right? Personally, I made a bunch of money from the outlets right when I was a newer seller, and I went ahead and merchant fulfilled that stuff directly to the customer immediately. That let me learn quicker because I was selling products faster than my competition that was waiting for products to check into FBA, right? That also let me test later. I didn't have to buy, a full box worth of products, for example, to be most cost effective with my shipping. And I could actually restock my products a lot quicker. Same goes for pickup orders with retail arbitrage, guys, when I can literally source a retailer online, then pick up in the store the same day with them just bringing the profit out to me, put it in my cart. Another thing that some people consider too much work, but I'm totally cool with that $200 per hour to drive to my local Dick's Sporting Goods and have them bring the product. So scaling the unscalable activities, specifically like merchant fulfilled, retail arbitrage, pickup orders, a ton of other stuff, just putting in the time to get good, guys. Business models don't fail. People do. Business models don't succeed. People do. It's on you to go ahead and get after and succeed. And that's 5 things I wish I knew before I got started selling on Amazon. All right, guys, so now you know a bunch of things I wish I knew when I was getting started. Now it's time to actually go ahead and get started, guys. The first step to get started is going to be opening your Amazon Seller Central account. This is super easy, guys. All you need to go ahead and do that is to go to sell.amazon.com. Then you go ahead and create a professional seller account. Let's take a look at what that looks like. It's super simple, guys. Right here, we can see they show you exactly how to do it. You just go ahead, click here, and hit sign up. Right here, there is a current promotion around like branded sales. We're not talking about private label, for example, right there. So we don't got to worry about that. We can see more than 70% of Amazon sellers generate their first sale in less than 6 days. I want all you guys watching this to get those first sales significantly quicker right there. So make sure you go over to sell.amazon.com and create your seller account as fast as possible. There is a couple day approval process, for example, on that. So make sure you get that rock and rolling ASAP. To actually get the Amazon seller account rock and rolling, it costs $40 per month. There is an individual seller account option that is free plus $1 per sale. There's just a bunch of features missing. I don't think you can get the buy box. I don't think there's any ungating stuff you can do, for example, right there. A lot of people think you're required to have an LLC to sell on Amazon. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know your personal situation. I don't know what asset structure is correct for you. However, Amazon does not require an LLC to actually go ahead and sell on the platform. You can always change your structure too if you do want to, though, just by giving Amazon a call and saying, hey, I'm changing, I'm becoming an LLC, so on and so forth, for example, right there. So getting the Amazon seller account is super easy. It is going to take a couple days to get verified, so make sure you guys get on that as quick as possible. All right, guys, so a super popular topic for beginner Amazon sellers is going to be gating and ungating. So to start off, what does gating actually mean? So gating is when you try to sell a product on Amazon and Amazon doesn't let you sell it until you actually prove that the product you're selling is legit. Amazon wants to avoid fake products being sold on their platform, so they make you provide proof that the items you're selling are legit for some big brands. There are a lot of smaller brands, for example, that do let you sell them right away from the get-go. The cool thing is, even if you're a complete beginner with no sales history, you can go ahead and provide documentation to get unlocked in big brands nice and easy in 2025, just using receipts and invoices from big websites like Target, soccer.com, or any brand sites, right? To actually go ahead and get ungated, you just need to buy 10 or more, for that matter, of the same product. So 10 of the same product, a product that's already listed on Amazon. And then once you go ahead and do that, you're going to get an email confirmation from the retailer. You're going to hit download as a PDF on that, just saved as a PDF. For example, right there, save it to your computer, and then you go ahead and go to list that product on Amazon Seller Central, where you manage your business through. You go ahead and put the ASIN in right there, and then it's going to ask you to go ahead and add in your documentation. The documentation you got is the order confirmation email right there. And then you're going to go ahead and name that documentation brand_invoice_date with obviously the relevant brand and the relevant date specifically right there. So let's take a look at what that actually looks like for getting ungated in the grocery category, for example. What I typically recommend is finding profitable products first and then getting ungated in them, because you're going to be buying from big suppliers anyway using online arbitrage, and all big suppliers work in 2025, for example. But say you want to just get the ball rolling and do an ungate or two just to prove that it works, right? Target, Kohl's, Walmart, soccer.com, for example, are great places to do that. Say we want to do the grocery category, for example. All we need to do is go ahead and search like Yogi Tea, for example, right here to go ahead and get the grocery category. We can go ahead and see nice cheap item, for example. You have bedtime, sleep. We'll go ahead and copy this, right here. So we'll go ahead right here. I'm just using keyboard shortcuts. You could also just go there, boom, copy right there. We'll go ahead and search this up on Amazon. For example, right here. Now we can go ahead and find the matching listing. For example, right here, there's the matching listing right there, 16 bags. We can go ahead and open this up. And then all we would go ahead and do from here is we can grab that ASIN from the URL or from SellerAmp right there. So we can go ahead and grab the ASIN right here. So there's the ASIN for this product, B00, whatever, for example, right there. And say we checked out on 10 of this product, for example, we'd immediately get that order confirmation email from Target, go ahead and download that as a PDF, and then pull the ASIN from the URL right here. Go ahead to add product on Seller Central, just in the top left, nice and easy. Add in this ASIN right there, and then go ahead and submit this documentation to Amazon. The key here with that, guys, is that's going to unlock the entire category and the entire brand. You don't have to ungate each specific product. That would be incredibly tedious. You only have to do each brand one time or category one time. Occasionally, you have to apply for both the brand and the category for certain types of items. For example, toys, the category is closed and most brands are closed. You can go ahead and obviously get approved for them, though. And then, for example, shoes and clothing, the category is open. Beauty, the category is open. Typically, it's just automatic approval for most new sellers. You don't even have to go ahead and apply, but then some of the brands are going to be gated for new sellers, and then you go ahead and just get ungated them nice and easy. Some pro tips for ungating, guys. This is super, super important. Some websites will limit you to less than 10 items per order. The cool thing is you can just do multiple orders. Amazon doesn't require one invoice with 10 plus units. They require invoices period with 10 plus. So theoretically, you could do 10 invoices with one unit right there. Now, when you actually apply for ungating, guys, getting declined is 100% normal and typically happens 5 to 10 times per brand. It's a completely automated system. Sometimes it takes more tries. You just gotta, keep adding more information, right? The shipping email, delivery email, the picture of the product, the credit card statement, the UPS tracking. You can change up the file name, for example. You're gonna get approved. You just gotta resubmit. Sometimes you'll get approved right on the first try. Sometimes it'll take a little while. Don't worry about what they say in the email. Sometimes they'll say, like, you didn't provide a valid receipt, you didn't provide a valid invoice when you literally did. Don't worry about that, guys. You just want to go ahead and just make it really easy for them to see when they look at that PDF you submit. They're like, okay, this is clearly a legit product. And you start out immediately submitting that after you place the order, just using the order confirmation email. You can hit up the specific supplier, the retailer, for example, for a formal invoice. I personally think that's not super worth it right there. And then as you get declined a couple times, you can add in like the shipping email, delivery email, picture of the product right there, and just beef up that file right there. You can change up the file name too, for example, ASIN _ invoice _ date, etc. Stuff like that. Make it super easy for you to prove it, guys. Do not overthink ungating. You'll probably see some people in the comments of this video saying ungating doesn't work. They just haven't submitted enough. And now I'm going to show you guys how to get automatic approval for a ton of brands right away, even if you're a complete beginner with no prior sales history. All right, guys, so this is something, if I knew when I was a complete beginner, would have been a massive game changer for me specifically. This is a big list of brands that we see other resellers carrying, and some of them are going to be automatic approval for you, and they'll just let you sell right away with no documentation needed. The cool thing as well is the more products you sell, the more products become auto approval or auto ungated, for example. Literally, guys, if you go ahead and list like a Stafford item or a Cuddle Duds item or an Athletic Works product, for example, I bet they go ahead and let you list those right away. Everyone's Amazon seller account is unique. Interestingly enough, some products that you're auto ungated in, I won't be auto ungated in. There's no kind of rhyme or reason, for example. The key is that you can go ahead and get ungated nice and easy just using documentation for big retail websites in 2025. But go ahead and get this downloaded, guys. It's completely free. It's a gigantic list of ASINs, for example, from different brands. I do want to make it clear, not all of these ASINs will work. I believe it's, I think like 1,700 brands specifically on here. It does not matter the specific ASIN you use. You can use any ASIN from the brand. This is a big list of specific ASINs right here, though. You can go ahead and download that at the link in the description right there. All you need to go ahead and actually do that, guys, is you just need to go to Seller Central, hit add a product, paste the ASIN, go ahead and apply to sell. This list is not 100% perfect. Not everything is going to auto ungate, but typically from what we see, most beginner sellers can go ahead and get 100 plus approvals right away from the get-go, guys. At the end of the day, though, it's not the end of the world if you do need to provide purchase documentation. I've done it for 30 plus brands during my career as an Amazon seller. And the more I sell, the more stuff does become automatic approval as well. And like I was saying, guys, when we were talking about like purchasing products specifically to ungate, eventually you'll just trust that ungating is nice and easy. You might get declined a couple times, That's completely normal. Don't go out of your way buying products just to ungate. Focus on finding profitable inventory first and then get ungated in it using the purchase documentation once you find profitable SKUs right there. But get the ball rolling with a bunch of nice, easy auto ungates by taking a look at the link in the description, going ahead and downloading this right there. Nice and easy. All right, guys, that was it for phase one of the free course, the basic setup process and how to actually get set up as an Amazon seller. Now we're going to be going ahead and talking through what it looks like to actually go ahead and do product research, winning product examples, how to use SellerAmp and Keepa, and everything like that. On to part two. All right, guys, so moving into part two of the course, now you know how to get your Amazon business set up correctly, how to get ungated, what terms you need to know, everything like that. Now, moving into part two, we're going to talk about how to do product research correctly, and that's going to start out knowing how to use the different product research softwares the right way. Most beginners think you need a ton of complicated and expensive software to sell on Amazon. That's actually not true whatsoever, and we're going to start out part two of the free course talking through how to use Keepa and how to use SellerAmp, starting out with how to use SellerAmp right here. So let's dive into my screen and do some online arbitrage product sourcing and break down how to use these different softwares. Take a look inside my screen here, getting started with SellerAmp. How much money does SellerAmp actually cost? Because a lot of beginners think like, oh, I don't want to have to use a ton of expensive and complicated software. Luckily, you don't. SellerAmp costs at its very least about $16 per month if you join the Getting Started annual plan, which is the basic plan within SellerAmp. If you want to pay for that monthly, it's going to be about $20 per month, as we can see right here. I would recommend going with the annual plans if you're very serious about getting going with this, and you can do that on our website, selleramp.com right here. The big difference between getting started and getting serious is that with getting serious, you can do over 1,000 scans per month. The nice thing is if you want to get started on a budget, you can just go with the monthly getting started plan and go ahead and upgrade to getting serious right there. Or if you want to save some money up front, you can go ahead and join the annual plans. Big difference is the 1,000 scans per month on the getting serious plans and the extra phone app installs and the extra Chrome extension installs. Because what SellerAmp allows you to do is it allows you to calculate the exact profit on specific products on your phone for retail arbitrage, as well as on the Chrome extension for online arbitrage that you can go ahead and embed with the Google Chrome store into your Chrome browser. When you're doing online arbitrage, you definitely want to make sure you're using the Google Chrome browser right here. So over here, we can take a look at an Amazon product page right here. We can go ahead and see the SellerAmp Chrome extension embedded right here. So that is what's going to show on your Google Chrome browser once you add SellerAmp to your Google Chrome store. However, starting out, you actually want to go over to selleramp.com and configure your settings initially right there. So just go to selleramp.com and go ahead and log in right here. And what you initially want to do is go over here to additional costs, and you want to add in your sales tax where there's MISC fee right here, because obviously when you're buying products to resell, you are going to pay sales tax right there, and you don't want to have to do a bunch of mental math on the SellerAmp profit calculator each time. So if you don't know the specific sales tax rate for your state, just Google it real quick and you'll be able to figure it out right here. And I like to put 70 cents per pound to actually estimate the FBA Amazon shipping off to Amazon cost right there. So we can go ahead and see 70 cents per pound right there. Over time, you actually are going to see that lower. But the nice thing about putting in inbound shipping as well as your mix fee, otherwise known as your sales tax right there, is now the SellerAmp calculator is automatically going to put that in right there. So then all you do is go ahead and put save right here. The big things you're going to want to do is go ahead and do the MISC fee percent as well as the inbound shipping cost right here. Also down here on quick info, I also like the idea of hitting the selecting all of these basically so you can see your profit margin, right? Your ROI, your break even, for example, and the offer summary right there. But the big levers you want to do in the SellerAmp settings initially is going to be adding in your sales tax and your inbound shipping costs. Now, hopping back over to the product pages where you're primarily be hanging out doing all in arbitrage, we can see the extensions right here. You can move it around as you see fit. You can jump it around right here. Boom, move back to the right. You can embed it in the page just using the connections right here. Personally, I like to have it over on the right. There are some debates on Amazon FBA Twitter on where it should go right here, but I like to have it there, and you can make it bigger or smaller as you see fit right here. So the initial profit calculator is where you'll primarily be hanging out right here. We can see the title of the product. We can also see the ASIN, otherwise known as the Amazon Standard Identification Number right here. That's how you're actually going to go ahead and list products. We can see the weight right here. And basically, SellerAmp just wants to aggregate a ton of information that you need to know about a product and make it a lot easier for you to see it right there. We can go ahead and see the description. That doesn't really matter. We could open the Amazon product page for this item. We already are on that though, right? Actually going ahead and sourcing for different products right here. You're going to go ahead and use the Google button on SellerAmp right here. So now we can see this item actually on the Jellycat website goes for 18 bucks right here. We'll keep that in mind for a sec. Right, and then we can open up the SellerAmp web app as well if we want to see all this data aggregated correctly right here. Eligibility in terms of ungating, you want to go ahead and connect your Amazon Seller Central account to your SellerAmp account so you can see eligibility initially right there. You guys already know how to do ungating and auto-ungating, right? Alerts, we can see if there's any specific variations on this item or if it's private label where it's dominated by the brand. Don't automatically avoid it though. If Amazon shows private label on this, you do need to look at the other sellers and see if the sellers are the brand right there. In this case, we can see there's 5 different third-party sellers for this item. Obviously, it's not private label where it would be dominated by the brand. Sales rank, right? As beginners, you primarily want to stay below a 200K sales rank right there. This is a 25K sales rank, which is obviously really, really good there as well. Estimated sales per month right here. We can see it, for the most part, most good products are going to have 100 plus estimated sales per month. And then the max cost rate, this is really, really key. So in my SellerAmp settings, I like to do a minimum ROI of 30% or more. And the cool thing is, like I was showing you guys in the settings, SellerAmp takes into account shipping, fees, product costs, sales tax, literally everything. Like I have 5% sales tax factored in right here. So I don't need to add the sales tax to this cost. So for example, right here, taking a look at the Jellycat website, I can pick this up for 18 bucks, for example. So this is an example of a winning product here, right? Because at 18 bucks, I'm well below my maximum cost of where I need to be nice and profitable based on my criteria right there. So we can see this item at 18 here leaves, $8.84 profit, 23% margin, 49% ROI right here, right? And so that's a pretty good indicator of a, winning product right there. And there's not necessarily any red flags right here. So the profit calculator is really helpful here. It takes into account shipping, fees, sales tax, literally everything. And it's the same thing on your phone with the retail arbitrage SellerAmp app too, which is included in your subscription. You'll see that when we do the retail arbitrage section right there as well. The offer summary right here is really helpful to just see if there's any merchant fulfilled sellers on this listing. We can see this listing is all FBA sellers currently right here, although it is only 5 sellers, right? I get asked all the time, how much competition is too much competition on a specific product? Truth be told, it's all about the trend, which I'll show you guys in a bit how to actually go ahead and gauge right here. The ranks and prices section, I don't look at this a ton, honestly. It does provide some helpful data in terms of like the history on a specific product. Personally, though, I think you get a good bit of that just from the profit calculator right here on the quick info right there. But we can see the BSR percent. We can also see the current averages, the 30, 90, 180 day, for example, right there, although primarily just focus on the current right there as well. We can see right here the alerts. This is very, very important. You can see if, for example, Amazon's on a listing. If Amazon's on a listing, for the most part, as a beginner, you typically do want to avoid that unless it is moving really well. For example, private label would be if this was dominated by the brand. We can see it's unlikely right here. IP analysis, we can see no known IP issues with this brand. That's nice and clutch right there. We can see standard size. Is it meltable? No. For example, right here. Now down here, this is really helpful when you do retail arbitrage, actually scanning products in store. Right here, for example, we can see there is a mini Keepa chart on SellerAmp right here. For online arbitrage matters, I do think you guys should use the Keepa Chrome extension as well, which I'm going to show you guys how to use in a sec, but we can see the buy box history on this specific product and what it's actually sold for over time right here, the sales rank over time, for example, too, on that. And we can see in this case, the price has been nice and stable here the past, week, for example, right here. And I can also see that I know this listing actually sells because the offer count is going up and down, aka the seller count, the bottom Keepa chart right here. And I can filter to it over time to see the different, how the market's changed over time right here. However, for the most part, you just want to focus on the 3-month data and you can derive, it's the exact same data, but you can just see it bigger on the Keepa Chrome extension right here. So I'm going to show you guys how to use that in a sec right here as well. Down here on the profit calculator, this is really important and a lot of beginners don't know how to actually use this correctly right here, and that is massively to their own detriment. For example, so this is the FBA calculator that SellerAmp defaults to that shows on the quick info. But if you're going to merchant fulfill a product like a lot of you beginners should be doing, for example, where you don't ship the product off in bulk to FBA, you fulfill it individual to the customer, which allows you to test it a little bit lighter. There's going to be a whole bunch of good stuff on FBM later in the course. For example, here, we can actually toggle over to FBM right here. And now we're going to see the FBM profit calculator right here. A lot of beginners will just subtract the FBM shipping from the cost up here, the FBA calculator, which is completely incorrect, right? Instead, you just want to go ahead down here and filter to FBM right here. And then what do you actually put in for the FBM cost? This is one of the most important things I can show you guys right here is you just want to go ahead and screenshot these estimated FBM shipping costs. Right, this is also a free FBM guide I have for you guys at howtofbm.com, just a Google Doc that breaks down bunch of important FBM stuff. But this is what we're actually going to add to the FBM cost right here. So all I need to do is rock and roll up here, guys, and take a look at the weight right here and see this weighs only 3 ounces, for example, right here. So we can see this is going to ship for like, $4 on average, for example, right here. So if we go ahead and rock and roll down here, guys, and plug that in, we can see right here, plug in $4 right here, right? FBA, we make a 49% ROI. FBM, we make a 52% ROI. So sometimes you get extra money for FBM stuff, for example, right there, but you don't know unless you're checking the profit calculator right here as well. Another thing you guys will see me do a lot as we get into the live product research too is doing coupons and discounted gift cards, for example, in the calculator right here. So you can actually do your math in here, say, for whatever reason you had to add 10% to this buy cost here, or say there was a 15% coupon, you can just go ahead and subtract this, for example, here. So that's a really, really good pro tip you can do in SellerAmp and the different inputs right there as well, because I think is personally very underutilized. We can see a full breakdown of all the fees and stuff like that right here. The nice thing is you don't really need to know that, honestly. Just let SellerAmp do the heavy lifting. And then say you wanted to do a test order of like, 15 of these, for example, right here. We can see at this cost of, like 18, for example, right here, FBM, right? It would be a total cost of $270. We make about $141 profit right there. Not bad whatsoever. The variations feature on SellerAmp is in beta. Wouldn't really recommend worrying about that for now. You can add different notes to different leads too, which is really, really helpful for maximizing the lifetime value of different leads as well. You can add different notes on them. So it'd say like was on sale, right? 12.1/2024, right? Check for restocks, for example. Then you go ahead and add that to a spreadsheet right there as well. We can do different discount percents right here. Personally, honestly, I'll typically just do the discounts myself, just manually right here in terms of using the multiplication and stuff and subtraction that we can do in here. For example, right there, keeping it moving down here as well, the offers right here. So you can actually do a lot of good product research within SellerAmp, for example, right here, guys. And you'll see during the product research section when we do reverse sourcing, which is the exact same thing as storefront stalking, basically like stalking, looking inside someone's storefront to see what they're selling. That's all done within SellerAmp. For example, like we can see this seller here has 800 reviews. We know they're making money, so we can go ahead and open up their storefront right here. And now, rather than looking through the clearance section of random websites, we can see a bunch of pre-vetted Amazon listings in here that we know this seller's making money on, because this seller's got 800 reviews right here, right? And they got 1,000 different ASINs in their store, right? They're not doing this for no reason. They're doing it because they're making money, right? And we also get introduced to a bunch of different brands, for example, in here as well. So now we can see different brand ideas of potentially reseller-friendly SKUs, right? We can filter. So say we only wanted to do like Yeti stuff, for example, we could filter into just the Yeti products in this seller storefront. Or say you're looking for, primarily sporting goods items. So you can go ahead and filter to sporting goods right here as well. And now we can go ahead and see all the fast-selling sporting goods listings that have a good BSR that we know are selling quick right here, for example. So the storefront stalking part of SellerAmp is really, really helpful. We'll do a bunch of product research in a little while here later in the free course to show you guys exactly what it looks like to consistently and predictably use the SellerAmp storefront stalking feature so we can go ahead and track down winning products. It's just so much easier than looking in random websites when you can see vetted listings we know other sellers are making money on here that have a good sales rank, that have good reviews. Right here, you want to stay below 200 sales rank for the most part. Right there, we can see our max cost of what we need to go ahead and pay maximum in order to be profitable right there. Storefront stalking is a great way to find products as a beginner, and we'll be doing that live in a couple minutes too here as well. So another really underutilized feature here too, I'll talk about this a little bit further in detail later here, guys, in the more scaling part of things, but is the Google Sheets feature. So where a lot of beginner sellers go wrong is they'll spend a bunch of time doing product research, but they'll find stuff that's like, it's good, but it's not quite there, or it's a good product, but it's out of stock. And the problem is they just keep moving and don't come back and don't track those products over time. And that's massively to their own detriment. For example, so if we take a look at this listing, for example, right here, we can see this is 26 on Amazon. It's got a bunch of reviews, 3,000 reviews, for example, right here, right? Over on Walmart, it's going for like $13. The problem is it's out of stock, right? So for example, at $13 right here, this is pretty close to being profitable right here. But Walmart, we can use what's called a reseller certificate to avoid sales tax, both online and in-store, which is a really good trick. Nice and easy to get set up here. And we can go ahead and do discounted gift cards for like 7% on Walmart too, right here. And now this listing becomes profitable right there, pretty close. Then we could FBM it, for example, here too. Now it is good. For example, yes, spending 12, making 4, making like 40% on that, for example, right here. But the problem is this listing's out of stock, right? So what most beginners do is they just like let this product and keep it moving, for example, just let it go, right? What makes a lot more sense is to add it to a spreadsheet, for example, like an out of stock spreadsheet in SellerAmp right here, just using the one-click export feature. It's nice and easy to get set up just using selleramp.com. You'll see the sheets feature at the top right there. And now all this data is going to automatically populate. For example, right here, we can see literally 2024, 11/30 right there. And that's just a big thing. A lot of beginners, mess up, and that advanced sellers get that lifetime value from right there. So I recommend having like an almost good spreadsheet, an out of stock spreadsheet, and then spreadsheets for your favorite retailers as well. We can go ahead and hop over to Seller Central if we want to go ahead and list this product right here as well. We can see my lookup details. Not that that really matters, but I've looked at this in the past as well right here. And then also, this is another cool feature here too, guys, as well. So we can see who's had the buy box at what price, at what time, basically. Taking a look at the buy box analysis right here. So a big part of actually pricing your products when you're a beginner, you just match the buy box for the most part, right? However, right, when you're an advanced seller, there's all the times when you can sell products above the buy box, for example. And the way you do that is by seeing at what price the buy box is actually going here. So for example, we can filter to see who's won the buy box the most often, the past 30, 90, and 180 days or all time. For example, right here, we can also see who's won it most recently. So we can see right now there's this seller in the buy box, for example, right here, and what fulfillment type they're doing. For example, whether or not they're doing FBM or FBA, to gauge if something's going to be FBM friendly as well, right? A good rule of thumb, guys, is that every listing pretty much is going to be FBA friendly, unless it's like hazmat, for example. And oftentimes when you're a beginner, it's great to be able to FBM, but the only times to do that is when you can see other people making money on something FBM. For example, right here. So taking a look at this item, there's only one FBM seller. They might not be price competitive. So this is probably a listing that it would be pretty difficult to be able to FBM on right there. More on that as we keep going though, for example, right there as well, right? So buy box analysis is really helpful for going ahead and seeing where you can actually go ahead and get the buy box, for example, right here. And repricing, we'll talk about in a little bit, guys, as well. But we do go ahead and at SellerAmp, we do integrate with BQL, one of the popular repricers right there as well. So at the link in the description, just elsewhere on my channel, it'll be good tutorials on how to go ahead and use BQL repricing software. But the main point of SellerAmp is utilizing the profit calculator as well as the storefront stalking method to go and see what other sellers are carrying, and keeping your leads organized using spreadsheets right there. Just make sure you go ahead and configure your SellerAmp settings correctly and go ahead and attach it to your Google Chrome right there as well. And you'll hit the ground running nicely with online arbitrage product research. Now we're going to hop over and take a look at a full Keepa tutorial, which is the other product research tool I like to use, which similarly is also very cheap along with SellerAmp. All those myths about product research software being super complicated and expensive are not true. Let's jump into the Keepa tutorial. All right, guys, let's jump into a full tutorial on the Keepa Chrome extension as well. Make sure you go ahead and attach Keepa to your Google Chrome, similar to the way that you did with SellerAmp, just in the Google Chrome store, for example, right there. So that way it nicely embeds on your web page right here as you're doing online arbitrage sourcing right there. Keepa is also $20 per month. Now, Keepa does not offer a free trial to my knowledge the way we do at SellerAmp, for example, right there, but you do want to go ahead and get SellerAmp and Keepa right from the get-go, which is luckily all you need to do product research right here. So when you initially open up Keepa, guys, it's going to show 3 charts, for example, right here. Personally, I would definitely recommend clicking sub ranks right here to take out that middle chart, which really doesn't provide any helpful data, for example, right there. And then every now and again, you might accidentally click and hide this bottom chart, for example. The way you accidentally do that is you click less historical data. Then if you click more historical data, it'll pop up right here. So right when you initially get Keepa, you want to make sure you go ahead and hit sub ranks to take out that middle one, for example, right there. Now, so SellerAmp tells you if an item's profitable today. Keepa tells you if an item's been profitable over time, for example. So if we take a look at this item, the cool thing about Keepa is it tracks every product on Amazon ever since it was added to the platform. So we can see this specific product was literally added on Amazon like 3 years ago, for example, right here. So we can literally see how it's performed since it was initially added here. It looks like in summer of 22, for example, right here, right? As a beginner though, you primarily want to focus on the 3-month data right here, right? Now, so we can see there's a bunch of different lines going on right here. So let's break down what these actually mean and then a bunch of different parts of Keepa and different product examples. So initially here, I'm going to go ahead and take off all these slots, for example, right here. So there's a bunch of different options we can click right here. So the first one you want to have selected here is going to be the sales rank, which is pretty self-explanatory by now for you guys, right? Which is how fast the product sells over time. The cool part about Keepa is it actually shows you what the sales rank's been over time. For example, right here. So we can see how it's sold over time. And we can see in this case, this has very consistently been in like the, 30,000 sales rank for the most part, right? Over the past year. It makes sense when the months were the warmest that people have the lowest demand of the year for hoodies, obviously right there, because the lower the sales rank, the better. So it makes sense that during the summer, the sales rank would go up, signifying the demand going down for a hoodie product like this. So it's cool to see the seasonality, for example, here too, right? The next one you want to have selected is the buy box right here, which is pretty self-explanatory too. That's the buy now option. That's where we want to be as sellers. Keepa does a good job though of showing you how the buy box can change on different products based on just like buy box proximity, and that like, if you're in New York, for example, and a customer's in California and there's someone with FBA inventory in Oregon, that seller in Oregon is probably going to get the buy box more often for that customer because it's a better customer experience to buy from them, geographically based. So that seller in Oregon is going to show with better delivery dates on the product right there. Not much you can do about it though, besides just getting inventory in as quick as possible. Specifically right there, we can see Keepa does show how the buy box can change, literally throughout the day. For example, here at different price points too. So we can literally see 43 here, and then like literally later that day, the buy box was 40, for example, right? So 43 to 40, and then it goes up, looks like around 44, for example, right there, right? You also want to have the new third-party FBA selected, which is these orange triangles. These orange triangles do not mean sales. They just signify a change in the lowest FBA price, for example, right there. The way I like to think about it, though, is the more orange triangles you see, the better something's selling, for example, right there. And then this purple new line, for example, I'm pretty sure it just defaults on. You can't really default it off here. No need to have any of this other stuff selected when we're talking about selling name brand products, for example, right here. And then also to this bottom chart, for example, right here, the only one I'd recommend having selected is going to be new offer count, which signifies the competition right here. So we can see I get asked all the time, like how much competition is too much competition on a specific product. It's way more just about the trend and making sure you're actually seeing good movement on this. For example, we can see if we take a look at the 3 months here, the competition was up a little bit in early November, and then it went down, for example, right here, which signifies, something that's good right here. So we want competition either stable or going down. In this case, throughout the month, it's gone down, right? And the price, where we're looking the pink, the buy box price has gone up too, which makes perfect sense. That the buy box was like, 35 here, for example, when the offer count was like 20, right? And now the price is going, as high as like 43. Now, this is an example of a Keepa chart that looks good, right? Here's an example of a Keepa chart that looks bad. Take a look at this product. We can see the offer count's absolutely shooting up, the seller count, right? So we can see November 22nd, there were 3 sellers, right? November 30th, there's 21 sellers, and no wonder the price went significantly down. The price went from like 56 down to like 43. So it's going to be tough to be able to build a business based off that, for example, right here. So we can see you want the ones where the offer count's nicely trending down or it's stable, right? And not the ones where the offer count's shooting up, for example, right here, which makes perfect sense of the price going down, right? So what we're looking for on Keepa charts is good offer count movement, right? On that bottom chart, either stable or going down, right? And then good price action, either stable or going up on the top chart, for example, right here. So this is primarily where you'll be hanging out on Keepa the vast majority of the time here, right? There are some different data here in terms of like average sales rank, for example, that is definitely helpful here as well. But the big thing, the vast majority of the time you'll be hanging out right on here. The data product details on Keepa is also very helpful too. I like looking at like the sales rank averages and the price averages to make sure I've been profitable over time on a specific SKU. I believe the buy cost on this item is right around like 18, for example, right here. And I did see on Keepa the buy box was going higher right there. So I'm not going to price it at, 39. I priced it at like 41, for example, looking on SellerAmp here. So we can see right here, right? We can see, taking a look here, we can see some different helpful data over time, right? The sellers that have been cleaning up, don't really worry about that though. What I do like is the average prices over time and the average sales rank over time, making sure that this listing is actually sold pretty well over time too. as well. I also love to see that the review count's gone up too. Their review count, the 180-day average was like 388, and the 90 average is like 42, for example, which show or 423, which shows that this listing's been getting more reviews, aka more sales, for example, right here as well. Now, the data offers tab, for example, right here, screws a lot of people up. I would not recommend looking here at the sold 30-day amounts right here. Largely, in my opinion, they're pretty inaccurate, and I know that based on my personal history from my own listings, for example, right here. And where that goes wrong is Keepa's tracking the stock that shows for the different sellers, for example, right here, which we can see down here on SellerAmp right here. We can see the stock these different sellers have and their price that they're at specifically right here, right? But the problem is you can add what's called a max order quantity to hide your stock count, and then that automatically screws up the sold 30-day listings. So I really wouldn't recommend looking at the sold 30-day data. A lot of people rely on that. Personally, in my opinion, complete waste of time here. I wouldn't really recommend looking at the data offers right here. I do like seeing the first scene though on a listing, so we can literally click and filter here to see that people have been on this listing for over a year, for example, which is a pretty good sign that they're making money, in my opinion, right? Because we can see these sellers are smart, right? They got a bunch of reviews. We know they're making money, for example, right here. And then we could also just go ahead and click open their storefront and then go ahead and storefront stalk them to see what other products they have in there as well. The data and buy box statistics is an awesome feature of Keepa right here to see who's getting the buy box and how merchant fulfilled friendly or not merchant fulfilled friendly a specific item is. And the cool thing is we can literally see the 30, 90, 180, and 365-day buy box history here. However, you primarily want to look at the 30-day data right here. And now we can see that a bunch of different sellers have won the buy box, which is a great sign that this item's reseller friendly right here. And we can go ahead and even click in here and filter to see who's last won the buy box as well. So we can see literally in the past 12 minutes, 3 different sellers have gotten buy box right here. And 2 of them are merchant fulfilled sellers, which is a great sign that this item is going to be merchant fulfilled friendly, as well as another one is seeing that this item has more FBM sellers than FBA sellers. Taking a look at the offer summary on SellerAmp right here, which is a great sign as well. So in terms of deciding whether or not you FBA or FBM a specific product, if you can see in the data buy box stats right here that their sellers getting sales and getting buy box share that do not have that FBA check mark, that's a great sign that you can go ahead and get buy box on that. What I also like to do too, look in here, is decide where to price stuff, and then we can literally see, like, you know, in the past day, someone buy boxed at 36, but someone also buy boxed at 41 5 days ago, for example, and 40 earlier today, 13 hours ago, for example, right there, which is a great sign in terms of seeing that you can get more out of these products right there and don't just price at the lowest, right? Initially, start out matching buy box price, but eventually get fancier and test higher prices as well right there. Now, another really, really helpful part of Keepa as well too is going to be the variation feature right here. So obviously there's different sizes and colors and a lot of different products here, especially a lot of stuff I like to sell, for example, here. So how do you tell which variations sell best, for example? Now, what most people do is they think the sales rank actually changes based on variation. That's actually not true in almost every case. For example, so you can't use the sales rank to gauge velocity of listings that have variations. What you have to do instead is click into the variations tab on Keepa here. And now we can go ahead, once this loads, and scroll through all the different variations here, all the different colors, sizes, etc. here, and see their top performance, for example, right here. So now inside the variation view, one thing I would really recommend doing is organizing your columns, nice and easy right here, right? So we can go ahead and filter top to bottom by buy box here. But then what I need is good offer count movement. So these are all like pretty blocky and pretty slow, for example, right here you compare it to, you know, a chart like this here, where these are nicely moving, right? So this is the new offer count history. So it's the same thing as the bottom Keepa chart right here. So I want ones that have good offer count movement. That's what I'm going to go ahead and look up, for example, right here. So we take a look, for example, here, it's like, yeah, like that's decent movement right there. So this is the example of a variation that sells quicker compared to a lot of the other blocky ones. The best way to gauge variation performance is going to be using the variations tab on SellerAmp and actually dragging around and filtering to see which variations have the best offer count movement. For example, and we can see, okay, it makes perfect sense, right, that the navy, a common color, is selling really well right here, as we can see reflected in that. And now we can go ahead and click in and take a look at this Keepa chart as a whole right here, and it's going to look nice and good. And then I know this specific variation sells well because I can see good offer count movement and good price trend on this. But the way you initially find that is by taking a look at the variations tab right here, which is super important as well. Another thing that's cool about Keepa is you can see how different world events actually affect the market on specific products right here. So if we take a look at this pool listing right here, we can see this thing's currently going for around like 500 or 350 bucks, for example here. But if we take a look at what happened 4 or 5 years ago when a big world event caused a ton of people to not want to go to their local pools, people were literally paying $1,800 for this during summer of 2020, which is absolutely insane, right? But that shows how the market can change on different products. Like the chlorine market went absolutely insane the next year. Every year, a ton of toy products pop off for the holidays. And it shows you how seasonal different stuff can be, for example, right here. And then it makes sense that the sales rank is really, really high comparatively for this pool product during the winter. But then during the summer, the sales rank gets incredibly good. Now, personally, in my opinion, right, stuff doesn't tend to be as seasonal as most people think it is. Hoodies sell really well during the summer if the sales rank stays low, and slides sell really well during the winter, as long as you can see that the sales rank's still low, for example, right there. So a lot of people will kind of like not necessarily focus on data as much as they should, in my opinion, right? And then we'd see like this still does well year round. It's still a 20K rank for the most part, but it does drastically change, for example, throughout the year, just based on demand and when it makes sense if people would be buying a lot of these, for example, right? It's the same thing with like this football, for example, right here. We can see Amazon's on this listing specifically right here. So this is the type of stuff you want to avoid when you can't really see much action on these. However, taking a look long term, we can see every fall the sales rank goes way down, and when football is not in season, the sales rank goes way up right there. So that's the cool thing, is you can actually see the performance of the stuff over time right here. And just to kind of reiterate right here, you want to see good offer count movement and a good trend on Keepa, and you want to make sure you don't see like blockiness, for example, or the offer count shooting up right here. You want a good natural flow of movement, people selling out, people restocking, and everything like that. And that is a great little Keepa tutorial for you guys to show you guys everything you need to know about Keepa. And now on to the next section. And before we get into the 10 winning product examples, guys, I do want to let you guys know that if you're interested in personalized help directly from me, scaling up your Amazon business, now is a perfect time to go ahead and take a look at the link in the description and go ahead and apply for that. I'm going to pop up a bunch of my student success stories on the screen right here. You can see we get absolutely insane student results right there. And obviously, I want to give you guys a ton of free game throughout this free course. It costs nothing. If you are interested in personalized help directly with me, access to ask any other questions, truly just unparalleled one-on-one help, Zoom calls every week directly with me, etc. Take a look at the link in the description for my mentorship program, and right back to the free course, guys. So now you guys know how to use SellerAmp and Keepa. Now I want to walk you guys through what winning products look like and what products you want to avoid look like prior to jumping in and doing a bunch of live product research. Product research makes or breaks your Amazon FBA business, and I want to show you guys how all this stuff works so you can be prepared, jump right in, and start finding winning products fast. But first, let's take a look at what a bunch of winning products look like. For example, right here, so you guys can see my whole thought process right here. So we can see initially these Fruit of the Loom pants right here, just looking at them, you've probably heard of Fruit of the Loom, you might have, right? $31 right here. Thinking logically to ourselves, like, all right, I could see myself finding these for $15 or less, for example, right here. And they have a ton of reviews on Amazon for the overall listing, right? And the overall listing has an incredibly good sales rank here as well. It's literally a 200 sales rank, which is ridiculously good. For example, right? This could be a 200,000 sales rank and it still might be good. For example, we can see it's literally the sales rank is 236, which is ridiculously good right here, right? Taking a look over on SellerAmp, our max cost is about $14 right here. So we plug in $14.03 right here. We can see puts us right on the 30% ROI mark. However, right, taking a look over here on Walmart, right, we can see this specific item is going for $13.98. So if we go ahead and plug in $13.98 here, we can see this proc yields a nice $4.26 profit, right, and 30% ROI. But I'm not done. It's really, really important to note, guys, you don't really find stuff good. There's always tips and tricks where you actually create the profit margin. So this is actually a rare example where this item is good at the retail price, just chilling on Walmart. However, taking a look over on Cardbear, for example, right here, Cardbear is a great place to buy discounted gift cards here, which add to your profit margins, because if you buy a $100 gift card for 90 bucks, that adds 10% of margin to your bottom line. And it's basically a moat around your products that leads to lower buy cost for you, more profit for you, and less competition because you're paying less than your competition, so you can price lower than them as well, right? So we can see on Cardbear here, which is a great resource, we can get like 7.6% off. We can call it like 7% off, for example, here. So lowering this buy cost right here, we can take that off, for example, right? And now this listing gets even better. And Walmart online and in store, you can use what's called a tax exempt permit to get sales tax off, for example. So if we take off 5%, if you remember from the SellerAmp settings section that I add this in, now this listing becomes even better. So you guys see how I took this from a 30% ROI down to like, 45% ROI, right around that, for example. So now this listing's even better, right? But I don't just want stuff that's profitable today. I need to make sure I'm taking a look at stuff that's profitable over time. How do we gauge that? The Keepa chart, for example. So if we rock and roll down here, we can see this specific listing right here. If we take a look at the year-long data, this was literally out of stock. There were no sellers here, which is not a problem whatsoever. But then we can see in September, the offer count shot up. Luckily, though, since then, the offer count went way down. So, right, we want to look at the 3-month data on Keepa just by clicking 3-month right here, and we can see the offer count's nicely trended down here, and the price has nicely stayed steady as well. The price, honestly, is probably going to keep going up a little bit, for example, here. So not only is this profitable today, but it's been profitable over time, and it sells quick, and the trend is correct too, and that the competition is going down, and the price is nice and steady, and probably will start to, jump up a little bit here, right? But we can see this is an example of a nice profitable product here. And then what I'd also want to do is take a look in the variations tab on Keepa to see what else has good offer count movement and is also profitable, which we can see in this case is going to be several different sizes right here with good offer count movement and good profit right here. So that's an example of a nice winning product, guys. On to number 2, for example, right here as well. So taking a look at this Yankee Candle Christmas cookie. So just initially thinking to ourselves right here, right? It's winter right now, and it makes sense that this would be in stock, for example, right here, right? And we can see that is backed up considering that there's 69 reviews, right? 400 plus bought in the past month, right? But most importantly, there's a good sales rank. Now, this specific listing we can see does not have any variations, which means this 400 estimated sales per month, right, is for only this specific one, for example, right here, right? And we can see our max cost is about $2 here, right? And if I go ahead and just Google this using SellerAmp, right, I can see it looks like Yankee Candle stuff primarily comes from Yankee Candle, right? Over on their website, we can see this is going for $5.50, for example, right here. So $5.50, we can see that is not profit, my friends. We would lose 11% ROI. Absolutely not what we want to do. However, though, guys, I can see there's buy 2, get 2 free, for example, right? So we can see that actually pretty much takes off 50%, for example, right here. And now, right, this listing is a 23% profit margin and an 80% ROI. And I'm going to check on Cardbear and see if there's any discounted gift cards. And on Yankee Candle, typically we can get around another 10% off, right? So now this listing becomes even better, right? But you think to yourself, this doesn't hit the max cost. No problem. We're making 100%. This is just a cheaper item, for example, right here, right? So we can see, even though the profit's red, it's just because it doesn't hit that $3 profit unit minimum, right? When I'm making 100% on a super cheap item like this can totally be cool, right? So that's a big thing, that there's no one size fits all. You're going to build your own criteria. You're going to learn. You're going to innovate, for example, right? I'm just showing you the basics here, right? And then taking a look down here on Keepa, right? We can see that for about the past 3 weeks or so, this has been a nice stable product here. And I can see some offer count movement, not a ton, for example, here, but we're getting closer to Christmas. It's the end of November when I'm filming this right here, right? The demand's probably going to increase on something like this. So this listing is not bad whatsoever here, guys. And that's another example of a profitable winning product, right? Taking a look at these jockey boxes right here, we can initially see, right, 89K rank. Taking a look over here on SellerAmp, right? Buy box price about $36, right? Over on Kohl's, right, they're currently going for about $21.60, right? So plugging in $21.60, that puts us, unfortunately, just about break even, for example, right here. But I know on this purchase I'm going to earn Kohl's Cash that I can redeem in the future, right? $15 for every 50 bucks. You got to love these little tips and tricks, for example, right? It might seem a little bit complicated, but you're going to get used to it. And that's going to be your competitive advantage over different beginners here, right? If I'm getting, $15 for every 50 bucks that I spend and I'm getting 5% rewards, that ends up being over, an additional 25% off discount right there. And there's discounted gift cards. So say I end up getting, right around, discounted gift card in there too, right around like 30%, for example, because when I redeem the Kohl's Cash in the future, I'm only going to redeem the Kohl's Cash, right? I'm not going to spend any money. For example, right here, this listing becomes a nice profitable product. But the problem is, beginners looking at that wouldn't know how the discount works. Luckily, you guys watch this. Now you do, right? You start to pick up on these different discounts. And the nice part is they do also just show on the website. So just doing the math basically on that. Kohl's Cash and different rewards programs and discounted gift cards. And maybe they take tax exempt, for example, too, just using a reseller certificate you can get through your state, right? We can see this listing becomes good. Probably some variations good on this too. Take a look down here on Keepa. We can see rock solid Keepa chart, right? Some good offer count action on this too. Nicely jumping up and down, for example, here. So this is a nice example of a winning product, guys, and the type of stuff, we want to be selling as beginners here, guys, and that we can see, right? It's profitable today. It's got a good sales rank. It's got good reviews, nice stable price, right? And there's good offer count activity on that too, for example, right here. So this is not bad whatsoever here, guys. And let's move on to the next one right here as well, right? We can see this nice jelly cat stuffed animal. Guy looks, really nice and excited to be flipped on Amazon. For example, here we can see it's got 255 ratings, for example, right here, right? Our max cost is about 16 bucks right here, right? It's also an FBM seller in the buy box, which means it does not ship from Amazon. It ships from the customer. That's a good sign, right? If you want to FBM something, or if you were to FBA this, for example, you would price above because Amazon wants to give the buy box to FBA seller. So if you see an FBM seller in the buy box, right, where it doesn't ship from Amazon, it ships from the customer right there, you always want to price up 5 to 10%. For example, right? So say we were going to FBA this, right? I'd probably FBA this at like 34, for example, right here. And then we see $15 over on FAO Schwartz, for example. Right here, I am going to talk in a couple minutes about how to gauge if a supplier is legit, for example, right here. But if we plug in $15 right here, we can see it's a nice profitable product, y'all, right? Buying for 15, selling for 34 on Amazon. A good pro tip to write down if you're taking notes is that for something to be profitable, it typically needs to be selling for double or more of what you can buy it for. Or if you're starting on the Amazon side of things, which what you should be primarily, you need to buy it for half or more of what you can see it selling for on Amazon. Historically, for example, right here, and we can see on Keepa here, we can see the offer count's nicely bumbling along and trending down, right? And the price is nicely bumbling along and going up, for example, here. So this is the types of games we want to play. And then we can see it's got a good sales rank, good profit, right? The cool thing is this didn't even require any fancy discounting. I would totally look and see if there's a good rewards program here, see if there's any, coupon codes or gift cards. For example, here too, I love using the Capital One Shopping and the Coupon Birds extensions to find coupons. Those are both free. For example, right here, so taking a look at this guy, right, we can see this listing gets even better. For example, right there, right, we can see this is a nice example of a profitable SKU, guys. Let's hop on to the next one. You can see the cool part is, guys, everything sells well on Amazon. It just comes down to what you can consistently find and make profitable. And remember, guys, I didn't say find profitable. I said make profitable because most of these require little tips and tricks. And the cool part is you only have to learn that once per website, right? For example, you just got to find the coupon once. You just got to learn how the rewards program works, right? Part of online arbitrage is like extreme couponing. And the beautiful part, guys, is we don't have to run any ads, do any marketing, right? No buying stuff from China. We're just hopping on these listings that have proven sales history that I can see looking on Keepa have been good for years, for example, and it just makes it, nice, worthwhile operation here, guys, right? Next one up here, we can see this guy's buy boxing at 45 right here. It's got 430 reviews, so we know this guy's selling well. Taking a look over here on the Tommy website right here, we can see it's currently going for $25.50. So if we go over to Amazon and plug in $25.50 right here, we can see that leaves us $5 profit, but only an ROI of 18%. So I need to do some work here, for example. Conveniently, we can see there's a 25% coupon code, right, where members get an extra 25% off a purchase of 200 plus, right? So now I can go ahead and take off, 25, or was it 20 or 25%? Yeah, 25% here, right? So 25.5 minus 25%. And now there we go. That was the profit margin we were looking for. And that's where beginners go wrong, is they expect stuff's just going to be hanging out at the profit price. Typically not the case. Luckily, once you learn the different discounts that exist for these different websites, stuff gets a lot easier right here. So we can see, right, buy costs of 19, $11 profit. And remember, guys, SellerAmp takes into account shipping, fees, sales tax, literally everything right there. So we can see, not bad whatsoever here, guys. On to the next one right here. We can see, makes sense. These cold weather quarter zips, for example, here would be increasing in demand right here. They got a bunch of reviews, so we know people are making money on this listing overall, right? But remember, guys, this specific Keepa chart is variation specific, right? Now, you might be thinking to yourself, right? The competition went way up on this thing. It did, but the past 3 weeks, it's been largely stable, right? The difference between 16 and, 19, for example, is very, very little, right? It's going for like in the, 45 range, 43 range, for example, right here. And then we see over on Nautica, it's going for $29.99 right here, right? So if we go ahead and plug in $29.99 right here, we can see, right, that leaves us at a negative 6% ROI. Not good, does not cut it, right? But is there an additional coupon code? Yes. 20% off 125 plus. And the cool thing is these coupon codes happen every time there's a big holiday, for example, right? So, fairly frequently, right? And sometimes they'll just run random sales too, right? And it's not necessarily that you're relying on these different coupons, for example, right? This is a sale right here, right on Nautica, but there's also a coupon we can get whenever we want for 15% right here. But the key is because there's a sale going on, I'd rather take the bigger one. For example, right here. So we can take off 20% from this, right? So we take off 20% from this, right? And we can see now we're getting close, right? 18% ROI, for example, right there. But all right, are there any discounted gift cards that work too that I can stack on via Card Bear or Top Cashback? Let's go ahead and plug this in right here, right? So plugging this in, we can see, aha, right? GCX here's got 16.7%. Say we can get at least like, a 12% gift card on that. That's a decent size, right? We can go ahead and take off 12%. For example, right here. And now this listing becomes even better right there, right? And we can see in the past, very recently, people have buy boxed up at 45, right? Which is even higher, right? We can see nice example of a nice profitable skew there as well, right? So we can see, y'all see how this works out basically. It's like typically like you're pretty close initially and then there's a little tip or trick that makes it good. The cool part is it's actually really easy to find those for different websites. And then you just, start to build a mental log of them or actually do formally write them down and stuff becomes pretty good here. We can see this product right here is $30 on Amazon in the buy box right here, right? And over on the Carter's website, it's about 13, right? Down from retail price of 26. Now, the cool thing is Carter's has really good gift cards and we can go ahead and stack on the 20% code that just pops up on here that's on pretty much all the time. So if you just open this product up on Carter's.com, a 20% code is going to pop up. We can go ahead and use that again and again whenever we want. Using what's called a catch-all email. You can set that up via Namecheap that gives you unlimited email coupons, or you can actually just put a plus sign in the middle of your email and then just some gibberish or a period, and it'll just consider it a new one right there, for example, right? So we're here at 13, and we got 20% off, right? Just using that coupon, right? And this good discounted gift card. So we get this even further right here, and we can see this is a banger product, only one seller too. As well. Now, there is a good sales rank, but remember, guys, the sales rank is not variation specific, right? What is variation specific? The specific Keepa chart, right? So if we rock and roll down here, right, we can see offer count nicely gone down right here. Not the fastest mover in the world, but I'm making 76% on this skew after shipping, fees, product costs, etc. Right? And the cool thing is, people always ask like, how much do you buy? Right? You just start out testing a couple, especially if it's an FBM friendly item, right? This item only has one seller, for example. So I know for a fact I should be able to FBM it right there. So we can see nice example of a nice profitable product right there. And it all comes down to just those coupon codes, etc. Right? So taking a look at this item right here, we can see this Gap sweatshirt. It's like $35 on Amazon. Makes sense. This would be in, season right now, being that it's the winter. Right? Over on the Gap website, it's only $17. But I also know that Capital One Shopping, one of my favorite, Chrome extensions right here, that we have, this coupon that we can go in and add in another 15% that tends to be on. So we go ahead and plug in 17 right here, right? And then we take off that 15%, just using that coupon, we can go ahead and plug this in. This listing becomes even better. And then Gap typically has at least like 10% off discounted gift cards, which makes this even cheaper, right? But it's not just if this item's profitable today, we also need to make sure it's profitable over time, right? And it does say private label, right? The nice part is we can see the sellers in this listing are not just the brand, it's different third-party sellers right there, right? So as this listing sold over time, right, and we can see this listing was literally out of stock for a while, Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but now that it's in stock, we can see some good offer count movement jumping up and down. So we do know that people make money on this product. It hits all the listings. It's in season, just thinking, logically to ourselves, right? It's got a good sales rank for the whole listing, but we can see this specific variation sells well. Taking a look at the Keepa chart right here, and we can see good profit, good ROI right there. Low competition too. Not bad whatsoever, guys. Another nice example of a winning SKU. And take a look at these guys right here, this yarn. This is actually a good example of a bundle. These are going on Joanne, right, at $5 a piece, right? And we'd see a 3-pack is going for $32 on Amazon, right? So if we go ahead and plug in $4.99 times 3, handy dandy SellerAmp calculator right here, we can see this listing gets pretty close. But the cool thing is, if I go ahead and Google, does Joanne take tax exempt, right? We can see Joanne does allow tax exempt, for example, right here, right? So now I'm be able to avoid sales tax right here and take off that 5%, right? Are there good discounted gift cards? I think typically between like 6 and 8%. So if I take off, 6%, this listing becomes even better. Right now you're thinking, okay, this only has 19 estimated sales per month here, right? But I'm much more of a fan of looking long-term and seeing offer count movement over time. So for example, the offer count's trending up a bit here, but the past couple of weeks, 8 on November 10th to 10 on November 30th isn't much of a difference. This has been a nice profitable product over time, guys, and we can see that not only is this good today, it's also sustained and actually been good over time. For example, right there. So that's another nice example of a profitable product, but the key is that would not have been good without tax exempt and discounted gift cards and everything that goes into that. So it's really, really important, guys, that you take that, into account and make sure you're taking advantage of tax exempt, different coupon codes, gift cards, etc. right there, because that, is the name of the game, right? We can see a beauty item right here. Now, the interesting thing about this SKU, for example, is this does not have a buy box right here. Don't automatically avoid stuff that does not have a buy box though, right? When you see something that doesn't have a buy box, a lot of people automatically disqualify that, right? What you need to do instead is take a look at the Keepa chart and see if it actually sells. This item we can see does sell. There is good offer count movement on this, for example, right? So we can see over on the ColourPop website, this is only $5. For example, right here, on sale from 16, pretty significant right there. So if we go ahead and plug in $5 right here, we can see, right, $6 profit, 130% ROI, looks like a money printer, right? You obviously build your own criteria over time. Certain times, certain brands become not good on Amazon. You get the idea, right? We're making data-driven decisions, for example, right? But we can see, right, some people would be afraid of only seeing 31 estimated sales per month. However, if it sells really slow, why is the price stayed so stable, right? We can see for a fact that people have been happy on this listing. Otherwise, they would have dropped their price. So we want to only make data-driven decisions, right? And throughout all of this, guys, if you guys got any questions, please let me know down below in the comments. I'm in there helping you guys. I'm in the free Discord. They're helping you guys as well. And we'd see this is a nice example of a nice winning product here, guys. And that's what 10 winning products look like. Let's keep moving, look at some red flags as well, and then jump into some live product research as well, too, guys. So before we hop into different red flags you need to avoid for products, you also need to avoid scammy suppliers and buying from places that aren't legit in your Amazon business right there. And naturally, when you're a beginner seller, you're not going to know all the best places to buy from and all the places that are scams to buy from, for example, right there. So there's an important checklist you need to go through in terms of verifying if the website's legit. The first one is going to be a good rule of thumb is if you can check out through PayPal on that retailer, it's going to be legit. And I would totally recommend checking out through PayPal because not really you can get scammed on there. It's more secure and it's just quicker as well. So attaching ideally a high rewards credit card to your PayPal account for speed. A retailer that's trying to scam you is not going to typically allow PayPal because it's really secure for the customer right there as well. So if a retailer takes PayPal, it tends to be a really good sign. I also am a big fan of checking Google reviews and Trustpilot for a specific retailer and like Better Business Bureau too. Typically, there'll be complaints for retailers if they are scams on there. So Google reviews, Trustpilot, and the Better Business Bureau is really helpful too. I'll also just look around on their social media pages. If they don't have social media pages, that's a red flag as well. Typically, they'll be linked on the retailer's website, for example, too. Honestly, just like the more like real life business stuff they have on their website too, like careers, for example, that tends to help too. I also am a big fan of looking up their brick and mortar location. If they don't have a brick and mortar location, easily findable on the website, or like they don't show the LLC name, for example, you can research too, right? That's probably a red flag too, especially if it pops up like someone's house. But if you can like Google it and you can see, okay, there's brick and mortar store locations, that's a good sign too. And another reason why you guys will hear me preach all the time, is just networking and being active in the community, is because that's a good way to aggregate information about if a retailer's a scam or not too. So the big ways to tell if a retailer's a scam or not is like look at their social media, check out their Trustpilot and their Google reviews, ask other people in the community, always check out through PayPal, as well as just like look around on the website and like look up, the website, different reviews, for example, too, and just see how long and see like how legit of a business this is. For example, if it's too good to be true, it probably unfortunately is. I definitely recommend staying away from websites that don't have much information on them, that don't take PayPal, that don't have social media pages, for example, too, that don't have any reviews you can find online. Google My Business is a really good way to take a look at that too, as well. Really, just Google reviews, same thing. And overall, just get a holistic view, taking a look at other places on the internet, and just making sure you're checking out through secure ways and that they're actually offering that is going to lead to suppliers being legit, not being legit. Definitely avoid websites you can't see much about, for example, right there, and like scammy Telegram or Discord wholesalers. I definitely recommend avoiding those. It's going to be really tough to beat inauthentic complaints, and unfortunately there's just tons of fake products going around, which is why I'm a big fan of the online arbitrage model, where we're buying from legit retail websites that have been around for years, where we can see their good reviews online. We're checking out through secure ways. We're buying legit products from legit companies that have been around for a while right there. Now you guys know what a scammy supplier looks like, for example. Let's take a look at what the types of products you do not want to be selling it look like, and different red flags you want to avoid. All right, guys, let's dig in and take a look at 5 different types of red flags you definitely want to avoid when you're taking a look at different products to sell on Amazon. This can be a little tricky when you're a beginner, but the cool thing is you get really good at it over time, kind of like anything, for example, right here. So if we take a look at this specific item here on Amazon, we can see there's no buy box on this product. Don't automatically avoid stuff where there's no buy box right here. We can see this listing looks good, right? There's 1,300 reviews, for example, right here. There's also a really good sales rank. For example, right here too, we can see it's a 14K sales rank. If we take a look down here at the Keepa chart on the 3-month, looks pretty decent. It's got some decent offer count movement. It's got a stable price, for example, here too. But always zoom out right here on the Keepa and give a quick glance and see if there's any really steep offer count drops. For example, like there is right here, which signify an IP complaint, otherwise known as an intellectual property complaint, where basically the brand owner for this product kicked all the resellers off, for example, right here. And luckily, it actually is really easy to see this. So always just want to take a look, especially when it's a new brand you're taking a look at, and see on the year long and the all-time data if there's any random, really, really big cliffs in offer count, because you definitely want to avoid those right there. So definitely want to avoid IP complaint products where you can see if there's a big drop off in offer count right there. The next type of item you totally want to avoid right here, going to be taking a look down here at this Keepa chart, is going to be item listings where the offer count is shooting up and the price is shooting down, for example. So when we take a look at this listing, we can see early or mid-November, late November even, honestly, there were like 3-4 sellers right here, and then literally just off a couple days, right, the offer count went way up, for example, right here, and subsequently the price went from 100 down to 58. Right. So this is what we call price tanking. And what typically causes price tanking is buying items that are really easy to find. Like I was saying during the winning product examples, typically when you take a look at different items, right, the harder it is to find and the more like complications that went into making that good, or what I like to call them is like manufacturing margin methods, or like different moats around different products, like building a moat around your products that makes them harder to find, is going to lead to less and less price tanking. Price tanking does happen from time to time, but the harder the item is to find, the less price tanking there is going to be. So this item, for example, was probably on a listing or on a website where it's just chilling, profitable at the advertised price, and that made it a lot harder to find. We can see this does have the IP suspected on SellerAmp, for example, right here, but you always want to take a look at the Keepa chart, like I just showed you guys, to see hard data of IP complaints, specifically right here as well. The next red flag you totally want to avoid, this is a really tricky one for beginners, is going to be listings where the sales rank is really good, but it's a slow selling variation, for example. So we can see on paper, this listing looks like it sells all the time. It's got a 500 sales rank and it's got 10,000 estimated sales per month, which is absolutely popping, for example, right here. But taking a look down here at the Keepa chart, it's super, super blocky. There's not much offer count movement. And remember, guys, the sales rank is for the entire listing. all the variations combined, while the Keepa chart is for this specific variation, right? So the sales rank is not variation specific. The Keepa chart is variation specific right there. I get it mixed up sometimes, for example. So we can see there's not much offer count movement. It's very, very blocky, for example, here. So in my opinion, this variation sells very slow. So you want to avoid slow selling variations, even though it looks like they could be fast selling based on that they're on a good listing. There is definitely some common sense involved too around just different colors, for example, being more or less common. That this is a little bit, more of an uncommon color. It's got like a little funky design, and it's also just down lower on the variation page specifically too, right? If we go to the variations tab on Keepa here, we're going to be able to see the variations that are selling quicker too, for example, too, which is typically going to be these more common colors, for example, right here. But if you go ahead and hit variations on Keepa, for example, right here, we can come to the variation view, and now we're going to be able to see the variations that have good offer count movement specifically on this, right? So if we take a look here, we can see like this one, filtering by reviews makes sense. The ones that have reviews are going to sell the quickest right here. Typically, I'll do by buy box though, right? Or by lowest. Right here, we can see this one has excellent, good offer count movement right here. We can see that there's activity on this specific SKU, even though there's no buy box right there. No buy box is not an automatic disqualifier, right? But offer count movement and something that looks like this is good, and offer count movement on something that's super blocky, for example, like this, is unfortunately not good, for example, right there. The next type of product you totally want to avoid is just high sales rank, or even more specific, honestly, just listings that don't really sell. Taking a look at this specific item right here, we can see this is a 200K sales rank in grocery, which we can see puts it in the 6% of the category. That shows that this is a very, very small category. The cool thing is, in like clothing, shoes, and jewelry, that's one of the biggest categories on Amazon, there's like 400K sales rank listings that sell pretty well, right? And that's why I'm not a huge fan of sales rank compared to offer count movement to gauge velocity. And, because not every sales rank is created equal. Some categories are bigger, some categories are smaller. The main thing I want you to take away from this specific example is that we can see that grocery is a very, very small category, and that this listing is a 200K rank, and there's really like very little or any proof of movement, for example, right? So we can see no offer count movement on this, automatic avoid right there. Definitely do not want to buy a product like this. I need to see some good offer count movements. You need to see some good activity on this specific product here. The next red flag you totally want to avoid is listings that Amazon is on, but more importantly, that Amazon's dominating, right? I get asked all the time, Miles, should I compete with Amazon on different listings? The answer is only if Amazon's sharing the buy box, right? We can see on this specific listing right here, there's pretty much no offer count movement, right? And Amazon's hogging the entire buy box, for example, which we can see good data right here, right? That Amazon's, holding the buy box right there. And then we can go here and hit data and then buy box statistics right here, right? And then we can see a lot better, for example, that Amazon's going to have, 100% of the buy box right there. There are going to be listings where you can see Amazon's on it, that it is, orange right here, for example, but there is good offer count movement. And if you go to the data and then buy box statistics, you can see other people getting buy box, other third-party sellers getting buy box. This is not one of those cases. And we know that because we can see the offer count's very blocky, right? The data buy box statistics on Keepa doesn't show any other sellers getting buy box, for example, and Amazon's holding the whole buy box right here. Typically, if you want a hard number, Amazon sharing or like third-party sellers getting 20% or more of the buy box tends to be the type of case where you should consider competing with Amazon, but it also largely depends on volume. If a listing sells insanely quick and Amazon's sharing 5% of the buy box, it might still have really good offer count movement, for example, right there. But if a listing's selling really slow, it's got a high sales rank, it's a little bit more blocky. Even if Amazon's sharing 40 or 50% of the buy box share, if you can't see third-party sellers making money on that offer count movement, you do want to avoid a listing like that. And that's the type of red flags you definitely want to avoid when you're doing all-in arbitrage product research. All right, guys, so you know what a good product looks like. You know what a bad product looks like. We're about to jump into doing a whole bunch of live product research to show you guys how I, in my own Amazon business, find profitable products every day. But I do want you to have a good idea of what basic winning product research criteria looks like. So for the most part, most good listings are going to be below a 200,000 sales rank. However, in bigger categories like clothing, shoes, and jewelry, and home and kitchen, for example, right? Bit higher sales ranks can still totally be fine, right? You just want to make sure that offer count's moving right there, right? Minimum profit per unit, for the most part, you want to do $3 plus profit per unit, right? And a 30% plus return on investment. However, for items like shoes that get returned more than other types of products, you want to set your ROI criteria a little bit higher, maybe 40% ROI for shoes. for example, and then items like vitamins, supplements and grocery products that actually can't be returned on Amazon, a 22% or 27% ROI can totally be cool as long as the price is nice and steady, right? So you want to have a good sales rank, $3 plus profit per unit, 30% plus ROI, no IP complaint history, which is basically no random big drops in sales rank, for example, right there. And then we want to make sure the price is either stable or going up, right? And that the competition, the bottom Keepa chart, has good offer count movement, good wiggle. We can see people selling out and restocking, right? And is ideally trending down, right? So we want to make sure the price isn't trending down and the competition isn't trending up, right? We want to see the price going like this, ideally, or at least just stable, right? And the competition either stable or going down, right there. We want to see activity on both, for example, right there. So that's basic product research criteria. Now let's jump in and actually do a bunch of live product research here as well, guys. All right, guys, so getting into live product research, this is the best way to find profitable products if you're a complete beginner. Storefront stalking, which is basically looking inside the storefronts of other sellers to see what they sell, rather than looking through random websites clearance sections. This makes a lot more sense because every item we go ahead and look up is going to be one we find in the storefront of a seller we already know is making money. So to start off here, we can take a look at these Gap hoodies and see these are going for about $44. For example, right? So these are $44 on Amazon, right? And then over on the Gap website, they're going for about 25 bucks, right? So we know that an item, in order for it to be profitable, we need to typically find it for about half or less of what we can sell it for on Amazon, right? So for example, if this item's 44, plugging in about $25 in buy cost, right? We can see that's just about break even, right? But using this Capital One shopping code we can take a look at here, we can get another 15% off, right? So if we go ahead, Capital One shopping and coupon birds are super helpful right here. So if we go ahead and take off 15%, for example, right, we can go ahead and make this listing pretty close to being good. Right now, obviously, there's sales tax and shipping that are already factored in, right? So I don't need the mental math, do those in there at all, right? And then we can also see Card Bear has pretty good discounted gift cards, right? So we can go ahead and take off, let's call it like, 12%, for example, on this right here, take off 12%, right? And now this listing becomes even better, right? So we took this listing from being a 7% ROI down to like an 18 cost and like a 45, 50% ROI, for example, right there. And that's the name of the game. Typically, you won't find items just hanging out at profitable prices on their different websites, right? This item, for example, right, we can see is BuyBoxem for $35 on Amazon, right? And then actually, interestingly enough, over on this website, for example, right, we can see buy cost is about 18. There's no coupons that I know about. And this item actually is sitting profitable on a specific retailer's website, right? So sometimes you will be able to find stuff, just hanging out profitable, right? So from here, how do we find other winning products, right? So like I was saying, we could go to random websites and look at their clearance section with manual sourcing. What I think makes a lot more sense is to just do storefront stalking, right? So what we're going to do to find those sellers here is we're just going to go down here to the list of sellers, right? And then we're going to see all the different offers here on SellerAmp, right? And we're going to open up the sellers that we can see are making lots of money. So for example, 200 reviews right here. Let's open that up, right? Anything above like, 50, for example, right? So we can see, 520 reviews right there, right? So we can see, 828 reviews right there, right? So we can go ahead and see these sellers that we know are making money. 1,300 reviews right there, right? And go ahead and see what all they're carrying, for example, right here. So now within SellerAmp here, we can see all the different brands they carry, all the different categories they carry right here. And we can rock and roll, scroll through here and see all their fastest selling winning products, for example, right here that we know people are making money on. So if you wanted to do manual sourcing, right, which we'll do here in a little bit, it is very profitable, right? We wouldn't know if every item was good on Amazon already, and then we'd have to make it good, right? In respect to profitability, right? But in this case, we can already see people are making money on these listings. They wouldn't have a good sales rank if they weren't like that, right? So for example, right, what I'll typically like to do is just go to a winning listing like this. You guys have already seen a bunch of examples here. And then we'll just open up all the sellers that we can see, have lots of reviews, for example, here that we know are making lots of money here, right? And that's just basically the name of the game, right? And then we'd see, and open up these sellers that we know are making money, for example, right here. And then all we go ahead and do is say, hey, okay, what else are they carrying? right? For example, so we can see like this seller's bought a bunch of Nautica stuff and a bunch of Maidenform stuff, for example, and a bunch of Bali stuff and Sketcher stuff, for example, right? This seller's got a bunch of MAC Cosmetics and Sephora and Pokemon and Calvin Klein, for example, here. So not only does it introduce us to new good products, it also introduces us to other brands, for example, too, and it's how you expand your catalog here, right? So for example here, right, we can see, taking a look at this side, I got a bunch of Tommy Hilfiger stuff, for example. I got a bunch of everything, honestly, right? So we can see all these different brands here, right? So now, right, I know from showing you guys the winning product examples, Tommy Hilfiger has a pretty good sale going on, right? So let's rock and roll in here and see if there's any fast selling Tommy Hilfiger listings that have a good sales rank that we might be able to track down, for example, right? So if we take a look here, we can see 1K sales rank, 3K sales rank, 6K sales rank. I know people are making money on these listings right here, right? And this is how you make a bunch of money with online arbitrage, is you locate fast selling stuff and then you make it good, right? So for example, we can see 1K sales rank, 3K sales rank, 6K sales rank. All we got to do to open these guys up is click this Amazon product page right here, right? So now I can open up these listings, right? And we'll take a look here, and then following our sourcing order of operations, right, we want to say, hey, okay, what are the best moving variations on this product, right? Because I can see the whole listing is a 1K sales rank. So we know for a fact people making money on this stuff, right? But what I want to do from here is rock and roll in here and go to variations, right? And then figure out which variations are selling best, for example, right here, right? So hit the variations tab on Keepa, right? And now I want to say, hey, okay, which variations have good offer count movement, for example, right? So we can see, I wouldn't really call any of these guys good offer count movement, for example, right here, right? But this one, for example, I can see that there's some activity going down right here, right? So for example, 76 here, right? Let's see if this makes sense, right? And we can see, we'd see it's really 68 plus 8 shipping, but it's basically, 76, for example, right here, right? So 76, right? We can see it says private label just due to low competition. We can see the seller carrying this is not the brand. Well, there's actually several sellers carrying this. They're not the brand, for example, right here, right? So we can see, plugging this in on Google here, right? We can see Tommy Hilfiger. What's this? Comb cotton quarter here sweater. Let's see. Long sleeve right here. Long sleeve quarter zip fleece pullover sweater. Okay, let's see. Quarter zip pullover knit sweater. Okay, we want fleece though here. Let's see. Tommy Hilfiger quarter solid logo here. Let's see. So you can always match up like the 100% cotton, for example, right here as well. Let's see. It's got that. Okay, so it's got the design at the bottom. Oh no, it doesn't. That's his the shirt under right there. So let's see. Solid logo here. Let's see. Product details here. Right, we see 100% cotton right there. Okay, let's see. Does it have the stuff in the so it doesn't have the stuff on the inside right there. So I think this is a little bit different here, right? But another cool part about Storefront Stalking is you learn new brands and you can start to reverse engineer people's business models, and that people that do online arbitrage primarily do online arbitrage, right? People who do retail arbitrage primarily do retail arbitrage. Storefront Stalking is even also useful for retail arbitrage as well, right? So taking a look here, we want to see, okay, what's got good, here we go, like this good off count movement, right? So we can take a look at this, right, 64, right? Let's see just this black quarter zip, for example, right here, or 68, right? So we plug this in on Google, right? And we can see, 35 here, right? So we can see, it's got like the special zipper, that's a little different right there here. Yeah, so we can see, not seeing that guy right here. Let's see, cotton quarter here, maybe on Kohl's here. Let's see. Cotton combed here, desert sky. Yeah, the zipper's different. And that's got like a special zipper, for example, right there. Right, so we can see, obviously not every item's going to be good. Not even close, for example, right here. But the cool thing is you can cook through these pretty quick and find a bunch of different ones pretty quick. And obviously not every, brand is going to have good stuff at any given time because different sales ebb and flow, for example, right here. Let's see. So we take a look here. Let's see what's got good offer count movement here. Let's see. Maybe right here. I mean, this might have a pretty high margin. Right, it's actually also pretty low competition too. Let's see, 51. I could totally see this being found for $20 or less and having a really high margin here. Let's see, embroidered here. Yeah, let's see, Tommy Tino here. Let's see, Tommy Hilfiger right there. Let's see, it's looking pretty promising here. Let's see, let's take a look at this here. Bright white. Let's see, we want gray, for example, right here. Okay, so yeah, bright white. Let's see, bright white here. 21. Okay, so this guy definitely doesn't work. Yeah, let's see if any of those colors here, because this is pretty cheap too. Because we're paying sub 20 with Kohl's Cash, for example, right here. So let's see here. Let's see. Aha. Okay, navy medium here. Okay. Boom. All right, so this should be, it's a little different. It's got the text. Yes, we need the text there. Let's see, bright white here, bright white. Let's see, graphic here, Tommy Hilfiger right there. Okay, it's got the right there here. Cool. Okay, sweet. So this actually should, yeah, it's on clearance too, right? So we can see here, right? So let's see, literally no sellers on this. So this is risky because there's no sellers are in there. And we can see literally, yeah, it just went out of stock like 20 minutes ago. Looks like right there. So yeah, we're going to pass on this. No problem, right? So we can see Tommy Hilfiger stuff. Not really what we were looking for right there. Check out some other Gap stuff here though, right? So we can see 800 rank on that. Looks pretty good. People making money on the thing. 4K rank on that looks pretty good. People probably making money on the thing. So let's go ahead and see what we got here. Right. So we can see just going to open up these fast sellers right here, and we will see what we got here. Yeah. And the cool thing is we can see unlimited examples of other brands to take a look at, right? Take a look at like Calvin Klein and Disney and Puritan's Pride and Yankee Candle and tons of different stuff, for example, right here, right? So first order of business, we want to go down here to variations, right? And say, hey, okay, what are people making money on, for example, here? So let's take a look, right? So variations here. Let's see what we got, right? We need to find which variations are selling quick and have good offer count movement. For example, right here. So let's say, 40 right here. So let's say, 43 here, right? So let's see, let's go ahead and take a look at this. No buy box. Don't automatically avoid stuff with no buy box here, right? So let's see, 47 lowest here. So let's go ahead and see here. Here we go. So let's say Moonless Night hoodie, right? So let's see, I would see that coupon right there. So it's, GF Friday right there. So we can see. So buy cost is $21.24 here, but hey, we also got discounted gift cards there too, right? So say we get like 12% off with the discounted gift card here, right? Card bearer, you definitely want to get comfortable with that, right? And we can see it's a 60% ROI. Life could be worse, guys. Remember, guys, on clothing, as we're looking for like 35% ROI plus, right? So we can see this is nice and profitable, right? And we went through, a couple Tommy Hilfiger items, found that one where the gray was good. It just wasn't in stock on Kohl's, for example, right? You switch up the brands a little bit. We now find something that's good. And the cool thing is we actually started on a Gap listing as well, right there too. So we can see that's cool, right? And so we can see, let's take a look here, right? So we can see first order of business, go here to variations, see what's moving quickest. For example, right here, let's take a look. Because that's a 4K rank here too, right? So let's see if we take a look here, filter top to bottom by buy box, right? And you'll have to organize your columns similar to this here. We can see. So okay, here we go. Let's see. So 44 here. And you can see Amazon literally just went out of stock there, right? So these are definitely pretty risky considering the lowest price is currently 53, right? But when there was a buy box, it was $15, for example. So I definitely am not about that here. Let's check these guys out here. Let's see. Let's get some other Gap listings up here too. Let's see. Zip up hoodies here too. Let's see. They're like t-shirts and sweats and stuff. We already found those good. Let's see. T-shirts here. And then you get some pretty high sales ranks. Yeah. A 15 million rank or a 1 million rank here. So let's take a look at that. That crew neck looks good though here too. Right. And the key is we're only making data-driven decisions, guys, too here. Let's see. So we can see. Nothing above 25, for example, right there. Let's see. Go here to variations as well here. Let's see what we got, y'all. See, 1K rank. So people making money on this thing like heavily here, right? Let's see. 53, for example, right here. Let's see. I mean, that's got some offer count movement, y'all. Like that's got some offer count movement here. Let's see. Right. And you start to learn like where different listings come from. And that, for example, like just doing my own product research, like Jellycat, where we started, right, comes from like a boatload of different places. Gap seems to come from Gap, right? And this stuff can change. Brands can become not reseller friendly. They originally were reseller friendly, vice versa. Stuff changes over time too. Let's see. So let's see. Gap relaxed. Let's see here. Chino. Let's see here. Chino color here. Okay. Let's see. Gap zip logo here. Right. Here we go. So this is zip up here too. So let's see. So we're paying 21, right? 21.24. Take off gift card as well here too. Right. Is this out of stock here? Okay, so it's not out of stock. There's no buy box here, right? And we can see, the lowest price is 60, right? So we're printing money here, right? Now, this is like a weirder color, right? I doubt there's a ton of offer count movement, for example. Here's actually some offer count movement, not much here. But, I mean, we're printing money when we're talking about the lowest price being, 60 right there. So it was, I believe it was 54 plus 6 shipping. You're making 100% on something like this, right? And this is a 10-ounce product that's $60, for example, right here, right? So, for example, if we rock and roll down here and run the FBM calculator on SellerAmp, right? Now this listing becomes even better, right? We literally got an extra 17% of ROI right there. And that's the name of the game. So something like this, I'd buy a couple in each good size, right? And just nicely test it out. You know what I mean? On something like this, we can see this other side is also good. That's one of the most common questions, I guess, like when you find something, how much do you buy? There's another section in here later, but for the most part, when you're a beginner, as long as it's not in order for ungating, right? Nice and light. You know what I'm saying? Nice and light right there, just to learn, test, innovate, and grow over time, right? We can see that one that was out of stock was cool. Right, let's see what else we got here, right? So literally just rinse and repeat, y'all. Variations tab, right, on listings that do have variations, right? And then we'll dig in and see what we can do here. So let's say, 56. This looks like a banger here, right? As long as the retail price are anywhere close to what they are. For other stuff too, we can see it's a seller chilling in the buy box here at 50 plus $6 ship, right? FBM buy box as well here too, guys, right? So we know if we were to FBA this, we could take advantage of the prime bump and price higher. Or if we were to FBM this, which is what I would recommend a lot of time for beginners on listings that you can see other sellers making money on FBM, right? We can go ahead and plug this in and just match buy box and FBM here, right? So yeah, look at that. It's literally the same dude in the picture. That is exactly how this business model works, right? And that we can see it's literally the same picture. It's the same guy in the picture with the nice hat here. I wonder if people know that. I wonder if dude knows that, we're making $14 profit a piece on this stuff right here. So for example, right, we can see buying it for, it was $21.24, right? Gift card too here. Don't even need the gift card, honestly. We can see. Take that off there. Shout out Card Bear. Boom. We can do that math within SellerAmp. It's not looking bad, y'all, whatsoever. Right? We can see literally the exact same picture right there too. It's the name of the game with all in our Arbitrage, right? You see, we're starting to get a little bit of rhythm here, right? So let's see. Let's take a look at this too. And that's like the magic of different good discounts, for example, here too, right? So let's see. So yeah, Mojave here. Let's see. So we want good offer count movement, right? So for example, blocky here. Let's see. Yeah. All right. Maybe that. Right. Let's see. Yeah, it's going for like 40. I mean, if we can pay the low for this, right? We'll see possibly. Right. Yeah, 53, for example, right here. Let's see. So see, yeah, no buy box, right? Doesn't automatically mean we want to avoid that though. Let's see here. Right, let's see here. Yeah, oh, stupid cheap. $17 minus gift card here. So we end up paying like 15, for example, right there. Printing money. Not the quickest mover in the world, right? As I can see from the Keepa here. But people have made money on this. Literally, there's been time, guys, when there's been no sellers on something like this, right? People make money on this, for example, right here. So we can see that's not bad whatsoever, right? And then, if I'm, a newer seller finding some of the stuff, definitely wouldn't recommend buying stuff you see in a YouTube video. For example, we're just speaking conceptually right here, but I'm buying, probably one or two of each of these. It's high margin. It's not the highest volume in the world though, right? And I'm getting proof of concept right there for cheap, right? I'm even looking if I can potentially go to the outlets locally and clean up on this, for example, right here. So we can see Gap was definitely a W, right? And then we just keep rock and rolling on to different brands here, right? So for example, taking a look down here, variations on this guy, right? What's got good movement, right? We can see this is very, very cheap here. I don't think any of these guys, we can see not really much offer count movement on those guys, right? So we can see, right, we can keep it moving, right? So it's like, Polo Ralph Lauren, right? We can see if there's any like hats and socks and stuff like that, for example. I think these could totally print, right? So we can see we got like crew necks here, t-shirts. Let's see. Right. I'm not really going to mess with like button ads. I think those could be pretty sensitive for people returns wise. Let's see. T-shirts here. Yeah. Hoodies, hats here. Let's take a look at that. Yeah. The baseball hats. It's a $60 baseball hat. Like no wonder this business model exists. Right. And there's arbitrageable opportunities here. Let's see. So yeah, we got no buy box on this thing here. Right. So let's see. Right. So we want to take a look at the variations here. So let's rock and roll down here. Right. Go to variations. Right. Let's see. Aha. Okay. So we can see. We got some good activity on these things, right? We can see people make money on the stuff, right? We can see right here, good offer count movement right here, which is basically the mini version of that that bottom Keepa chart, right? So we can see it 68 here, right? Let's see. So 68, right? This is the, so it's red with a navy pony. All right. I don't care. I just want to make money on it. Let's see, right? Let's see here. It's boys one right here. Okay. Red with navy here. Okay. Let's see. Belk right here, red. Okay. I mean, that is a navy, horse right there. So let's see. Right. So it could just be the lighting here, right? What I'd probably want to do is see if some of these other ones match, for example, because like it could just be the lighting on something like that. They both are listed as red right here. We take a look at the reviews too and see the different colors here. And they're like, yeah, like that red one looks very similar to that red, for example, right here, right? So let's see. And you can always see the reviews if people are complaining, for example, right here. But at we obviously would need to do more research for this is spot on here. But at 35, right, let's go ahead and say, does Belk take tax exempt here, right? For plugging that in. Let's see. I always want to go ahead and look this up here. Does Belk take tax exempt? Belk allows resellers, tax exempt entities, and resellers to place orders without sales tax. You got to love that right there, right? So in C, I currently have 5% sales tax factored in. By the way, you guys, you want to do that for every retailer right there, right? So we take off 5%, for example, right here, and now we're here at $16 profit and a 48% ROI right there, right? And we want to see if there's discounted gift cards too. Say we get 5% off with the discounted gift card here, right? Now this listing gets even better, right? And not that this is required, but it definitely doesn't hurt, right? This is also a 4-ounce product, right? That's $68, which means there's great merchant fulfilled calculator on SellerAmp here too. So now if I go ahead and rock and roll down here, right, I can go ahead and plug in, $4, for example, right here, and we can see my FBA ROI was 56% and my FBM ROI was about 63%, right? So we can see how we just pulled an extra 6% ROI out of that thing. You'll only get to take advantage of that if you're actually plugging it in on SellerAmp right there and getting to, see the fruits of your labor with that. So that's cool, right? We can see this white one with the blue right here. Is this going to be the same thing too here? Let's see, white signature polo right here. Okay, so those aren't the same thing. Let's see, white with the blue pony right here. Let's see. And this one is, white with the blue pony. I might even be the same photo right there. And we can see, look at that right there. Same item. Got silver right there. Silver right here. What's this guy going for? Let's see. So this is no buy box, right? Let's see. $40. Definitely not profitable. No problem. But we can see that red one was good, right? Let's see. Let's keep moving here, right? We can see this tan one. Black and red. I believe Belk had the black and red one. Let's see. Let's see here. Yeah. 65, right? Should be money right here. Let's see. Black and red. Boom. Game time here. So let's see. Right here. Yep. That might even be that. Yeah. So 34. Right. So here we go. So 34.65. Right. And then remember, guys, we can use our reseller certificate right there based on what their website said. Right. So we take off 5% here. Right. Discounted gift card too. Right. Card bearer. You can get very comfortable with that pretty quick. You just got to go through the process once to see it. Right. And then remember, guys, we can also run those FBM numbers, for example, right here. So if I go ahead and scroll down here, right, and filter over to FBM cost, right, and go ahead and plug in, 4.5, for example, right, we can see FBA, we're getting at 53% ROI. FBM, that $4.50 is on the high end, by the way, of that too, right? And remember, guys, if you want the full FBM breakdown, I'm going to show it a bunch throughout the course because I think people just miss it, right? For example, right, please take a screenshot of this. This is good tips in terms of knowing what to put your estimated FBM shipping cost as. Right there. So that's very, very helpful in terms of plugging that in. And really all we're doing with Storefront Stalking, guys, is we're just getting immediately introduced to lots of listings we can see people making money on, right? Just looking inside their storefronts. And then we just need to go ahead and be able to make enough of that stuff profitable using all those different discount methods. We talked about coupon codes, stuff being on sale, tax exempt, different rewards programs that exist, discounted gift cards, right? Running the FBM numbers, for example, too, on certain items that are more profitable right there. And you guys know, any questions y'all got as you're watching this, if you're taking notes, anything like that, please go ahead and put them in the comments as well. I'm in there helping you guys. I go live on my YouTube pretty often as well, too. We got the free Discord community right here. Make sure you guys take a look at all that stuff right there, too, here. So we can see here right now, let's get this couple tabs out of here, for example. Right, we can see this listing not bad whatsoever here, right? And we can see literally as long as we take a look at the Keepa here, so this is a slower seller, but we are making 60%, for example, right? And have been making money on this thing for a while, right? So for example, this is not the best product in the world, but this is the kind of thing where since mid-August, this has been a great ROI outside of this little time when it was still probably pretty profitable, for example, in there. So we can see that's not the end of the world, right? And interesting, it's actually we'd see same thing right there. It's literally another black one, for example, right there. So I would just cross list on both ASINs at the same time, right? Because there are two unique ASINs on the same thing that look like the same thing. We would want to verify that, obviously, that we could list on both at the same time. Say you had 6 units. For example, you did a 6-unit test order. You could list 3 and 3, for example. That's a major pro tip right there. All my major winners watching this are going to go ahead and implement that right here. So let's see. So we can see 86 right here, right? Damn, good offer count movement on the first variation right here. That's kind of rare, right? So let's go ahead and Google this guy. Just hit the Google button. Right, see, we got getting a rhythm here with product research, y'all. Right, so let's see. Okay, so this one is showing all of these ones with the red horse. Let's see. This is a white one, right? So let's see. I can try to Google image search this as well too. It won't always work. for example, but I am a big fan of Google image searching there as well. Let's see. Yeah, $16 on Poshmark. You got to obviously make sure you're buying from legit places, right? They're not like reseller places. And like that very well could be real from Poshmark, but you want to be buying from, the direct source, the direct retailer. For example, right there, just because if Amazon ever asks for, authenticity issues, for example, you want to be able to, quickly prove that to Amazon here, right? So guys, right, hitting the variations here, right? Let's go ahead and see if any of these guys make sense here. For example, right? So let's see, a lot of people source for Keepa taking a sec here, right? So let's see, we want good offer count movement, right? So let's see, is this black and red? All right, well, y'all, here we are, right? So we can see men's classic fit, black and red, right here. Let's see, men's classic fit, black and red. Okay, long sleeve t-shirt here. Let's see, long sleeve logo t-shirt. So let's see. So this Belk one's not going to be good, unfortunately. Let's see, because it's up at 50 right here. Let's see, no buy box here. Let's see, I need this thing to stop asking me that. Yeah. Let's see, 78 here. So let's break down the numbers here. So let's say 50, right? So we can see at 50 right here. This actually is going to be good. I'm going to show you guys how. Right, so let's see. So we take off tax exempt, right there. I have 5% factored in, because remember, guys, it showed there, right? Take off discounted gift card here too, right? You have to remember, guys, this is the FBA numbers, right? This is a listing that has no buy box, which automatically makes it FBM friendly. And it's a $79 product that weighs 8 ounces, right? So this is going to FBM pretty cheap here, right? Probably like $5.50, for example, right here. So we can see, right? Damn, it actually didn't end up doing as much as I thought it was going to. For example, right here, we can see that's close. It's not amazing. I'd probably pass on that just because it has history lower than this right there. No problem. We'll keep moving. You can take a look at those other variations too here. Let's see right here. So let's go to variations on this guy, right? Just rinse and repeat, guys, right? One good item after another here, right? So rinse and repeat here. Let's take a look right here, right? So we can see, yeah, obviously, of course, these t-shirts aren't moving that are super expensive. They're $80. No wonder no one's buying a t-shirt. No wonder it has no offer count movement, right? Let's see here. What does have offer count movement here then? I mean, maybe, right? Not amazing. Let's see. Yeah, $60. This probably does end up being good, because like some of these brands, they really don't come from a ton of places. For example, so let's see, Dune Tan, for example, right here. Yeah. Okay. Wow. So it looks like Belk is where a lot of the stuff's coming from, for example. So like based on how good that one hat listing was, I'd probably just go ahead and search like Polo Ralph Lauren hat on Amazon and see what the other good listings are too. Because that's the cool thing, is the Amazon search algorithm is so good in terms of just spitting out good listings, and Storefront Stalking is really good for introducing you to good brands, right? So we can see here, yeah, $40 here. So let's see it, 60, right? So $40 right here, maybe with FBM, right? If we take off minus 5%, for example, right there. Yeah, not quite right there. So yeah, that doesn't work, unfortunately. All right, so we see people very well could be going to outlets, for example, to get those. Not super sure on those too. Right, and we see, like, you take a look. Okay, Calvin Klein stuff. What's up? Right, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can take a look here. So like, for example, 64K rank, 500 rank, 77K rank, right? People make money on this stuff, right? And it's just like, okay, can we make money on it? We'll go ahead and find out, for example, right here, right? So let's take a look, right? So see, yeah, 8K rank right here, right? So let's see. So first order of business, we want to take a look at the variations, right? So let's rock and roll here. Damn, yeah, 37 seems a little expensive here, right? Now it does have the IP suspected, but we need to see if there's any history of that on the Keepa chart right here, right? For any of the listings in the brand, right? Or at least you will always want to look at a couple, right? Prior, because typically when you find one good item in a brand, you are going to find multiple here. So let's see. Okay, so we can see, yeah, $70, very 3-pack short sleeve here. Okay, this is a 5-pack, so that makes sense why it's a little bit more expensive. Yeah, 96. I think this is going to be good. Yeah, $96 here. Let's see, want a 5-pack here? Calvin Klein. See how this is 5-pack here, but the title says 3 on SellerAmp. So we need to edit this Google search a little bit. So let's see, Calvin Klein 5-pack white t-shirt. Let's see. Here we go. Let's see, classic crew neck. Okay. Classic crew neck here. Okay. Boom. All right. Game time, guys. Excellent. So we can see, yeah, $40. Shout out the homies over at Macy's. Right. Let's see if does Macy's do tax stamp. Accept tax stamp form here. Let's see. Ooh, nice. Okay, cool. Sweet. All right. Very good. So they do. Looks like I didn't even know that. Right. So let's see. So we're here at, $40. Right. So $39.99 here. right? So $39.99. Is the buy box actually going to 96? Okay, it's not. It's going to like 70, for example, right here, right? But we take off tax exempt, take off gift cards here, right? Take off gift cards, right? Let's say how much is Macy's gift cards? Let's see. Let's go over to cardbear.com. Let's see. Plug in Macy's, for example. Oh, Macy's popping here. Yeah, let's see, 10% or so, right? So let's see. Let's take off that, right? So let's see. So we're at 40. Take off gift cards, right? Take off tax exempt right here, right? So what I would do on something like this personally is I can see that it's 2 FBM people. So I know that I'm just going to do FBA on this item and I'm going to price it up like 5 to 10%. For example, say we priced it up like 7%. For example, here we go in, add in 7%, for example, right here to the sale price, take advantage of that prime bump right here, and we can see, boom, life's not bad right here, right? And we see that's cool, right? And are there other variations that make sense too? Now Amazon's on this, but Amazon have been at $70 for a while, so we can match, and they're not in stock right now, right here, right? We see that's not like an amazing item by any means, but we can see run that same play here in terms of seeing if that guy's good as well. Let's see, not an amazing listing by any means. Obviously, you learn, you innovate over time. Right, let's see. Variations here. Let's see what we got. Let's go and see what we got here. Let's see at 38 here. Right, we can see 38. Got some good offer count movement here too. Right, let's see. This one looks great in respect to offer count movement here too as well. 35, right? So we pay like, $15 or less. This is going to make sense here. Let's see. Yeah, we can see this looks good here. Let's see, 35. Right, okay, see, so we need a coupon though here. Let's see. 24.5. Let's see. 25% off your entire order. See, now here we go. Here's where it gets into like, okay, like, do some of these coupons work? I don't know. You would have to add it in and see. For example, let's see here, right? So I like 24.5, right? If that 25% additional hits, right there, 24.5 minus 25%, right there, right? We can see 3 ounces, very, very light. For example, right? So let's run the FBM numbers here, right? So we can see right there, right? Once again, I don't know if that coupon will come to fruition. There's certain parts of experimentation involved with this, for example, right? So let's take off 5%, for example, here. Let's go Calvin Klein. Calvin Klein, yeah, 5% off discounted gift cards. See, this gets even better. For example, right there, right? We can see at 39% ROI. Life could be worse. It's been chilling up there for a while, right? And that's an example of, how you make an online arbitrage product good. Right, and we can see right here, right? See, obviously you get in a rhythm, you learn the movements, right? Don't expect to be good at this immediately, right? Like it took me a while to get good. I didn't make 10K profit until like my 6th month, for example, right? We can see here, right? What's got good offer count movement here too? Honestly, not really many of these. I mean, this is okay offer count movement. For example, let's see, 45 though, where yeah, Amazon's on this guy too, right? Looks like honestly Amazon's catching most of the buy box share. Just looking at how their name's shown really consistently there. Right, so probably not going to worry about that here. Let's see what other brand. Oh, Disney stuff. We can take a look at Disney stuff here too. Let's see. Yeah, 121K rank, 163K rank, right? People make money on this stuff. This is also very giftable too, as well, right? It makes sense people would give these as, as gifts for the holidays and stuff like that. So let's see, 24. I find it hard to believe somewhere people are paying like $10, for example, for this, but let's see what we got here, right? Oh, wow. Okay, so 16. All right. Now, is there a Black Friday sale? Let's see. 16 here. Okay, 5% off here with code GIFT. Let's see. Is that 23.99 minus 25%? Is that already that? Oh, okay, cool. So it actually looks like it's additional then. Okay, cool. Sweet. So obviously, we don't always know that. So 15.98 minus 25% here. Still, unfortunately, not good there. Yeah, somewhere people are getting this way cheaper than, for example, right? But long term, like this is printed at this buy cost right here. So I'm not a fan of the buy and hold model, but that is what a lot of people do for toys, for example, right here. So I don't know the toy investing game well, but this might be the kind of thing if people, for example, like knew this was retiring or something like that, they would just go ahead and buy and hold. For example, right here, we can see this specific item with OA is not working right now. Let's see. This is an excellent looking Keepa chart in respect to the offer count going down and the price going up on this. Let's take a look, right? Oh, nice. Here we go. Okay, let's see. 12.5 here. Let's see. So this is Disney Elsa costume shoes. Let's see. Disney Elsa. Okay. Disney collection here. Let's see. I think these are different than Elsa wedges. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not super up to date with this kind of stuff, but I think these are different. I'm actually pretty positive they're different. Let's see here. Wedges. Okay. I got them on Walmart for 25. That don't work for us either though. Let's see. Elsa wedges for kids. 17 here. Let's see. Aha, these are the ones we're looking for. 17.21, game time. We can find a lead anywhere, right? Let's go here to variations, find the best performing size currently. Let's see what we got. 31 here. All right, so this size is the best performing one here. Let's see, so 31 here, right? So let's see, so 17.21. Right, so let's see what we got. So 17.21 here, right? So based on the math, it didn't make sense that this was already including the 25%. You obviously, I might be wrong on that. For example, this is live product research. This is unscripted, obviously here, right? But I just want to walk you guys through how I think about product research, because obviously you're going to make mistakes occasionally when you're newer, and I want to make sure you guys are as good at it as possible, you know, and everything. So love using SellerAmp and everything like that. So for example, we take off 25% from this, assuming that's 25% extra. I think it is right there here, right? It's not bad, right? Let's look up, does Disney take tax exempt here? Let's see. I doubt it, but let's find out. Does Disney take tax exempt? Let's see here, right? Don't think so, right? Yeah, nothing popped up, but you can always hit a customer service tip, right? Let's see. Let's go to Cardbearer, see what the gift card situation is. Some websites be having banger rewards programs too. Okay, so let's say say we got like 5% off, for example, right here. It's actually not bad whatsoever here. So we can see like this is a good skew. Assuming that 25% hits, once again, it might not right there, but we can see, I mean, even without that, low-key, it's going to be profitable, especially based on the trend of this, and that we can see that this is nicely going down in competition, right, and going up in price right there. So we can see that's cool, right? I never really sourced Disney before, for example. Let's look at some more of these too. Let's see. Costumes, definitely not going to do costumes because of a returns perspective, though. Let's see. Yeah, 240K rank right here. Let's take a look at this. Right, let's see. So 235K rank. So yeah, once again, I mean, people have made money on this. Definitely slowed down once it went no buy box. Stuff with no buy box will tend to sell slower, but we can see there's still offer count movement, so people are selling out, hence why the past 2 weeks, for example, it's stabled out here. Let's see. Let's take a look at the month here. Yeah, I mean, for the past like 2 weeks, almost 3 weeks, it actually has been rock solid though. Right, let's see. We had, yeah, $20, so we can see. So yeah, this definitely does not work right there. No problem. Let's see. Take a look here. Variations, yeah, 35. Ooh, interesting. So check this out. So this is why it's so important to not just take a look at the ones that have a buy box. We can see these no buy box ones look excellent from an offer count movement perspective and from a trend of the price. And then we can see they're totally going up, for example, right there. So we can see at 46. Right, let's take a look, guys. Let's see. So we want to pay like, $20 or less, for example, right here. Let's go ahead and see. Yeah, look at like that. That's that listing on the stairway to heaven right now. Right. So let's see. Boom. Yeah, here we go. Okay, look at this. Look at this right here. So Disney Frozen Collection here. So we can see. So that's definitely different. This is the right thing now. Let's see. So yeah, this is excellent here. And so we can see 11 to 12 is out of stock, right? So that's totally the kind of listing you would add to an out of stock spreadsheet in SellerAmp, right? But I mean, either way, that's a winner, right? Even if this 25% doesn't work, for example, that's a major winner, right? At 18.71 here. Into 46, a little $11 profit, right? 60% ROI. Let's take a look. What was that other size that didn't have a buy box that was expensive here? Let's see. Yeah, 7 to 8 here. And then, okay, 9 to 10. So 9 to 10 wasn't expensive, unfortunately. Yeah, 35, so it's actually still low-key going to be close, and it is going to work if that 25% hits. So what I would do in this case is waste no time, add it to cart, see if the coupon hits. Let's see. So let's plug this in. So let's see. Code GIFT right here. Let's see. Let's add this to cart here. Select a size here. Boom. Let's see. All right. Let's see. View full back here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and plug this in. Let's see. It might make me sign in here. Promo code right here. Oh, gift. Let's see. Let's see. Take 25% off here. Yeah. So 54. Yeah. So let's see. So 56 divided by 4, for example, right there. Okay. Cool. Sweet. So it looks like, yeah, gift here. Total savings. So yeah, it's supposed to be 56 divided by 4 here. 56 divided by 4. Right there. Okay. Wow. So cool. Excellent. Okay. So we can see. Awesome. So this actually, so I was right. So we can see. So this, putting that in right here, right? 14. Don't mind if I do. There we go. Don't forget about those discounted gift cards too. Right there. Right. So we can see that's not bad. Right there. That's the name of the game, right? You see how all we had to do was just add that into C right there, and then it ended up hitting, right? And what if you hit up Disney customer service and they do take tax exempt? That's the name of the game, y'all. And we can see, look at that. It's a very nice sustainable lead there. That's good ROI. Right there, right? Not bad whatsoever here, right? So we can see, so yeah, like that was cool, right? Let's see, so we're getting a little high ranked right here. Yeah, probably some slower sellers right here. Costumes, really like costumes from a returns perspective, right? When we see Yankee candle stuff, we'll take a look at that too, right? Let's see. We'll take a look at a couple of these, for example, right here. Let's see what we got, right? And we take a look at some of the Calvin Klein stuff too further, right? And the cool thing is, how do you find other stuff from here? You just keep opening up storefronts. We found a bunch of winners. You can storefront stock off there to find other ones too, right? So let's see. Let's take a look here. Let's go to variations right here, right? So we can see $60, right? Can we pay 30 for those? I don't know. Let's find out. I don't really think we'll be able to, but let's see. Yeah, Amazon's on it. So Amazon's probably getting it a little cheaper than we can get it, for example, right here. Yeah, okay, definitely, right? We can see significantly higher costs right there. So not going to worry about those here, right? Let's see. 5-pack of tank tops, 5-pack of t-shirts was good. Let's see if the tank tops make sense too. Yeah, check that out. Okay, so 3-pack of tank tops here, 53 right here, for example, right? Good offer count movement, right? So we can see 53. Let's take a look, right? So let's see. Yeah, 53 is a dope Keepa chart too, I think, right? Let's see. Oh, yeah, look at that. That's chill right there, right? Offer count going down, price going up, for example. Let's see what we got. Little 3-pack tank tops here. Aha, okay. 3-pack. Damn, why are the tank tops so expensive? Let's see. Yeah, men's 3-pack classic tank tops here. Yeah, and they're out of stock too, so can't do much with that. Right here, let's see. Right, and you keep rocking and rolling here. Let's see these guys here. 8 point, let's see. So what do we need to pay here? So we need to pay 88 cents. But the key is that when it says 88 cents, it just means optimizing for your $3 profit per unit. If you spend 2 and make 2 on something, in my opinion, that's totally cool, especially because you make up for it in volume. Rare, your ROI is still good. It's like, for example, like that shows red, but still could totally be cool. For example, and that's obviously depends, how you value your time. If you got other ways you're making money, for example, here too. Let's take a look here. Right, so we can see $6 here. Buy 2, get 2 free. So it's like $3 a piece, basically. So that does not work, right? One thing I like to do with Yankee candles, though, is always looking for bundles, though. For example, it's like seeing if there's bundle opportunities as well here. Let's see. Oh, this guy's cool. Yeah, look at this guy. It's a little lower than it was, right? But it is a good time of year here. Let's see. Macintosh here. So let's see. So this is a, $1.50 a piece here. So let's see. 1.5 times 3 here. We can see. Yeah, I mean, that's profitable. I'd probably pass on this unless it goes up to where it was. This is the kind of thing where this totally constitutes as almost good. For example, if this was like, if this goes back up to 11.3, we're making pretty good bread right there, especially up at 12, right? When you're spending 450, making 250 or in a sustainable manner too, right? Consistent over time. It's not amazing though, right there. We can totally do better. Right, let's see. Balsam and Cedar. Was that listing we just looked at in a 2-pack here? Oh, it was. Cool. All right, here we go. So yeah, this is $6 a piece here. Boom. Let's see. And people catching buy box share at 17. Right. So at 17 here. Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing. Yeah. Spend 6, make 3, discounted gift cards too. On Yankee Candle here. So we take off 10% from this thing. Even better. Life ain't bad whatsoever here, guys. Right? We see $4 profit, 74% ROI. Yeah, life could be a lot worse. Life could be a lot worse here. Right? Take a look at some of these other guys too. Let's see what other brands we got. And always when I'm storefront stalking, I'm looking at like if they have good reviews, if they have a good BSR, and then I'm always looking for stuff that has stability here. The past couple weeks, like we can see this does. This is going up in price. That's good. This has a lot of stability the past couple weeks as well too. So I'm always hunting for stability here too, right? And we can look at other stuff too. Calvin Klein, Puma, right? Other winning products. We can storefront stock up here. Never really looked at, Victoria's Secret, for example, right here. We can see. Now, I don't even know if some of this stuff's reseller friendly, for example, but this person is selling it, right? We can categorically go through people's storefronts as well, right? We take a look at some Bath and Body Works stuff. Not really super familiar with that, right? So we can see 14.4 here, right? So let's see. Sweet Pumpkin here. 3.75 out of stock. Okay, all right. You hate to see that. So this is this even profitable though? 3.75 times 2. Yeah, so no. This was very profitable at 20. Right, we'd see. Yeah, spend 5, make 5. We'd see. Not good today though. Perfect example of a product getting saturated that most likely was pretty easy to find. For example, here, let's see. Let's take a look at this next guy here. Yeah, so it's probably the same buy cost right there. So let's Google this real quick. Yeah, same buy cost. So it's not going to work here. Let's see. $16, for example, right here. This guy ain't showing up. It shot up in comp, but now it's shooting down in competition. Let's see. What are we paying for these guys in? Let's see. New limited time only. 5.9 here. Let's see. 2-pack refills here. Let's see. So this is refills 2-pack. Okay, wow. All right, nice. Okay, so this is interesting here, right? And we can see that it says 2-pack refills here, and this is Wallflower home fragrance here. And yeah, we can see it's, yeah, Wallflower's refills 2-pack. So I was a little psyched out because there's 2 in the picture here, but it does say 2-pack refills, right? And it says, yeah, 2-pack refills right here, for example. So this is actually good. Now I need to investigate that a little bit more, for example, but at 5.9 here, right, we can see 5.9 into 16, 280, right, 50% ROI, right? Let's look up if Bath and Body does tax exempt here. Let's see. Does Bath and Body take tax exempt? Let's see. Yes. Okay, cool. So they do, right? Let's see what their discounted gift card situation's like. Let's see. Bath and Body Works here. Let's see. Or is this beyond? Okay, this Bath and Body Works. Yeah, okay. So let's see. Oh, juicy right there. Significant gift cards. Right, so let's see. So now, yeah, well, let's manufacture some margin, y'all. So we see, it's like the picture is like a little different, but it says Wallflower home fragrance refills, right? Home fragrance refills. So it's like a older item, for example. Let's see, two fragrant. All right, right. So you obviously got to investigate the stuff here, for example. But like we take off tax exempt here, boom, right? We take off gift cards, so we take off like 10%, for example, right there, right? And we see $4 profit, 73% ROI here. Obviously, whenever you come across a new brand, you do need to make sure you go and verify there's no IP complaint history. That's why I'm a big fan of being, active and networking in the community, for example, or like joining my coaching community, for example, right there. Just being able to talk to other sellers on the day-to-day really, really makes a big difference here. But we can see this listing here, like this looks good and trending in the right direction here, right? We can see comp totally shot up in October, but now it's shooting down in November, right? And it's probably going to continue like that too. Right, and we can literally see, yeah. So this is definitely like a winter themed item because we can see the sales rank is way lower in the winter, right, and way higher in the summer, which indicates lower demand, for example, right there, right. But we can see, right, the past couple weeks, or really the past week, past couple of days, the offer count's been going down, right. So we can see that's a good sign. So this is probably the same buy cost, right here. Let's see, right. This is how you start to really nicely build a rhythm in a catalog quick here. Let's see, right, multi-pack air fragrance. Let's see here, yeah, 5.9 here. So this is tis the season here. Or this is tis the season. Nice. Okay, here we go. Right. So yeah, this is a banger deal. For example, these are the right things, but I think they are. Right. So we're here at 5.9 here. Right. So 5.9 right here, 14.70 right here. Right. Minus tax exempt, minus gift cards here, for example. Right. We can see spend 5, make 3. Worth it to some, not worth it to others. You obviously got to lot that on your own in terms of your own product research strategy. But we can see past couple weeks, offer counts really started to trend down on something like this, right? And then you can keep going from here, right? And go ahead and open up other sellers, take a look at what they got, for example, right? Sellers that you can see have lots of money, right? AK lots of reviews, right? And we can open up these sellers and start to dig in on other brands and other categories, for example, too. And the key is you do not have to reinvent the wheel, guys, right? We can see what other people make money on. We can go and take advantage of it. I have heard of basically none of these brands, right? For example, but you Google it and you figure out what websites are carrying it, right? And then you see what discounts are available on those different suppliers. Luckily, you only have to learn the different discounts that are offered on each website once, and then you can just build a spreadsheet and write down those different discounts. This is what I do with my coaching guys, for example, right there, right? And stuff gets even better. For example, right? Same thing with this seller that's primarily focusing on here, and then the other seller here, boom. I'm not super familiar with Barbie, for example, not super familiar with Warhammer, for example, right? But pretty quickly, most likely we can Google this and figure out what websites carry it. For example, right here, it's like, okay, this is most likely coming from one of these websites here. And then it's like, okay, what discounts are available to go ahead and make this work? I don't know. For example, we would go through the checklist and say, okay, are there any coupons popping up? Are there gift cards? Does anyone in my network of other sellers, which luckily thankfully Twitter's free, Instagram free, that would make this process so much more annoying and hard if that stuff wasn't free. For example, here, right? And you'd see same thing, boom, Carhartt, right? Jellycat stuff, for example. We know we love Jellycat. We started out on a listing like that, right? What other Jellycat stuff here is there a lot of people making money on? For example, like here, look at that, 13K rank, 19 sellers, probably a nice reseller friendly listing, right? 21 max cost, 31 sellers, probably a nice reseller friendly listing. Let's take a look at these guys here too. Let's see. So 38, right? What's the Keepa look like here? Oh, look at this guy too. Yeah, once again. So literally the Q4 effect in action here, right? And we can see offer count went up, offer count peaked a week ago, now heading down, and buy box shares being distributed significantly higher than the lowest price, right there, right? So I bet you this guy at 34 here is a back-ordered FBA seller that could have done FBM on this listing, right? So I bet if we look up here, it's a seller that's inventory didn't fully check in yet, and they have far back delivery dates. Let's see, right? Perfect example right there. Very far back delivery dates. Of course, they're not getting buy box share. What you should do is when you list stuff on Boxem, use the auto list price feature. I'll show you guys about that later, though. On that, but that makes it so you don't end up tanking anything inadvertently when your inventory isn't fully checked in. And luckily, when you FBM, stuff is checked in immediately here, right? So for example, Bashful Lamb here, 18. Yeah, game time, right? And we can see like 18 here. Like I'd obviously have to verify the site's legit, go through what I told you guys in the how to verify if a supplier's legit, for example here, but at 18, right, we can see that's not bad. And people catching buy box share high right here, right? And so we see that's nice and profitable, right? What about this one here at 35, right? Yeah, look at that. That's a great trend right there, for example, right? So let's see, does this one make sense too? Right? Ooh, buy one, get one 20% on that, right? I'm not familiar with that supplier whatsoever, but say we get, buy one, get one, right? So it ends up being 10% on this. So it's plugging in 18 minus 10%. For example, say that supplier is legit, right? And we see, boom, $8 profit, 49% ROI. Now it is showing up pretty quick on Google, but yeah, obviously you just have to go through all the, find the reviews and, for example, that place. Or we could just, looks like we can just snag it from the Jellycat website at 18 too on that as well. So that's the name of the game, Storefront Stalking, guys. As you can see, a whole bunch of winning products in the past 50 minutes or so right there. Use those listings, Storefront stock, find other brands, find other suppliers that are carrying those brands. And now let's dig in on how you actually operate on those retailers' websites doing manual sourcing once you have some favorite suppliers to go ahead and take a look at that. So let's hop into the manual sourcing section. All right, guys, so we just talked through how to do storefront stalking. Now we're going to talk about how to do manual sourcing. Manual sourcing is a little bit of a graduated sourcing strategy where once we know a good deal is happening on a specific retailer that we know has good products to sell, which we learn via storefront stalking, we can go and manually and cross-reference over to Amazon and see if we can find some profitable products. For example, right here. So I know JCPenney has a good sale going on right now. And I know that Stafford is a good brand that actually exclusively comes from JCPenney. So I know where all of this inventory comes from. So now I can just go into the sales section of this retail, which luckily is just advertised on the homepage right here, and go ahead and look for stuff that I know or think I can sell for double or more on Amazon, and we'll see if any of them make sense. So we can see there's currently 600 listings here on JCPenney that are Stafford. I know Stafford's a reseller-friendly brand. It's actually AutoUngate for most people too. So go ahead as you're watching this and see if Stafford's an AutoUngate brand for you. And now I can go ahead and see that after the discount code, what these listings end up being. So for example, this one's 21.6. I could see this listing potentially going for 40 plus on Amazon, right? I can see these are like 15 to 18. I can see these potentially going at 30, 35 on Amazon right here. So what I'm going to do is scroll through here, open up a bunch of listings I could see potentially selling for double or more on Amazon, and then we're going to cross-reference over to Amazon and see if they make sense using SellerAmp right here. So let's go ahead and plug these guys in, and we'll pull that back right here. Get these listings up here, and then we'll dig in and see what we can track down profitably, for example, right here. So like these button downs, I don't think would do super well on Amazon, but like these t-shirts, for example, we can totally take a look at right here. 3-pack t-shirts here as well, right? Undershirts. And I've spent time doing storefront stalking for Stafford as well. So I've seen, some of these listings, for example, right here, 21.6. Right here, 19. I could see these potentially being 14. We're obviously also going to see if they take tax exempt, see if there's discounted gift cards, for example, too. There might be a banger rewards program as well. So let's go ahead and see what we can go ahead and track down profitably from here, guys. Just opening up these things that we think, could potentially go for double or more on Amazon, right? So now we have a bunch of listings up. We're going to check over on Amazon. How I'm going to do that, guys, is just go here and copy the title right here, for example, and then just rock and roll over to this next tab right here and go ahead and plug this in on Amazon, and we'll see if there's a corresponding Amazon listing, and then we'll see if they make sense from a profitability perspective as well. I'd also recommend downloading the SellerAmp Quick View Simplified extension. It's actually free with your SellerAmp subscription. Right here, it just provides some more embedded details of a specific item, especially like the sales rank, how FBM friendly it is right there. So make sure that's included in your SellerAmp subscription. Go ahead and get that downloaded. It is a separate Chrome extension. It's linked in the description right there. So we can see, let's see. So this is 6-pack low rise right here. Okay, so let's see. So we can see here, yeah, 6-pack low rise, so 18.36. For example, right here. So this actually looks pretty promising here, guys. Let's go ahead and see if these make sense right here. So that's the right thing, as well as these Stafford ones here. Now, these don't have reviews, so they probably don't sell super well, but we can go ahead and see if these make sense either. Sometimes there'll be multiple listings too. It's also a decent place to find other Stafford listings as well here, right? But taking a look here, right? Similar to when we were doing storefront stalking, what we want to take a look at first, guys, is going to be the variations tab and see which variations are selling for the quickest and selling for the most here. For example, so we can see these guys, good competition trend on a lot of this, guys. Look at all the sales or the offer count going down right here. We can see it's going for like 33 consistently right here. So if we take a look here, right, these are $31.61 here, for example, in the buy box. So at 31.61 here, right, we can see our max cost is 18, right, or 15, right? Over here on JCPenney, they're going for $18.36, right? So we're actually pretty close here, right? We're at about an 11% ROI, right? Now let's head over to Cardbear and see what JCPenney gift cards are. For example, right here, we can see, okay, JCPenney gift cards are pretty heavy here over here on Cardbear. We can see like 16% on GCX. Also important to know, guys, I was using discounted gift cards. Sometimes you get cancels on discounted gift cards. That's just the retailers avoiding fraud. For example, so what you want to do in that case is sign up for their bulk programs, for example, and you can just find those on Google. So we can see, yeah, look at that, literally 16% off. For example, here on a $500 gift card, or we could do smaller ones, for example, here too. So if I go ahead here and take off 16% here, right, that's a pretty big discount on that buy cost. Now this SKU becomes profitable. Additionally, guys, I know that I could see that this is an FBM seller in the buy box right here because it does not ship from Amazon. So I know selling this Amazon FBA that I'm going to price 5 to 10% higher, for example, here. So say I go ahead and add in, 8% to this, for example, right here, right? We'll go ahead and plus 8% right here for what I would end up selling this guy for. We can see now this listing becomes really nice. And remember, guys, that's after shipping, fees, sales tax, literally everything. And this is an AutoUngate product. So you'll probably see, honestly, some people in the comments of this video like, oh, I can't sell anything from the get-go. I'm gated. One, you can get ungated. Nice and easy. But also, two, this is an AutoUngate brand for most sellers, right? Go ahead and plug this in. It's probably going to be an AutoUngate here, right? And now all we need to do is go ahead and see if this listing actually makes sense based on the Keepa chart as well, right? So we can see, taking a look here, there was a slight dip in price right here. However, largely the pricing has been, at those elevated prices and FBM a lot of the time, right? And I know this listing sells considering there's been good offer count movement for a while, right? A lot of people are buy boxing up at 34, for example, right here too. So this honestly checks all the boxes here. And a big thanks to this SKU becoming very profitable is going to be the discounted gift card too. And I'd also definitely want to see if JCPenney takes tax exempt as well too. Let's see, does JCPenney take tax exempt right here? Let's go ahead and see here. Right, this Google AI is very helpful. Okay, don't see anything about tax exempt here. We could always ask the customer service though, right there, or try in store as well. We can see that's a nice profitable product to start us off here, guys. And what I'd also want to do is check those other variations as well, the other colors and sizes, and see if those are similar setup here. And we can see literally just low rise right there, right? We can see Stafford low rise briefs here, for example, 6-pack. Life's not bad. Right, let's check that other listing here too as well. So let's see, 6-pack here, these blue ones, for example, here too. Let's see. So yeah, 18.36 here as well. Okay, so this is a higher sales rank here. I can see 300K rank right there, right? So let's go ahead and see if there's good offer count movement here. So let's check the variations and let's get rock and rolling here, guys. Let's see. So taking a look here, right, we can see, so this would actually be pretty profitable here. The problem is I just don't really see enough offer count movement on these guys. However, this one looks decent here. It's got some decent offer count movement. Buy box is like 34. Let's see just a little bit more activity here. So at 34, let's go ahead and plug the numbers in right here. So we can see once again, FBM seller in the buy box. That's a good sign, right? We can see this does not ship from Amazon, ships from the customer here, right? So we go here, plug in 18.36. right there. So 18.36. I believe the discounted gift card was 16%. So if we go ahead and take that off right here, and it's an FBM buy box, if I'm selling this Amazon FBA, I could price a little bit up on that specifically. So if I were to FBA this, I'd probably price it at 36, for example, take advantage of that prime bump right there. And you see if that stuff works. The nice thing is this one was good without it, for example, too, right? But at, 34, for example, here, we're making a nice 37% ROI right there. Life's not bad whatsoever right here. And then we just need to make sure the price is consistently going here over time. We can see for the vast majority of this item's history on Amazon, this was like 36 plus, for example. So it's even higher right there. So this is a nice example of a profitable and an arbitrage product. Not the fastest mover in the world, for example, here, but definitely not bad. And let's keep moving and track down some other profitable stuff here, y'all, as well. So let's see. Let's go ahead and plug this guy in. Just copy that title in. Go ahead here over the other tab. Boom, plug this guy in and see what we can do right here. Okay, so let's see. We want these 4-packs. For example, Stafford. So let's see. So 4-pack Stafford here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and see what we got right here. Let's see. Are there any other listings for 4-packs here? Let's see. Okay. Potentially right here as well. Yeah, 42. Some like extra tall sizes, for example. So let's see if any of these guys make sense. So right off the bat here, we can see, yeah, okay, 18. So this is actually going to be relatively close. Let's see. So this is a perfect example where some people are buy boxing at 29 and some people are buy boxing at 33. That's totally the prime bump in action right there. So let's head to variations and see which of the variations sell the quickest. For example, right here. Okay, so check it out. So we can see this one is buy boxing at 34, right? And the offer count's trending in the right direction. It literally had like 45 sellers in mid-November, and now by the end of November, it's got like 38. That trend is probably going to continue, for example, right here. So if we plug in 34, let's take a look at what we got here, for example, guys. So we're here at buy cost of 18.36, right? So at 18.36 right here, for example. So let's see. So 18.36, take off discounted gift card here, right? We can see, oops, my bad, 18.36 minus discounted gift card here. We can see close, not quite there, unfortunately, right? So this is something I would probably add to an almost good SellerAmp spreadsheet just to keep organized right there. And is that necessary? No. Does that help? Absolutely. For example, right there. So that's not quite there. Let's take a look at this next one, for example, here. So this is like the extra tall ones. Yeah, look at that competition going down, guys. That's excellent. Right there. Look at that competition hopping down there, for example, right? So let's take a look here. So if we go to variations, right? Damn, 53. Check that out. So literally 53, for example, right here. So let's see. Okay, if they have this in stock on the website, this is going to be absolutely fire. So let's see. We want an extra large tall here. So let's go ahead and Google this right here. Let's see. So extra large tall here. Okay, check this out. So boom. Yeah, here we go. Extra large tall. Buy cost is 24.84, right? So we plug in 24.84 right here. We can see pretty close. Discounted gift card. Let's say the 16% ones go out of stock. So say we do like 10% off, for example, right here. And this becomes a nice sustainable $10 profit, 44% ROI that we can see past 2 weeks. Been a whole mess of buy box share up there at 51 and 52 guys as well. And it's FBM sellers in the buy box. So we can see right here. So if we were to FBA this, we could take advantage of the prime bump right there, or we could just match buy box and do FBM and just get this fulfilled to the customer quick right there. So that is not bad whatsoever there, guys. And that is another example of a profitable online arbitrage SKU. And we can also see this other one that has no buy box here. Don't sleep on stuff that doesn't have a buy box. It's 54, for example, right here. So this one's going to be good as well. So we can see 2 extra large, extra tall here. Right, so let's say extra tall here. Boom, we can see 2 extra large right there. So yeah, 24.84. Don't say you can't find stuff that you can sell right away, guys. We can see literally no gift card needed. Nice and profitable. We take that off, gets even better. For example, right there, and we can see very sustainable here too at 54. A lot of the past couple weeks. No buy box scares away a lot of newer sellers. Don't be afraid of that. Life ain't bad whatsoever here, guys, too. And then we'd see, honestly, this same one here too as well. Like this is going to be a similar cost, 24.84. Right, when C take off the gift card right there. Okay, this one's close, not quite there. I wouldn't want a clothing item that's at 20% ROI, for example, right here. But let's rock and roll and keep it moving here as well. So let's go ahead here. Stafford 4-pack, we already did that one here. Let's see, let's take a look. Okay, tank tops right here. Let's see what we got. Just plugging these Stafford tank tops, for example. So yeah, you want to get used to the keyboard shortcuts for doing OA too. It's really nice and easy to just copying and pasting right here. Let's see, we got these Stafford tank tops. So we got a couple different listings potentially, right? Let's see, this one looks like the most expensive one. Let's see, 25 here, 28. Let's see what we got. Okay, so let's see. So yeah, okay, so we're at 15 here, right? So 15 and 28 is going to be close. Now this is a very, very high sales rank here. So this probably doesn't work. For example, we can see here, yeah, it's like this is the kind of thing where like this just won't sell. Unfortunately, it's just too blocky. On the off count, at least the data is showing us that it won't sell. So that's a pass here. Let's see. Let's take a look at this one here. So variations, right? See what we can do here, right? So let's tap in and check the variations real quick right here, right? We can see 29. Yeah, look at these guys. These are awesome. Look at these nice sustainable competition decreases here, right? The seller count nicely going down, seller count nicely going down on this guy right here as well. So let's take a look here. So we're here at $15.12, right? We can see these ultra soft here, right? So we can see $15.12 here, right? We're already pretty close, right? This also only weighs 13 ounces. So we definitely want to run the FBM numbers right here. And we can see, okay, we already are on the FBM numbers, right? But we can see, look at that difference. FBA, 8% ROI, FBM 20% ROI, right? Let's take off that discounted gift card here as well, right? Boom, we can see life's not bad, guys. And remember, I have shipping, sales tax, the packaging, for example, nicely factored in there. And we can see gorgeously sustainable lead here with an FBM buy box that has made money for a while. So this is an example of an AutoUngate product that's literally been profitable for several months in a row here, guys, as well. So this is absolutely the types of games you want to be playing right there. And we can see it. Do other variations make sense on this stuff too? Let's see. Yeah, 31. This guy, you know, it's seen a little bit of an offer count increase right there, but it's been stable there. Like some people that have been doing this for a while would totally buy that, for example, right there. So that's cool, right? 12.70 right here, right? Let's run the FBM numbers on that as well, right there. We see this one's close. Probably not going to be an opportunity to price up on that, unfortunately, right there. So let's keep it moving. And then 25 here on this guy is not going to work as well. Unfortunately, we can see that the couple of those variations were totally good here, right? Let's go ahead and see. And this is the magic of when a good deal's going on, yeah. Let's see, let's go ahead and plug this in here, right? And I'm just doing the keyboard shortcut. So I'm on a Mac doing Command C, and then Command V to copy right there. Yeah, so Command C to copy, and then Command V to paste right there. So I love these keyboard shortcuts. For example, let's take a look at this, guys, right here. So let's see, and you just immediately look it up, and you can see the matching listing here, right? And then we need to see if any of these variations move quick, and then we're obviously going to go ahead and see if any of these variations move quick and are nice and profitable. For example, right? So we can see a 200K rank right here, right? So we're here at 19.44, right? So let's go ahead and see if any of these guys make sense here. So let's see. So go down here to variations, right? And then we need stuff that moves, right? So for example, I can see this one, not amazing, but it does move. For example, up here at 39, right? So let's see. We want these black plaid ones here. Yeah, so we can see black plaid as well. We can see that title right there, for example. So we're here at 19.44 right here. So we're already pretty close right off the bat here, guys, right? And we can see 10-ounce product that's 39. Got to run the merchant fulfilled calculator on that. So going to rock and roll down here and scroll down, right? Go ahead and plug in 5.5, for example, right there. And you see how we just pulled some extra ROI out of there. You know, discounted gift cards, we know are killing it right now, but say pretty standard on JCPenney, say 10%. For example, right here, we can see 49% ROI right there. Not bad whatsoever. Definitely not the fastest mover in the world, but, you know, it is a, you know, winter themed product, for example, and that is pretty giftable. So like Christmas themed, for example, right there. So we can see not bad whatsoever here, guys. And let's keep rocking and rolling. I don't think any of those other variations made sense, unfortunately, here. Let's see. Okay, so we looked at the crew necks. Now let's take a look at the V necks here as well. Right, and the cool thing is, why I knew a bunch of good lists potentially open up is because I've spent time storefront stalking this brand. So of course I have a decent eye of what to look for example, right here. So let's see. So these guys are, okay, 21. So I don't know if this is super going to work here. We can see. It looks like there's a bunch of spread out listings. Are any of these guys 40 plus? For example, right here. Let's see. I don't think so. Unfortunately here. Let's take a look. Yeah. See Stafford 36 here. Go ahead and open up a couple of these. See what we can do, for example, here. Let's see. Yeah, 38 here. So let's go ahead here. So we're here at 38. Right. And so we're at 21 minus gift card. Yeah. So this is million ranks. This is interesting where this is actually a pretty interesting example of like a 2 million rank here, 1.8 million rank, right? That actually has sold in the past. It just doesn't sell that quick. For example, as we can unfortunately see the new offer count's not amazing right there. So going to pass on that guy, for example, right here. Aha. Okay. So 33. So this one would be popping. Our buy cost is too much here. Let's see, 36. So we can see it's actually pretty sustainable here as well. So let's see. So we're here at 21.6 right here. Yeah, 1.74 pounds. So this wouldn't have good FBM arbitrage right there. Because remember, guys, items that are above 1 pound or items that are below 1 pound but are above $20 tend to do really well right there. So if we go ahead and we can see, yeah, just about break even. Not what I'm looking to do, not what any of us are looking to do. No problem. Yeah, let's see. Go ahead and plug this guy in right here. Let's see, Stafford full cut here. Let's see. Okay. Soft dry full cut here. Let's go ahead and take a look at this guy, right? Okay. Oh, okay. Check this out. Yeah, here we go. So we can see, let's see, is that the same color? Okay, so we want this color right here, right? So let's say $30 probably doesn't work here, unfortunately. I'm just going to see if they have this one as well, though. It's going for like 37 here. Let's see if they have a listing for these guys as well. Let's see, let's Google this guy. Okay, yeah, here we go. This one's 24 here, so 24.36. That's not going to work here. Let's see. So very interesting spread of buy box to lowest. So we can see right here, 27 up to 31, for example, right here. Let's go ahead and see. So we're here. See, we're here at 31, for example. Yeah, 24 definitely doesn't work. Need that guy like 40, for example, here. And then yeah, 34 right there. So we need a bigger discount on this here, unfortunately. So let's say, so yeah, 21 here. Let's see, 3-pack t-shirts. Let's see what we got here. All right, let's copy this guy over. Let's go ahead and see what we got. Let's see. Boom. So go ahead and plug this guy in right here. All right, so let's see. I love these keyboard shortcuts. Right, so you can see 39. Boom, got one. Here we go. Game time, y'all. Okay, so let's see. We want the black, white, and gray here. So let's see. So we're at 21.6 right here. Let's take a look. All right, so we're at 21.6 right here. Right, so let's see. So 21.6. Let's see. Let's find the variation that's up at 39, for example, right here. Right, let's hop to variations right here. Yeah, $40. Look at those trends. Excellent. Exactly the type of stuff we want to see, guys. Right, we can see the off count nicely going down right there. So at 40, buying for 21 minus gift card, going to come out to like 18 total or so right here with the gift card. So we can see at 18 right there. We can see it's a nice item, y'all, and an excellent trend here too. And that this is the exact type of stuff we want to sell. And the offer count was hanging out in like the 22 to 20 to 19 sellers, right? And then now it's all the way down at 14. No wonder the price has gone up. So this is the type of trend we want to take a look at. Right, and we can see that's a nice $18 profit and $6 or $18 buy cost, $6 profit here. Not bad. So let's see. We already looked those up here. Let's see. Stafford bonus 5-pack boxers here. Let's go ahead and take a look right here. Let's go ahead and plug these guys in. So let's say it's 5-pack. Right. So this is a 5-pack. We're looking at, let's see, 6-pack here, 4-pack. Damn, they might not have a listing for this 5-pack, unfortunately. Okay. No problem. So let's see, Stafford full cut. Let's see, we already looked those up here as well. Let's see, bonus heavyweight 5-pack t-shirt. Okay. So let's see, and some of these obviously could be new, for example, ones that have come out too, as well. So we don't always know, for example, here. Let's see, 5-pack t-shirts here. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a 5-pack. Right there, for example, we can see several of these guys made sense. And what you can do on your own is just take a look at these, profit listings we took a look at and go ahead and storefront stock from here too. And, find other good listings. That is a prime example of the best way to do product research in respect to manual sourcing there. Knowing you have a good deal going on a specific website, then cross-referencing over to Amazon from the retail and seeing what makes sense using SellerAmp and Keepa with good profit today and good sales history over time. On to manual sourcing website number 2. On to manual sourcing number 2 right here, guys. We'll take a look at Yankee Candle. Yankee Candle is going to be something you are going to have to provide documentation Ungate for most people. The way you're going to do that is Yankee Candle website or Target, for example, here too. But I can see got a pretty good sale going on right now. So let's go ahead and take a look here. Stafford with JCPenney, I thought was very successful. Let's go ahead and see what we can do with Yankee Candle as well. So we're going to go ahead here and hit shop now to go ahead and start. We can see there's currently 620 results right here. Right. Where I like to start for this kind of stuff is either going to be in the best sellers section or just in filtering to low to high to see cheap stuff as well. For example, right here, so we can initially see some super, super cheap stuff. For example, right here, and we know we're literally getting buy one, get one free. So the buy cost in these is like $1.50. For example, right here. So what I'm typically going to do is I'll open up like stuff that's, in season, for example, so like this fall type of stuff, this winter kind of stuff. For example, right here, we'll take a look at. And then over time through storefront stocking, you're also going to find other good ones to take a look at here as well. So let's see. Midsummer's Night, Macintosh, right? So mainly going to do like the Christmas themed ones as well here too. But I mean, all of these make money, right? So let's take a look at, we'll see. So like what, themed scents do we think could be in season for winter? For example, Christmas makes a lot of sense here. Christmas market as well here too. And remember, guys, we're only paying, $2.50 for these. So they're comically cheap, right? So let's see. And what I also like to do is I'll go through and open up a couple from like each type of product, for example, like Yankee Candle mini singles, for example, right? And then like, original hanging jars, for example, here too. And then I'll just look up that type of product on Amazon too and take a look here. So let's see, let's get out of these guys. Okay. Balsam and cedar right here. Let's see what we got. Warm luxury cashmere. That's the exact type of stuff we want to do for the winter here. Let's see. The nice thing is these guys make it easy. So let's see, Christmas cookie, for example, right here, right? Shimmer Christmas tree, London Christmas tree, for example, here, right? So let's get one more type item, for example, up right here. Let's say, not going to open up like a billion of the same type of one right here. So let's say, balsam and cedar, Bahama breeze here. Let's say, shimmering Christmas tree. So let's see here. So let's take a look, right? All right. So we got a bunch of listings open here. And now we know we're getting buy two, get two free, for example, here. So they really end up being like $3 a piece. So let's go ahead and rock and roll in here and take a look. So let's see, Yankee Candle, for example. Let's go ahead and plug in shimmering Christmas tree. right here. And this is okay, so this is an easy melt cup, for example here. Okay, so let's see. Right here, let's see. We take a look here. 13. Okay, this looks pretty promising. Shimmer and Christmas tree. Right here, paying $3 a piece. Only 5 reviews on this, for example, but it could be that it's a new listing. And I love taking a look at SellerAmp QVS as I'm doing manual sourcing. Remember, that's free. Right, and we can see if a listing is FBM friendly or not, for example, right here. So let's see. So you're here at 14, for example, right here. So let's see. Yeah, $3 here. Let's see. So buy cost is 6 minus 50% here. Right, so we can do that math in SellerAmp here. Buy cost is 3. Now we can see here, we're nice and profitable, guys, right? But the problem is the rank on this listing is 700K. Now, home and kitchen is a massive category on Amazon. I can see what category of product is here from SellerAmp. So what I need to do is take a look at this Keepa chart and see if this actually sells here. For example, now the interesting thing is here, I can see this listing would actually make money. I just don't think it sells quick enough. Unfortunately, here, I can't see enough offer count movement here. Some experienced sellers would totally take this, for example, here though, but I'm personally going to pass on this. This is a nice profitable ski though. It just doesn't show enough offer count movement here. Let's see. So this is Yankee Candle wax melt here. Let's see Yankee Candle right here. Wax melt here. Let's see London Christmas tree. London here. Let's see. Let's go ahead. Wax melt here. Let's go ahead and see here. All right. Okay. So they do. Looks like they do not have this here. Okay. Yeah. London Christmas tree. Do not see a match on that. There's probably other types of products that do fit this bill here, though. For example, let's go ahead and see here. Let's go to Amazon right here. Let's go ahead and plug this guy in right here. Let's see. Boom. So let's see. London Christmas tree Yankee Candle, for example, right here. And then we want the wax melt right there. So let's see. It's good. Sometimes the Amazon search feel a little wonky. Right here, let's see. And we're going to add in 10% gift card here as well. So let's see. Yeah, so don't see a match on these guys here. Right, let's see. Yankee Candle Holiday, though. Let's see. Christmas Cookie. These guys here, they probably have. Let's go ahead and see here. So let's see. So we're here at $14.99. Right here, it's also an FBM buy box too, which is a great sign as well. So let's go ahead and plug this in on Google and see if they have this on a Yankee Candle website, for example. So yeah, we can see the direct link from Yankee Candle. Right here, let's go ahead and see. So let's see. So yeah, we're here at $275 a piece, buy one get one free basically. So we're at $550, for example, for 2 of them. Right. So if we plug in $550, right, for 2 of them, and then the key is here. We can see the buy box is actually incorrect on SellerAmp on this listing. It says it's $13.70, but we can see the buy box is actually $15. How we're going to verify which one's correct is we're going to rock and roll down here to the Keepa chart and see where the buy box is actually going. And I can see that there's people totally grabbing buy box share up at 15. For example, right here, right? See right there, right? So what I'll also do is go here and hit data and then buy box statistics here. And then I'll go ahead here and see who's won buy box most recently by going to last one here. And I can see it's hanging out right in like the 15, 14.95 range, for example, right there. So we can see at, 15 here, right? This becomes decent, right? And let's take off discounted gift card here, 10%. Right here, now we can see spend 5, make 3, 62% ROI in a very sustainable manner. Right here too, we can see this is not a bad online arbitrage skew whatsoever here. That's a nice example of winning product. We can see the sales rank's good, the trend is good, the profit's good, right? And the price trend's good too, in addition to the off count trend, for example, right here. So we can see that's cool, right? Let's see. I want to take a look at that candle. So what I'll do in that case is just go here and then log in and go to my history. So I want to take a look at this candle as well. The history on SellerAmp is very, very helpful. In case you ever get lost, you can just get to it on the website right there, for example, here. So let's see. Let's take a look at this guy here. Interesting. Okay, so we can see this is an FBM buy box here up here at 45. So it's 37 plus 9. It's really 46. Right? We can see it's a million rank. There's only one seller on it. It's an FBM seller here. And we can see this was created 8 days ago. And we just don't really have any proof of movement on this here. So for example, this is the kind of thing I would totally want to pass on. Unfortunately, for example, right here, I do think it would be nice and profitable. We just don't have enough sales history. But what I would totally do is look up these other similar like Christmas themed candles, for example, right, and see if any of those guys make sense. Though here we can see that does unfortunately not make sense here. Let's see, shimmer and Christmas tree, right? Yankee candle here. Let's see, Yankee candle right here, shimmer and Christmas tree wax melt. Boom. So we can see people have searched this before on Amazon. Let's see, $9 here. So let's see, this could totally make sense here. Let's say, so yeah, 9.49 here. Let's go ahead and see what we got here. Let's see. So yeah, 2.75 here, for example. So let's see, 2.75 minus gift cards are going to pay like $250, for example, right here. into 9.49. This is the kind of thing where the profit shows red on this, but it is an 85% ROI. The reason the profit shows red on this is just because it's below that $3 profit minimum criteria, for example, here. But if we take a look at this, we can see, right, this is totally made money. For example, here, where this isn't going to be the fastest mover in the world, but this totally makes money. And what I'd also want to do here is see if there's like a 2-pack or a 3-pack here as well that we could also take a look at here. But this is definitely a winner here. We can see. Oh, it's actually a 2-pack of those Christmas cookies. So you definitely want to look up those as well here. We can see, unfortunately, do not think there's a 2-pack on these. Could potentially look into making a 2-pack too. I love the look at this one here with 300 reviews at 12.51. If this is also in stock on the Yankee Candle website, this could totally make sense as well. Let's see. So 12.51 here. Let's go ahead and search this on Google. Just hitting the Google button right there. And let's see, Snowflake Kisses here. Oh, wow. Okay, so it makes sense why this is super, super profitable. We can see it's out of stock. Unfortunately, so what I want to do is add this to a SellerAmp spreadsheet and go ahead and take a look at this in the future. Right here, unfortunately, this does not make sense. Let's see, Christmas cookie here, wax melts. I believe we already looked those up. Let's see, North Pole Hideaway. Right here, we can see there's a bunch of bread. It's honestly even worth just going here and searching Yankee Candle Christmas on Amazon, right? Or whatever, scent is, or whatever type of, season's in. And then just seeing what shows up initially first here and letting the Amazon algorithm do a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of seeing what's in stock, for example, here. So let's see, we plug in Yankee Candle. Let's see, North Pole Hideaway, for example, right here. Let's see what we got. So North Pole Hideaway. Aha, okay, so we can see it's in stock. I bet you, unfortunately, this just doesn't sell super well, though, because I can see this listing doesn't currently have any reviews. Right, so we are nice and profitable. I've actually seen the seller's name in a couple of these buy boxes here. The problem is, Keepa's not even identifying a product here. And very, very good pro tip. I'm glad this showed up. We can see generic brand here. You definitely want to avoid listings where there's a generic brand, unfortunately, here. For example, let's go ahead and see Warm Luxe Cashmere. Let's go ahead and see here. Boom, let's put this guy in here. Right, Warm Luxe Cashmere here. Let's see. Okay, so we can see here. So 2-packs at 13. So that doesn't make sense, unfortunately, right there here. But right, we can see, is there a single pack here as well? Unfortunately, looks like there's not. Don't know why a 2-pack isn't in stock, or there isn't a 1-pack. For example, you can look into creating listings. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of it for beginners, but people totally do. Let's see this one here. Oh, this moves. Yeah, it's all FDM people too, so it might be hazmat, for example. Right, look at how nice and sustainable the Keepa chart is on this. For example, we can also see there's good offer count movement on that too. So if we go ahead and search this in here, we can see, Warm Luxe Cashmere, for example. So we're paying, $3.75 here, guys. So if we go ahead and plug in, $7.50 for both right here, we can see this is nice and profitable. Now, it does say unknown fees, which typically is an indicator that there has never been an FBA seller on this listing, which probably makes sense considering I think this is hazmat. So what you'd have to do in this case is rock and roll down here and run the FBM numbers, and that's how we get an accurate gauge. And we can say, okay, it doesn't even have a weight here. I'm sure these weigh nothing. What I do in this case is look up a similar listing and see how much that listing weighs of a 2-pack of this scent plug refill. For example, it's probably going to ship for 4.5, for example, here, though. So we literally see it's a nice, clean 50% return, right? And then we can take off that sales tax as well, right here. And we can see, it's like $4.50 profit, right? 66% ROI. Not bad whatsoever here, right? So we'll keep it moving, right? Let's see, Balsam and Cedar right here. Go ahead and take a look at this as well. We'll take a look at some of the more expensive Yankee Candle stuff here too. Let's see. So a 3-pack right there is pretty cheap. 13. So that definitely doesn't work here. Let's see. Is there a single pack here? Do not think so, unfortunately. So no problem. We will keep moving here. Let's see. Yankee Candle. What's this called? Let's see. Bestseller here. Let's see here. Can't even see the name right there. Balsam and Cedar. Okay. Let's see. Fragrance Spheres here. Let's say, I think it's like a mini candle, for example, here. Let's see. Do not see a listing on those guys. No problem. Let's keep moving here. Okay, Munich Christmas Market here. Let's see. This is Yankee Candle here. Let's see. Nice thing is it's still literally just like a repeatable process here to go ahead and plug this in. So we can see here. Let's see. This guy here is a little different. Let's see. Is there a match right here? Yeah, so sometimes you totally won't be able to see a specific match right there. Let's see. Yankee Candle Big Apple Christmas. Let's see. And what you want to do is each time you look up the scent, you should see if there's quick sellers in any of the other types of products, for example, here too. So we can see if any of these have a bunch of reviews, like these could totally make sense. Right, let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look like anything on these guys here. Let's see, Yankee Candle, original hanging jars, Macintosh here. So let's say Yankee Candle, hanging jar, Macintosh here. Let's go ahead and see what this makes sense. Okay, so let's see. So these are, yeah, so $1.50 a piece, right? And we can see there's a 3-pack going for $9.99 right there, for example. So at 4.5 into 9.99, unfortunately, not going to be good right there. We'll take a look at some of this other stuff here too as well. All right, yeah, not seeing a match in terms of those. That's going to make sense pricing wise, unfortunately here. Let's see. Balsam and cedar here, original hanging jars. Let's just look up like the original hanging jars period and see if there's any ones that sell well here, for example. So let's see which of these guys are moving well. Let's see. Yeah, 4-pack right here of the card jar ultimates. Okay, so this might be a little bit different here. Let's see. Hanging sand, yeah, $4.99. So that's definitely not gonna work here. Let's see. So yeah, none of these are the right thing here. Let's see. Yeah, super cheap on those guys. No problem here. Let's see, we got another listing here too. Let's see. So let's see if any of these guys make sense. So yeah, these make money. Look at this. And literally people buy boxing like 27, for example. So let's see, what can we pick these guys up per unit right here? Let's see. Could see card jar ultimate right here. So what are we paying per? So okay, here we go. So we're paying $3 a piece, for example, right here, right? So because it's $6, buy 2 get 2 free. So it's essentially 50% off each unit, for example, right? So we're here at $3 right here. So if we go ahead and plug in 12 right here, we can see 12 into 27, $7 profit here. You know, if I were to take something like this, a price started with a test order of like 10 units, this would also be a perfect product to Ungate with as well. That's nice and profitable, that has good sales history, for example, that's got low competition too on this as well. And another thing that comes up pretty often is like, how do you know how much to buy respect to like the estimated sales per month? So what some people just do is they'll take a look at like, you know, if a listing has 31 estimated sales per month, like this one does, and 5 sellers, they'll assume they could get 6 sales per month. That's actually flawed logic though, because not every seller is priced competitively. So if we go ahead down here, guys, and we can see, right? Actually, in this case, everyone is price competitive. So this is actually a pretty good example here where you would, and right around that. So, you know, this would be like a 45-day supply buying this to Ungate, for example, right here. But what will typically happen is there'll be like 12 sellers on a good listing and like half the people will be priced competitively. So therefore, the estimated sales per month is spread across just those competitive sellers that are within 5 to 10% of the buy box, for example. So that's definitely something you got to keep in mind too on that here. So let's say this and literally just a separate listing to also, okay, this was the same thing here. I thought it was a separate listing, right? So let's see here. Let's see pumpkin swirl here. Let's see Yankee Candle pumpkin swirl here. Let's go ahead and see, copy that in right there. Let's see, we got this one here. These guys with a bunch of reviews. Yeah, look at how dominated these Amazon is by hats, for example, on something like this. So we can see, yeah, pumpkin swirl, pumpkin cinnamon swirl here, for example. So this actually probably is pretty profitable here. Once again, it's just not going to be something that sells super quick. I don't think so, because there's a pretty or there's no reviews on this listing, right? So if we rock and roll down here, right, we can see that this would actually make money. There is some offer count movement on this here, and actually is really profitable here, right at 2.75. Rare, for example. So this is the kind of thing actually a lot of sellers that have been around for a while would take something like this here. It's just the kind of thing a lot of new people would initially pass on, being that there is such a high sales rank here, which a lot of people automatically avoid. But I know the home and kitchen category is really big. So even if there's a really high sales rank, there can still be movement on something like this, for example. Here, let's get some of the more expensive stuff here too. Let's see. So we got all these like melt cups, for example. Definitely want to take a look at those as well if you're just doing this on. And you guys literally can start getting reps in, you know, as quick as possible with SellerAmp Keepa. Let's see, ultimate hanging card jars. Let's take a look at those here. Let's see. Let's get some more expensive stuff too. Let's get out of this like $6 range, for example, right here. Let's see. Yeah, so fragrance spheres. Never seen those before. Let's take a look though here, right? We can see these diffusers as well here too. Let's see. Let's take a look here. So Yankee Candle diffusers. Let's see, a Yankee Candle diffuser right here. Right, and our buy cost is, yeah, $3.50 a piece here. Oh, so this is going to be close, guys. Let's take a look here. This is going to be very close here at 3.5 and a 12, right? So there should be some margin here, right? And it's an FBM buy box, so I know if I were to FBA this, I could price higher. So if I'm FBAing this thing, I'm going at 13, for example, right here, and we can see our buy cost is literally $7, right? Minus 50%, so 3.5 here. Then we got discounted gift card in there too here as well, right? So we can see spend 3, make 3, 103% ROI right here, nice and profitable. And now all we have to do is just make sure this listing actually shows good sales history over time, taking a look at the Keepa chart here as well. So if we rock and roll down here, we can see phenomenal looking Keepa chart, right? Offer count's gone way down, price has gone way up on something like this. That's absolutely the type of trend we want to take a look at right here. This listing also flies to 700 sales per month and no variations. Actually are some, I thought there were no variations, but we can see. Okay, a bunch of junk here though. This one's probably the one that's selling the quickest by a mile. Yeah, we can see, like, look at this. Like, this one's cool, right? And then we can see dots. So we can see pattern diffuser here. Let's see sprinkle dots right here. So we can see, what about the organic one, for example, right here as well, right? So we can see, so I think we're actually on the organic one originally right here, right? We can plug this in on Google here and we can see right there, organic pattern, boom, right here. So yeah, we can see sprinkle dots, right? And then organic pattern. Okay, organic pattern's out of stock, right? So we'd want to add this to an out of stock spreadsheet in SellerAmp, for example, right here. But both of these were good, right? So we can see, taking a look at the variations tab here, we can see, right, good offer count movement on this, right? Good offer count movement on this one, for example, right there. And then taking advantage of that buy one, get one 50% off, both of these end up being good, for example, right here. So let's see. So we can see that was cool, right? Let's see, Coconut Beach here, Yankee Candle Fragrant Spheres, right? So let's see, let's go here, Yankee Candle Fragrance Spheres, right? And what you guys really need to understand though is that it literally doesn't matter at all what you're selling. It's all just what you can go ahead and find profitable. We're looking for good data, not good products. Once you've looked at enough good data via storefront stalking, you start to learn your favorite suppliers, get some test orders in, get some FBM movement, maybe some FBA shipments in using Boxem, for example, right? And then stuff just starts to get better. For example, here, let's see. So yeah, these ones that are here are like $6 definitely isn't going to cut it. Right, let's see, Fragrance Spheres, Festive Scent at 18. I could see that working, right? So let's see, Fragrance Spheres up here at 23 here. Let's see, it's a 2-pack though here. And what else? Let's see, 13. Those aren't going to work here. How much are we paying? Oh, we are paying $3.25 actually. So those ones at 13 probably do work, for example. So let's see here. Let's take a look on this guy here. Yeah, 17. Right, so let's take a look here. Right, so we can see unknown fees. That's one of those ones where they're, hasn't been FBA'd before, for example. So let's see, Cracker Barrel here. All right, interestingly enough, we're doing manual sourcing, and we found this from a different retailer here. Right, at 3.5 and Christmas Cookie, for example, right, this would be nice and profitable. It's currently out of stock on the retailer, and Amazon doesn't have a ton of sales history here, but people have totally bought this. It's just never been FBA'd, as we can see here. So this is a profitable SKU here. Right, let's see this one here as well. Pretty much the same deal, honestly. Look at that trend, right? We can see offer count went way down, price went way up on something like this. So let's go ahead and Google this and see what we can do, right? So Spice Pumpkin here. Damn, so another one where it's good, it's just out of stock, right? And we can see out of stock, but at $4, we'd gift card that, it'd be like 3.5, for example, right here. So at $4 right here, we can see buy for 4, sell for 23, right? $10 profit, 260% ROI, for example, right here. We can see gets even better there. Unfortunately, on that, not going to be the kind of thing that makes sense, though, fortunately, or it totally makes sense. It's just out of stock here. We can see. So now this one, taking a look at this Keepa chart, right? Not a ton of offer count movement on this guy. So not going to worry about this. Too slow selling, unfortunately, here. Let's see. But that one's totally cool, right? Let's see. Yankee Candle Ultimate Car Jars here. Let's see. Ultimate Car Jar here. Let's see. So we've essentially just start looking up the ones that we know are selling quick, for example, right here, right? So let's see, at $6, we're paying $3 a piece. So that'd be a 9 buy cost, which is not going to work at 17 here, right? Let's see, we want like single packs that are going for like 10, for example, right? Okay, this could work at $3 a piece, 9 to 24 here. Take a look at that, right? And let's rock and roll down here. Let's see, 3-pack. Yeah, it's not going to work either here. Let's say 9. Okay, 9 could work, buying for 3, right? Same thing here too. So these actually probably do work. This is like older packaging, for example, here. This should check out, right? So let's see. So $3 into 9, for example, right here. Yeah, we can see super slow on something like this, right? And then we can see this one here, right? We can see, look at that trend, right? Offer count going down, price going up on something like that. Not bad whatsoever here, right? Let's go ahead and see. Aha. Okay, so this is a 3-pack, for example, here too. Buy 2, get 2 free. Yeah, okay, so we can see out of stock, unfortunately, right there. Right, and we can see, ooh, nice sustainable replan here. Look at that stability right there, guys. Let's see. Let's take a look. Car jar ultimate here. Christmas cookie right here. Right. And we can see, yeah, car jar ultimate right here. Right. Ultimate hanging jars right there. Boom. So we can see here, right? A $3 buy cost for a single pack right here. We can see spend 3, get 2 back, right? Really nice sustainable ROI here too, just looking at this price history. That's not a bad product whatsoever, guys. And that's another example of how to find a lot of products manual sourcing. Let's hop on to Joanne and find a little yarn profile as well. All different types of stuff sells well on Amazon. It doesn't matter what it is. It just matters what you can go ahead and make money on. Let's fill up, your space here with a bunch of profitable products on Amazon. Let's jump into Joanne's, find some more profitable SKUs. All right, guys, let's jump into manual sourcing number 3. Similar to Stafford, this Joanne Lion brand, for example, this like yarn tends to be AutoUngate too. So this is going to be AutoUngate for some of you guys as well. Not that gating is necessarily an issue, but it is cool to, as a beginner, sell some stuff right away from the get-go you don't need to provide documentation for. For example, I can see they got a good sale going on. Right here, there's about 160 different Lion brand yarn items on Amazon or on Joanne, for example, here, right? And now the key is, right, this is the kind of thing where there's zero spidey sense about which of these are going to be good. I mean, I guess like yarn, for example, the more common color, the better. I don't personally know. Let's get rock and rolling though. And the way I originally found this brand is by doing storefront stalking in the clothing niche, for example, right? So I can see these are like $4.99, $4.54 a piece, $6.29 a piece, for example, right? So let's just open up a couple of these and dig in and start to find some stuff from here. And like I was saying, I originally found this brand by doing storefront stalking, right? And then what we do is we just go ahead and say, hey, okay, what else, can come from this brand or this store, for example, right? And I know Joanne does tax exempt, for example. They got good discounted gift cards, for example, here too. So let's dig in here and take a look here. Sometimes, you definitely don't start an online business to think of making a bunch of money from yarn, right? But I could see looking in some people's storefronts, some people are totally doing that based on how many ASINs they were carrying, for example, right? So we can see, all we want to do is go ahead and copy this. So I like to go here and then just hit Control C on Mac. There's different keyboard shortcuts you can totally be using here. And let's go ahead and plug this in and see what we can do, for example. So let's see. So we're paying, 4.54 a piece, for example, right here. Right, when we take a look at that, I believe this coupon's already factored in, for example. Right, so we go ahead here and we take a look here as well. So let's see. So cotton DK, for example. So what this is probably going to look like here, guys, is we're probably going to initially hop in here and then go ahead and open up a bunch of these and then just do and dig through some variations, for example, here. So let's get both of these guys open here, right? And let's go ahead and say, hey, okay, which of these specific variations are going to make sense on here? And there could totally be bundle plays too, as well here, guys, too. So let's see. So we want to go ahead here. First order of business, right? We can see 96 sales rank. So ridiculously good sales rank. So we know for a fact people making money on this stuff, for example, right? And then we need to go here and hit variations, for example, right? And then we need to go ahead and see, okay, which of these have good offer count movement, which shows me that people are making money on this stuff, right? So I'm gonna go here, just filter top to bottom by buy box price, for example, right? We can see, yeah, actually, interestingly enough, not really seeing much good third-party offer count movement. We can go here and hit configure columns and then see if Amazon's on some of these, for example, and we'd see, interestingly enough, they're not. For example, not enough offer count movement on there for that to be third-party friendly the way we want it to. Let's take a look at this one here as well, 6K rank. We'll take a look at this too, for example, right here. So let's go ahead and see variations top to bottom, for example, right here. See which variations are moving the quickest, for example, right here. So let's see, anything good offer count movement on these guys? Not really, honestly, it looks like either. Let's see, let's take a look at this here. Yeah, we can see all just pretty blocky, for example, so not going to worry about those, for example, right here. Let's take a look at this here. Let's see, whipped cream, for example, here. Let's go ahead and plug this in, for example, right here. Interesting. Okay, so these look like branded bundles. Unfortunately, where we can see there's like a separate thing from a different brand. So you always want to avoid branded bundles right there, though, here. But like this, for example, we'd see it has the brand Lion brand yarn there, right? So we can see, so that should be good to go on that here, right? So let's see. Let's take a look at this. So how much are we paying here for these? So let's see. So we're paying here 7.76 here, or 7.69 here, right? So we'd see that'd be a minus 6% ROI, or minus 60 or 50% ROI, right? So we definitely don't want that here, right? So let's see. Let's take a look here at variations, right? So let's see. These guys here, 13. Okay, so I don't think any of those are going to make sense either here. take a look at this here, right? And see, sometimes it can be a little tricky. Not everything's going to be profitable. For example, here too, right? And we can see I found some good ones just doing storefront stalking for this retail. And we can always see some other potential recommendations down here too as well. So let's see. Aha, yeah, here we go. So now we got some off account activity. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Right. So this one's super stable at 30, for example, and even it's a buy box share creeping up in like the 35 range, for example, right here. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. Right. So we can see, yeah, 34, for example, right there. Right. So depending on what we can pay for this right here. So let's see, what can we pay for these guys? So we plug this in here. We can see, aha, Woolies right there. Let's see, blended charcoal, for example, right here. So let's see. So Woolies right there. Let's see. So yeah, it's a little different here. So let's say, yeah, Woolies thick yarn, for example, here, 3-pack, right? So check this out, right? So we can see 4.99 here, right? So we can see, so 4.99 times 3. So let's go ahead and plug this in. So 4.99 times 3, for example, right here, we can see spending 15, making $5 a pop right there. But we also have to consider that if I go ahead and Google, does Joanne take tax exempt here, right? We can see it shows, please email customer.service@joanne.com. We can do tax exempt right there. So you want to make sure, obviously, following your state's rules. For example, right there, that's a big pro tip in terms of, when you're buying products for resale, you might as well use that reseller certificate right there. So now we can go ahead and take off that 5% right there, right? We can see, and the math doesn't actually end up being perfect. That's the best way to do it. For example, right there. So we can see right now this becomes a 38% ROI here, right? And we can look up like, does Joanne have rewards, right? And we can see how their rewards program works, right? Or see if there's any other coupons, for example, here too. Maybe they have a store-based credit card, for example, here too, right? So let's see, how does this, oh, okay, cool. So that's another pro tip. If you qualify for any of these discounts here too, as well. So that sounds good. Let's see, right? So there's a bunch of FAQs here, but like, for example, the way a lot of these rewards at different retailers work, for example, is you just earn points to spend in the future, kind of similar to Kohl's Cash, the way you guys saw it in the storefront stalking section. For example, right here, but we can see like this is a nice profitable product that's been good, that people have made money on for a while. For example, right there, and there's just discounted gift cards too. See what the situation is like on there. Few sites allow discounted gift cards and rewards though. For example, let's say we get 5% off with the discounted gift card, for example, right here, right? So let's take off like 5% with discounted gift card here, right? We can see take off 5% right there, right? We can see it's not bad, right? $6 profit, 46% ROI here. It's been sustainable up there. That's the types of games you want to play when we're doing online arbitrage here, guys. It's like, I didn't imagine, selling a bunch of yarn here, but if the data makes sense, the data makes sense, for example, right here. So let's keep it going here, right? And take a look and see if there's other variations that also make sense, for example, right here. Let's see, right? So remember, guys, we're looking for good offer count movement here, right? So let's see, good offer count movement here, little block. Yeah, I can rock with that though. Yeah, okay, that's one we already took a look at. Right. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. Like, look at that trend right there, guys. Right. We can see 17 sellers early November. Today, 11 sellers right here. Right. Let's take a look. I bet you this, they got this one on here too as well. So let's see. So BuyBox going at like, $30, even 32 in certain cases here. So let's call it like a $30 BuyBox, 31, for example, right there. Right. Taking a look here, we can see, boom, same deal right there. Right. And we can see literally here, right. So see 4.99. For example, right here, right, and we can see, right, line right here, thick and quick here, for example, right there, boom, so we can see, so 4.99, right, 4.99 times 3, right, take off tax exempt right there, gift cards right there, we can see, it's not bad whatsoever here, guys, and we can see people have buy boxed even higher here in the past, like a lot of people sold this at 31 and 32, for example, right here, guys, so that is absolutely the way to go ahead and do this stuff, guys, in terms of just doing manual sourcing. For example, we just go ahead and copy right here, and we rock and roll over here and plug this guy in, and let's see what we got. All right, so let's see. So this is Trubo yarn here. Okay, so we can see 241 yards here. Let's see. So we can see, it looks like we got a couple potential bundles. For example, let's see. You want these 3-packs though, right? For example, and as long as there's no fancy packaging, you totally be comfortable doing bundles as well. Amazon gets how that work. It benefits them too as well. So let's go here to variations and see what's moving quick here. Let's see. Take a look here. Right, and we can see, taking a look here. Okay, any of these guys got good offer count movement. We can see, does not look like it in the slightest right there. So I definitely don't like that here. Let's see. This worsted yarn, for example. Let's go ahead here. Boom, plug these guys in. For example, right there. Let's see. Okay. Should have some potential right here, for example. Let's say, yeah, a bunch of good listings here, guys, honestly. Let's see if any of these guys make sense here, for example, right? So we open up all these listings that we can see people making money on. That's the key. So we can see people make money on the stuff. It's got good reviews, right? And then what we need to do is just rock and roll in here and see if there's any listings that we can see a bunch of third-party sellers make money on, for example, right here, which comes from offer count movement, right? So if we take a look here, and go ahead and see here. So variations right here. Then we need to say, okay, which of the variations are selling the quickest, for example, right here, right? And we can see, yeah, not really good offer count movement on these guys. Yeah, 3-pack, we'd have to be paying like $1 a piece for that to make sense, right? But the nice thing is over time, you get good at disqualifying stuff fast, for example, here, right? So we go ahead and refresh this guy here, right? We can see, yeah, it looks like Amazon's selling these themselves. Keepa does not provide any data for this product. So we're unable to track it. Interesting. Okay, let's take a look at this here. Right, that's weird. You rarely see that, but occasionally you will. For example, let's see. Right, so go to variations here. Take a look at this here. Aha! Look at these guys. Right, so we can see. So this guy shows good offer count movement here, y'all. Right, what else we got here as well? Right, yeah, some of these other ones too here. Right, so we can see. Let's take a look at this. Right, so we're here at 32.36, for example here. Let's see, right? So 32.36. We can see brand is on it. Does look like they're sharing buy boxes. We can see some good offer count movement. And a lot of people would look at this and say, like, oh my gosh, the competition went up a ton. Not really, though, considering like the past like 3-4 weeks here, it's been completely stable. Right. And we can see, yeah, people catching buy box up at 33 FBA. So at 33 FBA, right here, right, our max cost is 15. If these are $5 a piece, boom, yeah, there we go. Right. So we can see literally here. Right, 5. What was 87 divided by 15? Could we pay less potentially? 87 divided by 15 here, right? So we can see, okay, so it's a little bit more unless there's a good coupon on Michael's, which there very well could be, for example, right? You want to look into that, for example, right there. So there's a good coupon on Michael's or like, you know, really, really big gift cards. Let's see if that's the case here, right? We might actually be able to even get those cheaper. Right, so in C, yeah, I'm not super familiar with this card cash sale, for example. They do it from time to time, but say this 5% off is extra on top of that 12, right? This could become even better. For example, I know some of this stuff might seem a little bit complicated. Every business is complicated when you're new. You're going to get better. You're going to learn. You're going to innovate. You're going to make friends. You know, ask questions in my live streams, my free Discord. If you want to work together formally, we can do that as well right here. For example, so like say that does hit 12 plus another 5%, say they do tax exempt as well here, right? This becomes better to buy in those bundles, for example, quick on that, right? But we'll keep it moving, for example, right here. So let's see, 4.99. Go ahead and multiply this thing by 3, right? Then we got different stuff in there, for example, right here. Becomes even better. This is the type of thing where a lot of people made money up here at 37, for example, right here. So it becomes even better right there too. Onto that, so we can see not bad whatsoever. And remember, guys, when you're a newer seller, you want to reduce risk as much as possible. That's why, you know, small test orders are really, really helpful. Merchant fulfilling different products is really, really helpful, for example, right there. So, you know, super important when you're a seller, you know, starting your first online business, for example, you start out, you know, nice and low risk, for example, here too. So let's see. So that's cool, right? Let's go ahead and see this guy here. These are a little bit more expensive though, so I'm not super confident these ones will be good, but let's go ahead and plug this in, for example, here too. Let's see. Remember, home and kitchen's a very big category too. For example, let's see here. Here we go. Right. So when CS listings pop, 700 reviews, right? 50 plus bought in the past month for this variation, but we'd obviously want to go ahead and see if there's other variations too, right? So let's go ahead and check this guy out and see what we can do right here, right? So first order of business, we want to go down here and hit variations, for example, right? So let's go here and hit variations, right? And then we'll see if there's any good offer count movement on any of this stuff, for example, right here, right? So we can see right here, not really. We can see the no buy box listings as well too, or display all of them, including the no buy box listings. For example, here too, SellerAmp Keepa making all this possible. Probably not in respect to this this one here. Yeah, not really much good offer count movement here. Let's keep this thing moving and see what else we can do right here. All right, so let's see here. Right, worsted yarn. Let's see. I think we already looked up this one here. Let's see. Worsted cotton yarn. Let's see. Holy crap, this one moving quick though. Right, we can see here. Yeah, this one moving super quick. Right, let's get some of these other ones up here as well. You can see these different types here as well. Let's see. Damn, but 3 packs for 11. That could work. Let's see, 10.49 here. Let's go in and see. What I'd also do is like rewind and go to those listings we saw initially that were good, and then Storefront stock off of there too. right? So we can see. So yeah, we already looked at this one, I think. Let's see. I don't think there's going to be any good ones on the variations here. Let's see. Take a look at this guy here. Let's see. Yeah, okay. At 3 packs at 17, ain't going to cut it. Right there, no problem. Let's see. Let's take a look at this here, for example. $5. Let's see here. Let's copy and paste that in. For example, here too. Okay, yeah, this thing popping too. Look at that, 6,500 reviews right there, guys. We can see it. Let's take a look at this here. Let's see. Let's get these bad boys up here. Let's see. Let's take a look at this. Get this listing up here. Then we're going to take a look at the best variations here. Let's see. Go down here to variations as well. Where else see any of these guys moving well? It's got a really good sales rank here. Where else see? Take a look here. 42. Okay, this could totally work. Okay. Yeah, I mean, some of these are going to be a little bit slower selling, for example, but this one that's moving quick up here, moving okay, up here at 40, for example, here too. Let's take a look at these guys, right? So let's see, 36, 37 right here, right? So let's go ahead and see. Let's go ahead and Google this here. Ooh, nice. Okay, check this out. So this one actually isn't going to be from Joann's. It looks like it's on sale on Michael's, for example, here too. So we can see, right? Assuming this coupon hits, what was this coupon? You just click it. This is why you want to have Capital One Shopping. Load up right there. 40% off entire regular price purchase. Blessings. Absolute blessings. Right here, right? So we can see, yeah, look at that. Earn 9% in rewards. See, okay, that's with the Michael's credit card though. But if you get in a rhythm with the retailer and, they're not canceling you or anything like that, for example, right, we can take a look at just a really, really good pro tip. Order cancels are a part of the game. Don't be afraid of order cancels and like sites banning you. There's tons of different sites. There's ways to, get around cancels. For example, here too. But if we take a look here, right? So let's take a look here. So this would be 9 times 3 because it's a 3-pack, right? That we want to take off that 40% with that coupon right here, right? And then we want to see, okay, does Michael's take a reseller certificate? Let's see. Does Michael's take reseller certificates? Let's see here, or tax them, same thing. Right here, we can see yes, Michael's accepts reseller certificates. Oh, it looks like they have a bulk program, for example, here too. Yeah, this looks like it. Maybe it's like a place you sell on, for example, here too. Let's see. Let's do let's reframe that a little bit. Do tax them. See what it picks up on here. Resellers. Let's see. Offers a tax exemption program for resellers and small businesses. Boom. Nice. Okay, cool. Sweet. So we can see here. Yeah, as long as you provide your stuff, right? It looks like we should be good to go on that. So let's see. Let's take off that 5%. For example, right here, and we can see it. That's not a bad skew whatsoever here, guys, too. Right? And we can see it. Also want to see there's discounted gift cards potentially too. There as well. But we can see here. Aha. So this is kind of catfishing here, and that this is profitable on paper, but there isn't enough sales history at this $25 price, or at this where we need it at 37, for example, right there. So I'd pass on that, unfortunately. Let's take a look at this guy here. Let's see, 651 yards. Can you believe this little thing of yarn has over 6 football fields? I was thinking in feet right there. My bad. If there's any geometry experts in the comments, I might even have gotten that wrong right there. Let's see. Right, at least I can sell stuff on Amazon, right? Let's see. Okay, none of these guys got variation, so these guys ain't gonna work either. Right there, no problem. Take a look, little 3-pack vibe here. Let's see. I don't know why it always zaps to the category, for example. Okay, yeah, here we go. So we can see this listing overall is popping. It's got 15,000 reviews. Right here, let's see. Take a look at this guy, for example. Right here. Let's see what we got. All right, so first order of business. Let's rock and roll down here to the variations, right, and see if any of these guys are moving quick, for example. And let me know if if this AutoUngates for you too here, right? So we can see it definitely isn't going to work here. These 3-packs here. The only place where this would work is if these are sellers charging a lot for shipping, which is not the case whatsoever, right? So let's see. So let's keep it moving here, right? Because Keepa doesn't always report that correct, and in fact, in many cases, it does not report it correctly. Let's see, fisherman's wool here. Let's see, superwash here, merino here. Okay, I don't think either of those match here. Let's see. Yeah, so it seems like the game with a lot of stuff is like the bundles. So what I might do is run like a search here and just move the lowest to like $30. For example, just search like Lion brand yarn right here, right? And then just go here and drag this up to like 30, for example, right? And see what makes sense of those price points. For example, here too, to take a look at, right? So I could go ahead and open up these, and any ones that are under that Lion brand, are going to have a shot, especially at 3-packs, for example, here. So this is absolutely the name of the game with the stuff here, guys. And literally, we only went through a couple of these, but what you can always do is go ahead and open up these listings and storefront stock from them there too, and you'll find other vetted listings pretty quick. Because especially in this case, where like they're all pretty much the same thing, they're just different color. Sure, some colors more common than others, for example, but we can see as we did sourcing from them, there wasn't any rhyme or reason why some of them were better than others. For example, right here. So you just want to go ahead and take a look at some of this stuff on your own. It's going to make your life significantly easier as you're doing manual sourcing. And also make sure you have SellerAmp QVS. We just go to selleramp.com/QVS. It's also linked in the description right there. And you can go ahead and add that to your Chrome browser for free, including your SellerAmp subscription right there. On to manual sourcing, website number 5. All right, guys, manual sourcing number 4, switching up niches here. I can see that Gap Factory has a really good sale, and we can see it's got that extra 10% off. For example, I actually found this initially by taking a look at Googling some Gap products just sourcing from my own. For example, we can see, so literally it's this great like Cyber Monday sale, for example, plus an extra 10%. So that's something you always want to be, making sure you're taking a look at right there as you're doing product sourcing. For example here, so we can go over here and literally see on the website homepage, it's 60% off everything, literally everything, right? Plus 10% off right here, right? And Gap does really good discounted gift cards too. So we go ahead and plug in Gap. For example, right here, we can see we can get pretty significant right here, even though this is Gap Factory. Gap gift cards do work on it. I found that literally just Googling originally, if that was the case, right? And it is the case, right? So for example, we can see like, we can get an extra like 10% off, for example, right here, right? So I tend to have the highest hit rates with men's products, for example. So we can just go ahead and click into men right here. And then as we know, for you guys watching the rest of the manual sourcing section, all we need to do here is think of these discounts and say, hey, okay, do we think we could see us selling these for double or more on Amazon, right? So popular products, for example, could we see them selling for double or more on Amazon, right? So we can see here, like this jacket, pretty cheap here, at 25, like I could see that selling for double or more on Amazon, right? This vest here, honestly, really, really cheap, right around like 15 bucks, for example, right there. I could see that selling for double or more on Amazon, right? These sweatshirts, for example, here too. Yes, we can see I'm not going to open up like duplicate variations here though, for example. Yeah, another type of sweatshirt. Right there, we can see these crew neck tees, for example, right here. Buy cost like 10 bucks. I can see those selling for 23. For example, here, let's see, jeans. I don't think it'll do super well on Amazon. Let's see some of this more generic stuff. What I've seen from Gaps, it's a lot of like the logo stuff, for example. So we can even just go ahead and search like Gap, like logo, for example, right here, and just see like what else showing up of Gap logo. Like, yeah, like see these women's hoodies are cheap, right? These crew necks here. We got like men's zip up hoodies, for example, here too, right? So we can see, yeah, these joggers here as well, right? And you kind of think to yourself, it's like, okay, hoodies, crew necks, joggers, etc. right here. And then like the natural like next thing from there is like, okay, jackets and sweatpants, for example, too, especially because this is in winter when a lot of the stuff's in. Now, like I was saying, guys, stuff isn't always that seasonal, for example, here too, but it definitely doesn't hurt, right? So we just want to go ahead and open in here. And then we're going to click over to Amazon and go ahead and plug these in. For example, right here, right? And we can see, okay, Gap logo joggers, for example. Okay, so we only got 3 reviews right here, for example, but it could just be that they're a pretty new listing, right? And for this to have 3 reviews, it's sold several hundred times. It's like something that like a lot of newer sellers think all the time about is like, okay, how am I going to get a bunch of reviews on your store? The truth be told answer is you're not going to get reviews on your store. A lot of them for a while, they don't really matter. Amazon makes it hard for people to leave reviews on your storefront, so you don't really get one. You get like 1 review every like couple hundred orders, honestly, these days, right there. So don't really worry about that. But right, let's rock and roll in here. We can see decent sales rank, 128K, right? Let's go to variations here and see what's moving the quickest, for example, right here, right? So let's go ahead here, variations, right? And we can see now we need to go to offer count movement, right? And we can see none of these have that. No problem. Here we can see super blocky. Many of them honestly out of stock. Many of them no sellers right there. So we're not going to worry about those here. Right? We can see Gap logo zip hoodies, right? So let's copy this and let's go ahead and just plug this in here, right? So Command V on Mac, right? Plug that in here, and we want the men's ones, for example, here too. So let's see. So yeah, men's ones here, right? So let's see. So we are paying pretty cheap. Yeah, 20 bucks, super cheap. For example, here, let's see. Right, so let's take a look. So we got charcoal gray, for example, here too, new charcoal gray. Yeah, new charcoal gray. All right, let's lock in, right? Let's find some good stuff here. So let's check variations, see what's moving the quickest, for example, right here. So let's go ahead and see here. All right, so we can see, okay, true black. Let's see, got the all black ones here. For example, let's see, true black here. Oh, nice. Okay, here we go. Yeah, 20 bucks, super cheap, right? So we can see, yeah, 20 bucks into 46. This should be a nice profitable skew. And guys, I can see there's a nice FBM buy box, for example, too. It's all FBM. So I know I'd totally be able to FBM this if I was a beginner, for example, here too, right? So we can see at 20 bucks right here, right? And see it's not bad, right? Minus that 10% code that we could see. It actually shows on Capital One Shopping here as well. Right. And so we see, 15%, interesting enough. So we would want to plug that in too here potentially, but we can see, so 20 bucks minus 10%, we'll play conservative right here, right? Minus gift cards here. We can see that is a nice profitable product here, guys. And then all we need to do from here is just make sure that the Keepa chart looks good as well. And we can see, unfortunately, the sales tree on this item is like 25 and 30, for example. So unfortunately, this is the kind of thing I would definitely avoid here, right? We'll go back to variations and see if any of these guys are consistently up there. Let's see. So 56 here and consistently up there. Okay, this light gray one here. Yeah, here we go. Right, so you can see, yeah, 50 bucks here, and it's got good offer count movement. For example, like this one is pretty profitable. It's going for like 47. The problem is not much offer count movement, right? But we can see here at 50, right? For example, let's take a look here. So we got this light gray one, for example, here. So at 50, right? Gray, right? Yeah, literally same guy in the picture right there. So we can see 20 bucks here, right? So 20 bucks minus that coupon, right? Minus gift cards right here. We can see not a bad skew whatsoever here, guys. 16 into 50. It's like 100% ROI here. We got good offer count movement on this thing too as well. No buy box, no problem. That's a good item right there. Unfortunately, I thought that all black one was going to be good too. Just not enough sales history at that good price that we needed that. It was mainly hanging out in like the, like the 20 to 25 range. That definitely doesn't work, unfortunately. Here, let's see. Gap logo sweatshirt women's here. Let's see. Go and add in a women's stat search right there. So we want like this crew neck here. So let's see. Yeah, crew neck here. Right. Let's see. Go ahead and plug this in. All right, so we can go ahead and see this right here, right? 27 reviews. Let's lock and load here. Are there other listings too? Okay, not really. Let's see. This actually looks like it's selling pretty well though. Yeah, it's got 300 reviews right there. Let's go ahead and open up that too as well. Let's see. Go ahead here, plug this in, see what we got here. Let's see, 112K rank. Or is there anything with good offer count movement? Let's see. So if we go here to variations, let's see what we got. Okay, so let's see. So we got not much offer count movement at all on this. There anything over here? Yeah, okay, yeah, not much offer count movement at all. No problem. Let's take a look at this one here, right? And you see how you get in a rhythm, you get really fluid with movements. That's part of just doing anything often. Don't expect to have that right away. This is a process, you know what I mean? Right, so let's see. What's got a good offer count movement here? Let's see. Let's see. We got anything with some good wiggle here? Okay, that could work. Right, let's see here. Yeah, 55. Right, so for example here too. Yeah, so we can see $40 buy box here. So let's see. Go ahead and take a look at this right here. Right, we can see here. Bada bing here. We can see. Oh yeah, nice. Right, so we can see. Yeah, 10% off at 20. Right, so it's like 20. Right, minus 10%. Minus gift cards, for example, right here. So we can see, yeah, 16 bucks into 40 right there. 8 bucks profit, 50% ROI, for example, right there. Not bad whatsoever. Right, let's see. So that was cool. Right, let's see this Gap logo zip hoodies, for example, too. Let's take a look at some of these jackets and stuff here as well here too. Let's start off with these guys here. And this is how you build a catalog. And you guys will notice as you're doing storefront stalking, all the time you're going to come across sellers that have, 47 or 72 or 112 ASINs in just one brand. And the way they're doing that is they figure out the discount required to make a certain website good, and then they manual source it, right? And they find a lot of leads really quick, like we're doing right now. Right, so we can see here, yeah, 1,200 reviews, for example. So let's go ahead and see if any of these guys make sense here. Let's see. So we go ahead and click variations right here. See if any of these guys make sense, yeah. So let's see. So we can see, yeah, 700 rank, incredibly good, right? And then we just need something with good offer count in here. So let's say, yeah, these grays right here, right? Let's see. We got the light gray here. Yeah, stupid cheap, right? So we can see literally right there. Yeah, so 20 bucks, right? So 20 bucks. And then we can see it's going to end up being like 16 total, for example, right there. So that's 100% ROI. Does it move quick enough? No. And unfortunately, the history is way lower, right? So that's another one where like it kind of caught us red-handed there. That's why Keepa is so important. You got to be using SellerAmp and Keepa for all these procs, guys. So unfortunately, that does not work, right? Let's see. What's consistently been up here though? Okay, this this khaki one here, we can see. It's got some okay offer count movement, right? It's going to be a little bit slower though here, but it's also trending like it should have a really good ROI, right? So let's see, khaki right here. Yeah, khaki, it's the same person in the picture here. So we can see at 16 to the 40 here, right? We can see that's not bad. And right, 1.1 pounds, I have a feeling this could be a little bit less, potentially under 1 pound right there. Amazon's not always perfect in terms of the weight here. But if we take a look, we can see like this has made money, right? This $40 is like the low price point, for example, here. Like this has totally made money here. And literally it's been chilling between 40 and 48 here for a while, right? And it's like, okay, how do I find other brands here too? Rock and roll down here and scroll down to the list of sellers in SellerAmp, right? And then we can open up these sellers and see, okay, what else they got, for example, here too, right? And now we can immediately learn other brands, right? And we can see, okay, you know, Nautica, Calvin Klein, Sorel, Tommy Hilfiger, J. Crew, Michael Kors, right? Under Armour, for example, is going to be closed for newer sellers currently. They might change that in the future right there. But we can see like this good stuff. We can see it's one person, this person's just moving Gap stuff. Do not recommend that. I really want you guys to make sure you're diversifying your catalogs here and everything. We can see this is a nice profitable product here. A little bit, you know, longer tail of an item. We can see nice item, has been profitable for a while, right? Let's see. Let's take a look at this here. Let's see. Gap Cold Control Puffer Jacket here. Let's go ahead and see Gap Cold Control Puffer Jacket. Let's see. Okay, this is a women's ones here. Okay, this could work, guys. 115 reviews, right? I did not expect this to be good. Let's take a look here, guys. Let's see. Right, so we're paying, yeah, the low, right? Very, very cheap here. Let's see. Okay, we got good offer count movement here. Not on this one. We can see this one literally was out of stock, which is not a problem. If the listing's out of stock, you just price it up, for example. But you do need to see consistent sales history if you're going to buy something that, you know, has been out of stock a lot, right there, which would be looking at what price it was when it was in stock, how it was moving when it was in stock, for example, here. So let's see. Let's go to variations here and see what we can do on this guy here. Let's see. All right, what's got good offer count movement here? We can see, unfortunately, literally none of these, right? So we definitely want to pass on that, unfortunately, here. Right, let's see. Let's take a look at the variations right here as well and go ahead and see what we can do on these guys here. And you see, it's not rocket science, guys, right? We just need to find listings that have good offer count movement, good sales rank, and that we can make profitable using coupon codes and holiday sales and tax exempt and subscribe and save and different rewards programs, for example, too here, right? And all the stuff that goes into this, right? And really the only time to do manual sourcing on a retailer is when you've already made money from it. For example, we can see, yes, this no offer count movement on these guys, no problem. Let's keep them moving. Right here, let's see. Cold Control Relaxed Puffer Vest here. Let's go ahead and take a look at this as well. Let's see. Let's see, Gap Cold Control Puffer Vest here. Let's see. Let's see, okay. Gap Men's Puffer Vest. Okay, so let's see. It looks like we got a, okay, that's the one with the logo though. Right there, we want the one with no logo. Right here, let's see. Let's see it. So we can see, yeah, 16 ratings. Don't have a feeling about this having good, or don't have a good feeling about this having good offer count movement here. Let's see what we got though. Let's see, and you could look at like kids, for example, too. Like we, oh, these kids one's cheap here. Okay, I didn't even expect to see that right there. We can see, so we'll take a look at those guys in a sec as well. So let's see. Go to buy box here and filter. Love just filtering there. Is there good offer count movement? Unfortunately not. And we can see nice and blocky there. So yeah, unfortunately gonna keep it moving, not take a look at those here. Let's see these waffle knit crew neck t-shirts. Let's just copy that and rock and roll over here. Go ahead and plug this guy in on Amazon here. Let's see. So this is waffle knit crew neck t-shirt here. Okay. Let's see. They got the women's ones too here as well. So let's go ahead and see here. Anything on here got a good offer count movement here? Let's go ahead and see. All right. So it's got 118 reviews overall here, guys. Right. So let's see if any of these guys moving nicely here. Let's see. Yeah, 70K rank total, 69K to be specific here. Let's go ahead and see any of these guys got a good offer count movement here. Let's see. Let's get Keepa here. Right. Let's see. Not really seeing much. Sometimes I'll filter by reviews here too. See what's got the let's see, yeah, 41 for example. Let's see, 40. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. So 35 plus 6, right? So it's like 41 here. Right, so let's go ahead and take a look at this right here. Oh my gosh. Okay, this profit about to be busting here. Right? So let's see. So we are here at 14, right? So let's take a look. So we're here at 14 minus 10% here. right? And then minus gift cards, right? So we can see here, that's good ROI there, y'all, right? And most likely this listing is going to be under £1 too. So if we go over here, we can see, yeah, this is super light, 9 ounces here, guys, right? So now I'm probably going to get some extra ROI here filtering to the FBM numbers on SellerAmp. So for example, if I rock and roll down here, right, I can go ahead and see and plug this in, $5 here. We can see this is a good ROI, y'all, right? And we can see, yes, like, the past 3 weeks, yeah, this has been chilling up at 40. It's not going to be, the quickest mover in the world here, but this, has made money right here, right? If I'm finding this on my own, I might just buy, one of these to test FBM and get a gauge on it in a very low risk manner, right? So for example, that was cool, right? Let's see this Gap logo sweatshirts here, right? So let's say, right, just rinse and repeat, yeah. Plugging this guy in. Let's see, Gap logo sweatshirts here. Let's see, and this is okay, just like the crew neck here. I don't know why it was specified there, right? And literally, look at this, guys. This is such a good example here. Check this out. This ad, right? This listing on Amazon has 2,000 reviews. Right, and it's just some basic private label like hoodie right there. And you got to chase your dreams, right? Basic USA private label hoodie with 2,000 reviews. Like you got to chase your dreams here, guys. Let's see. There it is, right? Let's see. So yeah, 23 right here. Let's see. Right, we need to use the internet to make money here. Let's see. Right, 9K rank. Whereas one, remember, guys, if y'all got any questions, drop them in the comments. There to help. Right. Let's see. And got good offer count movement, for example, right here. That's the one we were just on. Okay, so yeah, that one did work here. Let's see, it just repeats of those here. Let's see. Gap logo hoodie, Blue Galaxy. Let's see, Gap logo. It's like navy. Right here, let's see. Gap logo hoodie sweatshirt here. So we got a couple options. Interesting here. Let's see. Potentially multiple listings. We obviously have to make sure these are the right thing though here. Let's see. Right, so in C, yeah. So in C. So it's like small, medium, extra large here. Right, so let's see, we're here at 10.5, right? So these are going to print. Let's go here. Oh, let's go. That's perfect there. So we can see literally $33 right here. Only one seller, and it's an FBM seller right here. So I know this is going to be FBM friendly if you did want to FBM this. In terms of deciding to FBM or FBA an item, if you're a beginner, always look to FBM stuff. You just have to make sure the listings are actually FBM friendly, right? Which is going to be making sure it's taking a look down here and seeing if it's an FBM star in the buy box. That is not necessarily a deal breaker though. What is a deal breaker though, guys, is going down here and hitting data and then buy box statistics on Keepa and making sure 20% plus of the buy box share is going to sellers that don't have this FBA check mark, for example. Obviously, there's a nuance that if something sells insanely quick, you can go less FBM buy box share because it's more sales overall that are going to those FBM sellers right there. But in general, you want to see, 20% plus of the buy box going to FBM sellers right there. So this is stupid cheap. 10.5 here. So we're going to end up paying like 8 total. Right. And we can see it's like, okay, who cares if it's a little slower selling? We can see literally no sellers here, right? The whole time someone's buying this. Like it's literally, it's right there on this good listing here, right? And we can see literally chilling right there. So we can see, and then, obviously take a look at that. So like, this is the name of the game, guys. This is how it's done here with online arbitrage, right? It's saying, hey, okay, where are there good listings, right? Where there are good discounts, right? Let's take a look here, right? Good listings being storefront stalking, good discounts being doing manual sourcing. For example, right here, so let's see. It looks like we got a couple potentially good options right here. Let's see. So let's see. So we're here at $29.99. Cool. Okay, sweet. So what we just need here basically is we can see Amazon's been in stock on this one frequently, right? We're going to need to find ones where Amazon has frequently been out of stock and there's been good third-party movement here. For example, let's see. They got these gray ones here. Boom. Okay, we can see they just got the 2 here though. So let's see. So this would be hella profitable. Right, good offer count image is something that's going to be out of stock, for example, here too. And let's see, 3T, for example. Let's say, boom, game time. Yep. We can see this one was lower though, unfortunately. So this would be a pass, right? Let's see, red consistently out there though here, gray consistently out there. So that works here. Yeah, boom. Okay, so this 2T gray, we can see consistently hanging out up there at 20 plus. For example, here we go, right? And I clicked the 3T. I meant to click the 2T, right? Now we're going to click that right there. So we can see this gray one's the only one in stock, right? $12 here, right? And we can see chilling right there, $12, some gift cards in there too. That coupon, for example. So, well, you don't always got to use that. Some people never use. In fact, in my own personal career, I haven't needed to use many gift cards at all. So you definitely don't need to do it. For example, right here, but we can see like that's not bad. And that's been, at the buy box, it's been chilling profitable for a while, right there. The past 3-4 months here, it's largely been chilling there, and we can see a couple sellers, hanging out in there too as well right there. So that's the name of the game right there with this stuff. And then we can see, like, taking a look at some of the other red ones here, for example, too. Go through these other listings on your own here, guys, especially when there's a holiday going on. There's a lot of good opportunity to manual source. When you don't want to manual source those, when you haven't yet proven that a website's good or know that, they're good discounts going on right now. And Storefront Stalking teaches you that stuff right there, for example. So that's really, really important stuff. And let's move on to manual sourcing, website number 5. All right, guys, manual sourcing number 5 up with Carter's. Carter's is an interesting brand because for some people it's an AutoUngate, and for other people it actually requires 100 per purchase, for example, right there. But either way, I found a lot of profitable stuff in this brand and had a lot of success doing manual sourcing on this website in the past. We can see they got a good deal going on, 60 to 70% off plus Cyber 20 right here. There's also good discounted gift cards as well. And we can see specifically for baby boy, it's where I've had a lot of success. Right here, we can see there's 1,300 items right here specifically that this discount works on. For example, right here. So now, right, we can literally see it. It's so discounted right here. Retailing for 26, selling for 10. That's when you can clean up with online arbitrage right here, right? Also want to let you guys know that Carter's is different than Simply or Simple Joy by Carter's. So if you just search Carter's like list of products, it's probably going to show the Simply Joy ones. Make sure it's actually listed on the Carter's brand. For example, the Simple Joy one's like dominated by Amazon. I don't even think resellers can list it. For example, so if we see, let's see, like nice and basic right here. Just want to open up nice and basic stuff we could see doing well, specifically during Christmas. A lot of stuff that's like giftable, for example, right here. So we just want to take a look at like common stuff, for example. Right, so let's say like 5-pack here, slightly different. So we just want to start with like some common ones. I feel like these could do well as well too. I feel like this reindeer vibe for Christmas could do well as well too. Let's see, 5-pack. Yeah, I'm not going to open up repeat ones. For example, let's see. Okay, I could see this Christmas hat printing for Christmas. As also, remember, guys, the types of items you sell legit don't matter whatsoever. It's all about the metrics of just finding stuff good, right? We see this extra 20%. Really, really excited for us to use it right there as well. So let's go ahead and just open up this basic stuff, for example. Obviously, I've been through some of this before. I have context around what's going to do best. Typically, you build that over time, right? So let's see. So we just want to come in here and copy this and then just go over here and do Carter's, for example, right here. Right, so let's go ahead and plug this in here and we can see, baby pack. Let's see. 2-pack here. These are 25. These don't have any reviews though, so I doubt these are that good. We'll take a look at though. Unfortunately, let's take a look right here. Let's see. Yeah, okay. This is a 700K rank with no offer count movement right here. We'll give a quick glance at the variations and see if any of these guys do have a significant offer count movement, but I doubt they do. Right here, let's see. So we can see in this case, not looking good right there. So no problem. Not be something that would make sense to test order, even though it would be very profitable here. Let's see. Let's go back up here, right? And let's see. Shout out Command V, the keyboard shortcuts right there. Aha, this should be game time right here. We can see $20, 1,000 reviews. Looks pretty good here. Let's see what we got. Right, so let's see. And let's see these do match here as well. So let's see. So it's so $8, for example, right here. Let's go ahead and see. So let's rock and roll down here and go to variations, right? And see what has good offer count movement, for example, here. Let's see. Okay, what's got good offer count movement for us, for example, right? Okay, this one at 13, that don't work, right? We can see these are all pretty blocky, unfortunately, here as well. Let's see, maybe at 20 right there. I think these guys looking a little slow though here. Yeah, pretty blocky, right? We don't want to take a look at that, okay? So that one does not work here. Let's see. Let's take a look at this Carter's Santa hat. For example, here too, I have a feeling this might be a little niche to have a listing. For example, okay, cool, wow. Okay, so this actually is looking like a phenomenal product here. Interestingly enough, we can see 200 reviews here, right? And it's nicely in season, right? So let's go ahead and see here, right? So 200 reviews right here, right? So let's go ahead and see. So we have 0 to 3 and 12 to 24 in stock, right? So let's see. So this is a right here. Okay, so this one doesn't have much history, right? It actually has been profitable in the past, right? Fortunately, no, we can see not much activity. Not going to worry about something like this here, right? But this one here, we can see, aha, game time, right? So we can see this is very profitable, right? So let's see. So we're here at 5.4, for example, right here, and then we got an extra 20% off, for example, here too as well, right? So we can go ahead and see here, right? Let's see. Let's make sure it's an extra 20% off this price here. So let's go ahead and add this to cart here. So let's see, Cyber 20 was the coupon here. So let's see, view cart here, right? So let's see. So let's plug these guys in right here. Take me back to let's see, demand where here. Let's see. So let's go to cart right here. Right. So let's see. Let's take a look at this here. Okay. Site's kind of tripping right here, but either way, we'll assume that 20% works because they did advertise that it was working right here. So we can see, so 5.4 here. Yeah. 22. So let's see. So this one's out of stock, this 3 to 9. Right. This would be absolute money printer right here. And we can see no sales rank scares a lot of people away, but literally paying like $4 for this, for example, right here is stupid profitable, right? So this would be the kind of thing that totally needs to go on an out of stock spreadsheet in SellerAmp right there, right? But let's check these other ones too. Let's check 12 to 24 here, right? And we can see, yeah, so a lot of people would automatically avoid this too because they see $12 plus $4.50 shipping, right? And they don't add that $4.50 shipping in here because SellerAmp doesn't do it the way Keepa reports the data here, right? So if we add that in here, right now we can see buying this for like $4, right? We're printing money, right? We're making 97% here, and this is very in season. It's probably going to increase in demand, right? So we can see here, taking a look at this guy, we can see like this is chilling right here. This is posted up as a good product right here, right? Demand's getting way better, right? The sales rank's plummeting, should see some increased movement on something like this. And that, my friends, is a classic example of a profitable product found via manual sourcing right there. That's not bad whatsoever here, right? So let's see, we can also take a look at the 0 to 3, for example, right here, and we can see, yeah, same deal right there. We can see, right? 18 buy box here. Now, on something like this, offer counts going up. I'm honestly pretty confident something like this, regardless though, just because the demand's going up a ton as well. And then we can see that sales rank's plummeting, right? Competition shooting up, for example, right here, right? So we can see that's not bad whatsoever here, guys, right? So we can see even though competition shooting up, the demand increasing so much is going to counteract that, my opinion. But the key is it was $4. It's super light to test anyway, right here, for example. So let's go ahead and see here. Right, let's see this like a Christmas theme. Some of this Christmas stuff themed does well, like that first one did. That could be very promising for future stuff. Let's see, because you could even just search like Carter's Christmas here, and there's probably a Christmas section of the website. Right, yeah, look at this, Christmas and holiday outfits right here, right? So that could be a good way to filter down to that specifically right there as well, right? But let's see, let's find some other stuff. There was no listing for those. Let's see, let's go ahead and add this guy in. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so a little different. Need like the correct configuration right there. All right, let's see if these guys got a match. Fortunately, it's not looking like him right there. And if you think I hop around fast on this stuff, you'll hop around fast on it, as you get more and more comfortable with it too, as well. But this is just taking a look and showing you guys the entire process here on everything. Let's see, Carter's here. Let's take a look at this here. So let's say, go ahead and plug in Carter's, for example, right here. Right? Take a look at this right here. So we go ahead and plug this in. Oh, this should print here. Yeah. 1,500 reviews, right? $20 here. Let's take a look right here. So let's see. So let's rock and roll. So we're here at $10 minus 20% minus gift cards here. They probably have a banger rewards program too if you don't want to use gift cards as well. Let's see. Yeah, 10% off. Right. So we can see we're literally picking this up for like $7, like stupid cheap. For example, right here. Okay. This is a phenomenal online arbitrage product. Check this out. Look at that trend. Offer count going way down, price stable, and then jumped up a little bit, for example, here too. And then we can run those FBM numbers as well, right? And we hop in here, at 4.5, for example, right here. So it's very, very light, right? Yeah, 10 ounce, more like 5, for example, here. But you get the idea, right? We're literally making 60% ROI, for example, right there, right? So it's 7 into 20, spend 7, make 4 right there after shipping, fees, etc. Here we can see that is a perfect example of a good online arbitrage product. And that's the name of the game, guys, that if we were paying 10 for this and not using the coupons the way we can, right, we would make 10% ROI right there. But we got to know how the FBM calculator works, got to know how some of these other discount mechanisms work, and that makes the whole world go round, for example, here. So let's take a look. Right, so we got variations right here. Probably some other good ones on here too. And we can see literally, look at that. Yeah, 22 right here on the 24. Right, so we can see literally in stock right there. Money printed. Right, 23, 1 and 20 here. So we can see we just struck gold and found several variations consecutively of one good specific SKU right here. Right, so let's see. Looks like buy box must be going higher. Yeah, we can see people buy boxing up at 23, for example, FBA. So 23, buy cost of 7 right there. We can see printing money. Right, and see, so that's beautiful right there. So let's find some other stuff, y'all, too. And you can look through all those other variations. How do you find some other good Carter stuff? We're going to keep going manual sourcing, but you could find other Carter stuff and other brands by Storefront stalking off this listing as well, right? Just rocking and rolling down here and taking a look at these other sellers that are on this listing, right? And going ahead and, seeing what we track down profitable on the SKUs, for example, here, right? So, right, we can see here, right? We take a look at these, baby back right here. So we go ahead and plug these in right here. Boom, plug these guys in and see what we got here. Let's see. Okay, see how some of these say Simple Joy, so those are not reseller friendly, right? Just like a different brand, but it does pop up on the SEO for Carter's as well. So let's see. Don't think those guys gonna be good. Let's take a look at these guys. These long sleeve ones, for example. Let's see. Right here. Let's see. 4-pack right here. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Yeah, long sleeve here. Baby right here with the long sleeve. Okay. Here we go. So this should work. Yeah, 21 guys. This should work as well here too. Right. So we can see. Let's see. We got a ridiculous amount of variations. Right. So probably just gonna start out looking at these here as well. Right. So we can see 4-pack here. Right. So let's see. Newborn. Right here, 22, money printer. Oh, interesting though. This is a little slower though here. We can see not much offer count movement on this. So instead, let's go here to variations right here and see if any of this other stuff makes sense. Yeah, let's see. Let's go to variations here. Right, so see at 21, right, and we're paying like $7 for example right here, and this has okay offer count movement for 100% ROI. It's not bad whatsoever here, guys. Right, so we can see. Let's take a look here. So 7, definitely want to FBM this as well. So we can see money printer, right? Money printer, guys. We can see spend 7, make 5. Rinse and repeat here. Say you could sell, one of these per day. That's $150 profit a month right there. What about the other variations? For example, here too, something like this, I would expect to probably maybe during December, during the bigger months, sell about 1 a day, right? For example, but Keepa can be misleading sometimes too. Sometimes stuff sells a lot quicker, but you only know once you're in the game. For example, here, right? So let's take a look at this, right? So let's see. So let's go here, Carter's. It's 5-pack one, just rinse and repeat here, right? So let's see here, right? We want the all white ones here. So let's see, Simple Joys right here, white bodysuits 5-pack here. Yeah, here we go. And you can see like the title's a little like not what it should be, but if you look at the picture, right, we can see here, and we can see, look at that 5-pack right there. We can see right there the shoulders got that like kind of flat right there. For example, too, paying $7 as well, right? So let's see. Let's go to variations here and see if we can go ahead and track down profitably here. So this is the kind of thing where like we can see these are a little bit lower volume, but it is serving up to be 100% ROI, for example. So this is the kind of thing where like we don't have a ton of proof of a lot of volume on this, for example, but at $7 right here, right? And then we get into FBM on something like this, we're talking about making 100%. It could totally make sense to have some of these listed in your catalog, for example, here, right? And then we could take that, step further here, right? And we can see there's other sellers in this product. They got other Carter stuff, for example, too. Let's go ahead and see. Right here, so we can see, okay, they're killing it with Carter stuff. For example, right here, we got some more like holiday types items here. Let's see, it's like 41 here, or 53K rank, right? 41K rank right here, right? We can see 75K rank right there, 133K rank right here, right? So you just want to open all these up and let's see if these make sense from the Carter's website as well, right? So let's rock and roll down here, right? Let's go to variations, see what has some good movement here, right? And we can see, look at that. Like, let's see here, right? What's got good offer count movement here? Let's see. So this one probably not unless it's dumb cheap, just because of that offer count increase. All right, interesting enough, it is dumb cheap here. So let's see, talking about paying 10 right here, like pricing has even gone up as that offer count's gone up. And something like this with Q4, really the peak of it coming up, I might test something like this regardless here, because I'm making, plug in FBM, probably 100% on something like this here. Okay, yeah, we can see FBA 61%, right? FBM 73%, for example, right here. We can see not bad whatsoever here, right? We can see up at 30, right? We can see it's nice and profitable, right? So even though the offer count's gone up a little bit, honestly, the difference between like 12 and 16 across 2 weeks isn't much on something like this. So like, when something has an extraordinarily good ROI like this does, that can, significantly add to it right there. So we can see, so that was cool, right? What about this one here? We can see offer count nice and steady on this as well too the past couple weeks, right? 13 to 16, not much of a difference. For example, right here, we can see, look at that, right? Take off 20%, right? So we can see here, right? So 13, right? Minus 20%, right? Gift card that thing too, and see, nice profitable SKU. And you want to take a look at the variations as well right there too. So we can take a look at that, right? And see how you just get in a rhythm here and you can start cranking out leads. Like that's the name of the game. And that you don't find stuff good, you make it good. You need to be implementing these different discounts that exist on these different websites. And that's how you create and manufacture a lot of profit margins. We talk about this all the time on the BuyBoxBandits podcast, which is available on your favorite podcast platform. Right there, we got like 100 plus episodes with other Amazon sellers here, right? So we can see here, yeah, 9.6, guys, cheap right here, right? So 9.6 here, holy moly here. Okay, this was even better than I thought. Okay, so this is probably the best ROI we found so far, the whole free course, right? So in C, yeah, we're paying like 9.6, even if that 20% doesn't give 20% extra on top of that here, right? Minus that, we can see right here, we're paying just very, very low respect to where it's selling. This sells a little bit slower, right? But we can take a look here. It hasn't been around for that long. It's existed for only 30 days, right? And the sales ranks got significantly better. It's like 100K rank. Now it's right in like the 50K rank mark, for example. Like people make money on this stuff right here, right? And we can take a look at, which have the most reviews, which tends to tends to show which are going to sell the quickest, right? We can see at 30 right there, like we can see like that one looks good too. So they've got these black and reds here. Okay, they don't have these black and reds. Right, let's see what else they got though. Here, let's take a look. Right, so we can see, yeah. We can see, like, look at that. Competition's nicely gone down. Not the fastest mover in the world, for example, here, but we can take a look, right, and see these black and reds here. 12, is that same, like, color? Okay, it's not. Yes, this one that might not come from anywhere. Sometimes when I come across something like this, what I'll do is I'll right click and then I'll do search image with Google, for example, right there. And we can see, yeah, okay, so now we know where that thing comes from right there. We can see it either comes from Kohl's where it's out of stock, right, or Carter's where it's out of stock, unfortunately, on something like this. So this would be a kind of thing I would totally add to an out of stock spreadsheet in SellerAmp. And especially what I did when I was a newer seller is I met some other cool guys on Instagram. We built trust with each other. We built like a friend group and a group chat of sellers, and we would share spreadsheets of different leads, which was so helpful. And that's why you guys will hear me, throughout the free course talk about how important the community is, getting active on Twitter, getting active on Instagram, for example, and meeting other sellers. The free Discord that's linked in the description too on that. You guys should definitely go ahead and join that. And just being in the community is so helpful and just gives you a lot of extra output, for example, right there, right? So in C, so that was cool. Right, let's see what else we got here, right? Ooh, okay, yeah, 110K rank. Some of the like 5-packs we've already seen are good, right? So let's go ahead and take a look at this, for example, here too. These 2-packs here, right? And then two, like, guys, we didn't even go through a ton of these, right? You should open up all this other common stuff, on your own here when different deals come across as well too. You can check the source and calendar section, which we'll be doing in a little bit. That'll show you, how you're going to find when a lot of different sales are going on. For example, then there's a lot of stuff too. Like honestly, this extra 20% on Carter's is on pretty often. For example, right? Gift cards are on pretty often, for example, right there. So like there's a lot of stuff. I like to call it like evergreen, for example, like stuff that just stays good. For example, and the more you're in the game, the more that stuff you're going to be able to find, right? So we can see this one here, right? That looks excellent. Look at that offer count shoot down, right? It was like, it went up in late October. It sustained in mid-November, right? And then late November, right? Mid-November, right? It started going down, right? So we can see at 31, right? 32, right? We can see thing gets even better, for example, right here, right? So we can see at 32, right? We can go ahead and see if, this makes sense, for example, right here. So at 32, right? We'll go ahead and run this here. So we can see at 18, right? And then we take off that 20% here. So we can see, so we're paying like 18 minus 20% right here. So we can see cheap, 14 ounces. Should definitely run the FBM numbers here. So we can rock and roll down on this. Probably going to ship for like $6, for example. So we can see, right? FBA, it's like a 31% ROI. FBM, it's like a 37% ROI. And these are obviously, the average FBM cost. Sometimes, it's going to be a little bit more. Sometimes going to be a little bit less. But based off of, coming from someone who's done, 50,000 or so, or multiple tens of thousands of FBM wars over the years, this is what it tends to be right there. And then in terms of like, once you've done some FBM wars, you have a really good gauge for like your own personal data around that as well here too. But some people will like do like one FBM order and Amazon will try to charge them more, right? They don't know you can just buy on Pirate Ship, for example. You guys will learn about that in a little bit during those sections right there. But we can see like this is not bad whatsoever. And literally a couple days ago, people were buy boxing up at 35 FBA, which is a clean $7 profit on a $14 purchase right there as well. So that's not bad whatsoever here, guys. And we can go ahead here and see if there's any, variations that are moving for more or potentially quicker as well here too. So let's see. Yeah, holy moly. Okay, even better here, right? So we can see, right? Yeah, 4 to 5 here, for example. So we can see, right, at 40, man, it becomes even better, right? So let's take a look here. So, right, at 14 into 40, right? We can see here, you're making 82%, for example, right there. And that's the name of the game with all an arbitrage, guys. Really don't do manual sourcing until you have proven websites. But so far, just in the free course, you guys have seen 20 plus examples of winning procs, and much more importantly, how I've made them good. You don't find winning procs, you make them good using all those different tips and tricks we just went into, and that's how to do manual sourcing. Congrats on making it halfway through the free course, guys. If you're watching this late in the video, clearly you're very serious about starting an Amazon FBA side hustle or business to improve your financial situation in 2025. If you're liking what you're seeing and you want personalized one-on-one help directly from me, now's a great time to apply for my coaching program. So I'll leave a link down below in the description. You want to go ahead and check out some of the people we've helped, as well as put in your information and apply to see if it makes sense to work together. What my coaching program entails is 3 group coaching calls per week, direct one-on-one access to me, both via Zoom call and via my personal phone number, as well as on my coupons, tips and tricks and stuff I don't share anywhere else, and really just personalized help and really unparalleled direct one-on-one access to me to help you reach your Amazon seller goals. So if you're interested in doing that, now's a great time to go ahead and apply for my coaching program in 2025. This is the cheapest it'll ever be. So go ahead and take a look at that at the link in the description. Go ahead and put in your information. We can see if it makes sense. So take a look at my coaching program down below. Let's keep moving with the free course. All right, so now you guys have seen the 2 most popular proc sourcing methods for beginners: manual sourcing, going manually on a website and looking through the clearance or the sales section to find profitable procs, as well as storefront stalking, otherwise known as reverse sourcing, where we look inside the storefronts of other sellers to find products that sell quick, and then we look for those across the internet, right? Which one's better? The honest answer is both of them have a place in your business. When you're a complete beginner, storefront stalking makes a lot more sense. You don't waste a ton of time looking through unproven websites, right? And storefront stalking, when you Google procs, it starts to introduce you to new suppliers as well. Once you've actually validated that that website has winning procs, you know the different discount mechanism that goes into making procs good on those specific websites, you start to get a gauge of what a good sale looks like on that retailer, or just how to make items good, right? And then you want to dive into manual sourcing, for example, right? So a lot of new sellers spend way too much time doing manual sourcing because that's like kind of what you would expect to be what you should do for online arbitrage. However, in my opinion, storefront stalking makes a lot more sense, because when you storefront stalk, every item you take a look at, you already know that it's selling well because an experienced seller that you're looking inside the storefront of bought that product, and you can see good sales history on that specific item. Meanwhile, when you do manual sourcing, if you're a complete beginner, you don't already, have like kind of the spidey sense for what a good product looks like from a specific brand. So you end up looking up a ton of stuff that isn't already yet validated, for example, right there. So if you're a beginner, primarily focus on storefront stalking. Over time, you're going to learn some different good deals on different websites, and then you're going to want to do manual sourcing as well on those specific retailers, but mainly focus on storefront stalking as a newer seller. When you're a newer seller, reducing risk is really important. So when you find a winning product, how much do you actually initially buy, right? Because that's the worst thing if you were, a newer seller, right? Buying a ton of one specific product. You want to reduce risk as much as possible. And you guys saw when we were doing storefront stalking, right? There are sellers that have hundreds of different listings right there, and hundreds of different listings can even come from just a couple suppliers. Once you know how to make those specific suppliers good, and you know the 1 or 2 different tips or tricks that go into making that good, right? So a good rule of thumb is you want to do test orders when you are a newer seller, but it's not, am I test ordering or am I not test ordering? It's how deep are my test orders, right? So my life changed forever once I started buying 100 and 200 of the same products, once I got in a really good rhythm with my business. However, when I was a newer seller, once I got ungated in a specific brand, I was doing all merchant fulfilled, and I would just test like 2 to 5 of a specific product right there. So when you are a newer seller, as long as it's not in order to get Ungated, where you have to buy 10 plus, for example, even in some brands, 100 plus occasionally, right? You want to test nice and light, right? Especially if you're doing merchant fill, which you totally should be when you can see other sellers merchant filling on a specific product. So the short answer is when you find a winning product, you want to test between 2 and 10 units, depending on how confident you are in that specific item, right? And we obviously all have different budgets, for example, too. But merchant fill, you can test super quick and you can test super light. You don't have to fill a whole box to send off to Amazon. We're going to talk about that in a little bit, for example, right there. But you want to test order, and then over time, you're going to get more and more confident in your business, and you want to increase those initial purchases. And that these days, all confidently buy 50 to something or 100 to something. But the beauty of online arbitrage is that you can start nice and small with test orders. So when I was initially scaling up my online arbitrage business, I heard the term leaf sourcing, like literally leaves on a tree sourcing, talked about for the wholesale business model. Because I used to think you couldn't really scale up online arbitrage. I eventually, like 45 days later, proved myself completely wrong and did 100K in just 2 weeks with online arbitrage specifically. And the term leaf sourcing basically means leveraging the Amazon search to find the best listings in a specific niche or a specific brand, right? And we recently came out with SellerAmp QuickView Simplified, our brand new SellerAmp Chrome extension, a separate Chrome extension that's literally included free in your SellerAmp subscription that embeds a ton of helpful details in the Amazon search page. So not only does it help with manual searching like you guys saw a couple minutes ago, but it also helps with the leaf sourcing method. So we can see literally taking a look here at QVS, you definitely want to make sure you download it. It's free with your SellerAmp subscription right here. We can see on the Amazon search page, we can now see a bunch of different helpful data for each specific item, like the offer count, how FBM friendly or not FBM friendly it is based on the FBM amount of sellers, right? We can see the ASIN, the BSR in respect to the subcategory, and the specific dimensions of that product here. So if I go here on Amazon, what I like to do is literally just let the Amazon search algorithm, which knows what people are buying on Amazon better than any other algorithm in the entire world, right? I can just search a specific niche or specific brand, for example, right here, and immediately start to dig in. So say I go ahead and look up like Columbia, for example, which I've seen Columbia on a variety of different suppliers here. Immediately here, guys, I can see what customers are buying the most in the Columbia brand, right? Because why else would Amazon display them at the top? We know they're making money on them, right? And I get that further validated by taking a look here and seeing the really good sales ranks, for example, right here. So we can see, like, taking a look at sales ranks here on SellerAmp QVS, right? And I can see that these listings have tons of reviews. So I know people are buying. It's literally 4K bought in past month, right? So what I like to do with QVS, right, is I'll just search a specific niche on Amazon. It's immediately going to display me the best listings, and then I can just get to it immediately, tracking down these listings nice and profitable, and I don't even have to take the time to go storefront stock or anything like that, right? So now I can see, boom, 50,000 reviews, boom, 2,000 reviews, boom, 21,000 reviews, right? So I know people are making money on this stuff. So now I'm just going to open these up and we'll get to it, digging in and seeing what we can go ahead and track down profitably from here, right? We'll get a couple more of these open. Yeah, for it, say like rain jackets, makes sense. These are winter themed as well too here, right? So now I can come to these listings, for example, right here, right? And then my first order of business is going to be saying, hey, okay, what are the best performing variations here, right? And how do I do that? I rock and roll down here and I take a look at the variations tab on Keepa, for example, right here. So we'll take a look at the variations tab on Keepa, for example, right here, right? And now, right, we can see we're now instantly going to get shown what the best performing variations are on this specific product, right? So you want to make sure you have your variations tab organized similar to mine here, right? Then what I like to do personally is I like to go up here and filter top to bottom by buy box price or by lowest price, because buy box price obviously does not have to be the same thing as lowest price, right? And then I want to look for good, consistent offer count movement, right? So I can see these are all blocky or literally no sellers, for example, right? So let's see. Aha, this one looks good. Now this guy's got a good offer count movement though, right? See buy box of 34. Thinking logically to myself, do I think I could see this for $15 or less? For example, take a look at that, right? This does have the IP suspected on SellerAmp here. We would want to take a look at the Keepa chart and see if there's any IP history though here. We can see, right, obviously different brands change from time to time here. You see currently no sellers on this listing here, right? And if we take a look down here at the Keepa chart, we can see this is done well, right? Sure, Amazon was on it 6 months ago, for example, right here, but we can see, right, we got good offer count movement on this thing right here, right? Buy box price hanging out at 34. It's like, I feel like I could find this for $15 or less, right? And now all we're going to do is scour the internet by hitting the Google button, for example, right here, right? So we take a look here, we can see, aha, okay, we got a shot on something like this here, right? We can see, is this the right item? Let's see, pink agave right here, boom, pink agave. Okay, so we can see right immediately here, right? Bass Pro Shops, right? Or Cabela's, pretty sure they're owned by the same people. Cabela's is wildly fun to go to if you've never been to a Cabela's, by the way, as well too on that. So if we go ahead and plug in $17.97, we're close on a specific item like this. Now, though, we want to dig in, as you guys know, and we want to see if there's any ways we can get additional profit margins on this item, right? So I'm going to go ahead and initially look up, does Bass Pro Shops take tax exempt, right? I'm a big fan of Leaf Source, and it's very underrated, right? And we can see, boom, here we go. So we can apply for tax exempt status here, right? So initially, I'm going to take off that 5%, right? Because I know I'm saving sales tax right there, right? And then I'm also going to go here and take a look on Coupon Birds and Capital One Shopping and see if there's any coupons I can use. So you definitely want to plug these in, right? Buy item into cart, plugging them in, seeing if they make sense. Right here, one of those very well could work. You want to check that on your own here. And obviously, you're not going to buy any of the products you see in this video. We're all speaking conceptually, showing you how you can, be empowered and go and find profit listings on your own and build a good online arbitrage business like we saw so many people did right during the storefront stalking section, just storefront stalking those other sellers, for example, too. And then there's also a bunch of interviews I've done with successful sellers later in the course too, right? So if we go over to Card Bear, for example, right here, we'll plug in Bass Pro, right? And we can see, aha, okay, there's banger gift cards here. Boom. Check it out, 10 to 15%, right? So if we go here on Card Cash, let's see if there's any decent sized ones, right? Shout out to Card Cash, right? That's one of my favorite gift card suppliers, right? So we can see here, right? We go top to bottom by value and see, 7.5%, right? For decent sized ones here. So let's say, take off 7.5% right here. We can see now we're at a 30% ROI, but I also know that listings that are well below £1, but well above $20 tend to do better merchant fulfilled compared to FBA. So now I can see this only weighs 6 ounces, but it's selling for $34, right? So if I roll down here to the SellerAmp profit calculator and go here and do the FBM numbers, for example, closed it by accident right there. I want to filter over to FBM, right? We can pull that FBM calculator from howtofbm.com. It's a free guide I got for you guys right here, right? So we can see the FBM calculator right here. Right now, I can go ahead and plug in, $5 or whatever this ends up being right here. And we can see that takes this listing from FBA, a $5 profit, 33% ROI, to FBM, a 42% ROI right here, right? And that's the name of the game, is you're not just going to find stuff, or at least often, hanging out profitable the advertised price, especially as a beginner. You got to be running the FBM numbers if it makes sense to, right? You got to be using tax exempt if it makes sense to, and you can, for example. Just make sure you follow your state's rules, right? Then you want to go ahead and see discounted gift cards, Card Bear, Top Cash back helpful too. And now this listing becomes better, but there's more, right? Taking a look down here on the variations, guys, you can see you can find winning products quick with these types of strategies, guys. Shout out SellerAmp QVS as well, right? Taking a look down here, guys, we can see there were multiple variations that also make sense, and the seller color, for example, here too. So let's see, double die, for example. Please tell me this is double die here as well. There we go. So you start to learn where these products come from as well. And that's the name of the game with online arbitrage, right? And then we can see here, right, 33, right? We get this down to like 16 or whatever after those discounts and run those FBM numbers right here, right? 16 right here. Boom, it's one seller and it's an FBM seller. We can see it does not ship from Amazon, ships from the seller here, right? So we rock and roll down here to FBM, right? We plug in, $5, for example, right here, right? And we can see gets even better, right? But we can see if you were to FBA this, you could actually FBA this higher too and take advantage of the prime bump, because Amazon wants to give you the buy box because they make more in fees when you FBA, and when you FBM, you pay USPS the money instead, right? For example, so if you FBA this, you get FBA to like 36, right? There may be even higher. Right now, this listing becomes good. So we can see lead sourcing is cool, guys, right? You can do this for any other brands we took a look at in this video too. And all we got to do is take a look at here on the listings, rock and roll down here to variations, right? And then we can go ahead and see, okay, which variations sell the quickest, for example, right here, right? So we can see. So we'd probably some no buy box stuff. Yeah, look at that. So we can see. Looking for no buy box stuff here, we can see some good offer count wiggle here, y'all. Let's take a look, right? So we can see like tall size and stuff like that here. Yeah, look at these guys, right? We can see literally people make money on this stuff. If you can see offer count, people make money on it, right? So we can see 76. Do I think to myself I could find this, or honestly any of those right here for $40 or less? which is where they would need to be profitably, potentially, right? Potentially, right? We can see here. So yeah, 76, right? So if I can see if I could find this for, $40 or less, let's go ahead and plug this in here, right? So I can see, aha, right? So we got a couple potential options right here, right? 37.5 on Kohl's, right? Or 37 here on Macy's, right? So let's see. So that's size L. This is big and tall size. Let's see. So yeah, two or extra large tall, for example, right here. Let's take a look. Right, so let's see. So we plug in and take a look here. Let's get Kohl's to load here. So let's see. Extra large tall is out of stock. So what I would want to do in this case is I would want to rock and roll down here on SellerAmp and actually add this to a spreadsheet, like an almost good spreadsheet, for example, or out of stock spreadsheet, for example, right here. So I'd want to one-click export this out here, and we'd see this is pretty close to being good at 37.5, and we got the Kohl's cash discount too. This is a totally profitable product. It's just out of stock, right? What sizes are in stock? Right, we can see large, tall, extra, extra large, tall. Let's take a look at those here. Let's see. So this is the, we can see literally it's the same guy right there. So let's see. Large, tall here. It's the same price. Boom. Oh, okay. Not good. I thought it was going to be good. Okay, actually is going to be good, interestingly enough, right? Very, very important pro tip. We can see seller is charging for shipping. So it's not 57, which SellerAmp might think it is, right? It's actually 57 plus 9. For example, right here. So if we plug in right here, 57 plus 9, we can see it's now, right here. So we can plug in here, 37.5. But you guys got to remember, we're earning Kohl's cash on that purchase, which we're going to redeem in the future, right? And personally, I like to just average that out on both ends. For example, we toss in a gift card. So in this case, it ends up being like 25, 30% off, for example, right here. So now we take that off. This listing becomes even better, for example, right? And all that is just knowing how the rewards program work on a specific website, knowing how discounted gift cards work, and now this listing becomes good. But remember, guys, we need to take a look at the Keepa chart too and see if this listing has good movement, for example. Right? So interestingly enough, this is actually profitable. It just looks a little blocky. So I'd probably actually avoid something like this here just because there's not enough offer count movement. Now, it is a really good ROI. For example, right here, probably would avoid something like this. Let's see if any of the other variations make sense though right here, right? Because we might learn that, Kohl's is a potentially really good supplier for Colombia. It might make sense to go ahead and do some manual sourcing here too, right? So we rock and roll down here. We're going to see, okay, rain jacket black. Let's see, they got the black one here too. Okay, it's the same guy, right? Yeah, okay, here we go. He's smiling here too. So let's see, 71, right? Size in stock here, right? Yeah, we can see this tall size here, right? Extra large tall, 75 here, right? So this one actually probably is good, right? We can see it's in stock too, right? So if we plug in, 37.5 here, right? We can see, 71. You see, SellerAmp can be wrong sometimes, right? And this is a no sales rank listing, but if there's good offer count movement, right? Sometimes it's just a glitch with an Amazon. Weirdly enough, certain listings just have no sales rank, right? So we plug in, right here, right? We can see it's like 71 plus 9 shipping, so it's really 80, right? We plug in 80, buy cost was 37.5 minus Kohl's cash right here, for example, right? We can see it's a little bit more than that with gift cards here too. We can see, right? That's a nice profitable skew. A lot of people would avoid that though because it doesn't have a sales rank, but I can see this listing has some offer count movement, and for 110% ROI here, that's not bad whatsoever, right? And I can see when there was a sales rank, guys, that the sales rank was like 7K, for example, right there, which is not bad whatsoever here. So now we're talking about having just found a potential gold mine of different listings here, because what I'm also going to do is go back to the variations here, right? And we'll see if other variations made sense as well, right? So if we rock and roll down here, for example, let's take a look, right? So we rock and roll down here, right? We can see, boom, yeah. These other ones also make sense too, especially if it's seller charging for shipping, which makes it like, 80, for example, right here. So we can see all of these look like good potential candidates of SKUs to go ahead and test right there. And the big thing is, guys, remember, we're not worried about what products are best. We're worried about what data is best, right? Data is all that we care about, right? So we can see that was potentially, you're going to build your own criteria over time, but, for all intents and purposes, listings people are making money on, right? So we go here, variations, see what else we got, for example, right here. Right, let's take a look, right? So we go to variations right here, right? A lot of people are sourcing, I think, for Q4, so it makes sense why. Obviously, right? Holidays, October to December, for example, right? A lot of demand on Amazon, right? So we can see, let's take a look here. So we can see right here, right? So we want to filter by buy box here. Also filter by lowest, because there's a lot of good no buy box listings, right? As long as you can see good offer count minimum, right? We take a look here, we can see 82, right? This looks pretty promising. Right here, let's take a look, right? So we can see here, 82, for example, right? So let's see, can we find this for $40 or less? Right, let's go ahead and see, right? So we can see our max cost about 44 here, right? So we go ahead and plug this in here, right? We can see, boom, 34, right? Minus Cole's cash. We don't even got to plug in Cole's cash. Right here, we can see that's a nice profitable SKU, but does it actually sell? It's purple. It's potentially weird color, right? Let's see what the Keepa chart data shows, right? So we rock and roll down here, right? We can see, right? Offer count movement the past couple weeks went from like 13 up to like 16, but down to 13 again, or down to 12, right? Sales ranks popping. That's the entire listing though. But just because this is a weird color, it's a popping listing. Tons of people are coming to this. For example, we can see via the Keepa data that enough people are buying this. So we can see this is an example of a nice profitable product here, y'all, right? Let's see. What about the size large? For example, so size large and no buy box here. Let's see. So size large, no buy box, also good, right? Or at least as long as the Keepa chart shows movement, it totally does. You love to see it, right? What about a size medium? For example, right here, right? Size medium 77 does have a buy box right here, right? We can see literally bend and springs full zip right here. We can see, boom, right there, right? You gotta love it here, y'all, right? That's the name of the game with product research, right? It's saying, hey, are people making money on these listings? And what can I go ahead and do? And we can see literally as you scroll down here with QVS, taking a look at the Columbia listing, you got to dodge some ads occasionally in here, right? We can see, boom, another Columbia listing, 15,000 reviews, people making money on that thing, right? So we can see, boom, 22 reviews, 26,000 reviews, right? 17 reviews, 22 reviews, people make money on that stuff too. How do I find other brands to run this play on? Storefront stock the listings we just found, for example, right there. So it's really, really helpful being able to go ahead and, literally leverage Amazon search data to see what people are making money on. They wouldn't be selling it if they weren't making money on it. It wouldn't be showing up in the search if people weren't buying it, right? And then digging in and saying, hey, what are the best variations? Some types of products don't even have variations. For example, a lot of like grocery, beauty supplement stuff, for example, here too, right? And then we want to find, okay, are people making money on this stuff? Variations with good offer count movement, right? And then how do I dig in and make this stuff good? For example, right there, right? So taking a look at, the offer count movement, going ahead and Googling stuff, seeing what's making money, and then going in and seeing, are there coupon codes? Is there sales tax? Are there discounted gift cards? Is there a holiday sale going on, right? Can I make more money running the FBM numbers? For example, here too, right? So we take a look here. Let's see what has good offer count movement here, y'all. Let's see. So taking a look here, let's see. Okay, not much on this guy here. Let's see. Okay, I can live with that though. Right? We can see that looks cool. Right? Some good offer count movement there. We're probably moving. Right? And all these, so you build your own data over time. Right? We can see it's the FBM buy box. Right? That's a good sign too. Right? So we go ahead, plug in Google right here. Right? And we can see, aha, okay, we need the correct color here though. Okay, so let's see. So this is blue. I think this is probably a little bit more we need a little bit more specific blue right there. Okay. Let's see. Aha, okay. Let's see. So what I'll do in this case when the product doesn't show up on Google is typically I'll just come here and Google image search it, actually. So I'll Google image search it right here. I'm on a Mac, for example, right here, and we can see, wow, so used we get it for 14. So this does not work, my friends, or at least we can't even locate the correct product there, unfortunately, right here. Right now, we could click into this, for example, too, and see if this other color shows, for example, here too, but it probably won't, being that it didn't rank on the search here. Let's see if it shows when we go ahead and plug this guy in, for example, here, though. Let's see. Okay. Do we have that light blue? Okay. Unfortunately not. So we'll keep it moving. Right. Let's see. Right. Let's see if there's any no buy box stuff here that shows good movement. Let's see. Yeah. Unfortunately not. I mean, maybe right there, but let's see. Yeah. So we can see not good off account movement right there. Okay. 3XL black here. This could work. Right. We can see. Yeah. It's like 55 though. I don't really think we're finding that for like 25 though. So yeah. Pass on that. See what else we can do here, right? So first order of business, hop in here to variations, say, hey, what are people making money? For example, right here, let's see, right? What are people making money on here? Let's see, right? Take a look at the variations here, right? Let's see what we got, right? Let's give a quick Google search here too, just to start to get a gauge on what the market is for these guys. Let's see. Okay, so we want good offer count movement right here. Let's see what's got some good offer count movement for. Damn, interesting. This actually sold well originally back in like the summer. Okay, it makes sense. It's like a fishing shirt, right? But it's been very blocky since. Let's see. We got anything with good offer count movement here? Maybe this. I mean, 65 is a 4 extra large tall though here. Let's see. So yeah, this is why it's so important to have your variation column set up correctly, guys, too. Let's see. Okay, 60. This could work. This could totally work here. Let's see. Right, and see it's price just shot up though. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Probably saying screw this listing. Let's see. Next one up here. And the cool thing is there's an unlimited stream of good selling listings. And all you got to be able to do to, quit your 9 to 5 is find like 100 different ones profitable and consistently have, 70 of them in stock and to consistently churn in and find new ASINs. And the cool thing is there's really only so many places to buy from. You just got to learn like 20 different discount mechanisms for 20 retailers. You guys have seen like, 12 of them already. For example, just memorize them, get comfortable implementing them, and a lot of listings will become profitable. Yeah. So let's see at 46, for example, right here. See, I feel like we can find this for like 20 bucks or less. Let's go ahead and see here. All right. Let's see. Yeah, this looks cool. Let's see. Boom. 34. So yeah, this guy doesn't work. Right. Even with Kohl's Cash, we're a little bit cheaper onto that. So I don't like that here. Right. Let's see. Are there any other ones that are going for the high here? Right. We can see it. Or are they charging shipping though here? Let's see. Boom, they are. So it's, 54, right? So we can see here. So yeah, 54, 55 here, right? How much was it specifically? Yes, we can see 46 plus 8, so 54 here, right? And we can see 35, right? So 35 minus Kohl's Cash here, right? So 35 minus, 25, 30% here. We can see it's right about 30% ROI here, right? Now, it was an FBM seller though. So if I were to FBA this, I would price higher. For example, right here, 5 to 10% higher. So this is an example of like a little like arbitraged fine and that like it's an FBM seller on it. So if I were to FBA it, I would take advantage of what's called the prime bump and price initially probably about 10% higher. So if I go ahead and add in 10% to this, right? Now this thing becomes good, right? Y'all see it's like the kind of thing you find when you're really in the game. So you can take advantage of the prime bump right there. So make sure you have the SellerAmp QVS Chrome extension downloaded right there. And you can go ahead and do leaf sourcing and literally just say, hey, Amazon search algorithm, what are people making money on the most, right? It's going to display it right there. It's going to make your life a lot easier right there. That's how to do leaf sourcing for product research. Pretty much never hear people talk about that, but it's a great way to find profitable products. All right, guys. So the next sourcing method we're going to be talking about is significantly more advanced, but it's really, really profitable. And I wanted to include this in the free course for the absolute studs out there who are going to go ahead and implement that and make a ton of profit. Right. So taking a look at this specific item right here, we can see this is a Nike product. Now, Nike products have been closed on Amazon for like 8 months for newer sellers. But at the end of the day, we're not really buying products. We're buying data. And I want to show you guys this specific example because it's so applicable. And even if you might not be able to sell Nike, you are going to be able to sell lots of different items and find a lot of profitable products implementing this method. So if we go ahead here, we take a look at this item right here. So just taking a look, objectively thinking, okay, it makes a lot of sense that these would sell better during the winter, right? We can see these got a 14K sales rank right here. Taking a look down here on the Keepa chart, we can see magical things happen last Q4 on this specific item, right? So if we take a look at this product here, we can see November 20th, there were 64 sellers on this listing and the buy box price was 40, right? On December 20th, right, we can see the buy box price was around $60 to even $70 right here. And the offer count was between like 10 and 5, for example, right here. So the offer count absolutely plummeted and the price absolutely skyrocketed, right? Now, the cool thing is we know that these sellers that sold at the peak that were still in stock when the offer count went way down and that were selling this price way higher are very smart, right? Now, this was a year ago, right? But these people probably have other items they're selling for this Q4 and beyond. So the cool thing is we can actually go ahead and storefront stock these sellers that made money on this a while ago that we know are really smart and sold this item at the peak. So if we go here and hit data and then buy box statistics right here, what I can do is go ahead and hit 365 on the buy box stats right here. And now I can see who sold this product, who got the buy box most often, what fulfillment type they were using, FBA or FBM, and at what price they were selling it. The key here is that I can also filter that in. So what I can do is I can go here and filter top to bottom and see who sold this at the most expensive price. For example, here and now, I can go ahead and click into these sellers, for example, right here, right? And just click in this arrow and open up their storefronts here. And then I can go ahead and copy this, right? And go ahead and plug this in on the SellerAmp homepage, sas.selleramp.com, basically the search page here, and copy these, sellers in here, right? These storefront IDs, right? Just the URL, right? And now I can go ahead and see all the different brands they're carrying, right? All the different categories they're carrying and all their best winning products, for example, right here. So I'm a huge fan of this. And then when this makes sense to implement is when you come across a listing, even if you can't find a profitable today that's performed really well in the past, especially for like Q4 to find Q4 listings for this year, back to school to find back to school listings for this year, right? On sellers who are really smart and made money on the stuff a while ago, right? That are going to have other good listings loaded up in their storefront for the coming season or just whatever season's going on right now, right? So now I can go ahead and take a look at, all the different brands these sellers carry, all the different categories these sellers carry. For example, right, 32 Degrees, for example, right here is an AutoUngate, right? So if I go ahead and plug this in here, right, this pullover, we can see it's going for like $10 right here, right? And we can go ahead and see like, that's close. And there might be variations that make sense on that, right? So the way you do that is just going in here and hitting data and then buy box statistics, right? And then filtering to who sold the most expensive price, right? When we're looking to price our products for when we're looking to sell them, right? I love going in here and hitting last one to see who's gotten the buy box most recently and at what price. For example, this item, we can see literally FBA guy at 67, FBM guy that does not have that FBA check mark, so it's an FBM seller, right at 59, for example, right here. So that's the name of the game, guys, for this type of seasonal sourcing right here. And that anytime you see a listing that did really, really well in the past, which is why I love always taking a look at like the year-long view on Keepa, for example, it's a great way to find good sellers to storefront stock, especially seasonally. If you see a listing that did really well last holiday season or last back to school or last Easter and Easter themed product, that's a great way to find sellers who made good profit on the listing when it sold at the peak that are going to have other good listings loaded up in their storefront, getting ready for those same seasonal times or other seasonal times when they come back. So make sure you don't sleep on the data, buy box statistics, 365-day view sourcing method on Keepa. I got really no good name for it, honestly, right there, to find great sellers to storefront stock. I'd call it pretty much like advanced storefront stocking right there. Make sure you guys implement that. The art of manufacturing profit margins. If I could decipher one thing that determines successful sellers and unsuccessful sellers, it's your ability to make products good. And you've heard me say that a bunch of times throughout the free course, but I just want to illustrate in a condensed manner a lot of the different like main ways to go ahead and actually make items good. For example, so the first one and definitely the most powerful one is going to be the different holiday sales that happen. For example, Black Friday deals right now. In terms of other holidays coming up, like Valentine's Day, Easter, Mother's Day, Father's Day, Memorial Day, for example, coming up in 6 months, the 4th of July, Amazon Prime Day is another great example of different holiday sales that happen. So that's like the main catalyst of creating profitable products right there. On good holidays, for example, other times you really worry about like coupons, for example, here too. But the magic comes when you like combine these different methods, for example, too. So the big one to look out for example, is whenever a different holiday is going on, there's going to be different sales that happen. And just kind of in general, too, a really good thing you can do to consistently get notified of different deals that are going on is create a separate Gmail address. We call it like a burner email address, and then just subscribe to the newsletters of as many different websites as possible. And you'll consistently get introduced to different deals that are going on right there. So that's like a big discount mechanism is going to be different holiday sales that come on and going ahead and doing manual sourcing or just storefront stocking when a holiday is going on and getting naturally introduced to different sales that are going on too. Another really big moat that exists that way too few people take advantage of, for example, is going to be items that are above $20 but below £1 and taking advantage of the FBM numbers on those, for example. So if we go ahead and take a look on this item, we can see right here, this item only weighs 5 ounces, for example, but it's going for $25, right? So this fits perfectly here that this makes sense because when you do FBA, you don't pay individual shipping, but you do pay FBA fees. And when you do FBM, you do pay individual shipping, but you don't pay FBA fees. And sometimes those are more profitable one way or the other. This specific type of item tends to be more profitable FBM compared to FBA. Let's look at that in practice. So if we rock and roll down here, we can see FBA, it's about a 90% ROI, right? And then if we factor over to FBM, it's initially going to show 0 right here. But if we go to howtofbm.com, we can see a nice guide. It's free. You guys should take a look at it right here that breaks down estimated FBM shipping cost, for example, right here. So this is like a 5 ounce box. It's going to be like $4.50, for example, here, right? So we can see FBA, it's like a 90% ROI, right? And then FBM, it's like a 98% ROI, right? So you can see you get extra output doing FBM on certain items. You just have to actually go ahead and take a look at it right there. And a lot of people miss stuff like that. And that 10% can be the difference between certain products, at a 26% ROI, you pass on it. At a 36% ROI, it looks good right there. But you have to actually implement that and make it work. Another great way to get stuff cheaper is going to be using tax exempt. So lots of websites, for example, Walmart, Joann, we took a look at too, right? Vitacost, right? You can go ahead and just Google, right? Does XYZ website take tax exempt? For example, right there, a lot of them do. You can get a reseller certificate from your state's website. You want to make sure you follow all the rules. Obviously, right there, some states don't even require an LLC for it, for example, for what I've seen, but obviously make sure you follow your state's rules. Right there, buying for resale purposes, you can avoid sales tax right there. You just have to remember and do not count sales tax twice, and don't count it at all, right? If you're doing tax exempt. So if we take off 5%, for example, say Nautica took tax exempt, for example, this would become even better right there. And the cool thing is it literally just shows on Google, or you can ask customer service to different retailers if they offer it. Another one's going to be different rewards programs right here. So for example, this is an even really good case because Rack Room Shoes is one of the few websites that allows you to use multiple coupons per order, right? So I found that just by doing it literally 4 years ago and seeing that I could stack on this 15 off 99 or 30 off 150, depending on cart value, with this buy one, get one 50%. And that makes such a big difference with product research, guys, right? And on top of that, Rack Room Shoes has a banger rewards program. So I can see 1 point for every dollar, and every 200 points, I get an extra $15, which makes a big, big difference, right? Because you get in a rhythm looping that stuff. So other good examples of that is like Gap Cash, for example, Kohl's Cash, for example, too, and it just provides additional discounts down the line too. A lot of retailers have wholesale programs and bulk programs, for example, you might not be familiar with, right? That literally just provide additional discounts in many cases, or just show tax exempt too. For example, like 32 Degrees, literally just Googling it, popped up right here. Absolutely fantastic opportunity right there. Other types of coupons that exist is going to be ones on Capital One Shopping or Coupon Birds, as well as just email account and text sign up coupons, which will just be embedded in different retailers. For example, like literally, I just scroll down to the bottom of Dick's Sporting Goods one time. It's like, oh, I got a 10% right there. And now I've used this over 100 times in my personal Amazon business right there. You can loop these by setting up what's called a catch-all email, or just using the like the plus sign trick right there. So you can look up like plus sign unlimited email trick basically. But if you just plug that in and just like add in some service, just it loops basically right there, which is awesome as well. So you want to make sure you're implementing that stuff too. Right. Another one I really like is subscribe and save discounts from different retailers that you can just go ahead and cancel, for example, before it comes in, and take advantage of that first order discount, for example, right there, as well as something like this, for example, in Sears, a little hidden pop-up coupon, for example, too, right on this guy. So this one, for example, doesn't have auto ship, or at least not an auto ship discount, but it does have the pop-up coupon right there. And sometimes we might be able to go ahead and stack in this coupon too with that 20%. You always want to experiment with that stuff too. And really, the big thing you have to understand as a newer seller is that very rarely are you going to find items profitable. You're going to make them profitable using all the different stuff I just mentioned right there to manufacture profit margins. So now you guys know how to manufacture and actually create profitable products. Another thing I see all the time, a big mistake beginners make, is not actually tracking their leads over time, right? All the time, you're going to come across leads that are almost good, or that are historically good, or that are just out of stock. And a ton of beginners will just let those items alone and not come back to them and track them over time. What you can do is, for example, a listing like this, we can see this is 45 or 46 bucks over on Amazon, right? And it's actually out of stock on the Gap website, right? We can see this color doesn't show, but the other colors are super profitable. We can pick them up for like 16, for example. So this listing's been historically profitable. It's just currently out of stock. And the listing, over on the Gap website that has all the other colors doesn't show, but it has all the other colors that are on this Amazon listing for the most part too, right? And we can see this has been a good Amazon listing over time, right? So this is the kind of thing where, like, if this restocks on Gap, I need to look into buying this, for example. But where people will go wrong is when they find a good lead that's out of stock, they won't add it to a SellerAmp spreadsheet. So I would totally recommend creating different SellerAmp Google Sheets, because literally just using one click, you can easily export them and organize your leads. So to go ahead and do that, all we need to do is scroll down here on SellerAmp to see the different Google Sheets. For example, here now, and you guys can see I have a bunch of different Google Sheets from over the years, for example, but the big ones are like purchase leads, out of stock, almost good, for example. So if I go ahead and add this to out of stock right here, we can see right now this data is automatically going to load down here, and we can literally see December 1st, 2024. For example, here we can see that data is here waiting for me. So I can go in once a week, or eventually a virtual assistant, for example, can go in and check if this listing's come back in stock. Some stuff that restocks super often, right? Really, really hot products that the website will have in and out. I'll even go as far as to open it up on my phone and just refresh it every now and again on the Safari browser to see if it comes back in stock, and it's like, boom, automatic money. This listing, for example, I'm not familiar with the restock cadence of this website. This also doesn't sell like insanely quick, for example, so I wouldn't do this for this. But what I would do is add this to an out of stock spreadsheet and, come back and take a look if it restocks. For example, something like this here, we can see this guy's buy boxing at $31.49 here over on Amazon, right? We can see over on JCPenney, it's going for about 16, right? When you use a JCPenney gift card, get this out, it's like 14.5, probably, for example, right there, we can see pretty close. A lot of beginners will not even use any of the discounts that we've just talked about for a while here, so they don't even get a chance to find many things that are close. Got to be using those discounts, right? And they'll take a look at something like this that's close, take a look at the Keepa here, and see that historically this spent some good time at 33 and 34 here. For example, up at 34, we're making 40% like clockwork, and this listing's trending in the right direction with the offer count going down a lot and the price going up a lot, for example, right here. But they'll leave this alone and not get as high a return out of their time as they could be doing product research by not tracking stuff over time. So this thing, all I would do is go ahead and add this to an almost good spreadsheet, for example, right? And then we can see this guy's going to go ahead and load right in here, right? And then what I also like doing, this is a test spreadsheet, for example, is adding context and the source link, right? So I'll add in context on some of these, for example, to go ahead and check on it in the future, for example, here too. And on top of that, it's not just adding it to the SellerAmp spreadsheet. What I also like doing is using what's called the Keepa tracking alerts feature to literally get an email notification when this becomes good again, right? So all I need to do that is go here and hit track product, for example, and then say this is good at 34, for example, right? And then I'll just go ahead and do 34 or more. So I'm going to get an email notification when this becomes good, for example, right here. And then all I need to do is hit start tracking. And whenever in the next year, literally can track it for 10 years, for example, this hits that criteria, I'm going to get an email notification, right? So we had a guy on the BuyBoxBandits podcast one time that has literally 1,000 different Keep alerts set. So he's constantly just getting hit up by new leads becoming good, right? And that's just like a really, really game-changing feature. So that's where a lot of people go wrong, is they're not tracking stuff. They're not using the SellerAmp Google Sheets. They're not using Keep alerts to get notified of when stuff becomes profitable. Now, obviously, right, I would need to wait a couple days prior to purchasing this when it returns to the profitable price just to make sure it's sustainably there. But you're going to see a lot of that based on the Keep offer count trend as well, in terms of how accessible an item is. We can see in this case, it's clear that this item is pretty hard to find, being that the competition has gone down a bunch right there. So make sure you don't sleep on SellerAmp Google Sheets features using the one-click export feature and the Keepa tracking alerts feature as well. All right, so now you guys know how to do product research. Whenever there's a big holiday going on or just different times of the year, for example, too, sourcing gets a little bit easier. So I do want to walk you guys through what the calendar for the entire year looks like from a sourcing perspective and just market timing perspective. So January is definitely one of the slower times of the year in respect to just overall volume, but it actually does nicely piggyback off December as well, for example. So, a lot of you guys are watching this in January. It's the perfect time to get started because the market literally gets better every month after January consecutively right there. And during January is what's called retail arbitrage clearance season, when a lot of retail arbitrage stores are adding in new inventory, for example. So I'm going to show you guys how to do retail arbitrage here in a couple minutes, but that's a really good time to get boots on the ground in store and get profitable inventory as well. Luckily, you can do online arbitrage, retail arbitrage, even wholesale, literally on the same account at the same time, for example. So the big benefits of January is that it piggybacks off some of the December demand, right? A lot of people get Amazon gift cards for Christmas. When do they redeem them? In January, for example, and retail arbitrage clearance season, as well as just a lot of like winter type products are popping off too as well. February has Valentine's Day. There's a lot of good Valentine's Day demand, but much more importantly, there's a lot of good Valentine's Day sales during Valentine's Day as well, which makes sourcing really, really good. Because whenever there's a holiday going on, there's a lot of good deals. Now, in general too, websites are running sales from time to time as well. As you guys saw during the product research section, a lot of profitable products are found just using coupon codes that hang out on different websites, for example, too, that aren't dependent on there being a holiday going on either, right? March has St. Patrick's Day. That's pretty similar, as well as a lot of like spring themed items start to see big demand increase then too as well. April has Easter and really spring products starting to really blossom, for lack of a better term there on that too. So April's going to have Easter sales, which are pretty popping as well too. And just in general too, I believe consumer demand significantly starts to increase in April compared to like March, for example, on that too. May has a couple really good ones specifically. So May has Mother's Day as well as Memorial Day. And for whatever reason, Memorial Day every year ends up being super pop in sales right there. So pretty much anytime you see like a holiday going on in the US, for example, these websites want excuses to give out different sales. So Memorial Day and Mother's Day are really helpful in respect to getting discounts to go ahead to source products to sell on Amazon right there as well. June is when demand really starts to pick up, in my opinion, comparatively for the year. I'd say really in like May and June, it starts to get a lot easier compared to like, the spring months, for example, which is perfect. A lot of you guys are watching this during Q1, the first part of the year, and you're learning when it's a little bit harder. So it's only going to get significantly easier as you go, right? June has Father's Day sales as well. And then July is really good because July is when we start to see increasing demand on back to school products, as well as there's the 4th of July sales. And there's typically a July Prime Day for Amazon Prime Day when Amazon sales spike, right? As well as there's a ton, it's like a mini Black Friday, for example, a ton of good profitable inventory to buy because most of these retailers run sales to compete with Amazon too. So July is when back to school starts to pop off, which is the second best time of the entire year, and when 4th of July sales and Prime Day sales are happening too as well. August is the peak of back to school between like August 5th and August 25th. For example, it's the peak of back to school when a ton of different like school supplies, crayons, shoes, clothing, soccer, football gear starts to pop off as well. And then backpack stuff, like I was saying, really pop off then too. And it's also like a second retail arbitrage clearance season, for example, then too. September sees soccer and football and volleyball stuff start to really pop off, as well as the season transitions, right? Whenever there's a, big season, change, there's new products come into demand, for example, right there too. Cold weather stuff starts to pop off a little bit more. No real big holidays outside of Labor Day, for example, in August and September specifically right there, but really good stuff there too, and definitely going to be lots of opportunity for profitable progs as well. October has October Prime Day at the start and Halloween at the end. It's also the start of Q4, the 4th quarter of the year, October, November, December, which are the best days of the entire year, specifically right there. So demand starts to increase across the board, and there's tons of products to actually buy and merchant fulfill quick, starting off with October Prime Day and then Halloween. November is when you want to really start to transition over to a lot of merchant fulfilled. You'll hear me talk about that more in detail during the Q4 section a little bit later, specifically right there. But November is when you have, Thanksgiving products start to pop off, merchant fulfilled starts to pop off. You start to really transition over to Amazon FBM primarily, when for the most part throughout the year, outside of like certain products that you can see people selling FBM really well, you want to be doing a lot of Amazon FBA. Show you guys in a little bit how to use Boxem to go ahead and do that right there. And then Black Friday, Cyber Monday is best sourcing the entire year, and that gets us right into December when things really start to absolutely go crazy between December 5th and the 20th right there. There's a lot of good Christmas deals in early December there as well too. And so basically throughout the year, stuff gets easier as the year goes, and then it really peaks during Q4, and then there's like a mini peak during back to school. However, don't worry about outside factors, guys. Your best inventory and your best sales days are going to be when you have your best inventory in stock. I just want to give you guys a sense of how the market gets better. Certain times there's a sale going on, or just big times for consumer demand nationwide here as well. And you need to be fully ready to step up to the plate as much as possible, and look out for the back to school and Q4 sections as well. Then we'll walk you guys through specifically in terms of taking advantage as best as possible of back to school and Q4 right there. And that's the sourcing calendar for the entire year. All right, so now that you guys know the best times of the year to source products and just how the market changes, I also want you guys to know the best niches of products, and more importantly, just the pros and cons of the different types of products you can potentially sell on Amazon. Throughout the product research section, you guys heard me say all the time, we're not buying products, we're buying data. However, there are certain things that just affect certain types of products, and I can save you a ton of time as a beginner seller filling you in on the different pros and cons. The first product niche is going to be beauty products on Amazon. Personally, I think beauty products tend to be a little bit easier for beginners to get into because they don't really have variations and like different types of products, for example, like different sizes, different colors, not really the way like shoes do, for example. So that makes reading the data a lot easier, specifically on beauty products. Additionally, another good thing about beauty products is that they pretty much only come from either Ulta, Sephora, or the brand website. So sourcing them ends up being a little bit, simple and easy if you can just learn the discount mechanisms for those couple specific websites and when they have good deals going on, or what their, forever coupon or evergreen coupon, like I like to call it, coupons that are around just sitting on the website that pop up or that are just embedded on the website right there. The cons of the beauty niche specifically is going to be that there's a lot of price tanking because there's no variations and it tends to be a little bit easier to find. However, a pro is going to be that beauty products aren't returned super often, right? Very, very low compared to other types of products, which is totally a benefit right there. Definitely going to be some price tanking in the beauty category, and it's not super scalable because the average sale price is pretty low specifically, and there's not like gigantic brands. Like there's no, Nautica of beauty that has thousands of different listings on Amazon, or at least not that I've been able to find right there. But beauty products are totally cool. The big benefits are that they're a little bit easier to find and that they're pretty cash flow efficient because there's not a ton of returns on them. All right, the toy category, which is like a big, sexy category a lot of people want to focus on. Big benefit of toys is the high average sale price and the lack of variations, specifically on those types of products. However, toy products tend to be very seasonal, which is great if it's during Q4, but it's very difficult to source if it's not during Q4, right? Toys often are sourced via the Amazon to Amazon model or like retail arbitrage clearance, for example. So unless you're like a ninja with A to A, for example, Amazon, which I'm not a personal fan of just because it's a little bit trickier for beginners, I think, right there, and it's not during Q4, toys is definitely going to be harder. There's also an entire industry of people that do what's called buy and hold investing with toys as well, where they basically they know that toys have like a 2-year life cycle, like Legos, for example, that just repeat themselves. So you can buy right before it expires on clearance and then sell it when it goes up. We just talk about quick flips on my channel. I don't really recommend speculating if you're a complete beginner right there, but the toy category is great during Q4 and it's really tough to do other times of the year unless you plan on doing buying and holding or the Amazon to Amazon flips model specifically, which right now we're filming this during December when Amazon to Amazon flips is popping because Amazon will be in stock on certain items all year and then they'll go out of stock and the price will go to the moon. And the key is you can see that historically right there. I'm not a huge fan of Amazon to Amazon flips for beginners though. Another niche I really like for beginners, I'm just going to put them together because they're pretty similar, is going to be grocery and supplement products, right? One bad part about especially grocery products is there's not a huge OA supply chain because grocery products are really heavy. So it's like pretty expensive that very few people order groceries to themselves, like shipping them. Grocery products tend to be a lot of retail arbitrage from places like Grocery Outlet and Ollie's, which I think are great for that kind of stuff. A big benefit of grocery and supplement products is that they can't be returned on Amazon. So there's literally no return. So it's super cash flow efficient. So you can go a little bit lower from an ROI perspective, and that a stable grocery product that sells quick, a 22% ROI can totally be good on that, right? Because we don't count, credit card cashback or Rakuten cashback, for example, in our profit margins, right? It's like we're still getting those on listings though, right? Because supplements and grocery products can't really be returned, they're super cash flow efficient. You can go lower margins. Drag on them, for example, is that they are a little bit easy to understand. They don't really have variations, right? So it's easy for beginners to hop on them right there, but they tend to be more kind of RA and wholesale because there's not really much supply chain for, groceries via OA. There's going to be some of it, but not much. So don't catch yourself putting in a ton of work doing grocery OA. It's going to be very difficult to scale, and it's a lower average sale price. Seasonal grocery products can totally print though, like Easter groceries and Halloween candy, for example, during Halloween, and gingerbread men during Q4. There was a huge gingerbread man bolo a couple years ago, for example, too, that's absolutely printed, right? Grocery tough to scale though, lower ASP. Electronics, for example, is very easy to scale because it's a very OA friendly supply chain. Best Buy, GameStop, video games. And a big thing with electronics too is the average sale price is really high, so you don't need a ton of sales to get tons of sales and profit, for example, in terms like the total nominal number of sales like you're doing in terms of dollar amount in your business. Specifically, electronics do get returned from time to time, higher than other products, unfortunately, and it's a little annoying when you're selling really expensive stuff and they're getting returned often. So keep that in mind if you're going into the electronics niche. My personal favorite niche in terms of OA friendliness and just overall scalability is going to be shoes and clothing, just because of how there's just a bunch of gigantic brands in the category specifically, which makes it a lot easier to go ahead and execute on this stuff when you can take a look at, Tommy Hilfiger that has probably thousands of listings on Amazon, right? Even some certain private label brands Walmart makes has hundreds of listings or dozens of listings, for example, that provides a lot of scalability. And the variation component of shoes and clothing is really helpful too, because you might find a size small it's profitable, but a size large and extra large is also profitable. Now you got three ASINs for the price of one, and a lot of beginners don't know how to navigate that variations tab in Keepa. You guys always see me do where we click into variations, look for the ones that have offer count movement, for example, too, which provides a ton of opportunity in shoes and clothing. Additionally, they're just in stock year round. They're not super seasonal. People like stuff, year round, for example, too. And there's just gigantic brands. I love shoes and clothing for beginners. Major con of shoes and clothing is definitely going to be the returns component, though. But personally, I think you get started with shoes and clothing, doing RA and OA, right? And all types of other products you come across, too, as you're doing storefront stalking. And then over time, as you build more leverage and knowledge around product sourcing, you're going to move to lower and lower return types of products specifically right there. And the wholesale business model on Amazon tends to be mostly only low return stuff, which is excellent. But get the ball rolling with autumn type stuff. Though I've personally, through my selling millions and millions on Amazon journey, has primarily exclusively been in shoes and clothing, and returns haven't been an issue. I just understood it's part of the game and it's going to make me a bunch of profit. Piggybacking off shoes and clothing, I also really like the sporting goods niche, especially because there's kind of always a new sport coming into season. So using that buy box statistics sourcing method I showed you guys how a couple minutes ago too, when we took a look at like those sweatpants that went to the moon, there's typically always a new sport coming into season right there as well. And it comes from a lot of the same places the shoes and clothing stuff does. It's very similar brands, for example, too. So sporting goods are totally cool. A little bit higher returns than normal, but you can also get really high profit margins when it's a product that's in season, like football is during the fall, or soccer stuff during August, September, and October, for example, basketball stuff during the winter, buying, a lot of like summer type of stuff, specifically summer sports type of stuff, and, the spring leading up to the summer, for example, there too. So sporting goods definitely has a lot of profit. What I need you guys to understand, though, about all these different niches is at the end of the day, it's all similar stuff of what we're looking at right there. But like specifically for OA, right? It's a lot of like shoes, clothing, electronics, toys. RA is going to be like shoes, clothing, but also a lot of grocery, for example. Pet supplies too is pretty similar to grocery. I'd even honestly put them together. For example, it's not returnable, right? Supplements has a lot in both business models of both OA and RA, for example, too. But at the end of the day, guys, all we're looking for is good data, and storefront stalking off popular, profitable online arbitrage products like you've seen during the free course so far is going to be a great place to get the ball rolling. And you'll see in different people's storefronts, they're carrying all different types of stuff. For example, they don't worry about, finding all different types of stuff. You keep it moving, you stay focused, and then naturally you're going to find leads in all different types of categories and add those and build a nice catalog of profitable online arbitrage products. All right, guys, so we talked a lot about how to do online arbitrage. Now I want to show you guys how to do retail arbitrage as well, which is going to stores like Ross, Marshalls, the grocery outlet, TJ Maxx, different outlet stores, for example, and actually getting inventory in hand same day. So let's jump inside Marshalls and show you guys how to do a little retail arbitrage. So to start off, what are the big pros and cons of retail arbitrage compared to online arbitrage? So primarily what we talked about in the free course has been finding discounted name brand products on big retail websites, for example. But retail arbitrage is actually going into stores and finding products. And a big pro of retail arbitrage is it's a lot easier and more simple to understand typically. So like a typical retail arbitrage product will just be profitable at the price that it's sitting for here at Marshalls. Meanwhile, with online arbitrage, typically you have to make it profitable, for example, which typically for beginners can be a little bit confusing, which is completely reasonable. Other pros of retail arbitrage is it tends to have higher profit margins too, because we're really only competing with the other people that are going to this specific store compared to everyone that's looking to source products on Target, for example, too. So retail arbitrage will tend to have a little bit higher profit margins, right? And that online arbitrage, we're shooting for, 35%, 30%, 40% ROI. Meanwhile, you can literally average 50% with retail arbitrage just because there's so much less competition on these products and it's a lot easier to understand, for example, too. Retail arbitrage, a main con of it is that you actually have to come in here and scan a bunch of stuff, but it is a very even playing field, and that if you scan a bunch of stuff, you are going to find some winning products specifically. And another con of retail arbitrage is it's hard to scale and get a bunch of product, and that typically you're not going to find something with like 50 or 100 in stock the way you will with online arbitrage. But when you're a beginner seller, you're not looking to buy 50 of stuff anyway. For example, you're just looking to test out a little bit of this, a little bit of that to start, and retail arbitrage on top of online arbitrage is a great way to go ahead and do that. And the cool thing is you can do both at the same time on the same seller account. For example, you don't have to choose a specific business model right here. And let's dig in and show you guys how you actually scan products using the SellerAmp mobile app to find winning products to sell. All right, guys, so the same way with online arbitrage, we use SellerAmp to find profitable products. On the Chrome extension, we actually use the SellerAmp mobile app to find products for retail arbitrage. So all we do basically is you download SellerAmp on whatever type of phone you got, for example, in the App Store, and then we just go ahead and we take the barcode on this specific product right here, right? And we can just go ahead and scan this guy in using the SellerAmp app and immediately see all the data on this product. So for example, this guy, the buy cost is 17 at Marshall's, for example, right? We're definitely gonna use our sales tax permit as well. So if we go ahead and plug in $16.99 here, just like the SellerAmp Chrome extension, we can now see the profit on this specific item. Now this guy's not quite good enough, $3 profit, 14% ROI, but say this was nice and profitable, we could then go ahead and verify that this listing's been good over time by taking a look at the Keepa chart. Now this specific item, we can see Amazon's been on it like the whole time, for example, right here, right? So this isn't a good item, it's not profitable. For example, when we find a good listing that has, a good sales rank, good ROI, good sales history, we can validate that on SellerAmp right here. So that's how to use SellerAmp to scan products. We just scan a couple other ones. We want to really focus on name brand stuff, rare stuff that you recognize, for example. So we can just see like this one's, $9 into 15, for example, right here. And the cool thing is you can scan a bunch of stuff really, really quick. There's no fancy discounter required. So it just comes down to getting a bunch of scans in, for example. Let's see, what's this guy going for? Yeah, $13 is actually pretty close to. It's going for like 23, for example, right here. And it just comes down to scanning absolutely everything. And then in terms of product research criteria, it's literally the exact same thing as online arbitrage, right? You just tend to see, honestly, higher profit margins, like 30% plus ROI, for example, a good sales rank, taking a look at the Keepa chart that you can find if you scroll down on the SellerAmp app right there, stable or increasing price, stable or decreasing competition, and very, very similar here. Let's jump in and find a winning product or two. You always just want to keep an eye on, right? There's a lot of junk at these discount stores, for example. So you want to look for name brand stuff, like for example, Carter's, we're just finding, or this one's Disney actually, right? And then right behind it, Carter's, for example, right here, name brand stuff. Typically it's a lot of the same products for online and retail arbitrage, or at least the same brands. Interestingly enough, the supply chain on a different product basis does tend to be different though. So like, for example, Carter's will have certain products that tend to be OA, then certain products that tend to be RA. I don't really know why they do that. I think it has stuff to do with their outlet system, for example, but that's just how it is. So you just want to go through these different aisles at these retail stores and just grab the barcodes, go ahead and get rock and roll and scanning. We can see these are $9, for example. That's pretty cheap right here. Let's see, sometimes it'll take a sec to show. Right there, let's see, $9, for example, right here, right? And then the key is sometimes nothing will show up. Right here, for example, what we can do is we can actually manually look it up. Let's see, what's this called here? It's like a Carter's, I don't know, theoretically we could go ahead and search it on here. This one, I don't really know what the title's gonna be though, but you can manually search items up on here too. Like we can plug in Lego, for example, right here, and we can see a manual search different Lego products. So sometimes when a barcode doesn't scan, if you know what the item is, you can manually look it up, which is really, really helpful too. And SellerAmp recently added AI image search too, where if you just show a product right here, it can recognize that product's on Amazon just by seeing it as well right here, which is really helpful too. It's not gonna for this specific item, but that's the cool thing is we added that in recently to help you guys find bundle products, for example, too. So let's get scanning. Let's see, so all we do is grab these guys right here. Let's see, nothing showed up right here. Let's take a look at these guys here as well. The MSRP is 48, for example. Right here, what can we pick this guy up for? Let's see, okay, this guy doesn't have a listing either. Right here, let's see. Take a look at this, New Balance, right? MSRP of 56. Let's see here. Take a look at that guy. SellerAmp's not gonna pick up every barcode, for example, here. That's why we added AI image search. Take a look right here. Toys make a lot of sense during Q4, just really whenever there's gonna be high demand for that stuff right here. And see. Not finding a listing right here. Let's see, damn, $4 here. So yeah, this is very, very cheap, right? $4 on clearance. It's definitely not a bad sign right there. Let's go ahead and see right here. So this guy here. Damn, no Amazon listing on this, interesting.
Okay. Let's see, Bluey, for example, right here. Ah, here we go. What's this guy going for? Ah, 12. Okay, so this is pretty close. Whereas this is just about break even. For example, right here, let's see if on the Keepa chart if this has been ever good here. So let's see, year long right here. Ah, so this actually had a bunch of time where it was up at like 33, for example. So this is the kind of thing where this is not profitable today, but it actually has been profitable over time right here. And that's why it's so important to be leveraging this historic data. No listing here. Let's see, crazy art. Let's take a look at this right here. Yeah, $7. You're just so surprised. Sometimes you're surprised by how much stuff sells for on Amazon. Other times you're surprised by how little stuff sells for on Amazon. Let's see. Yeah, no listing on this guy here. Kind of makes sense. That was like a weirder one. I didn't really expect that to have a listing here. Let's see, $12 here, 8. Yes, a 12 and 8. That's not going to work. No problem here. Let's see. These guys here. Let's take a look. Fair Barbie stuff could totally do well. See, it's all just on the SellerAmp app here, guys, as well. Let's see. Not liking that guy either here. Let's see, what are some brands to recognize here? 15. It's the buy cost on this. Yeah, 6. Oh, this is actually very close here. I bet this has been historically profitable here too. Let's see. Yes, this was chilling up at, yeah, $20 for a while. $20 with a buy cost of 6. This is another thing that made good money over time. Yeah, literally spend 6, make 4. Whereas this is the kind of thing I wouldn't buy, but you're gonna start building mental logs and stuff too. Boom, game time, 550. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so let's see. So what does this guy weigh right here? Because this probably should FBM really nice. Yeah, let's see. Oh wow, 1.1 pounds right here. So we can see this is a little heavy here. Once again, another example of something that was nice and historically profitable, just not currently profitable right here. No problem. Just gotta get more scans in. All right, let's find something that works here. Oh yeah, check this out. Here we go. So plugging in 12, for example, right here, we can see $3 profit right here. But then what we can also do is plug in the FBM numbers right here because this is very, very light, for example, right here. So we'd obviously just have to take off this Marshall's tag or just cover it right here. But if we plug in 5, we can see spending 12, making 5. It's an easy $5 profit right there. So the playbook on something like this, I can also see the competition's going way down. Price is probably going to trend up. This might see 30 in no time, for example, right here, which is going to make it, you know, $9 profit a piece, for example, right there. And we can see that's a nice example of a winning product. Let's see, here's, yeah, AI image search in progress. Let's see here. It's loading up on this guy. Ah, okay, didn't pop up a match on that, no problem. And the cool thing is too, you start to learn the brands too as well. Like as you scroll stuff, you find one brand where a product worked. Like for example, you had 12, this was like 5. This would work, for example. It's gonna be about break even right there though. Let's see. Disney as well here too. Let's see, and then some stores will have specific clearance sections, for example, too. Others won't. You learn the stores. You cannot only go somewhere once and expect to find a bunch of stuff. It's gonna be the kind of thing where you're gonna learn and evolve with it, for example. And then I had to go to my local outlets a bunch of times before I started consistently finding stuff, right? But it takes time, as it should. For example, right here, we can see this is pretty light here. So this might go under 1 pound, for example, FBM. So we can see, yeah, buying for 20, selling for 35, right? It's going to be about 20% ROI right here. They got a bunch of units though. Has this ever been good historically here? And we can see this did, yeah, this month, this has been, you know, 38, for example, right here, which puts it at right here, like, yeah, $7 profit, for example, right here. So this is literally looking at like $40 profit here. We would just have to wait till the price goes up a little bit more. And that might be as simple as just, you know, coming back to the store and checking them again, for example, or asking the employees if there's any new sales that are coming out, for example, soon too, that would make this even cheaper, or if there's some sort of rewards program or coupon, for example, too. Like a lot of people crush like Grocery Outlet and Ollie's, for example, and they become good when you ask about that kind of thing, figure out when different deals and discounts are starting. It's the same thing for the outlets too. And so I get asked all the time what stores are best for retail arbitrage, and it really depends what stores you have in your local area, right? If you have an outlet mall locally to you, there's going to be a bunch of good discount stores there, right? Most people have Ross, Marshalls, TJ Maxx locally to them. That's kind of like the entry point, but where you can really scale and make good scalable money is like the outlets, for example, Grocery Outlet, Ollie's is really cool too, right? Local mom and pop places are great too. Sometimes you get to know the employees. That's a really, really big hack, and potentially build out, you know, wholesale relationships, or they'll hold product in the back for you. They'll tell you when different sales are starting, for example. So not only is just realizing, okay, going and scanning different places, experimenting and learning, right? Being in our free Discord, just keeping up with the Amazon community, knowing where other sellers nationwide are having success with retail arbitrage too, and getting to know employees is really, really helpful as well too. So you can get, you know, little bits of alpha tipped off to different stuff, potentially held products in the background, or, you know, wholesale relationships too, and everything as well. So what stores are best for retail arbitrage? Whatever you have locally that you've been to a couple times and scanned everything, you're gonna find winning products. And you guys can get into a ton of scans really quick too, just starting to really learn the data nicely and everything. The big red flags you want to avoid on RA products is definitely taking a look at a Keepa chart where the competition's shooting up and the price is shooting down. When you took a look in here on SellerAmp, making sure you're not taking a look at listings that have a super high sales rank or super slow movement, for example, where they're very blocky. You want to avoid those, as well as avoiding listings where Amazon's holding the majority of the buy box. And you can't just take a look at that based on the SellerAmp profit calculator. You have to actually scroll down on SellerAmp and take a look at the Keepa chart and see if there's good offer count movement on the bottom chart. Let's take a look at some profitable beauty items. Hey, you can hear that Christmas music, retail arbitrage in there. Let's get scanned. And for whatever reason, I always have pretty good luck here with beauty stuff as well. This stuff's cheap too, 12 bucks. For example, yeah, right off the bat, this is actually pretty close to being good. It's right about break even. Right there, it's got a ton of FBM people on this. So I bet you recently the price actually tanked on this. I get asked all the time, like, how much competition's too much competition on a specific product? It's all about the trend, right? So I bet you if we take a look down here at the chart, we can see, yeah, okay, makes perfect sense. The competition's gone up on this. Interestingly enough though, if we go to like the 1 week though, or the 1 month, the competition's actually totally gone down on this as well. It's been largely pretty stable. It's like 67 sellers. Now it's like 62 here. Where's the high end of the buy box going on this here? So let's see. Yeah, as high as like 25 here and there. So interestingly enough, at like 25, this is actually pretty close too. And we can also see, here we go. This is a 9-ounce product that's above 20 bucks. So the FBM calculator on SellerAmp, if we go ahead and scroll down here, we can filter over to FBM, right? And we can see this is a beauty item. That's a, you know, sustainable 35% ROI, for example, right there. There's an argument on something like that. Let's see, interesting. So this got no data. So this is definitely not good. Literally nothing going on right here, right? So definitely not liking that here, right? But it's basically the game is just scan as many things as you can, right? And some stuff will end up being good. 12 bucks here. Yeah, no match on this guy either here. Let's see. 5 bucks, this guy's cheap. So I'd probably honestly manually look this up. I'm just searching it right there as well. See, and you just get absolutely astounded by how much people pay for some stuff on Amazon. But hey, that's what keeps us in business, right? People love the convenience of Amazon Prime. That's why they're willing to pay the high for it. And us as the hustlers watching this video, we can go ahead and track down this stuff and make a pretty good profit. See, buying for 8, selling for 19. Actually hits the ROI criteria right here, but the problem is the profit per unit's really low. So the only way this would be good is if the Keepa chart shows people getting buy box a lot higher. We can see very, very blocky and stable. That is not what I want when it's very blocky like that, and super blocky on the offer count as well. I want to see movement on them, people selling out, people restocking, for example, right there. 450, this is pretty cheap. There's a bunch of units of this too here. Right, and why you need to go to stores a lot is because what if you come in the day after some retail arbitrage pro went to your store, right, and you just get unlucky, you might never ever be able to find anything there that one time, but then if you come back the next week when they put a bunch of new stuff out, it could totally be good, right? So that's where people get wrong, is they don't, you know, put in work and go to places a couple times. So let's see. Oh, here, bud, this is a $4 profit here. Right? The problem is there's one seller on it and it's Amazon on it. So we want to avoid listings like that. We want listings that we can see third-party sellers making money on. Here we go, 8 bucks into 21. So once again, another close one right here. It's just about break even. Does it have history higher? We can see at 22, right? See, it's okay. For example, I want that going a little higher though, especially with retail arbitrage because we're already here, right? There's going to be some higher profit margin stuff specifically here. Let's see, 9 bucks here. Yeah, 9 bucks into 21. It's pretty close. Is there history higher here? We can see yes. Okay, here we go. So yeah, $9 into 24 right here. We can see it's $3 profit. Not amazing here, right? But you get the ball rolling, right? You get to learn in a low risk way here, right? And then eventually you get lucky. You're going to, you know, some of the stores that have more, maybe the outlets, for example, and you find 20 of one good product and you might make $200 that hour. But the only way you learn that is when you're starting out nice and light like this, getting the ball rolling. And also too, guys, the SellerAmp mobile app is included with your SellerAmp subscription as well. So it's not an additional purchase. We want to make it nice and easy for you guys right there. In terms of best niches for retail arbitrage, guys, when you're at stores like Marshall's, just scan everything, shoes and clothing, toys, beauty stuff, for example. Where I've seen the most personal success is definitely going to be the outlets, though, hitting shoes and clothing heavy, because those are huge brands that run big discounts at their outlet stores or there. So that's my favorite personal place for retail arbitrage and niche. $10, boom, here we go. Okay, see, this is another one that's good, but we can see private label, and we can verify that it is private label because there's one seller on it and it's Amazon. Yeah, really my favorite part about retail arbitrage is just how fast you can get product to market. With online arbitrage, you know, you might buy something and it might not be there till a week later. Retail arbitrage, we can find a banger SKU over here and literally get that thing listed merchant filled today, which is so quick and so important for learning if you're a newer seller. And that's why I love retail arbitrage. You can get started and really nicely learn really quick, buying small test buys here at, you know, different discount stores and getting them listed fast. I'm a huge fan of that for beginners. The most money I've ever made with retail arbitrage specifically was actually sourcing items that I had found profitably online arbitrage, but I could see on the retailer they were also in stock at my local store. So I went in and was able to get them and do pickup orders and not even need to go into the store and scan, just do pickup orders like Dick's Sporting Goods, for example. They literally bring it out to your cart. They just nicely place the profit into your car and you go out and you get them listed FBM, you pump those FBM orders and you get them moving right there. So shoes are absolutely awesome retail arbitrage. You just have to make sure that there's not these half boxes. If they're half box, you got to make sure they have the top actually right here. So some of the stuff at like Ross and Marshalls will be shoes without boxes. Unfortunately, customers are going to complain if you do that. So make sure if you're going to buy stuff that they have the full box. We can see like this one has the box lid. On the bottom, for example, can't be some of these half boxes that don't have the top, or some of these shoes that don't have boxes. Unfortunately, I would love to say you could sell shoes like that, but just customers complain when you don't include stuff with the shoe box. And it kind of makes sense. That's a good general rule of an Amazon seller is don't do anything that you would be unhappy with getting. And people that, you know, spend their hard-earned money on shoes, they want the shoe boxes as well. Guys, so we were crushing it with Gap online arbitrage, and here we can see at Marshall's there's a lot of Gap potentially to do retail arbitrage on too. So you can literally sometimes OA the same brands and RA the same brands at the same time, for example. That's a good pro tip too. And the more online arbitrage you do, the more it helps you for RA, and vice versa. I'm surprised there's not a listing for those specifically too. And obviously this is, you know, some Adidas and Nike stuff, which if you're a newer seller, you can't sell right now, for example, but the more, you know, you sell over time, the more, you know, access to the catalog Amazon starts to give you, for example, too. Yes, we can see this specific item here is $10.99 rare. Now this is obviously Nike, for example, so new sellers wouldn't be able to carry this, but plugging this in here, right, we can run the FBM numbers on this. It's gonna ship for like $5.50 probably. Rare, we can see that's good bread, and we can see that FBA, it's a 33% ROI. FBM, it's a 46% ROI, and that's why the FBM calculator on SellerAmp is so important, and actually going ahead and adding that in and seeing, because a lot of items that are above 20 bucks but below 1 pound, they're much better FBM compared to FBA, and you have to make sure you're going ahead and factoring that in and using the different features available on the SellerAmp calculator, where not just the profit calculator, for example, also the Keepa chart, also the FBM calculator right there, and then other stuff from the Chrome extension too. We could theoretically do storefront stalking for online arbitrage as well. It's one of my favorite things I recommend for beginners is when you go to a store and scan a bunch, even anything that's close, what you should do is keep a mental note of those ASINs or just add it to a SellerAmp spreadsheet, and then from home, storefront stalk those sellers, especially if it's an outlet that's brand specific, you know, like the Polo outlet, for example, or the Under Armour outlet, for example. You can storefront stalk sellers that are hitting those exact same retail arbitrage stores too, and sometimes brands. You can even check their location and see if they're buying from similar places or the same places locally to you too, and clean up at those local stores. That's a little ninja pro tip too. All right guys, that's a full retail arbitrage tutorial. Do not sleep on retail arbitrage. You can get stuff listed same day a lot quicker. Online arbitrage is great, retail arbitrage is great. You should definitely do both. Do not sleep on picking up the easy money that exists at your local retail stores. Just getting in, scanning everything, thinking long-term, figuring out any discounts that exist from these different places too, and finding other sellers in our free Discord or elsewhere in the community that might be hitting up those same stores nationwide to work with and mastermind with. Do not sleep on retail arbitrage.
Welcome to section 4 of the free course, where we're going to be talking about all things back-end tracking and how to actually go ahead and do a lot of like the listing, shipping, etc. that go into the Amazon biz. To start out though, right here, you guys just saw a bunch of good product research stuff, RA, OA. I do want to talk about how to actually organize your purchases to be as organized as possible, because being organized as a business owner is incredibly important, and you need to make sure you watch all this stuff. So how do you actually go ahead and stay organized after you make your first couple online arbitrage purchases? Making an order tracking spreadsheet is how you're going to go ahead and do that. Now, if you're not yet proficient with Google Sheets, take 10 minutes, for example, take 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and watch some Google Sheets tutorials, because you do need to know how to do basic functions within Google Sheets. And that's just a super helpful skill as a business owner too. It's like legitimately the only helpful thing I learned in college was how to use Excel and Google Sheets. For example, here, this is a good basic template of what information actually put into a purchasing spreadsheet. So after you place an order, just how do you actually go ahead and stay organized? I like to go ahead and do different tabs here as well. So we can name this like December, for example, right? You probably do it on like an annual basis, for example, right here, and then you switch it up each year, right? So what, useful information do you need to have here actually cataloged for every order, right? So a big one is going to be the order number from the retailer, right? So when you place an order, you can get an order number. That's the main important part of the spreadsheet there, because say you ever get, an inauthentic complaint, which will happen from time to time. It's not a big deal, right? You just go ahead and pull that order number and plug that into your email right there. And then that's going to immediately display that order. Then that's going to immediately display that receipt. Then you're going to download that. That's what you're going to submit to Amazon right there. As well as the supplier. You obviously want to know what suppliers you're buying from. And then the ASIN right there too. The product, so what exact product it is very important in there as well. You end up kind of giving different products different nicknames there too, just for like your specific business, different acronyms, for example, there too. The big thing is knowing that you can go ahead and just Command F and then search in the sheet like Tommy, for example, or say you got a complaint, you just plug in like the ASIN, for example, right there. So that's the Command F shortcut. You guys will notice, you see, I love keyboard shortcuts, guys. They're super, super helpful. Right here, you want to have the quantity. I did not mean to make this a dollar amount right here. I'm going to make this a normal number right there. You have plain text, for example, right there. Cost per unit, you want to have in there too as well. Then the total purchase price, so how much the total cart was. Your expected list price, I like having in there too as well. It's not super necessary, but I do like having that in, because it would be annoying to have to like go ahead and go back and check the Keepa and figure out what you wanted to go ahead and list that for again. Another underrated thing to have on your purchasing spreadsheet, guys, is going to be the discount. This is going to help you. Even just writing it down is going to help you build a mental log and start memorizing some of your favorite coupon codes. Like we saw, like Gap was popping with like the 10% coupon code and good discounted gift cards, for example, right there. You see like Tommy Hilfiger, they currently got a 25% sale. So like I say, for example, this purchase was using a 25% code plus gift card. Target, for example, they got a good sale on Goodfellow right now. So we do like, sale, for example, right there. And then the date the order was placed as well. And then the status too. So like, for example, building this out fully, I'd go ahead and do like placed, for example, right here. And then I do like, say this one had shipped. I got a shipped email right there. You don't have to track it back closely, but it's definitely not a bad idea too. Eventually virtual assistants will do it for you right there if you want to go that route. And then we can see once this comes in, go ahead and upload this to green right here. This is a super basic template. Some people get super, super detailed, which I think is totally cool as well. But to start out, this is a decent template to go ahead and model. You can just copy this, just type in everything in nice and easy. And this function for cost per unit is just literally just plug it in like that, divided by that. And then you see your cost per unit right there. So yeah, really make sure you're proficient with Google Sheets. It's super easy to learn. It's really, really helpful. Like I said, only helpful thing I learned in college, and that's how to create an order tracking spreadsheet. All right, guys, so now you know how to track your order templates right there using that spreadsheet or something similar. I also want to educate you guys on some of the different things you might run into, or you probably will run into at some point in your specific journey, which are going to be inauthentic complaints and IP complaints, and how you can be prepared for those and go ahead and beat those. So inauthentic complaints are where a customer says a product is fake. If you're doing things the way I teach, you're buying products directly from big retailers, so beating an inauthentic complaint is not something you should at all worry about, especially if you're tracking orders the way you should be using the order tracking template we just talked about. If you do get an inauthentic complaint, it's not the end of the world. Sometimes they'll shut down the specific ASIN for you temporarily till you go ahead and provide that documentation. Sometimes they won't. Sometimes they'll ask for all the units you've historically sold. Sometimes they'll only ask for 10 specifically. The nice thing is you just go ahead and submit that to Amazon. And if you're using the tracking template correctly, all you need to do is go ahead and add in that order number and search it in your email. And then all the documentation you need for that specific product, maybe you did multiple orders, you just look up the orders consecutively in your email. Then you're going to find those emails, download those, and then submit those off to Amazon right there. Pretty similar to Ungated. They might make you submit a couple times. That's completely normal, right? And so inauthentics are when a customer says a product is fake on the customer side of things. IP complaints stand for intellectual property complaints, where the brand owner kicks off the different sellers saying, we don't want you selling our products on Amazon. This tends to be pretty easy to avoid. I've actually never gotten one of these. And the way you avoid that is you make sure you're only selling listings that have no IP complaint history. So you saw that a little bit in the red flag section, but basically you look on the Keepa chart, and if there's any examples where the competition actually plummets, that's probably an IP complaint right there. So make sure you're only taking a look at listings that have good, consistent sales history right there, and you'll tend to be able to avoid IP complaints for the most part. Once again, though, similar to an inauthentic complaint, inauthentic complaints tend to happen like 1 out of every 2,000 orders, just based on natural probability of different human beings thinking stuff's fake. And then IP complaints are going to happen just on a brand by brand basis. I recommend mainly storefront stalking if you're a beginner, so you're only selling listings that you found literally from other people's storefronts. For the most part there, IP complaints might happen. Just make sure you're tracking orders correctly the way you need to be doing, so you can go ahead and access that documentation nice and easy. So if you do get an IP complaint, you can go ahead and prove to Amazon that products you're selling are legit. An authentic complaint, the same thing. Just go ahead and provide the documentation to Amazon if they ask for. You can also hit up the brand specifically and just be polite about it for an IP complaint too. You might get letters in the mail or letters in your Amazon seller messages from the brand sometimes, for example. Sometimes that's your competitors trying to scam you, so it is very important that you check those Keepa charts to see if there's any IP complaint history. If there are, you definitely want to stop selling that listing, maybe sell it on another platform, as well as check your account health to see if anything shows in your account health, because that can be an issue down the line, specifically on the account health side of things. However, if you're doing what I talk about primarily and just storefront stalking, finding brands, taking a look what other people are selling, you're going to be fine on that. And one, little issue here and there account health wise is not going to be a major issue long term if you're selling a bunch of units. So make sure if you ever get those weird messages that say they're from the brand, definitely check the listing, see if people are getting kicked off, check your account health specifically on Amazon and see if there's any potential issues with there, and definitely do not be selling those products. Account health is just part of the game. You want to make sure you're staying up to date with Amazon's rules and everything like that, and having proper documentation. Buying from legit suppliers as well as tracking all your documentation over time is how you're going to necessarily go ahead and combat that if something does happen, which it might from time to time. All right, guys, so time to get into the actual shipping part of the process. So how the heck do you actually list products on Amazon, list products merch fill, list products FBA, ship products off to FBA the correct way? Where I want to start is walking you guys through what shipping supplies you're actually going to need. We'll start out on the Amazon FBM front. So what do you actually need for FBM orders? To start, you're going to need the shipping labels. You can actually get these completely free from the UPS website. Really any size around 4x6, 4¼ by 5.5, for example, is going to be useful. There's no specific size that is necessary. This is what you're going to use actually for both FBM and FBA as the shipping labels for actually going ahead and shipping stuff out. And the next thing you're going to need for FBM orders is going to be poly mailers. I like 9x12 and 12x15. No specific colors necessary, guys. I like these gray ones. From Amazon, I've also used all black ones in the past, for example, too. You guys receive packages in the mail. You see people ship stuff out, all different color packages, for example. I like the nice bland ones, but nothing's necessarily required from Amazon. Those sizes, and then you're also going to need boxes if you're doing stuff that requires boxes for your FBM orders. I like 12 by 10 by 8 ones from Walmart, right around there. Uline's another good box supplier as well. You just have to make sure when you're actually shipping products out that there's no branding on the packages. Like you can do like Walmart polymers that said Walmart on them, or boxes that said Walmart on them, for example, because then people are going to think you're drop shipping right there. So make sure they're nice and unbranded boxes. Uline's got some good ones. Walmart's got some good ones. Just make sure there's no branding on them right there. No necessarily size required right there. You know what size item you're specifically selling. Polymers, 9 by 12, 12 by 15, and then for boxes, 12 by 10 by 8, 15 by 12 by 10, something along there is typically going to be rock and rolling. FBM is super, super simple, guys. Do not overthink it. For FBA supplies, you are also going to need these shipping labels you can get either on Amazon or free from UPS. You're also going to need another type of label, which is going to be these FN SKU labels. So you can just search like Amazon FBA labels on, Amazon. They're going to show up specifically. These are what go over the barcode or on the polymer of a specific product. You do not need FNSKU labels for FBM. So very important that you do not need FNSKU labels for FBM. This is going to be what goes over the transparent poly bag, which you can also get on Amazon. I'd recommend getting a variety pack or over the barcode on the product if Amazon does not require a poly bag for that. So you want to have FNSKU labels. Just get a variety pack of different polymers on Amazon too. Just make sure they have the suffocation warning. If you search, clear poly bag for Amazon FBA, a bunch of good stuff will pop up. You do not necessarily need a fancy label printer. I do love my Rollo, R-O-L-L-O, as well as the Polono is really good as well. That's what's going to print out the FNSKU labels, for example, right there, or it can do the shipping labels too. I like using it for both. Right there, nice and easy. So you don't necessarily need a fancy label printer. I got started just going to the college library, not using the fancy label printing or fancy labels like this. I would just print them out on 30 up label paper. So if you're using an old school printer for FBA, you want to use 30 up label paper. You can actually get that at Walmart. Probably I used to get mine from Staples in my college town as well. And then boxes for FBA, I like the Home Depot and Walmart ones, the really, really big ones. Obviously, the bigger, the better. You just have to make sure they aren't above, I think it's 25 inches in any one size. You can just Google like Amazon FBA box requirement. I've been living the prep center life for a while, specifically right there, but we can see FBA a little bit more complicated on the shipping front. You just do want to make sure you're using the FNSKU labels right there. And then for FBM, nice and easy, just polybags, polymers, box, printer. You don't have to use, a fancy printer like this. You can just go ahead and use, the old school printer, and you theoretically could tape the labels with, normal paper on that. That's actually what I used to do in college before I knew that fancy label printers existed or had the money to get one. Hell, I do think they probably did exist back then. Don't overthink shipping supplies, guys. It's nice and easy right there. Polymailers, boxes for FBM, boxes for FBA, big ones, labels, FNSKU labels, clear poly bag from Amazon to actually prep the FBA inventory, and a printer, or you can use an old school printer right there. Don't overthink shipping supplies, guys. All right, guys, now I want to show you how to actually list your products both for Merch Fulfilled as well as for Amazon FBA. It just makes the most sense to do it through Boxem. It's significantly easier than the process of doing FBA shipments and actually getting products on the platform through Amazon Seller Central. So Boxem's going to do the majority of the heavy lifting for you. It's actually going to do the entire listing process for Merch Fulfilled, where we're going to start, as well as the majority of the Amazon FBA shipment process as well. So by the end of this module, you're going to know exactly how to get your products onto the Amazon platform and get them listed for sale. We're going to start out with the FBM listing process for actually merch filling products where you ship directly to the customer. So we're here inside the Boxem interface, guys. So Boxem costs $50 per month, and it just goes ahead and gets connected right to your Amazon seller account right here. You just sync it, and then all the data translates right there. And all we need to do to list a merch filled product here is we just want to go ahead and list FBM. The nice thing is you can do FBA and FBM on the same Amazon account, or even on the same specific item at the same time here. We can go ahead and search by product name or SKU or ASIN or UPC or anything. So we can just type in like here, Boxem super, super fast rare. We can plug in this ASIN specifically. Then we just want to go ahead and hit new SKU right here. And then what you want to go ahead and do is we want to price our product. So typically I'll go over here to offers and then go ahead and just match the buy box price right here. For FBM, when you list your products, you just want to match the buy box price. You can also cross-reference over the Keepa chart for that item to go ahead and see that. Then we want to go ahead and plug in our buy cost. Say we pick this up for like $21 right here, and then the quantity we're going to go ahead and list. You'll just want to use the basic shipping template right there. We can go ahead and enter in our supplier right here. Stafford comes from JCPenney, so we'll go ahead and do JCPenney right here as well. Then you want to go ahead and add your date purchased, whenever that was here, as well as your condition on the specific product. We can see that also creates a nice custom SKU right there as well that shows the supplier and the buy cost, and then a random number generated by Amazon. And if there is an expiration date for a specific product, you'll go ahead and add that in right there. Then we just want to go ahead and hit add listing. Then we want to go ahead and hit submit FBM listing right here. And then we go ahead to the review process. You can do as many products as you want right here. And then we can see our listings have been created. Processing will take between 15 and 30 minutes. And then this is all you need to do for an FBM listing. And then it's going to go ahead and be live on Amazon right there. You can do multiple products per batch right here. I just want to show you guys the basic process of getting one item listed. Super easy. Don't overthink it here. And now this listing is going to go ahead and be live in my Amazon account. And now let's talk about the process of creating an Amazon FBA shipment as well, which is a little bit more complicated. All right, guys, so now I'm going to show you the process of creating an Amazon FBA shipment within Boxem. All you need to do to go ahead and get that is go here to create shipment and then go ahead and hit that. And now we can go ahead and name our shipment. So we'll call this free course test right here. Fulfillment type, we'll go ahead and do FBA, obviously, right here. And then you want to go ahead and add in your ship from address. You can actually have multiple ship from addresses in right here as well. Our shipping method, as a beginner seller, you're primarily going to do SPD, which stands for small parcel delivery. You could also do LTL, which are basically pallet shipments, which if you're watching this free course, you're probably not ready to go ahead and do. And then your ship from date. This doesn't really matter, but you typically just put today right here. Box contents, I like using the 2D barcodes, which tend to make it an easier check-in process for your specific products. They're basically just additional FBA labels you put on the box right there, which are nice and easy. They are only a part of the upgraded box plan, but I totally do recommend them as well. For actually pricing your FBA products, I recommend using the auto list price right here, like 25% above the buy box here. That's basically so you don't price tank your products. Once your inventory is actually fully checked into Amazon and you check the Boxem shipments tab and you can see the inventory is ready to rock and roll, it shows on the listing with really good delivery dates. Then you want to go ahead and match the buy box price, but just automatically listed like 25% above the buy box right there. I also like having buy cost and supplier input, all that toggled in right here so we can create a nice custom SKU. Then we'll go ahead and hit create shipment right here. Now we're in the Boxem shipment flow right here. It's 4 simple steps. Similar to listing for FBM, we can go ahead and search for an item. However, for FBA listings, you do actually need to list them on Amazon Seller Central prior, or it'll take a little bit longer. So the way you actually go ahead and add that to your inventory if you're listing a new item into your store is over on Amazon Seller Central. You go ahead and get that listed by hitting add products, then putting that ASIN in and waiting for it to go ahead and show right here. We can use that same search capability right here as well, right? So say we want to do like a Stafford listing, for example. Once again, we go and see one of my ones that's in my inventory right here. We can see this was already listed, right? So to do this, you have to already have it listed in your Amazon account, which comes from actually listing it on Amazon Seller Central, which is a part of recent Amazon update. Now we can actually add multiple listings to this batch right here. We're just going to do one specifically right here. Go ahead and add this in. And now we want to go ahead and price this right here. We could take a look at the other pricing. However, I am a fan of just doing it 25% above the buy box right there. We can go ahead and add in our purchase cost as well. Then we can do our quantity. Say we do like 20 units, for example, right here for a basic FBA test order. Our supplier right here, we'll go ahead and do, we can do, any different suppliers, right? You can go ahead and add into your account. Do JCPenney. Our date purchased, very similar to FBM, we'll go ahead here. Then our expiration date, this is obviously only needed if there is an expiration date for that item. If for whatever reason it's asking for an expiration date, like required for a product, and you don't see it on the actual product, you can go ahead and just look it up on Google or hit up the manufacturer as well. And then prep category, we can go ahead and add this in right here. Prep owner, seller, label owner, seller as well. I don't recommend having Amazon do that. You're going to incur an additional fee. Would really only recommend and go ahead and actually do that if you're just really time constrained. For example, we can see prep owner, seller, label owner, seller. That means we're going to prep and label our products here. And then we'll go ahead and add to the shipment right here.
Like I was saying, you can do multiple products per batch. We're just going to do one right here. Now we just need to go ahead and hit continue right here. And then we're going to actually submit this data off to Amazon. So now we have to wait for that data actually to go ahead and submit to Amazon, which can take a sec because obviously Boxem's just communicating with Amazon to go ahead and get this product listed. So we'll wait for this to go ahead and go through. Okay, there we go. So now it's in here. And now step 2, guys, this is where we're actually going to go ahead and assign this product to the different boxes right here as well. So say we're doing 2 different boxes, for example, we just want to go ahead and create first box right here, and then we can do like, 2 boxes, for example. Then we can go ahead and hit the dimensions and weight. So we'll just go ahead and hit dimensions and weight so we can assign the dimensions and weight to these boxes right here. Obviously, 2 boxes of t-shirts wouldn't weigh 40 pounds. They probably weigh more like 10 pounds. For example, right here, we can go ahead and update that and then do the same thing for this guy as well right here too. Boxem connects right to your printer, so it makes it nice and easy. And now we can go ahead and print the F and SKU labels right here as well. So we can go ahead and hit print on those labels right here. So now we can see the F and SKU labels. When you're doing FBM, you don't need any fancy labels right here, but when you're doing FBA, you are going to need to put the F and SKU labels over the barcode or the poly mailer. So when we're doing FBA, we are going to need to put the F and SKU labels over the poly bag or the barcode on the specific product right here. So we go ahead and print those out. So then we'll just go ahead and assign. You could do bulk assign right here, but I do want to show you guys what assign looks like as well. We can go ahead and put 10 units and 10 units right here, and then we can go ahead and boom, and then they're automatically going to hop into those boxes right there. Other shipment softwares have you do like a bunch of like confusing drag and dropping, which is really easy. We can go ahead and print those F and SKUs as well. You can also set up to automatically print those F and SKUs too. Then we'll just want to go ahead and hit continue to hop on to section 3 as well by hitting submit packing groups right here. Now that data is just submitting off to Amazon right here, so it's going to load for a little while right here as well. So now we can see, guys, Amazon's giving us 3 different options for the shipment right here. Typically, it makes sense to do the cheapest option in terms of total cost. For example, right here, sometimes you'll get split shipments, right, which might give you less of a fee, for example, right here, but you just got to figure out which specific option makes the most sense. We can see I'm shipping this out from Florida, so my first option has a very cheap placement fee and low transportation fees for a total cost of 26 bucks, which is really, really cheap. This is also a very small shipment compared to what you're normally doing, so it makes sense the price per pound would be a little bit higher here. We can see 26 bucks for 20 pounds going to Homestead, Florida. Right here, option number 2 would be that same 2 boxes, 20 pounds going to Clarksville, Tennessee. It's obviously more expensive, so that wouldn't make sense to go ahead and do. And then the third option right here is 66 bucks to New Mexico. Really, the only time it would make more sense to do the more expensive option would be on a bigger shipment where you already had inventory allocated to do a certain part of the country. Don't really worry about that though. All we need to do is go ahead and hit here right here, the cheapest option, and then we'll go ahead and hit continue as well. We can see 26 bucks for 20 pounds. Like I said, a little bit more expensive than what you'll typically see, but this is a very small shipment compared to what you'll normally be doing. On a small test or like this, typically you want to be doing FBM as a beginner. Now we can go ahead and hit confirm placement and accept shipping charges right here. Then we'll go ahead and submit this off and head to step 4 on the shipment flow. All right, guys, so now we're on step 4 right here. We can go ahead and finish off the shipment. For each box, you can go ahead and hit print box label right here. This is going to be that 2D barcode, which goes next to the shipping label for the specific item. So like I was saying, this tends to just make the check-in process a little bit smoother here. You can use the normal FBA box labels as well, using the $50 a month version of Boxem. I do like having the upgraded version to go ahead and hit those 2D barcodes. We can go ahead and pull that right here as well, and then go ahead and get that second box up right here, and we can see, we'll go ahead and see right here, box number 1, then we go ahead and see box number 2 right here, and then we go ahead and hit print UPS and FBA box labels, or just the UPS ones right here as well. Then we go ahead and see those shipping labels that'll nicely correlate right here. So these go right next to each other on the boxes right here, and then the same one for box number 2. Right, and box number 2 right there. And then now we're good to go on this specific shipment for Amazon FBA right here. And that's the entire shipment process using Boxem, guys, which is significantly easier than Amazon Seller Central. For FBA, you just go ahead and list that product on Amazon Seller Central, wait for it to load in your inventory, and then you can go ahead and create that FBA shipment within Boxem. So nice and easy. It's a little bit confusing the first time you guys use it, but then it becomes second nature in subsequent times. All right, guys, so now you know what it looks like to actually ship products, both FBM and FBA. FBA being a little bit more complicated in terms of actually the shipping process, doing with like F and SKU labels, for example, different placements with Boxem, for example, and FBM
Pretty simple. Literally just put the product in the poly mailer or the box when you get an order, slap that shipping label on there. I do want you to have full clarity around the pros and cons of FBA versus FBM and when both of them make sense. Specifically, long term, most people will do mainly FBA. However, when you're a complete beginner, I do think it makes a lot of sense to do some FBM as well. The main pros of FBM being just how fast you can get feedback from the market. So if you do FBA on a product, typically it's going to get to you from an OA retailer like 3 to 7 days later, and then it's not going to get to Amazon for like 1 to 3 weeks, for example, typically. Meanwhile, with FBM, you can get that thing in and get it listed right away. And you can test a lot lighter too, because you can literally buy just a couple of stuff for FBM. When if you do that for FBA, typically you don't have a full box and have stuff fully optimized. So a big benefit of FBM is the speed component to it and how you can test later. Now, time of the year also matters too, though. In November and December for Q4, and then August and July specifically for back to school, FBM gets a lot more of the buy box than it typically does because there's a big spike in demand in a short period of time, and people don't have time to get their FBA inventory in stock that they just bought that's nice and profitable inventory, which then it makes a lot of sense to FBM. And then the other months of the year, largely for the most part, January to, mid-October, late October, right? A little bit of FBM, a lot for back to school for some items in July and August that have a lot of FBM presence. You're mainly going to be doing FBA. And why does FBA make a lot of sense, for example? Because it's so easy to scale. You're not fulfilling individual orders. You can ship the products off in bulk to Amazon. Amazon handles the customer service, for example. You can delegate your FBA to a prep center as well, which we'll talk about in a little bit too. So the big decisions of like whether or not you should FBA or FBM a specific product typically comes down to, how confident you are in that product and how confident you are in it being good over time. Because when you buy a listing to test FBM, you're going to get feedback pretty quick on if that was good. And there's, not really much time for a bunch of people to get in stock on, which might happen from time to time. When you're a newer seller, you're not getting stuff as cheap as it can be. You're not finding stuff that's, super hidden behind different discount codes, which, for example, in my business, that's really all I buy now. Yeah, and then when you buy something to FBA, you got to make sure it stays good, for example, right? So that, makes sense. FBA, you can buy a lot heavier and it just scales a lot easier too. It scales with the prep center model really nicely, although some prep centers do FBM too. And FBA overall is just a better selling experience. The nice thing is you can do both at the same time. And when you're a newer seller, especially with what I did, it makes a ton of sense to do FBM to just learn and really churn your capital really quick. FBM's better for cash flow. FBA is better for scaling. FBM's better for getting your initial proof of concept just because you can buy a couple stuff, get stuff rock and rolling right from the get-go right there. So in terms of FBA or FBM, which is better, it really just depends on what you're personally looking to do. And what a lot of people do, a lot of big sellers too, will do FBA mainly from January to October, and then they'll do a ton of FBM in November and December, especially in December, right when there's that big demand increase specifically right there. So the main cons of FBA are the cash flow cycle and just how it takes a while to restock too, for example. But then the big pros of FBA are how scalable it is and how you can sell products more expensive. Because when you sell stuff FBA, you can totally price it higher because customers are more likely to buy an item when they see that Prime badge right there. So Amazon gives you more of buy box at higher prices. So when you're in stock, FBA gives you faster sales. It just can take a little while to get in stock based on what FBA warehouse you're shipping to, for example. And then FBM, great for cash flow, great for restocking quick, great for scaling quick during those seasonal times of the year. The cons of FBM are it's a little bit more work, and some listings won't be FBM friendly. Some listings you're going to take a look at are dominated by Amazon Prime sellers, and that's why it's really important to have the SellerAmp offer summary activated in your SellerAmp settings, which is really easy to do. It's right below where you put in your sales tax. You just want to make sure you have profit margin, offer summary, break even, all of those selected right there. And then the data buy box statistics on Keepa is really helpful too for seeing if a listing is going to be FBM friendly or not. Or you can just test when you're at newer sellers. As long as you're seeing some people FBM in a product, you probably can too. That's going to help you get the ball rolling. My best piece of advice is do both. Mainly more FBM when you're a newer seller and mainly more FBA as you're scaling up your business. So now you guys know the pros and cons of FBA versus FBM. Getting tactical, I also want to break down the different shipping costs just so you have full clarity on this. I tend to see a lot of beginners do get confused by this. So here's how to actually understand and calculate estimated FBM and FBA shipping costs, for example. So I'm over here in the settings of SellerAmp. You'll do this from time to time. Like you got to put in your sales tax to start, for example, right here, like we went over in the SellerAmp section right there. I also like to just estimate inbound shipping costs at about 70 cents per pound to FBA right there. Because when we do FBA, obviously we put everything in a box together. Typically you get it, pretty full. Over time, you get really good at like buying the perfect quantities to put in them to get cost lower, for example, right there. When you go ahead and add in 70 cents per pound to your SellerAmp backend for FBA calculator on SellerAmp, it's now going to add in that cost so you don't have to like do a bunch of mental math. So when I take a look at SellerAmp, people always love to say like, okay, what about the shipping cost? The cool thing is the shipping cost is in there. So typically for the most part, you're going to get it right around 70 cents per pound. Obviously, what you're selling matters, where you're located matters, but that's a good pro tip in general. It's going to be around that. Over time, you can probably get it cheaper as well, just being more efficient. Eventually, shipping off pallets going to be significantly cheaper than that right there as well. So if we take a look over here at the SellerAmp profit calculator, these numbers currently include FBA shipping right there at about 70 cents per pound. You might be doing a bunch of FBA shipments and getting lower than that, in which case you would add it in and lower it, for example, on SellerAmp right there and update that, right? In terms of actually estimating the FBM shipping cost, that's where it gets a little bit tricky and where beginners get confused. So remember, guys, this currently is the FBA calculator on SellerAmp. If we go ahead and scroll down here, guys, we can go ahead and actually switch this fulfillment type from FBA to FBM. Now, where beginners go wrong, though, is they don't put in an estimated FBM cost, the FBM shipping cost right here. The way you go ahead and calculate that is you rock and roll up here and you take a look at the quick info right here on SellerAmp, literally right here, just on quick info, and you take a look at the weight, right? So we see the weight on this product is 14 ounces. And then we can go ahead and take a look over here. This is a little guide for you guys. I have it howtofbm.com here. And we see the estimated cost right here. So below 1 pound is typically going to be USPS. Above 1 pound is typically going to be UPS. When you buy shipping for FBM, or as you just do it through Amazon, for example, you buy whatever's cheapest here. This is a good general guideline of what these costs will typically be. For example, so I'd recommend just taking a screenshot of this. It's really, really important. And now when you check the weight on SellerAmp, you're going to know what to put in for the FBM cost, for example. So this guy is here at 14 ounces. So to go ahead and calculate this correctly, we'd go ahead and scroll down over here. And then we would now see this is 14 ounces. So it's probably going to ship for like $6, for example, on average. So if we go ahead and plug in $6 here, we can see FBM, this would be about a 54% ROI. But FBA, this would be only about a 45% ROI. And you can see in certain cases, stuff will be more profitable to FBM compared to FBA. It's really important that you go ahead and dial that in on your calculators so you know how those different costs break down. That when you FBA, you don't pay individual shipping, but you do pay FBA fees. When you FBM, you do pay individual shipping, but you don't pay FBA fees, right? And FBA shipping tends to be about 70 cents per pound, right? You're doing big bulk boxes, for example, right? Meanwhile, with FBM, it's going to be whatever correlates to the specific weight of the product, which you're going to see specifically right here. So no need to overthink this stuff, guys. If you've got any questions about this, let me know in the comments as always. And that's the different shipping costs between FBA and FBM. All right, guys, so as you start getting sales within your Amazon business, it's important to actually know your numbers and your analytics so you know if you're actually making money and everything like that. And Boxem's going to go ahead and do that for you using the Boxem analytics features. Now, I'm obviously not going to show you inside my Boxem account specifically right here, but I can walk you through, how each and every different features works. I just don't want to expose the specific products that I'm selling right here. So this is right directly from the Boxem website. Boxem integrates directly with your Amazon seller account. There's a 2-week free trial on our website, boxem.com as well. And the basic Boxem interface here is going to show you your sales today, this week, this month, and last month with customizable tiles so you can view other timeframes within your Amazon business as well. You're going to be able to easily see your orders and unit counts, as well as your refunds percent, any advertising spend, which the cool part about online arbitrage is we don't need any advertising spend, as well as your estimated payouts and your net profits right there. Like I was saying, you can customize this to different views right here, but it just gives you a nice overview of how your business is actually doing right there via sales, fees, profit, recent shipments. You can track all your recent FBA shipments as well. And you can also see a nice UI that shows you your revenue and profit on a day-by-day basis that you can go ahead and customize as well right here. and you can filter into products sold and see the different products that you're selling the most of, so on and so forth right there. So really all you need to go ahead and get set up with Boxem is just an Amazon seller account, and you go ahead and sync it right here. We have really good tutorials on the Boxem YouTube channel, as well as the Boxem Help Center on our website, boxem.com as well right here, right? We can also see different features in respect like going ahead and listing products. You guys saw in the listing and shipping part though as well right here too, right? And then we also have inventory management right here in the inventory page where you can go ahead and see your in-stock quantity of products, your in-stock buy cost, sales value, total number of ASINs, as well as a nice little overview of your different ASIN count and different supply counts. You can go ahead and manage your inventory right here as well. You can see the SKU, the product name, the list price, the quantity in stock, the buy cost, the supplier, etc. right there. And it really just helps you streamline your operation so you can focus more on what matters here. And then we also have really in-depth analytics coming soon, guys, in the form of an ASIN profitability page, so you can tell all your best ASINs and analytics for them, as well as a supplier profitability page, and just some other features to go ahead and help you manage your business as best as possible. So you can go ahead and see your revenue and profit day by day, as well as the best categories, the best suppliers, etc. right here, and then all the suppliers that are doing best on this as well. So not only does Boxem make it significantly easier to actually list your products and send FBA shipments, and Amazon Seller Central does, but it also gives you a good view of your analytics as well. So make sure when you guys start selling products, which after watching the free course, want to make sure you guys are selling a ton of products, you go ahead and get Boxem so you can manage your business a lot easier right there as well. So that's how to use Boxem for analytics. Like I said, guys, we have tons of additional features coming soon. It's actually a good chance some of these features and more features have been added by the time you guys are watching this video. So now you guys know how the Boxem analytics features work. I think it's a pretty cool segment to show you an actual full net profit breakdown of my first big month, actually just about 3 years ago, when I sold over 300K in 1 month in my Amazon business. That was the month that completely changed my life and showed me that internet money could be really, really big if I put in a ton of work and just consisted of a ton of just pumping merchant filled orders and staying in stock as much as possible. It's not going to completely add up here because like the inventory placement, I just did $1,800 and it was like $1,768 or something like that specifically here. But top line revenue, about $322,000 specifically, right? So that's overall top line sales, right? And then refunds were about $12,000. Those are just customers returning products, completely normal right there. Not a bad refund rate right there as well. So the cost of goods sold, aka the inventory, was right about 156 grand. It was $155,916.31. That's the cool thing about like Boxem with analytics and everything like that. That's what I recommend in terms of tracking all your analytics in your Amazon business. Selling fees specifically right there were $54,527.37. Those are the flat referral fees that go on the orders. FBM shipping cost, December is a ton of FBM, so FBM shipping cost was about $20,918.66. There are some additional costs there from pirate ship as well. Inventory placement fees, which I actually learned you could turn off inventory placement back in the day. Those features are long gone in respect like that specific thing on that part of the P&L. Right there was about $1,800. The FBA fees I paid were about $22,370.56 right there, for a total net profit of over $50,000, right around $55,000, a profit margin of about 17%, and an overall return on investment of that 156 grand that I spent, getting back over 50K in profit of about 35% right there. So honestly, pretty in line in respect to what I talk about product research wise in terms of what you should be aiming for. So I think it's cool for you guys to see a full breakdown of what those numbers actually look like. There's a fee or two I did plug in specifically right there, but they were small ones. It was over 50K in net profit, and that really changed my life and showed me, what was possible here, guys. So make sure, especially, you go through the back to school section, the Q4 section right there. That'll show you how to fully take advantage as best as possible of those big months of the year when it becomes really easy, and you got to step up to the plate and take full advantage. As you scale your Amazon business, a really helpful thing you can do is actually hire a prep center to outsource your prep work to, right? Because if you're scaling Amazon business just yourself, it's a lot of packages, a lot of boxes, and that's a great thing when you're getting going, making money online. But eventually, you really have two choices. You can either hire someone to prep for yourself, or outsource your prep work to what's called a prep center. So let's break down how the model of doing things yourself versus doing things using a prep center actually look. When you're prepping products yourself, you order the product yourself or to your warehouse, for example, if you really are scaling, and then either you or someone that works for you is going to have to label and prepare the product and actually ship them off in bulk to the Amazon warehouse, right? So you're significantly more involved in the process. You probably don't live in a sales tax-free state like Delaware, New Hampshire, Oregon, or Montana. There are some states that have no sales tax in certain categories like New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, for example, too, Texas, even California in certain types of products. But when you order a product to a prep center, you're probably going to hire a prep center in a sales tax-free state, and they're going to receive the inventory for you. You're going to ship it from the supplier directly to the prep center, and then they're going to have limited access to your Boxem account to go ahead and actually create that shipment for you. So they're going to go in as a sub-user on your Boxem account and actually list the product for you, and then actually go ahead and create the shipment, print the labels, handle the entire process for you. So the cost breakdown of using a prep center versus prepping yourself, when you're prepping the products yourself or your employees, for example, let's say for this case, no employees, you prepping yourself, right? You don't pay any money for the actual prep costs, but you do pay sales tax and you pay the time that you have to invest into prepping the products. Meanwhile, when you use a prep center, you probably aren't going to pay sales tax like you would if you were actually shipping it yourself, unless you live in a sales tax-free state. When you ship to a state with no sales tax, it's all just based on where the order goes to, for example, where the transaction was located. You don't pay sales tax, but you do pay the prep fee, for example, which typically is going to be in the ballpark of like $1.5 to $1.75 per unit. So that's the nice thing, is it's a completely variable cost, right? So if you order a $50 product and you live in an 8% sales tax state to yourself, you're going to pay $54. Meanwhile, if you order that same product to a sales tax-free prep center and you're paying $1.75 a unit, you're only going to pay $51.75. Right? So I used to live in Pennsylvania, a sales tax-free state where I had my own warehouse for a couple years. And then I moved down to Florida and started using a prep center. Florida has like 6 to 7% sales tax, but I still use a prep center with locations in Pennsylvania and Delaware, which makes that experience sales tax-free. So rather than paying 7% sales tax and doing the work, and putting in the time and paying for the supplies or the labor, for example, right, all the labels as well, I can use a prep center and have them do all the work for me and only pay $1.50, $1.75 a unit, for example. And that's the beautiful thing of the prep center model, is very rarely do you actually get to save time and save money. The time savings being the really important thing, not needing to have that infrastructure. And when you see people like Aaron, for example, that are traveling full-time running their Amazon business, the way they're able to do that is by utilizing prep centers. So like I'm here in condo in Miami. There's not a Procton site besides a couple examples we're using for the shipping sections. And I have tons of units in Amazon FBA right now that I didn't actually go ahead and prep myself. So that's an absolutely beautiful part of the scaling process, is utilizing a sales tax-free prep center. So ideally you want a prep center in a sales tax-free state, Delaware or New Hampshire being the best ones due to the East Coast location. Montana or Oregon is definitely not the end of the world. But I like the East Coast prep center specifically because a lot of suppliers actually ship from the East Coast too, so it gets them quicker. And the East Coast FBA warehouses tend to be better in my opinion too. Charlotte, Pennsylvania, New Jersey specifically. So I like sales tax-free prep centers on the East Coast. How do you actually find a prep center to use? So the best way, in my opinion, is going to be your referral within the community. You'll hear about me talking about networking with other Amazon sellers, social media, leveraging free communities. So often, all the prep centers I've ever gotten, I've literally just asked a friend for a referral or actually gotten to know the prep center myself just organically in the community. If you don't yet have good relationships in the community, definitely put in some work to go find that. Get active on Twitter, get active on Discord, get active on Instagram. For example, get around some other Amazon sellers, get in the mix. My friend Clear the Shelf, Chris Grant at cleartheshelf.com, has a great list of prep centers on his website. You can organize it by state, for example. So if you just Google Clear the Shelf Prep Center, you'll find a big list on there. And then you get into the vetting process and finding a good long-term partner to do business with as your prep center. In terms of actually getting set up with the prep center, in terms of like cost, you can expect like $1, $1.75 base to start, although you do want a relationship where it is going to scale with volume and actually get cheaper right there. Finding the right prep center relationship, probably right now you don't have any great connections in the Amazon community that are just going to, loop you in with the prep center immediately. typically you can list on Chris Grant's website. It's going to be a great place to start. We have a couple great BuyBoxBandits podcast episodes on your favorite podcast platform with Chris as well. And then you got to start doing some outreach to different prep centers and filling them in on your situation. Ideally, getting people on the phone and talking through a bunch of different questions like how long they've been in business. Do they sell on Amazon themselves? Is there any sort of exclusivity agreement? How does the pricing work, right? Does the pricing scale down with volume, right? What types of items do they typically do? Are there any websites that their address is banned on, for example, right? What software do they use? What system do they use? What's their expected turnaround time? What's your point of contact? Is it a gigantic prep center with dozens of employees, or is it a small mom and pop shop that a family's running, for example, where you can probably talk direct to the owner? This is stuff you need to take into consideration. So in terms of when it makes sense to get started with the prep center, some people, you might be starting with a bunch of capital, have a great make money situation currently, want to make some extra money on Amazon, and you might want to use a prep center right from the get-go if you can prove you're going to find enough profitable inventory. A lot of prep centers do have requirements like 500 units per month or 300 units per month, for example, right there. If you're not that demographic of a newer seller with a ton of capital, for example, ready to rock and roll, getting this stuff quick, I would wait till you can comfortably send like 500 units per month, right? Because you could be capital constrained, you could be skill constrained, and most prep centers don't take complete beginners that are going to send less inventory than that couple hundred units per month. But every prep center is unique, and they'll let you know on their specific requirements, their specific costs. Some prep centers will even do FBM, and that's on you to go ahead and communicate with them about. So we know how prep centers actually work. We know where to find them. We know the cost. We know how to interview a prep center. How does it actually work in terms of getting set up? So obviously, if they're at all organized, they're going to have a standard operating procedure, otherwise known as SOP, to actually get you set up. But typically, what it's going to look like is they'll have a little SOP that'll show you how to give them limited access to your seller account, sub-user access on your Boxem account specifically, as well as a Google Sheet typically for how you actually let them know what's coming in. So you place an order, you add it, honestly pretty similar to the order tracking spreadsheet we just saw right there, and then they'll update it when they go ahead and ship it, and they'll have that limited access to your seller account and your Boxem account to actually do those shipments through. And then honestly, your only responsibility in the process is making sure the inventory is getting from the supplier to the prep center, and that the inventory is getting from the prep center to Amazon, and all the quantities are specifically checked right there. So you go from needing to be on site, doing all the labeling, prepping boxes, paying for space potentially if you scaled out of the bedroom right there, to really only needing to go ahead and manage the process. And it just like really gives you a lot more freedom, in that like when you're prepping products yourself, you kind of have to be in one place. You can obviously change the ship from match if you were traveling, but for the most part, right, using a prep center allows you to scale really easily right there. And the prep center model makes a ton of sense for a lot of you guys watching this once you're at 500 units per month. So make sure you go ahead and bookmark that stuff and come back to this when you're ready in the future. Or if you're a high earning professional looking to make some side money on Amazon, you maybe live in a high sales stack state, you got a bunch of capital, you're ready to rock and roll, you're loving the free course that your boys put out, maybe it makes sense to go ahead and get started with the prep center as soon as possible, right from the get-go when you're a complete beginner. I really recommend take time to vet your prep center prior. It can be an absolute nightmare dealing with the wrong prep center. Make sure they've been in business for a while. Make sure they have a website. Make sure they have testimonials. So you can see on their testimonials page the names of people, look those people up and contact them. And the best way definitely is going to be getting a referral within the FBA community specifically. And that's something I also do with my students, as well as plug them in on different prep centers that I personally know and have vetted. That's how to use prep centers 101 for beginner Amazon sellers. So along with scaling your business using a prep center and outsourcing all the prep work required to make your business work, there are certain computer-based tasks that can totally be outsourced to virtual assistants as well, which is a great way to scale your business too. So there's really two very helpful components of scaling your business, which remove a lot of the need for you and the business, giving you more free time to drink margaritas on the beach or whatever you like to do in your free time. So let's break down everything that goes to virtual assistants, how to hire them, how to train them, what to pay them, where to find them, what tasks they can do, everything like that. So to start off, what actually is a virtual assistant? So a virtual assistant, at least how it's used for Amazon sellers, is people in countries where the US dollar goes way further, aka really cheap countries like India, the Philippines, Pakistan, that are looking for great work from home jobs in your Amazon business, for example, doing stuff like product research, admin work, supplier outreach for wholesale, fixing account health issues, doing ungates for you, managing customer service, really anything on the computer. You know, once you're consistently getting some sales, go through a whole day and identify everything you do on the computer. And outside of like, you know, prep work, for example, which is kind of on the computer, and Boxem, for example, anything on the computer could be done by a virtual assistant. I don't like this for beginners, but some advanced sellers will even have their virtual assistant with special credit cards overseas they're checking out on. Personally, that gives me the heebie-jeebies a little bit specifically, but the main things virtual assistants are helpful for Amazon sellers with is going to be product sourcing, so hooked up to a VPN doing product research for you, and admin work. Luckily, you can actually find virtual assistants that do have experience with product sourcing, with admin work, or you can train up from the ground up. And if you just find a great, you know, culture fit, for example, someone that really vibes with your personality type. One of my friends FaceTimes this VA all the time as they're attacking different OA opportunities and makes it really fun for them. And it's a huge win-win for you in that you as the business owner get to get great talent overseas that you might have to pay $20, $30, or $40 an hour for help if they were a US worker, and you can outsource that work for like $3 to $6 per hour, a little bit more depending specifically, right? So it's another example where like it's a massive win-win in arbitrage, and really the only person that loses in it is the unskilled American worker, for example, when YouTube exists and this stuff exists, and you can get your skills and your bread up pretty easy watching stuff like this. So it's a very, very advantageous thing to utilize virtual assistants in your Amazon business, specifically for product sourcing and admin work. So where do you actually find virtual assistants? There's a bunch of places. A lot of the ones that come to mind is like Upwork and Fiverr, for example. However, my personal favorite is onlinejobs.ph. It does cost $70 per month. There is a free version. I'm personally a fan of paying the $70 just the first month, get your job posting. It like really amplifies it, for example, and then you get a ton of applications pretty quick right there. So onlinejobs.ph is awesome, and then you can take them off platform. For example, the bad part about like Upwork and Fiverr is you pay them through the platform too. They're more or less so like people looking for gig work. When you're finding a virtual assistant, similar to when you're hiring a prep center, you're looking for a great long-term partner to help scale your business with. So how do you actually make a good job posting? Because I know for a fact when I was a newer seller getting my first virtual assistant, when I was doing like 10K a month in sales, which is a little early, for example. I think most people should be like 20 to 30K a month in sales. I was super excited to do it, but I didn't know how to make the right job posting. Luckily, these days, ChatGPT exists, so you could just plug in on ChatGPT, like, you know, make me a virtual assistant job posting for a part-time, you know, college student who's proficient in SellerAmp and Keepa for Amazon FBA product research to find someone with experience, right? Very, very important to know, guys. What do you actually pay virtual assistants? See what they want. Start out at like $3 to $6 per hour in your job posting right there, but get on Zoom with a couple people. My best way to hire virtual assistants is to take on 2 at a time for a week-long paid trial after you do video interviews with a bunch of VAs to get to know them and what value they can add to your actual business. Most of you guys are going to be hiring product research virtual assistants, so have them send you example leads, or maybe you send a couple examples of Keepa charts, one being good, one being really bad, one being okay, and have them rank them and say why they're good or bad. I think it's a great idea. A really good pro tip to add to your job post for onlinejobs.ph as well is get like a decent framework from ChatGPT. Personalize it though, which actually you'd think would be obvious, but some people just be posting like copy and paste stuff, so it's not obvious. Make sure you personalize it right there. And then at the end of it, this is a really good pro tip to figure out who actually read the job posting. Put at the end of it, like, please put your favorite color at the end of your resume or below your cover letter, for example, or something in the email you reply to this email with, for example. And then you'll figure out who actually read the job post, and that'll filter out like 75% applicants. So the cool thing is, it's really mind-blowing how much demand there is for good work-from-home jobs in countries like the Philippines. And that's great for us as Amazon sellers because it's very cheap for us, provides a good service to them. It's a beautiful thing. When you make a job posting on onlinejobs.ph, if you have the pro version, the $70 a month, you just cancel it after. For example, you get a ton of applications really quick, and then it's just on filtering who actually read it, who added the colors there, who seems proficient, has good experience, or seems like a good culture fit, and then you start getting on Zoom with people, collaborating right there. In terms of communicating with virtual assistants, Discord's a great way to do it. They'll go ahead and make Discord. In terms of paying virtual assistants, see what platform they want to be paid through. Typically, it's going to be PayPal or Wise. I even had a VA who wanted to get paid through crypto one time, which I thought was pretty good banter. And then once you actually have a virtual assistant or two on like a week-long trial, for example, you start to be able to compare them really easily and see how they work, for example. Some people will want to work just on the Philippines time. Some people want to do Eastern Standard Time. That's personally up to you. Some people like really being able to communicate with their VAs throughout the day and being super hands-on. That tends to be more effective in my opinion. Some people like to wake up to new leads and then just reply on the spreadsheet. For example, similar to the prep center model, I recommend the way you actually communicate with VAs in terms of like the leads and stuff should be via just Google Sheets, for example, right there where they can add in like, okay, this item's $10, it's on for 22. Here's the link, here's the source link, the Amazon link, here's the discount that was used, and you can go ahead and vet them right there. In terms of expected ROI from a virtual assistant, I always get the question like, how many leads do they find per day? That doesn't really matter if the leads aren't purchasable, and that doesn't matter if the leads don't stay profitable. And that's why it's really important to look for a long-term partner in your virtual assistants, because virtual assistants can totally double dip and work for multiple sellers at the same time, but people don't screw over the people they like, right? And that's why relationships are so key with your prep center, with your virtual assistant, with other Amazon sellers in the community. So it's really important, guys, that you build a good relationship with your virtual assistants and show them the long-term upside of working in your company. And that gives them a lot of reason to not be double dipping. And then if they're just sending leads from leads list of a bunch of other, Filipino people are sharing, for example, the offer counts are going to go up. The prices are going to tank right there. Now, guys, virtual assistants are not a band-aid. They are something that assists you on the rocket ship to scaling your Amazon business to the moon. They are not a band-aid to fix bad product research. I got my first virtual assistant when I was doing like 10K a month total between a little bit of Amazon, a little bit of shoe reselling, for example, to help with admin work. But most Amazon sellers, I think, should get virtual assistants around like 20 to 30K in sales per month. And there's some wildly successful sellers that I know that just scaled up with merch filled nicely that didn't get virtual assistants till they're doing like 130K per month. Once you have a good setup, whether it's you hired one VA or you did 2 for a week-long trial, for example, what that workflow just typically looks like is a lot of communication, a lot of Zoom calls, a lot of training, and then it's just going to be a nice flow once you get into rhythm and actually have them trained up of them feeding you leads, them even potentially finding new opportunities. You may be putting them on profit share too is a great idea on top of the base salary, which most likely is going to end up being somewhere around 200 to 500 USD per month, depending on how many hours they're working and how much money they actually want from you to do the job. In terms of cost, figure out what they're looking for and go from there. Quality of VAs wildly varies based on how lucky you get in terms of the first opportunities, what type of fit you're looking for in terms of just person availability wise, if you guys get along, for example, too, their skill level and experience, or if you're looking to train someone up from the get-go. But overall, virtual assistants are a great tool to scale your Amazon business using less of your own time, very similar to prep centers. So now you guys know how to do prep centers and virtual assistants to actually scale your business. Another tool I've personally used to scale my business is going to be business credit. I want to make it very clear that I actually don't recommend using leverage in your Amazon business for most people. However, I do love the idea of having a high rewards credit card to spend through just to get additional cash back. Personally, I definitely don't recommend spending money you don't have. However, if you have cash to back it up, why not put your inventory spend through a high rewards credit card? So I'm gonna share with you guys the 3 best credit cards in my personal opinion for Amazon sellers specifically. The best one for rewards is gonna be the Capital One Spark card, the like elevated Capital One business card. For example, the cool thing is you actually don't need an LLC to get some business credit cards. A lot of beginners don't know that, for example, right there. However, I'm a big fan of the Capital One Spark card with the 2% cash back. I think there is an annual fee, but it easily pays for itself. I've spent millions and millions of dollars on inventory over the years. Having it through a high rewards credit card is incredibly helpful. My favorite credit card for beginners is going to be the Amex Business Blue. There's actually 2 different options, the Amex Blue Cash and Amex Blue Plus, for example. One does cash back, one does points. Those typically have 0% APR introductory offers, but the big thing is that it's nice and easy to get from my experience, and there's no annual fee right there. And the third option I really like for Amazon sellers, typically because they give pretty high limits, is going to be the Amex Plum card with the 60-day payback period specifically. Once again, not a big fan of leverage for most people. However, that is a cool benefit of that specific card right there. And it looks like kind of cool and dark red and shiny, for example, right there. I think there is an annual fee on it specifically. Those are my 3 favorite business credit cards specifically right there. And utilizing and maximizing cashback has been a phenomenal tool to make me extra profit. I literally made over $40,000 profit extra 1 year just from maximizing my credit card cashback and my cashback from different retailers and rewards programs. Another super helpful tool for Amazon sellers is actually going to be utilizing artificial intelligence and ChatGPT right here to make your life a lot easier, just getting things laid out a lot quicker. One really good way to find stuff and just use ChatGPT is just going to be virtual assistant job applications, right? So I'm going to say like, make me, or I want to hire. If you're unfamiliar with ChatGPT, this is mind blowing. To hire a virtual assistant to manage admin tasks for my Amazon FBA business, right? Part time, 20 hours per week, right here, right? With good proficiency in Google Docs and Google Sheets, right? You can do the same thing for like product research, for example, right here. And then now it's just going to spit out a job application right here, which is just so helpful. It's mind blowing seeing this in action, right? And it's just going to spit it out right here. Obviously, you'd want to make it a little bit more personalized. I like at the end of virtual assistant job applications to have something in there that says like, add your favorite color to the bottom of your job application right here. But this just speeds it up, really, really quick in terms of just getting a decent framework here and then just personalizing on your end to your specific company, right? And I like doing virtual assistant job posts on onlinejobs.ph right here as well. So like you can see, like this is a good basic framework here as well, right? The same thing can be said. I also like using it for wholesale supplier outreach. Like I am doing outreach to buy products wholesale via cold email, right? Make me a good email script for suppliers. Obviously, you want to personalize these, especially here too, right? But you see, you get a decent idea initially here, right? And you can see literally, my name is your name. I'm the owner of XYZ business here, right? I'm interested in XYZ specific product here as well. And literally, you can see right here, like it just speeds up the process a lot and makes your life, significantly easier. It literally says that this script is polite, professional, makes it easy. For example, right? That's a really, really good idea. Another use case I really like for ChatGPT specifically right here is going to be niche ideas, right? So for example, if we go in here and say like, what items are best to sell on Amazon in January, right here, right? So we can see it's going to make sense what it's going to plug in. You just surprised, like, how easy you can just make things like, yeah, like new year, new me for fitness stuff, for example, right? Productivity items for like people looking to get organized and stuff. Winter seasonal products makes a ton of sense as well, right? And then what we could do is just search these types of niches on Amazon and see what listings and brands have a good amount of sellers. We can see, I didn't even see that it showed Valentine's Day preparations right here. So ChatGPT is really helpful for niche ideas as well that we can take a look at that, too on there. Customer service is also really helpful on ChatGPT too. So like when you sell products on Amazon FBM via merch filled, you can do that at the same time, on the same account as FBA. FBA, there's no customer service required. FBM, you are going to have to do customer service. It's really easy though, for example, but a common thing gets a lot easier with ChatGPT too. So for example, a really common thing you're getting at all the time is like, not all the time, but occasionally, is going to be a customer that says they didn't receive the order, but the tracking shows delivered. So you can have ChatGPT make a template that encourages them to file an A to Z claim where you're going to be protected on that, for example. So let's say, so a customer, I sold a product to via Amazon merchant fulfilled, said they did not receive the product, but the tracking shows delivered. Please make a template. And then you can just save it in your customer service on Amazon settings, encouraging them to file a claim, an A to Z claim. Right, and you can see it now. It's just gonna spit it out. It makes it like so much easier. For example, right here, so we can literally see here. Yeah, look at that. It just spits it out immediately here. Right, and we can see it's gonna put in different templates right there, and then you can just save that in your settings right here, and it shows them how to do the A to Z claim, which Amazon is very helpful at protecting sellers with right there. So honestly, when you send this type of response, sometimes the customer is trying to scam you, and then they won't even just end up doing the claim. But if they do file a claim, maybe they legitimately like, it got stolen off their doorstep or whatever, for example, right? This is how you're easily going to protect yourself and give the customer the best experience possible. Another really good way to use ChatGPT too, and just to find wholesale suppliers in general for Amazon wholesale, is going to be locating trade shows. Like this is just such a good way to use it. It's like we can just look up like, tell me the best trade shows in North America to go to as an Amazon wholesale seller. And obviously it's not going to be 100% accurate here, but we can literally see like just going to start spitting out some of the most important ones. Yeah, ASD Market Week I've gone to the past 2 years, for example. It's probably going to show one called like snacks and treats or something like that in Chicago or something like that. Yeah, okay, this one's in China, so we need to do North America specifically here. Yeah, Global Pet Expo, for example. Trade shows are places you can go and meet vendors face to face. Obviously, we're talking here about online arbitrage specifically, but wholesale supplier, you might be interested in that down the line. And it's really helpful just to use ChatGPT to go ahead and spit that out. And honestly, too, guys, as well, just general Amazon questions like ChatGPT low key about to put me out of business. Yeah, like you can just search like how to get ungated to sell products on Amazon, right? It's like all types of stuff here. You can search like, does Walmart take tax exempt? And if so, how do I get it? Right, so you should really have ChatGPT and go ahead and get this stuff in super easy, right? It's still spitting out the how to go ahead and do the Ungated right here. So literally, right, you see that right there? We can see right there, just plug it in, open a professional seller account, going and submitting the application here as well. And it's still going on this too as well. So we can see that right there. It's just super, super helpful here. And we can see like, does Walmart take tax? And if so, how do I get it? Right. The cool thing is like all the questions I get in live streams, some of the questions I get in the comments here, like a lot of that is taken, literally, or ChatGPT can answer a lot of that stuff for you guys and just really speed up your processes right there as well. Literally, see a setup tax exemption at Walmart here. Literally gives a direct link, right? That's so cool. For example, right there, and then just there we go, right? Just nice and easy on that right there. So definitely don't sleep on ChatGPT for Amazon sellers. If you haven't yet used this technology, I think it's like $20 a month. It's super, super helpful. It's just going to benefit you in other parts of life as well. Don't sleep on ChatGPT. All right, now that you guys know those ChatGPT hacks for Amazon sellers, I also want to fill you guys in on how I did over $1 million in revenue in just my first year and actually walk you guys through month by month what that actually looked like. I'm obviously not going to have the numbers perfect specifically right there. We're going to go through all with a rough estimate and just talk through what specifically was the catalyst of my quick success and what went into that. So the year is 2021, so it's about 4 years ago. I finished college a semester early in December of 2020 to trace my internet money dreams. What I was previously spending a lot of my time doing during what happened in 2020 was a mix of selling used books on Amazon, reselling shoes on different platforms, posting a bunch on Instagram and Twitter, just meeting people, specifically in like the finance and reselling community, and then part-time trying to build an SMMA selling Facebook ads to medical spas, which I actually made a decent amount of money doing. But I finished college early and immediately got all this time back, right? And that whole month of January was spent exploring different stuff. I wasn't putting a ton of time into selling used books on Amazon, which is very, very difficult to scale, but I knew a little bit of the system right there. And basically, interestingly enough, guys, and prior to 2020, guys, interestingly enough, ungating wasn't really a thing unless your Amazon account had been around for a while. But obviously during 2020, a lot of wholesalers got really backed up and the whole supply chain got messed up. So Amazon started approving resellers and wholesalers for pretty much anything you wanted. And that was really what made ungating a thing, just using retail receipts and invoices just from big retail websites. So I heard through the grapevine that ungating was a thing and got a couple big brands unlocked and started listing my shoe inventory in early February. And it started really moving nicely on Amazon. And then I did what I always do when I figure something out, is I started posting on social media about it, and the algorithm started connecting me with cool sellers, and I started to get like comments on my page, for example. And I was watching a Gary Vee video and he was like, how can you not respond to everyone that comments? Why don't you go ahead and message them? And I was like, yeah, that's a good point, Gary. I'm not just going to reply to their comments. I'm also going to message them and introduce myself. And I did that to my man Garrett from All Out Amazon that I now do the BuyBoxBandits podcast with. And I said, hey, let's get on Zoom and let's talk through, selling Amazon a little bit. And immediately he started putting me on a ton of game. And I had literally just looked at his page once or twice and saw he was like shipping out some pallets products. I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. And we just immediately hit it off. We made a group chat with a couple other sellers who also had on the BuyBoxBandits, and we just hit it off immediately and hit the ground running. I did like 6K in revenue that first month, and then immediately right after that, we found a couple banger products we could scale really quick with merchant filled. And then March and April, I did about 30 and 40K revenue, and immediately it was like, okay, this is my calling. This is what I'm going to put time into. Forget the Facebook ad stuff. Forget the shoe reselling stuff. This is what I'm going to put all my time into. And I was just chilling, scaling up merchant filled, getting on Zoom calls with the boys, talking in the group chats all day, documenting my progress on social media, getting connected and really just immersed in the Amazon seller community, listening to as many podcasts I could, watch as many YouTube videos as I could, especially from one guy named Fields of Profit that we eventually added to the friend group as well. And Warner, obviously, you guys should totally check out his videos as well. He's a part of SellerAmp, a part of Boxem as well, and has a great channel at Fields of Profit. He joined the gang as well, and eventually I went on vacation in May, and the problem with that was I was only doing merch fulfilled, so I learned that I needed to start doing FBA as well, and I only did a couple grand in sales in that year in May, but then I got home in late May, super motivated and ready to hit the ground running with a ton of new inventory on the way, because May is typically when sourcing gets a lot easier compared to like between January and April. May has like Memorial Day and Mother's Day when there's a bunch of good sales on different retailers, as you guys know. And I started doing some FBA as well, but still majority FBA. June, I had my first 50K in revenue month. July, back to school started heating up. You guys know those back to school tips, absolutely fire right there. And I did about 60K in revenue, and that was once I started consistently hitting 10K a month in profit as well. But the key is, guys, once again in July, I went on vacation, so my sales went down a little bit and really were pretty low in the beginning of August. And that was right when back to school started popping off. So I missed the first initial push in back to school, and I actually got home from Florida, where I was on vacation, where I actually live now. Is the first time I went to Miami. And why I was in Miami was to attend the first ever Miami Sellers Conference. And at the Miami Sellers Conference, I was able to meet and connect with a ton of guys I saw on Instagram that were killing it and doing like 6 figures a month in sales, or 200K a month in sales, or even some people millions a month in sales. And I was like, all right, if those guys can do it, I can do 6-figure a month as well. And I knew a little bit about back to school, for example, but I got back on like August 15th, turned on the merch fulfilled engine, and with a new drive started going so hard at retail arbitrage and pickup orders and just restocking heavy on stuff. And that was when things really changed for me once I started buying heavier on different SKUs, is that the difference between buying 20 and buying 100 or something is 5 times the profit, but it's pretty much the same amount of work, right? And so I was annoying my parents a lot with a ton of merch filled orders, but I was so excited. I was like, all right, finally making 6 figures in profit annualized online, and just really just hit the ground running from there. So in August, I ended up right around like 105, 100 grand in revenue. September, I did a little bit less, I think like 96, because I had to transition over to FBA mainly because FBM dried up as back to school ended. The really main times of the year for FBM on pretty much most items that make sense for those times of year is going to be July and August for back to school, and then the latter part of November and December for Q4. There are certain items that are FBM friendly year round. However, for the most part, those are the main two FBM times of the year. And then I did the same thing in October, but I was battling storage limits at Amazon. Amazon only lets you send in a certain amount of inventory, and if you're scaling up your business quick, that can sometimes be an issue. Luckily, these days, they do let you pay for extra storage, and as you're scaling up, you eventually get more because they see how fast your stuff selling. And then November was when things got absolutely crazy. That was my first 30K profit month. And then December was my first 50K profit month. And really all that went into that was just doing more and better of what I was previously doing, finding good ASINs, placing test orders, and merch fulfilling them. And then November and December, once merch fulfilled became a thing again, I was just absolutely pumping. You guys will be surprised that so much of your profit comes from a small subset of your ASINs, right? You just have to test a lot to find those really good ASINs right there. And the big takeaways from November and December, guys, is just how important it is to step up to the plate and be ready to do whatever it takes to succeed. In that case, during November and December was a lot of time spent merch fulfilling products, a lot of time sourcing with the boys on Discord and Zoom calls, and then stepping up to the plate and restocking heavy when the opportunity presented itself. And the key is, guys, I did stuff so differently than the way most gurus would talk about it. All FBA, getting a prep center quick, getting virtual assistants quick, testing super wide, and never really buying deep on stuff. I threw that stuff out the window, guys. I did all merch filled for the most part, like about 90% probably that first year, maybe 85%, but you guys get the idea. I did not hide. I put myself out there on social media and let the world know what I was doing. That way, opportunity found me. I made some great friends, and we all won quicker together. And then I wasn't afraid of the unscalable stuff of pickup orders and retail arbitrage, and I wasn't afraid to buy heavy when the market told me something was good. And so that's my biggest piece of advice for newer sellers, guys, is get active in the community, make some friends, test order as wide as possible, buy heavy when the market tells you it's good, and make stuff good. From the get-go, I was always learning new coupons, new ways to make stuff cheaper on different retailers, and understanding that you don't find stuff good, you make it good by manufacturing the profit margin. And so that's how I sold about $1 million on Amazon, a little over $1 million on Amazon my first year. So throughout the free course, you'll probably hear me mentioning repricing and actually pricing strategy here and there. When you're actually listing products, typically when you're a beginner, you just want to match the buy box price for FBM, or when you're doing FBA, just send it in like 20% above, just using Boxem's auto list feature. And then when you actually have the inventory checked in, match the buy box price. However, an important part of scaling up your business is going to be utilizing what's called a repricing software, which is basically going to be software you can connect to your Amazon seller account that's going to optimize your prices based on what parameters you put into it, for example, with the goal of getting you as many sales as possible at the highest prices, aka profit possible right there. My repricer of choice currently for beginners is going to be BQool. That's BQool. There are a bunch of good other repricers out there. You can watch my full tour on my channel to see how it breaks down. I actually got Samuel from the team at BQool to come on and hop on the video with me on the channel for you guys. I think it makes sense to use a repricer once you have like 10 plus ASINs in your store, or you can get a repricer right from the get-go when you're a complete beginner. BQool's standard plan starts out at about $25 per month right there. So nice and easy, you can go ahead and get that connected to your Amazon seller account. Personally, I use the $100 a month version for the AI unlimited repricing. I do have an affiliate link I'll leave down below in the description, and you can go ahead and check out my full BQool tutorial right there. I'd recommend getting a repricer once you got like 10 plus ASINs, or right away from the get-go if you're super serious. I love the AI win equalizer feature on BQool as my repricing mode of choice. So repricing is not something you need to worry about right from the get-go unless you're super serious and don't mind that additional expense. But take a look at the link in the description for the affiliate link to actually go ahead and get BQool and the full BQool tutorial. Another super helpful thing you can use in your Amazon business that's really helpful for both online, retail arbitrage, and wholesale is what's called a sales tax permit, otherwise known as like a reseller certificate or a retailer's license. This is actually called something different in each state, which is kind of annoying, for example. But when I talk about tax exempt as one of the different manufacturing margins method, that's what I mean is using a sales tax permit, actually submitting that to a specific retailer and getting sales tax free for your purchase on that retailer. This is actually going to be required to do the Amazon wholesale business model, basically buying products in bulk. It's going to be acceptable at some places for retail arbitrage and some places for online arbitrage. The way you go ahead and actually do it is I'd recommend just looking up like how to get tax exempt in Pennsylvania on Google, how to get sales tax exempt in Florida, for example, right there. Just finding some CPA YouTuber is fully licensed to talk about all that stuff, for example. You just really want to make sure you're following your state's rules specifically and filing anything that needs to be filed right there. Getting a reseller certificate is really helpful for avoiding sales tax for RA, OA, and it's actually required for wholesale. For using it for wholesale, you literally just give the documentation. Typically, wholesalers are going to make you submit that information prior to even opening up the wholesale account. For RA, just go ahead and bring it with you to the store. And then for OA, you can typically look up like, does Walmart take tax exempt? Some retailers have a portal for that, and sometimes you just have to go ahead and email customer service. So if you look up like, does Joanne take tax exempt, you'll see it. I think you got to email like the support email, for example, to get your account basically whitelisted with that sales tax approval right there. But getting a reseller certificate is super helpful. Just make sure you follow all your state's rules. You can go ahead and do that. Just look up on Google, find a CPA YouTuber who's made a video about it, and enjoy. Sales tax free, OA, RA, and it being required for wholesale right there. So now that you guys know how tax exempt works and a bunch of the basic setup process in respect to the back end of selling on Amazon, how to actually ship products, etc., I also want to fill you guys in on how back to school works and how Q4 works, which are the two biggest times of the year specifically for Amazon arbitrage sellers. So back to school is when a ton of parents are buying stuff like crazy, teachers buying stuff like crazy. So let's go through everything you need to know to maximize your back to school success. Starting off, when does back to school actually go from? When do we see that big demand increase on a bunch of products for back to school? So that's going to last between like July 15th and September 15th specifically, right? July being heavy on like school supplies and like fall themed sporting goods, for example. That tends to be the stuff that's going to do the best during back to school, is like school supplies, backpacks, shoes and clothing, really anything that it would make sense. You can just plug it in on ChatGPT real quick and ask ChatGPT like, what sells best on Amazon for back to school, for example. That's going to be a bunch of great ideas. I also love the idea of using that buy box statistics sourcing method we talked about too, where you can go ahead and find like backpacks or school supplies that did really, really well last year, and then use the data buy box statistics on Keepa to see who had the buy box of those high prices last year. And that's going to be a great way to source products specifically back to school is going to be storefront stalking. The key is, guys, where people go wrong seasonal sourcing, you'll hear me talk about this in the Q4 section as well, is they buy stuff and expect it to go up in price. I think that's a terrible idea. That does work, but it really only does work when you're very experienced. If not, there's just going to be people that buy it cheaper for you during the holidays that are going on, like which is going to be like 4th of July, July Prime Day, and then Labor Day specifically for back to school season. I also love selling fall sporting goods stuff then too, like football, soccer gear, volleyball gear. It's like a slept on niche, I think, for back to school as well. So only focus on stuff that's profitable today. Another great back to school tip, guys, is going to be loading up on merch filled shipping supplies for whatever type of stuff you like to sell. That's typically going to be poly mailers from Amazon and boxes from Walmart. And look up if your state has a sales tax holiday. That's a great thing that typically happens during July or August for states that do have sales tax holidays, which will be like a weekend, for example, or maybe one day, or like a 2-week period, I think, in some states, where they give you no sales tax on certain types of products or everything, I think, for some states as well. So research that for your specific state, see how their rules work with everything on that. And remember, guys, back to school is my first 6-figure month, so you can get a ton of good work done just testing light on certain products, only buying stuff that's profitable today, and then placing big orders once something's actually sold well for you. So remember, July 15th or so is when back to school starts. It's going to be on an ASIN by ASIN basis, and then the best way to source for back to school is definitely not doing manual sourcing on unproven websites, even if it's during July Prime Day. The best way to source for back to school is going to be storefront stalking off your main listings, because even if it doesn't necessarily like consider it like a back to school product, like a shoe, for example, is, if it's a kid shoe, people are buying it more than they are other parts of the year, I guarantee it, during that time of year. And the cool thing is you can see that in the sales rank as well. Go look up backpacks. They spike in demand during January and during August. Go look at football stuff. They spike in demand every year during August and September, and it makes a lot of logical sense. Now, don't specifically like source for back to school. Just focus on what you're finding that's profitable today. But the stuff that is going to do best is going to be all that back to school themed stuff like school supplies, shoes and clothing, and then different fall sporting goods stuff. Another pro tip too is raise your FBM shipping costs in the middle of back to school. You'll hear me say that during the Q4 section as well, because as it gets closer and closer to school starting, people will pay more and more and they want that quicker shipping. And if you have your shipping template set up where you're charging $35 or $40 plus $1 per pound, and you go to buy shipping through Amazon and Amazon's charging you $12, you just made an extra $28 profit on that sale. So back to school is an absolutely game-changing time, guys, if you're fully prepared and prepared to hit merchant field heavy. Retail arbitrage is really good in that time frame to get stuff to market quick. You can restock it quick doing retail arbitrage, or potentially doing pickup orders when you see that a website has a product, buy online but pick up in store. That's a great tip as well. And online arbitrage during 4th of July sales, which are right before back to school but pretty much close enough, and then July Prime Day and Labor Day as well are great tips. So that's everything you guys need to know about back to school. As always, if you guys have any questions about this stuff, please let me know down below in the comments. Guys, so now that you know back to school best practices, I want to show you guys Q4 best practices as well. And no one knows how to do Q4 success better than I do. My biggest month ever was almost $500,000 in sales. Biggest day ever was almost 1,300 sales, so individual units sold. And this is really just going to be the complete guide to Q4 success for Amazon sellers. The best time of the entire year between October and December, specifically November and December, when there's a ton of holidays and a huge demand spike and huge competition drop because you don't really have time to send in FBA inventory during Q4, at least the latter part of Q4. So there's a ton of good merchant fulfilled opportunities right there. My biggest month there was about $80,000 in profit. So we're going to go through what Q4 is, the important dates, what products sell best during Q4, how to do product research most effectively, some special product research sauce, merch fulfilled supplies, merch fulfilled shipping templates, some other merch fulfilled tips, as well as Black Friday, Cyber Monday sauce, repricing tips, how to do retail arbitrage and pickup orders during Q4, how to reduce risk during Q4, as well as overall who wins the most during Q4 right here. So let's get after it here. So Q4 is the 4th quarter of the year between October And December, there's a ton of holidays going on: Halloween, Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Christmas, which leads to a massive increase in consumer demand. And where are they doing that? Amazon. So us as sellers, we can fill that demand, leading to massive growth in sales and profits. So important dates for Q4, guys. November 15th, really prior to November 15th, not too much happens outside of October Prime Day sourcing being really good. So make sure you look up for 2025 once they announce the dates when October Prime Day is going to be held. That's not really a great time to sell products on Amazon. It's going to be a little bit above average sales day for you, but it's going to be a phenomenal time to source inventory to sell on Amazon, because the same thing as like July Prime Day, for example, right at the kickoff of back to school, is every retailer runs a sale to compete with Amazon, which means a ton of products that aren't typically profitable become profitable during those couple days. So that's really, really awesome. And then Halloween in late October tends to be a little bit above average in terms of sale wise. There's typically some Halloween BOLO products as well, but nothing really out of the ordinary. November 15th is when the party starts. That's when you want to stop doing FBA shipments because the warehouse get a little bit backed up, and you start doing merch filled, right? Really slowing down on FBA stuff. You can still FBA stuff here and there. It just doesn't really make sense to risk not being able to sell it if it doesn't check into FBA in time. With FBM, you can learn, test, and restock a lot quicker. November 24th, these are 2024 dates, for example, is when Black Friday begins. Hopefully it's earlier for 2025. I haven't checked the specific dates, but this is when the Sunday before Black Friday is when all the deal starts, not during Black Friday. Luckily, the American consumer can't wait to spend their hard-earned money. So the Sunday before Black Friday is when these really, really good deals start. And that's the beautiful thing, is you don't have to wait till Black Friday starts to have excellent Black Friday inventory actually in stock in your Amazon store, right? And then Black Friday to Cyber Monday is when really the best sourcing of the year is turned on. That's when you want to spend really, really long hours doing product research and making sure to use all the sourcing modes and the ways to manufacture margin to create as many profitable products as possible. And remember, you don't find items good, you make them good. Test really wide right now. No need to buy too heavy on unproven SKUs. When you buy heavy on proven SKUs, is going to be December 5th to the 20th. The peak of the entire year, which is a mad rush to keep your best ASINs in stock. This is also a great time to increase your shipping costs for next day, 2-day, and expedited orders from like $30 plus $1 per pound, like $50 or $45. Amazon is a weird way of policing it for different people, but it's not like there's no serious consequence to it. They just tell you to lower the cost a little bit. For example, I got one of those emails the other day right there. Buy deep when the market tells you to, when stuff sells really well. No need to buy heavy on unproven stuff. It's a huge mistake a lot of people make. December 20th to January 5th is like the cool down period. That's when some of you guys are watching this free course for the first time too. As well, when the market slows down on your specific ASIN, each ASIN's unique, is when you want to go ahead and take your foot off the gas with FBM, right? If they continue to be good, keep pumping, right? And then in January, back to Boxem 2D barcode shipments as well. I always get the question, what products sell best during Q4? This is not the question to be asked, right? Everything sells better during Q4, especially anything that's giftable, right? Do not source for Q4. Instead, focus on leads that are profitable today and sell quick. Don't speculate that items are going to go up in price. That's a great way to take on unnecessary risk and then let people compete with you that paid less for those products buying them Black Friday, Cyber Monday, for example. So no need to buy stuff ahead of time. You typically end up overpaying and you mess up your cash flow. Focus on stuff that's profitable today. Toys, shoes, clothing, seasonal grocery, sporting goods, beauty, all that stuff's going to do better. But really understand, guys, everything does better. Focus on whatever you can find profitable, right? Many sellers think the answer is finding the best products, when truth be told, everything sells well, and their answer is simply whatever you are very effective at finding a lot of stuff profitably. And if this is your first Q4, focus on doubling down on what's already done well for you and then scaling out from their storefront stocking, right? How do you actually do product research most effectively? Do not just go to random unproven websites and look in their sales section. It should be very obvious when it's time to do manual sourcing somewhere, right? Because it's a site that you've already made good money on, and then you see the deal comes back. Instead, focus on storefront stalking for pre-vetted items with sellers that got like 20 plus reviews, for example. Storefront stalking is king, and it introduces you to new websites and new brands that you can already see people making money on Amazon. Then use manual sourcing once you have proof that a deal is good. I have lots of tutorials showing you guys how to do storefront stalking, and in the timestamps below, you can hop around to any of those right there. If you haven't already watched those, although you probably have made it into this deep into the free course, for example. Product research moats, guys. Really, really remember, you don't find items good, you make them good. Now, you guys have heard me say this several times throughout the free course, and it's just because it's where so many beginners go wrong. So go through this checklist for every retailer, guys. Do they take tax exempt, right? Can you use a reseller certificate, right? Are there any discounted gift cards, right? Are there any coupon codes that just pop up or show on the screen when you go to that retail, right? And you want to combine as many of these as possible. Do coupon birds or Capital One Shopping show any coupons, right? Those free Chrome extensions are really, really helpful. Is there a big sale going on and can I stack on additional discounts? Is it July Prime Day or October Prime Day or Mother's Day, Father's Day, Labor Day, Easter, right? When's the next holiday going on? Do they have a bulk program or do they offer subscribe and save, right? One really good website I was buying from recently, they have a really good deal, but there's also a 20% code and there's good discounted gift cards you can use on that as well. Is this item above 20 bucks, but well below £1? From which case I should use the SellerAmp merchant fulfilled calculator where I can go ahead and scroll down and take a look there, right? As long as there's other merch filled sellers on that list. In terms of merch filled shipping supplies, you guys know that by now, but just 9x12 and 12x15 poly mailers are key from Amazon, boxes from Uline or Walmart, and those free shipping labels from UPS right there as well. Your merchant fulfilled shipping templates are really important too. There's 5 different options you should have activated right there: economy, standard, 1 day, 2 day, and expedited shipping right there. I'd recommend doing free shipping for standard and economy orders, and then for 1 day, 2 day, and expedited orders right there, like $30 plus $1 per pound, raise it into December as we go. Merch filled sourcing is really important too, that you use that merch filled calculator on SellerAmp. I've shown you guys that a couple times where you scroll down and filter out of FBM. Here's that shipping cost guide if you don't already have this saved right here as well. Above one labor tends to be like, 9 to 11 plus, for example, occasionally 13, right? That's the estimate. You want to go up there. That takes into account the shipping supplies as well. Typically stuff under £1 is going to be in a polymer, which are like 4 cents each, for example, and stuff above £1 are typically going to be around a box. For example, right there, this is an example of the FBM calculator. When you scroll down and toggle it to FBM right there, it is very, very important. You can find the weight in the quick info page on SellerAmp as well. Right here, many items will actually do better merch filled. You just have to take the time to actually check the calculator. You don't know if you don't see it. And then if you're using SellerAmp for storefront stalking product research wise, if you want to find other good products merch filled, just go ahead, scroll down to the list of offers on SellerAmp and click the other merch filled sellers. They're going to have other merch filled listings that people are making money on. Other important merch filled tips: just pre-packaging FBM orders is a great efficiency hack. Always add max order quantities to your items to avoid black hat sellers buying all your stock and then canceling it so they can get the buy box. That doesn't really happen as much anymore, but it did used to be a big issue. If you just search like how to set max order quantities, Amazon FBA, in ChatGPT, it'll show you exactly how to do it right there. That basically just adds a max order quantity so people can't see your stock. It hides your stock nicely, or buy all your stock at one time. USPS and UPS pickups on Pirate Ship are very helpful as well. Really no need to include the packing slips, honestly, on there for merch filled orders right there. Black Friday, Cyber Monday sauce. So Black Friday, Cyber Monday, it's like a week-long period. For example, I'm actually filming this in Black Friday 2024. A lot of deals do go into December. And even if the deal gets a little bit worse once Black Friday ends, once Cyber Monday ends, for example, typically every website has some way you can get a pretty good discount. So even if an item you pay 10% more for it, but it goes up in price by 17%, like tons of products do in December, it still ends up being super, super efficient and even more profitable in those cases. Repricing effectively, guys. So, it makes sense to get a repricer once you got like 10 plus ASINs in your store right there. And once something's selling really well for you, test a higher price on it and see if you keep getting buy box. You're not guaranteed to keep getting buy box, but you might $1 higher, $2 higher, and you don't know till you test. You can easily re-get it back at that original buy box price if you need to as well, right? Retail arbitrage and pickup orders are a massive, underrated, and personally one of my favorite secret weapons during Q4, just to take advantage of speed and flexibility at a high level. The average OA purchase, even if you pay for expedited shipping, which is totally not necessary, but some websites it's so cheap it makes sense to, they still take like 2 to 7 days to arrive, right? Which means you can't get that product on the market till it comes in. But with retail arbitrage or buy online, pick up in stores, I've done tons of damage at Kohl's and Dick's Sporting Goods, for example. With those, you can get the product in hand way quicker and get that thing listed, get that thing moving, merch filled, and then restocked way faster right there as well. right? Retail arbitrage is not just going places and scanning. Pickup orders, which is a form of retail arbitrage, they literally just bring the product out to you. And I would drive to my local Dick's Sporting Goods sometimes, pick up 50 units, 100 units, and then just drive to the post office and FBM it all because I knew I had them placed on pickup order and I had sold them overnight when they were reserved in pickup order, for example, too. Always important to diversify risk, guys, and never have too many eggs in one basket, one specific product, buying from one specific supplier too much, or have too much of your catalog in one brand right there as well. And then who wins the most during Q4, guys? The sellers who take Q4 very serious. The sellers who are super well connected in the community, who have some other Amazon seller friends they met in our free Discord or in the community on Instagram or on the community on Twitter, for example, that hit retail arbitrage hard, that hit pickup orders hard, that are watching their pricing daily and raising prices when they can. That's who wins Q4 the most, right? Unloading the clip, going hard, doing pickup orders. If you have a 9-to-5 job, see if you can take off somewhere between December 5th and December 20th to have more time to merch fill. And overall, your priorities are where your time go. And this is a great time to make a ton of money selling products on Amazon. It's the easiest time of the year. Make sure you step up to the plate, taking as much advantage of Q4 as possible. 80% of your profit comes from 20% of your ASINs, but you need to test a lot of different stuff to get there. Demand's way up, competition's way down, prices are through the roof, and the sellers who are connected and stay flexible are going to make the most money. So that's Q4 and merch filled tips right there. I know it got a little technical, maybe a little bit confusing on some of that merch filled stuff. Rewind this if you need to. Watch this slower pace, and let me know any questions in the comments as well. That's Q4 and merch filled tips. I also want to talk to you guys about some of my biggest hits that I've ever had in my Amazon business. The first one was right when I initially got started. There was this shoe we were absolutely hammering that was super high margin, and I literally got introduced to it via a Zoom call with some other sellers that I met on Instagram, and that was super game-changing and eye-opening to see just how much money just a couple ASINs could make when you can sell a few dozen of them a day across a bunch of different sizes, specifically in the shoe niche. Another cool thing about the shoe niche was that the average sale price tends to be really high, the ASP, so you can sell only a couple units and actually make a ton of profit in the process. So that was my first really big hit, was just immediately finding some other sellers and finding that shoe ASIN and absolutely hammering it hard. There was also this cool Bolo product. It's called the Flow Bee. It's like a classic retro hair clipper, for example, too, that we were buying for like 150 and selling for 300 to 250 to 300 on Amazon, making like 50 to 75 bucks profit piece. And that was what really taught me a very interesting lesson, guys, is don't worry about the products, worry about the data. Whether or not you think a product's gonna be profitable, whether or not you think a product's gonna sell quick, doesn't matter. It all focuses on what the data actually shows. Another thing that did really well for me right from the get-go that's actually pretty interesting was going to outlet malls and getting stuff listed immediately merch filled. The great thing about the local outlet malls you might have locally to you is that they actually don't have much competition, most likely, and you can choose to also be better than your competition too. Go to the store more often. Get to know the employees. Really just entrench yourself in the local economy, for example, and learn the different discount codes. Learn when they're putting out different products, when they add in new discounts, for example, and going to outlets and getting stuff listed quick. FBM was just such a game changer because I could just get stuff to market so much quicker, and it was only like 30 minutes away. So if I went in the morning and something did really well, I would just go back at night and restock it, even if I had just gotten a couple sales. That's why it's so important to get products on the market, test very light, and then replenish products ASAP when you can. And retail arbitrage and pickup orders are a great way to go ahead and do that. So if you got local outlets to you, make sure you take advantage of those. That first Q4, I had a huge lick from a website that used to exist called eSpay. The interesting thing was I was actually getting order cancels, and pretty much everyone I knew was getting order cancels on eSpay. But there was this specific item that I would make like $5 to $7 profit on a piece that had several variations on it. And if I could get a bunch of them in hand, they would sell like hotcakes instantly during Q4. So what I did was, they were obviously order canceling, and a lot of people thought they were banned, but I was like, oh, there's got to be a way to get these orders through. So I identified in their system that if I placed one order per day with a different credit card, a slightly changed address, a different email right there, those were the three variables that if I placed unique orders with unique details on all those, I would actually get through. I ended up making like 10 grand profit just from that one supplier that a lot of other people were getting banned on. So there's a super interesting lesson, is that getting banned is a very subjective term, for example. If you're able to get around those order cancels, you can make a ton of extra profit. Now, if you're a newer seller, don't worry about order cancels till they happen on specific sites. A ton of new sellers waste tons of time thinking to themselves, does this website order cancel? It doesn't matter. Even if you get order cancels, you can go ahead and get around them typically in most cases, just switching up the information, switching up the payment details. For example, too, using Google Pay and Apple Pay is a great way to get around order cancels as well too. Just kind of getting around whatever that specific retailer thinks. And sometimes with order cancels, they just think you're doing fraud. So if you get order cancel on a specific website, just hit them up and be like, hey, like, why did this order get canceled? You know, I'm a legit person. I'm happy to provide business information right there. And sometimes it's just an anti-fraud system. So I've had some huge licks during Q4 being able to get around websites that other people think are canceling heavy when I was able to get around those cancels and make a bunch of profit. You'll also notice there's a big theme with a lot of stuff that I did everything, and I see Amazon selling as just a group project, right? Find people you get along with that you can work on this stuff with together. That's something I do with my coaching students often is I put together group chats of people to help them get optimal results because it just makes it a lot more fun. But during back to school, I made a ton of money selling backpacks that I was just, working on different restocks, for example, on different retailers with my friends. And we would just be super tapped into when different products were restocked. We'd all ping each other in the group chats, in the discords, know when different restocks were happening, and we were able to absolutely dominate and take stock on different retailers, sourcing these different backpacks during Q4. I didn't do any backpacks retail arbitrage during back school. I totally should have that first year or two, but definitely doing online arbitrage and being able to attack different restocks, for example, was super, super helpful. Most products aren't going in and out of stock. Some definitely do though, and having a squad of homies to go at it with made it a lot more fun and a lot more doable, and that I would literally just get notified of different products restocking from different people I met on Instagram, just, through group chats, literally, less than a year prior. We were all printing internet money together. That's how the world works in 2025, guys. I've mostly always stuck to my shoe and clothing lane pretty well, even back in the day doing merch field, eventually scaling up to having my own warehouse, and then starting to use prep centers as well so I could move down to Miami. But I have done pretty well with some toy buy and holds over the years, which are a pretty interesting model, basically where toys and like Legos, for example, tend to have like a 2-year lifespan when like different new movies and different series come out, for example. And if you buy stuff discounted near the end of the expiration of the cycle, for example, you can make a ton of money, for example, just holding them to where they go up. You can look at like some Lego Friends Keepa charts and you'll see that. You'll see that specifically. That the same thing also happens like buying Legos right before Q4 and banking on Amazon selling out. So I have done well for that. I don't currently recommend that to beginners. I don't recommend Amazon to Amazon flips for beginners. I just think there's too much competition with that kind of stuff. But I do want to be transparent about some stuff that has worked really well for me. And toys during Q4 has been phenomenal, especially buying stuff near the end of its expiration cycle, which tend to be about 2 years. You can see past Keepa charts when Amazon was in stock, and then if Amazon goes out of stock, the price goes to the moon, the third-party seller count plummets as everyone's selling out. So I have cleaned up with some of that stuff over the years too. But overall, what's done best and most consistently for me is the shoe and clothing niche. There's tons of different brands that have thousands of different items per brand. One good pair of shorts might have 30 different variations across colors and sizes. If you can find one of them good, you might be able to find 4 different variations to go ahead and purchase. I recently found a hoodie that had like 7 different profitable variations. So literally for sourcing one item, I ended up having 7 different ASINs to go on. And some items that have done really well for me over the years have even had multiple listings for the same product that you can see, specifically is the same item right there. So that's done really well. But overall, the big thing I want you guys to take away from this is just how important it is to really make items profitable and really focusing on storefront stalking, just looking for proven, vetted stuff you can see other people making money on and go ahead and make that stuff profitable. You don't really find stuff good. Sometimes you do, but you mainly make that stuff profitable using all those different discount methods. So at this point, you guys have seen me break down a lot of what goes into being a successful Amazon seller. I've also made some massive mistakes on my own personal journey too. So I just want to walk you guys through some of those main mistakes. And the first one totally being, if you listen to my story part specifically, was not getting ungated sooner because I just didn't know any better. I didn't know that you can get ungated using retail receipts. So back in 2021, that was a major game changer once I got some of those major brands unlocked and started moving products in my store immediately. I originally thought that you could only get some approval once you sold a certain amount of products, that you can now start getting a bunch of stuff ungated. I didn't know that you could just rock and roll on and submit purchase documentation right from the get-go even as a newer seller. So that was just my own naiveness, for example, cost me a ton of money. And really just not knowing how to ungate was a major mistake I made. Luckily, you guys have all watched this video. You guys are all probably joining the free Discord at the link in the description. You're getting tapped into the stuff and you know a lot of stuff that I wish I knew when I started. Another mistake I made too when I was a newer seller was not starting to do FBA earlier as well. I was really doing all FBM primarily, and that screwed me over after back to school season. And it also screwed me over when I went on vacation a couple times. That like I would always hear people talk about the beauty of FBA being able to sell products and not even needing to fulfill the individual orders. But I didn't take advantage of that as much as I should have myself. So now that I do mostly FBA, I should have known that and started doing that sooner and really just listened honestly to the sellers that were beyond me telling me you shouldn't just do FBM forever. Alongside that too, I've totally made the mistake of not going wide enough and buying too much of unproven products. That's why test orders are so important, guys. Starting out with 2 to 10 unit orders for all of your products, and then eventually as you build confidence, you learn what a good lead is that's protected behind certain discounts that lead to having, significantly less competition. You end up finding replenishable products you can go ahead to and rebuy to scale over time. And that's how you scale up your business, guys. And that don't buy too deep on one specific product and always leverage test orders. And then over time, you get really good at finding stuff. You have stuff you can restock. You're also finding new stuff because you're getting a lot better. One thing I did do really well though was not going and delegating too soon. I do see a lot of people that delegate too soon. They try to get a virtual assistant quick, for example. You don't gotta worry about that. Just focus on buying and selling, keeping it simple. That is something I did really well. I just should have tested wider and broadened my catalog and then gone deep once the market told me to. And I did get burned on a couple products buying too heavily, which is why test orders are so important. The Amazon community is so helpful, and I did a decent job of getting myself involved with it quick, but I still wish I did more, and I think I could have met a lot more people a lot quicker, especially during that period when I was just selling used books on Amazon. I didn't know as many Amazon sellers as I should. I wasn't deeply connected enough with the Amazon community as I should have been. And then once I made that decision, once I got a couple of those ungates done, I started documenting my journey heavily. I met a ton of cool Amazon sellers really, really quick. And if I had that year sooner, I would have had a lot more success faster, and I would have known how to get ungated faster. So you guys will hear me talk about that in the networking section in a little bit, but that's so important. What Amazon sellers you know determine the results you get. And a lot of Amazon sellers don't know any other Amazon sellers, even though online is free. All this stuff is completely free, and that really screws them over long term because the people you're competing against are having Amazon seller conversations all day and having a lot of fun. The way I imagine it is that like succeeding selling on Amazon is like a test you can cheat on, but a lot of beginner sellers, even though they know they can work with, network with, and mastermind with other sellers, they're not doing it because they're afraid to get online and put their journey out there. And this is another huge mistake I made was I didn't think online arbitrage was scalable. And I tend to be the type of guy who's pretty open-minded, for example, but when I was starting with online arbitrage, no one was talking about doing 6-figure months. No one was talking about doing 20K profit months. And literally in my first year of doing online arbitrage, I had a $50,000 profit month. I thought wholesale and private label were the only options, so much so that I literally stopped doing online arbitrage for like a week in June of 2021 and started calling wholesalers when I had tons of profitable inventory I could go ahead and buy. And then once I actually started buying said profitable inventory, my Amazon business grew a lot faster than people that didn't think online arbitrage was scalable. And I really just overcame those limiting beliefs. I went from doing like 30K in revenue in my second month of online arbitrage to like 300K in revenue just like 10 months later. And it completely changed my life. Don't listen to the rules. There are no rules, guys. This is online business. This is the wild, wild west. Create your own lane, stick to it, and make as much money as possible. So now you guys know the mistakes I made scaling up my Amazon business. I also want you guys to be able to learn from the mistakes and the successes of some other successful Amazon sellers too. So we're about to show you guys several different interviews with successful sellers I've done on my YouTube channel that I want you guys to be able to learn from and soak up some gain from as well. Awesome Amazon sellers that have probably done what you guys are looking to do if you're this, late in the free course, for example, right here, going from complete beginners, no experience to successfully make money online selling name brand products on Amazon. So let's jump right into the first student success interview. What's up? We got the man Aaron, 0 Day Handling Time, joining us today. What are your trailing 30 days on Amazon, Aaron?
The trailing 30 right now, it's 181, 182, right around there.
So well over 20,000 in profit.
right?
Mhm.
From remotely, because you're in Thailand right now, right?
I did recently just get to Thailand.
Boom.
Yes,
So
I did.
super gangster, right? Running the remote, online arbitrage business. Very aspirational for a lot of people watching this. Where were you at, just a year ago? I know you weren't even selling on Amazon yet, but
Mhm.
like just what was going on in your life basically, prior to getting going to the stuff?
I had a job, 9 to 5. I was working every day.
Boom.
But 1 year ago, I was just moving furniture on military bases.
Yep. And so conveniently, you also had some, good traveling experience. You had seen different ways of life. You're starting to look into making money online, as most people are as well. Talk through those first couple months, man, because didn't you do over 100K in revenue just in December alone, which was like your fourth month, your third full month or something?
Yeah, yeah, it was my third full month. So initially, Amazon just started as a side hustle. Like in between my work jobs for my 9 to 5, I would have time at home. So during my time at home, I was like, I'm not working. Let me try to make some money online. So from all the different online businesses, I chose Amazon FBA. And, my first month was like 7K watching your content. I was a ghost account on Twitter. Second month, I posted the video, started talking to Parker, started really engaging with the community, and I doubled from the first month. The third month, I joined your coaching, the great community inside there. And I met some people that helped me elevate my business, more sourcing websites, brands, whatever. And after 3 months of, talking to people, testing products out, seeing what works, what doesn't work, in December, my fourth month, I was able to do 100K.
Boom,
So
which is beautiful, which is, over 20,000 bucks profit, because during back to school and Q4, profit margins tend to go up a little bit too. And I
yeah,
think so it's, a really good testament to sticking around for a little while though, right? Because like most people try this for a month or two, really don't even give themselves time to get lucky, time to experiment or anything like that. And pretty much no one gets immediate results. But a lot of people that stick around for the long term do. And that's why that mindset's, so important, man. So what does it feel like, right? To have completely, done like a 180, right? Gone from, not really making money in an ideal way, at least based on, what you've said, to now being able to travel, being able to do what you want and having, a good online business that you worked super hard and, super deserve.
yeah. So really what it feels like right now, I have more motivation to keep going
Yeah, put the foot on the gas.
then whenever I started, like when I started with Amazon, I was like, oh, it's just a side hustle. Like I'll do it here, internet money. You know, I'll do it when I do it. But now I'm like this is really real, Like I do DM setting too. Recently, it's been taking a fair amount of my time, but that's also something that I would not have found if I didn't engage within the Amazon community. So getting in with the Amazon community has opened more doors for me.
I was literally going to bring up that point about like doors opening and how like, you get into this, like, man, maybe I can make a little bit of money on the side, but then you start digging in a little bit, right? You start building a little
Yeah.
expertise, right? And that like, that's probably similar to how like, a lot of professional athletes or people who really got really into other stuff. You just try it out. You click with enough stuff and then eventually something ends up being very successful, right?
Yeah.
So talk about in those first couple months, man, like what really kept you going? What helped you find that initial momentum? Because I think that's what a lot of people are looking for, is those couple little moments where 20 of one product sells in a day, or just a couple of something sells in the first couple hours. Like what kept you going, and what was the real moment where you're like, damn, man, I can do this stuff?
And one thing that did keep me going was definitely the community, because even whenever I was small, like a few $1,000s like a week, like even if I only had 5 FBM packages, you could scroll back on my media and you could see I'm posting these FBM this on my way to the post office, and just the engagement, people like Parker. I mentioned Parker because me and him, like now we talk every day, like we make money together. But in the beginning, he was just some random person that was just giving me tips. We was helping each other out.
And it's interesting because technically everyone starts out as just some random person, right?
Yeah.
Even in real life, you know what I mean? You meet people, you vibe, right? But you just have so many more shots on goal when you're giving yourself a chance to get lucky meeting people on the internet too, which is conveniently free as well, right? So for the person who like is like, all right, man, like I know I need to do this. I know it's going to be more helpful if I meet some people online. I just don't really know what to do, right? What was your best piece of advice in terms of getting started with the community and networking?
Okay, so the obvious one is, posting. Videos is super helpful, but a lot of people don't want to do that. But if you can do like pictures, at least posting regularly, people will know you're active. You're trying to make a change. You're trying to get groups, source products, whatever. But in terms of actually meeting people, I used to slide into a lot of DMs back in the day, and it would always be one of two things. Like I would slide in the DM with a compliment, like something I see them post is like, hey, any type of compliment. So compliment, and the other thing would be advice. So if I see they're struggling with something, if I see I can maybe help out, we can help each other out. Those two things is a super organic and natural way to meet people in the internet.
Boom.
And
Bingo.
yeah.
Right there. And it's as simple as that, right? And most people aren't even doing anything. Right. So, you get the ball rolling, then you figure stuff out. It's the same thing with selling on Amazon. So specifically on the product research side of things these days, are you doing wholesale as well? Predominantly online arbitrage? What's the current business setup?
I tapped into a little bit of wholesale earlier this year. And in terms of the cash flow and the lead time and the cash intensivity, I think I just created that word. It's very cash intensive.
Yeah.
Cash intensive. So for the rest of this year, I'm going to grind out OA, keep, turning that cash over. The profit margin's better. There's less lead time. The cash flow's better. So for the rest of this year, we're just grinding out OA.
Yeah. And the nice thing is like, a lot of people that don't really do any type of volume with OA will tell me that OA isn't scalable, right? And then you see like my biggest month was 480. It looks like your biggest trailing 30 days probably what the 180 right now. And just getting into back to school. So it's going to be, significantly better than that. And so talk through what it looks like to run the Amazon business remotely. Because a lot of people kind of fantasize over that, but they don't know what it actually looks like day to day. What's a prep center? Like break down how you're able to run the operation from another country, even though you've, lived in the States for most of your life.
Yeah. So first thing is first. First thing is first. It is not passive income. but
far from it.
Yeah, far from it. And really nothing is. But so I just recently actually got a VA. I was already traveling for about a month before I got my first VA, but I just got one, splitting it with a friend. I've been talking to people like Deke, Max.
Oh, that are awesome with that.
And, and I'm trying to get like, what's really the best way I can, make them use of their time.
Yep.
So I got a lot of missing shipments right now. They're going through right now, getting that sorted away. But I also just recently got a sourcing VA. I know what people are going to think. Oh, you don't want to source, you're lazy, whatever. The sourcing VA, I just split with a different person because we're going to try something out. Like they're going to be sourcing their own, brands, products, categories with our requirement. And I just want to see, what brands they bring, what products, what websites, and see if they can open my mind to anything that I am not seeing. So I figure if they can at least make their money back, especially if they're making me money, I think it's a W because it's going to open my mind to new products, new brands. So I have the admin VA, I have the sourcing VA, and I am with a prep center. So that was a very big step in me scaling.
Yeah. How does that actually work though? Because a lot of people won't be familiar with the prep center model.
Okay, if you start anything like me, like you're all FBM. Like my first 25K sales was all FBM. So, it's cool. The profit's good. Profit's a little better, but it takes way more time. And one, you have to actually be there. So you can't do it remote.
Yep.
But with the prep center, basically all the stuff you would send to your house, you just send it to the prep center and log it into your sheet. They receive it. Yes, we got it. No, we didn't. And they send it off. Getting a prep center in the beginning, it's kind of like overwhelming, especially when you're new to it. But once, it's just like anything. It's like riding a bike, like after a while, it just becomes second nature. And the prep center played a really big role in me personally being able to scale. And the one thing I will add is I was in a tax state, 7%. So it made sense for me to go ahead and get that. But if you're in Oregon or, Delaware, if you're willing to put in the work, you can make extra profit not getting a prep center.
Profit with that. Yeah, for sure. And I think a lot of people kind of see mature Amazon businesses like yours is these days with lots of good delegation. But when you start, man, it was totally this way for me. You're waking up and you're finding stuff you can merch fulfill, right? And that's it. You're fulfilling every order yourself, right? And that lets you move hella quick though, right? It's like, what was really attractive and why'd you do so much FBM and why'd you even adopt, the username that is very FBM?
Yeah. Look, one thing I'll add to is like a lot of the people, look, I've no way made it like at all. Some people, they might see it on the outside looking in. They think I'm like successful or whatever. I'm like really good at sourcing. It's really not the truth. Like I started out just like a regular person. Like I was in a Nike outlet on the regular. I was driving to all these places, scanning the Nike outlet. Like I wasn't even really doing OA. I was just like scanning the Nike outlet. And, Parker too. Parker, he started in Walmart scanning the clearance section. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's a natural way for the Amazon seller to mature is to kind of start out with like RA, testing stuff here, FBM this. And then the more knowledge you compound and the more people you talk with, it just opens your mind to, different OA ways to make money.
Yeah. And it's also significantly easier to understand. There's less fancy couponing involved, right? And it lets you get stuff in hand same day too. Same thing with merch field. It lets you get stuff listed so much quicker, right?
Yeah.
And so speaking about things that open your mind, fourth quarter, right? So you had a massive fourth quarter. This is, interestingly enough, this is your first back to school, right? But talk about taking advantage of those seasonal opportunities, man, because this is coming up, only your second big seasonal opportunity. It's a lot of people that are watching this, their first time rolling around. They want to be prepared for back to school. They want to be prepared for Q4. Talk through, what that's really like and what you learned from your first Q4.
What I learned from my first Q4 was, and there's a lot of mixed emotions on this. Some people say networking is more important. Some people say sourcing is more important. The truth is everything works for different people. But for me personally, my first Q4, networking was way more important because of those seasonal items. And if you can find a group of guys, everyone's looking different directions, different websites for this seasonal item. That's like 4 eyes versus just you. So you find a lot of products quicker. Stuff you would have never even bought, you find yourself buying because of the network.
Yep.
So I'm going to be doing the same here for back to school. I already have a decent amount of inventory for back to school. It's going to be heavy seasonal items. I'm in the lab, if you will, with the boys, trying to divinate the future. And I'm going to have a record month this back to school for sure. And another thing too is the Keepa charts. They do not lie.
They do not lie, bro.
I would.
Women lie.
I would. Facts. Like I wouldn't 100% like be like, okay, that's gonna happen this year. But if it's a seasonal item, and it's done the same thing multiple years in a row, and it's something you and a few guys have conviction on, the Keepa chart just don't lie.
Yeah, test it out light, man. Hop in there, FBM, right? FBM lets you restock really quick too. And you just want to build that proof of concept, be able to take advantage of future seasonal opportunities too, because this is something you'll be doing for multiple years, if you're getting going with the stuff. So you want to build a nice base, proof of concept, etc. As we finish up here, if you could go back a year ago and talk to old Aaron, who was not yet the 0-day handling time on Twitter, who didn't already, wasn't, pumping already, what are you telling him?
I would tell them, this is not a get rich quick scheme. It's not going to happen overnight. But if you have even a little brain and you are willing to put in the work, not only sourcing, but also networking, give yourself a year, actually grinding for a year. And I guarantee you, if you're networking, you're sourcing, you got a positive mindset, and the mindset's huge. Like, if you can't believe you can't do it, like you've already lost.
If you can't believe you can't do it, I completely agree. Yeah.
But the main thing is engage with the community and actually put in the work. Put in the work. Because if you don't, you can't want 100K a month and then act like someone who only does 20K months, not sourcing, not talking to people. So honestly, just engage with the community. It's cliche, super cliche,
But no one does
but
it, man. You
it
know,
compounds. Look, this shit is like interest rates. This shit, like the network, learning what websites, seasonal items, learning Amazon. This shit is like interest rates. Like it compounds day by day. Day by day, it can be discouraging. You don't feel like you're getting anywhere.
because you suck at this stuff when you start. Yeah, you're terrible at selling on Amazon when you start.
So you give yourself a week. You're like, damn, I haven't got anywhere.
Yep.
But it compounds. It's interest rates. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months down the line, you know, that interest has accrued.
Yep. And then so where can people follow you on social media if they want to catch up and see more of your documenting your journey, your travels, some banter here and there?
Yeah. So check me out. Twitter, 0 day handle time. Instagram, 0 day handle time. Yeah, feel free to hit me up. The community is honestly one of the best.
If y'all got any ungating questions, you send it to this man right there. Send over the ungating questions right there. Appreciate you coming on once again, Aaron. Keep up the great work, and thanks everyone for listening. What's up, Dan? Welcome to the channel.
What up? What up? How we doing?
Yeah, so just 2 years ago, you were a complete beginner in July of 2022. You sent me a really funny DM on Twitter. I remember it. So you want to just kind of talk through that DM story and then what you've done since then?
Yeah, so this was fresh off college graduation, about to step into the 9-to-5 world, had the job lined up and everything. And I went on a bit of a senior week vacation that was pretty expensive, Ocean City, Maryland, for 10 days, and kind of looked at how much I spent during those 10 days, living exactly how I wanted to, and then what my salary was going to be. And just definitely would not have paid for a 10-day vacation like I would have wanted. And so I had kind of been following you on Twitter for a little bit at this point. Never really trusted the online courses or anything like that. I'd always been in kind of that area of Twitter and all that. But since I knew you from Dickinson a little bit through some mutual friends, like, all right, I know this guy. Just fired off a DM, bought the course the day I got back from the vacation. Say, hey man, like, just bought your course, like, any tips? And then you responded right away, which I was like, oh, like, let's go. And you told me if I got Nike Ungated in the next 48 hours, you'd send me my first couple products. And I remember like going up to my parents, still lived at home at the time. And like one of my parents like, yo, like, I'm about to get products from this guy. I just bought the course. This is great. Like I got this, I'm already this is going to be so easy. So got that Nike Ungate. You sent me a few products. And from there, it kind of just took off. I got involved in July, which was right before back to school. So I mean,
perfect timing right now for people as well.
You'll probably remember that East Bay sale a few years ago when
legendary, man. We got the $12 slides. $12 slides was big. $24 hoodies as well, right?
It was such a game changer. Like, and so it was actually kind of funny too, because then like a month after that was like my first big sale, was that East Bay sale. And I'd buy like 100 of a SKU that was selling like, 2,000-3,000 times a month. And I'd sell through it in a day and a half. And I'd be like, oh my God, if I just like bought 1,000, like imagine I'd have a month and a half, 2 months of really good inventory. So, I mean, to sum it all up though, that's how the initial Twitter thing went. You sent me a couple products and, I went through the course and I mean, things just kept catapulting, expanding from there. So.
Yeah, and then so you're doing big numbers now, but you're doing wholesale as well, right? So what are your trailing 30 days on Amazon?
Trailing 30 days is a little over 300K. Definitely trying to beat out last Q4's numbers, which is still the record for a 30-day period, which was just under 400,000. And I definitely think, between now and the end of the year, should be trying to hit that pretty much every month and even a little more when we get to Q4.
And break down what that actually looks like, though, in terms of your current setup. Because when you get started, you buy a couple things here and there. You're a little nervous to buy heavy, as you should be. You want to be testing nice and light. And you list some stuff merchant fulfilled. It's sitting next to you in your bedroom. That is a far cry from what your operation looks like today, right? So break down kind of the online arbitrage and wholesale setup with the prep centers, any virtual assistants, stuff like that.
Sure. So, I mean, I actually don't have any VAs at the moment, which people are typically pretty surprised by, which I think is one of the appeals to wholesale, is because once you get, that good 2-3 accounts, the time invested in the business becomes very minimal. Because really the whole day are the only hours that you really do need to put in that are working towards the core business. Obviously I still deal with the authenticity complaints, stuff like that. But again, in wholesale, it's so much easier just to go to one place to grab all your receipts from the past 365 days. And then the only other really main feature of the business is just obviously going out and finding more wholesale accounts, which I'm happy to drop some sauce on as well later. Kind of the strategy I use for that. I still use a prep center, which is probably a little abnormal for someone at my scale. I mean, I'm sending anywhere from 10 to 12,000 units a month. But kind of my point in life, I want to travel. We were just talking about it. I'd kind of been doing a couple months in different cities, seeing which ones I like the best. So definitely not ideal to have a warehouse or trying to run a warehouse at the same time. Um, and yeah, as far as like softwares, the OGs, the SellerAmps, the Keepas, all that stuff still works really well for me. Still super key in every single decision I make. Um, and yeah, I mean, I think that's just kind of the general setup that I'm using right now. And yeah,
Yeah, well, it's interesting math because typically to do wholesale at scale, you have to have your own
yeah,
warehouse, just the way the math breaks down, right? Because for those of you guys who are unfamiliar, most wholesale products are cheaper, which means it's very expensive to pay even $1 a unit, $1.50 a unit prep cost. But the key is that I know you operate in some more expensive wholesale products, which gives you the room to
absolutely.
offer that and everything, right? So obviously, great wholesale setup. I know you're still doing a lot of OA though as well, right?
I'll dabble here and there. I didn't do it for a while actually. And
Get
I
fancy on us, man.
yeah,
Get cute on us. But then it's easy, certain seasonally if you build the skill,
yeah.
which is difficult to do, obviously.
It was funny. I don't think I did any OA from like maybe last April or May to like this April or May. And then just through the network and everything, a couple people got me back into a sale. I was like, I missed this. So now, here and there we'll do a little OA. But it's definitely less than 10% of probably my total sales output every month.
Yeah, our friend Sawyer, he does a similar model where like certain
Yeah.
seasons he'll hit OA heavy, but then wholesale predominantly makes up the
Q4 this year,
remaining.
it just makes too much sense with the deals that happen to not, dabble a little bit in OA. But I mean, yeah, generally, just not that's not kind of the main direction I'm working towards. Is still just like trying to work directly with brands and really the biggest initiative too right now that's taking up most of my time as well is just adding more platforms. I don't think I've talked to you about this at all specifically yet, but Walmart
Yeah,
finally.
what's that like? Yeah, because a lot of people are interested in that too.
It's just it's so difficult to gauge, because the softwares are like 10 years behind where they're at on Amazon. Like, so I basically just got every single Walmart software that had any type of good reviews, and I just have all of them, and I'm comparing them whenever I go to a product page. Um, my biggest way to scale velocity on Amazon is the bought past month, because that's data that comes directly from Amazon. If you know what I'm talking about, I'll say like 50 plus or 100
It'll
plus.
show it at the top. Yeah.
Yep. So that's always just how I've gauged velocity for Amazon, like, beyond like the initial like estimated sales and sales ranks and stuff that all play a part as well. But Walmart doesn't really have anything like that yet. But most similar thing is they'll have a certain amount bought in the past day, which their minimum is 100 plus bought in the past day. So obviously, really only the items that are just really doing crazy numbers on Walmart you can get velocity for. So that's kind of been the strategy that I've looked for on Walmart for the first couple of things is just tried to find ones that have that, bought in the past day number. And then, the thing is too, it just becomes easy when you have suppliers that there's huge name brand products that just don't work margin wise on Amazon, but the referral fees are half of what they are on Amazon. The prep is unbelievably easier for WFS shipments. So all that kind of stuff, like it's just like, you just have to get the same thing with Amazon. You just have to get a couple of products listed, and then it's
To get
easy to
the
keep
feel, to
things
get the
there.
muscle.
It's like, man, like that sold pretty fast actually. Like, and then it becomes much easier when you already have the data in front of you to see like, okay, like this works. It is a pain in the ass to figure out all their different systems of how to list products, WFS shipments, which again, happy to help anyone. My Instagram handles on this call as well. So, shoot me a DM. Just helped someone the other day, get their product set up. So,
Yeah, and a really important thing, especially about when you started, was it was right before back to school and Q4, which similarly, a lot of people watching this video this time of year are going to go through the same process. Obviously, your results are not typical. You figured it out really, really quick. So talk about some of those big inflection points in terms like what was really helpful about getting started this time of year and like any aha moments you had specifically during August, during back to school, or during November and December during the peak of Q4 when it's the biggest time of the year and it's completely normal to do 50% of your volume for the entire year just between October, November, December.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was certainly just the FBM ability of Q or back to school and then into Q4, where I was running around picking up backpacks RA actually that I already knew worked because I knew maybe they had like 20 at Kohl's or something, and so I'd go to the gym and there was like a different Kohl's than the one that's typically closer to me, so I'd run in there and just FBM them and then go get my workout in the gym. And while I'm at the gym, I see the 20 backpacks I just picked up in person already sold. And obviously, again, all the reasons for getting your cash back much quicker, the payouts are much faster for FBM. So that certainly helped me speed up the process a ton in the beginning because you didn't have to wait, maybe 4 to 6 weeks for the FBA route to get money back from the payouts. But so that was huge. And then also just, I mean, it's just so much easier this time of year to find those deals. It's a lot, obviously, like Q1, typically there's going to be a lot less retail deals, online
Especially
deals.
with LA. Yeah.
So, I mean, it certainly just there, and the network as well. I mean, things are just so infinitely easier when you have 4 to 5 people that are all texting every day and like, hey, I just found this deal here. And so, I mean, that just made it like unbelievably easier because, obviously I wasn't that great at sourcing the first few months.
Yeah. It's impossible to be good at sourcing
I sat,
initially.
I mean,
Yeah.
I remember sitting like 2 weeks. I think you would pretty much gave me all my initial leads, like the first 5 10 things I sold. And I went like just reverse source for like 6 hours one day, like one Sunday afternoon, just straight like session. I couldn't find a single thing. And I mean, obviously now like I could go to any website and be like, okay, I already know the coupons here.
That's the big part, right?
Yeah,
Because we're all looking at the same products at the end of the day. It's just who can
right.
make stuff good, and that's the big benefits of like getting around to other stars. I mean, you've gone significantly further than that. Like 6 months in, we were playing poker
Yeah,
at the Amazon, and
yeah,
then
yeah,
whatever a year later than that, you were in Garrett's wedding, as was I.
yeah,
Right, we
yeah,
play, we get some good basketball together, and everything too. And so another thing that like I think is pretty cool and that I don't think is talked about enough among Amazon sellers. So you were a college athlete, right? I really, really like sports, always have. And business has been such a good outlet to like
yeah.
really find something, go attack and work on a goal and practice that delayed gratification and that determination and lack of quitting mindset you have to do well with sports. So can you talk about how those two things kind of relate and how selling Amazon or just business in general for a young man is a great outlet to work on things and get fulfillment from?
Yeah, I think there's just the two main things. One being that it's competitive. I know, like, again, kind of gave that initial story of how I was just about to start my 9 to 5, which I did work the 9 to 5 for a year. I forced myself to get 1 year under my belt before I went all in full time. But I mean, I worked in like a pretty boring corporate finance job. It was the kind of company that you're like, oh man, if I worked here like after college, like I'd definitely be happy. Definitely have it made, and there's just no competitiveness to it. You're just in a routine doing the same things every day, making the same amount of money. And so now it's like, you get really fired up for me. I get a wholesale purchase order in, where you spend 20, 40, $50,000 in a PO at times. And it's like, oh man, like, you get like a little rush of adrenaline. Like, and that's just the kind of stuff you don't get, working at most 9 to 5 situations at least. And then the other thing is just, learning how to deal with failure. Because obviously when you're playing with your own money, you're playing, with your own business, like you're going to have things where you'll fail and it's all on you. There's no team that you have to help you fix it. You got to figure out how to do it. And I mean, I can't tell you how many times, like in the beginning, a shipment I'd send it in completely wrong. I'd get charged like twice the amount of money for the inbound. And then, all the products become unprofitable for FBA shipment. I got to wait 4 to 6 weeks to get back. My first LTL shipment took, I think it was like 3.5 months to check in. And it was like, this was maybe like 6 months after I started. It was like $10,000-$15,000 of buy cost. Like that was a huge percentage of how much money I could deploy every month. No, even with Walmart, we were just talking about my first WFS shipment is probably lost at this point, I think. My first WFS one. So,
And you can laugh
yeah,
about it, but it's tough to laugh
yeah,
about it when you're new, right? Because
yeah,
you do this stuff, there's uncertainty, there's
yeah,
no guarantee that it's going to work, but that's where the upside is. You know,
of-
if it was super easy, everyone would build a great Amazon business. It's not. It's far from it,
yeah.
right? You got to go through those initial periods of trying stuff, testing things here, and that's the nice thing about getting started this time of year is that you have back to school when demand is through the roof, prices are through the roof.
Yeah,
Prime Day deals are coming up, sales tax holidays,
yeah.
early Black Friday sales eventually, Halloween sales, right? October Prime Day, which hopefully they'll do again. And you can go ahead and snag these items discounted, really, really light quantities and FBM them if other people are and learn in a low risk environment, which is great. And get to, really nicely build a
And
baseline and then be ready to take off November, December.
yeah, if you make a bad buy or if something just tanks for whatever reason, it's like you have so many more opportunity the next day because you don't have to like sit there and harp on it. Find your, get the plum card, really, really run that thing up. And the next day, if like there's a better deal, just go chase that one. It's like, it's not like in Q1 maybe where there's a deal every month and you finally get to that point and then everything tanks like that you buy. So it's definitely the best time of the year to get started just because again, yeah, all the different deals and promos that these websites are running for OA. So
Yeah, and then in terms of like the number one thing, there's obviously product research that are number two most important things, product research and who you're talking to. So like other sellers, right? So what goes into successful product research and finding a group of other sellers? Because you've done a great job of that. Most people really understand that they should be doing it, but they don't really know what that actually looks like and how to do it.
yeah, so first I definitely think in terms of building a network, I had a unique strategy. So like, a lot of people build their network really through social media in the beginning and just posting stuff, which I did, but not to a huge extent, like, in the beginning. But I joined the Discords and then, there'd be like the tabs in Discord where it was like, first 10K a month tab, like, post a screenshot of your sales, things like that. And so around last July or 2 Augusts ago, like 2022, when I was first starting, I'd go find people that also had just hit 10K a month. And I just,
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, it's a little less like, I have to just post to everybody and see who wants to hit me up or, same thing, I guess, but it's just less, kind of the social media specific effort. So that's how I met, my first like 2 or 3 people kind of just completely in their own networks, and made friends that way for OA in the beginning. Some of those dudes I still talk to now 2 years later. Our business models have obviously been super different over the past 2 years in the way we've kind of moved, but it's still just like, I'm like, hey, it could even be something like account health, like, hey, submitted this like 20 times. You got you got any suggestions for
You hit
me?
me up about something recently with that. Yeah. Did
Yeah,
it get
no,
figured out?
I got denied. Yeah, it went through.
It-
I got
oh,
denied like I think it was
Cliff
27,
knows.
27
Which
times.
is so rare, but you're like, man, am I doing this right? You did something
Yeah,
change, right? But you get those questions answered quicker when you got the homies with you, right?
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Of course, of course. So, and that's the speaking to the persistence again. I mean that I've never. That's not common for sure, but I mean literally, I think it was like 27 different attempts to ungate one of these brands. I
It's like
just
how
started
many
selling.
people think a rule changed or that it didn't work and they don't have anyone they can go to about it, right? And the cool part is that part's free, man, right? So like obviously you did the roadmap and you did the coaching program, but a lot of what you do now is people you met through that, like you said, with Discords and stuff, or people like just in our friend group in Pennsylvania that we've built, through Amazon, even though we can't always get you to come to dinner and everything. My boy's pretty busy with having fun and everything. And so you mentioned like really having success with wholesale. So for the people, as we finish up here who are doing OA, what are some tips to initially get the ball rolling with wholesale? Because a lot of people want to do it, but they are really unsure about the best first steps. And you broke right in and did pretty well with it and have done well and are going to continue to. What did that look like getting those initial accounts set up?
So in terms of finding just brands to wholesale and it was a very similar situation actually to reverse sourcing. Is I started on a storefront of or I started on a product page of something that's clearly being wholesaled. You don't see the offer counts jumping way up and down when deals come through. It's consistent offer counts. Pricing is relatively similar, if not has a map on it where it would just be a completely straight buy box line. So I'd start on a product like that. I'd then go to all the storefronts in that. I try to avoid ones with hundreds of thousands of reviews, but you're looking for, between hundreds and thousands of reviews. and opening up that storefront. And then I'm willing to assume that if this person is wholesaling this product, most of their storefront is probably products that they're wholesaling. And then going from there to, obviously, again, I still use a prep center and I try to stay to more high ASP items for that reason. So disqualifying any brands that don't, generally have products that sell over like $15 to $20. Disqualifying anything that doesn't have at least one or two products selling a couple thousand times a month. And then so at that point you found a brand, it's being wholesaled somewhere, and then the game is just, I go do the Google search, I go directly to the brand page and see what I can find out. If you scroll to the bottom of the brand's website, typically you'll find something interesting there. You'll probably get brick walled just being an Amazon seller without a brick and mortar storefront, but sometimes they'll list all their partner websites or partner wholesalers on that brand or brand
And
website.
if you got there from storefront stalking too, they're getting it somehow. That's the
Yeah.
big too.
Yeah. So, I mean, and just kind of doing that over and over again, just going to different storefronts, qualifying different brands, and then just reaching out to every possible avenue I can, which is how I've gotten every account that I have thus far, is just, doing it that way and just kind of reverse sourcing wholesale items to a certain extent. And then, again, you reach out to the brand, and then you'll find maybe some wholesale distributors that they can say, well, you can't buy from us, but here's our 4 main US distributors. Has been another big thing. And then as well, actually Import Genius, this one hasn't worked super well, but sometimes I've gotten some hits from where some people will still import under the LLC that's on their Amazon page. If you search that LLC, you can actually bring up exactly what companies they're importing from overseas as well.
Oh, all right, that was some ridiculous game as we for the people who got deep into it. So if you go back 2 years ago, as we finish up here, and tell Dan, who was just getting started selling Amazon, or the person who's getting started today, what are some mistakes you can help them avoid, and just overall the things you need them to understand to find success quick, similar to the way you did, because that's obviously a far from common thing.
Yeah, I mean, just immediately trying to build out your network again. That was something I certainly was hesitant to do still in the very, very initial stages.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're like, what do I bring to the table? How do I do this? You want me to post on social media for people that I didn't go to high school with?
Yeah, I was hesitant on that one for sure. I remember you were trying to get me. It took you a few months to get me onto Instagram. Still haven't even
We started making the skits when we hung out. That
yeah,
helped.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, you just need a network in the beginning. I mean, you're just making things. It's like it's said so much, but you're just making things so much infinitely harder on yourself if you have no one you can bounce questions off of. Yeah, and even if it's not like, at first, like, hey, we're sharing all our leads. It's still at least just like someone that you can be like, yeah, and it's still the competitiveness too. Like your friend, you meet someone, you're talking to them every day, and they're like, yeah, man, I just hit like, 2K yesterday in sales. And it's like, damn, like I want to hit 2K in sales.
Yeah.
Even the competitiveness like pushes you a little further. And then, yeah, just going deeper on buys and stuff, and kind of the same way, the competitiveness in your network. It's like, you'll run a sale, you'll be like, I just, spent X amount of money in this sale. And like, it's like, man, I'm falling behind. I need to like, catch back up and stay on path with everybody. Cause anyone that's doing this is going to have a good trajectory in life. Like if they're really going out of their own way and trying to build their own business like this, like it's going to be people who are going to be winners over the long term. So just, try to stay in the loop, try to, hold yourself accountable in that sense. And, you'll be, there's no reason you won't succeed as well. So,
sir, that's what I'm talking about, man. So merchant fulfilled, finding the homies, right? Starting right now is a great opportunity, just because like back to school Q4 coming up, or even just making progress if you are currently selling is great. If you guys got questions for Dan or I, let us know down below. Make sure you follow the boy at Twitter as well, or just Instagram.
Still haven't, it's been 2 years, still haven't got me on Twitter yet, but maybe it's coming. Just Instagram for now.
Dan Scales AMZ, and y'all go check out, there's a couple good skits we've made over like especially last year, which I don't know why we didn't do one. Got the man Dave Trades on the channel today. What's up, dude? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, man?
So I was seeing all your posts on Twitter, those big, beautiful orange bars. Tell everyone what you did so far in quarter 1 and year to date.
Yeah, quarter 1, I did 70,000, but after bills and everything, it came out to like 60,000 or something like that.
And that's profit, right? So it's probably about $250,000 in revenue for the first 3 months of the year.
Right, yeah.
So pretty cool. Now I know a couple years ago you were working at Chick-fil-A, right?
Yeah.
So stuff can change pretty quickly. What made you actually want to get into selling on Amazon?
Well, I had some experience with dropshipping before. I I was dropshipping on Facebook for a while. That's how I initially grew my capital. Well, I'll go into it deeper than that. So I started off dropshipping on Facebook Marketplace. Grew my capital. I think at the peak, it was me and my brothers. We were doing maybe like 10K profit a month at the peak. Eventually, Facebook shut that down. They blocked our IPs because we had like a crazy operation going with like VAs from the Philippines.
I remember you telling me that.
Like 10 VAs from the Philippines logging in on different Facebook accounts. But they eventually shut that down. So we took that capital and tried to like go into the big boy game of trucking, right? Because we thought, hey, we're so great. We can take all this money that we built and we could take it into trucking, because our thought about trucking was, okay, I mean, how hard can it be, right? I mean, we're very optimistic. You take money, you hire drivers, you get a truck, you get a trailer, you run the trailer, you make money. That's what we thought. We were wrong by a long shot, because we got into trucking probably in the worst time economically, right? The freights weren't that good. They didn't pay that well. Gas was like really expensive. We were paying like $4,500 insurance on one truck, which was pretty bad. So eventually, after like 3 or 4 months, we were like, okay, this is not going to work out in the long run. We need to cut our losses as fast as possible. So we did that. And then we were like, okay, what do we do now? Because trucking took like 80% of our capital from dropshipping, right? So from there, I think we went into trying different business ventures. Like, I think we went pretty big into like carrier companies. So like we went around basically hitting up different driving companies. Basically, it's like DoorDash almost, but these people deliver like medical supplies or something like that. So we went heavy into that. We drove for them for a while, and then once we got like kind of like in with like the higher ups, we're basically just like, hey, we don't want to drive, we want to run this thing. Like, give us a region where we can manage different drivers, and we kind of took the responsibility of that. So that's how we made another source of income without actually having to work. So we built some capital up with that, and then we just saw Amazon. I saw your videos online. I also had a buddy who was doing Amazon as well, so I was like, this is kind of like what we did before with drop shipping, because that's what got us started anyway. Like, we were familiar with that. We were good at it. And we were just like, okay, I mean, why not try it out? And that's how I got started with Amazon.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's such a high translation between people who did like sneaker reselling when they were a teenager or young adult, and like Facebook Marketplace drop shipping or eBay and everything.
Right.
And Amazon's kind of like the bigger version of that, that's scalable, that can be a real business if you put the work in and everything. So when was that you actually started off specifically on Amazon?
This was last year, around just before September. So like late August, yeah.
Damn, a bunch of legends came out of that era, man. That was right when Aaron got started. Parker
Yeah. I started last year.
Crazy, man. Yeah, right. And you just slowly grow it up over time and such, right? When did you get your first sale?
I got my first sale pretty quickly. So I took a different route when it came to Amazon. So what I did was I tried to exploit VAs because I thought that was the bright idea. So what I did was I tried to hire VAs. I basically posted something on online jobs. I was basically just like, hey, I have some capital that I'm going to invest into this. And I knew no knowledge about Amazon, which is a red flag, right? I didn't know how to source. I wasn't a master at my craft. I was just going to hire VAs to do all the work for me and basically learn as, the train starts moving. Big mistake. Obviously, I learned from that. But I got my first sale pretty quickly. I hired them. I probably got my sale within maybe a day or so.
Oh, so you were getting stuff FBM up quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's super smart. And the cool thing is Dave's in New Jersey. So any of you guys who are really coastally located, East Coast, West Coast, naturally you're going to get more buy box share just because your products are either going to be located, if you're FBMing, closer to the customers, or they're going to be at an FBA center close to the customers. So if you're coastal, you have an advantage with FBM in general too. And what would you say was like the big moment where you're like, holy crap, like this really works? I assume it was probably in December or January once you started hitting those big months.
I think it was around after I joined the program, actually. Because before then, like I said, I want to touch on what I did before then too, because I made the mistake of hiring those VAs and I lost a couple thousand dollars. But then after that, I was just like, okay. I mean, I didn't really see Amazon working, but then I joined your group. I started networking with a lot of people, and that's one of the most important things because I probably wouldn't be here if I didn't network. So I started reaching out to the Parkers, the Aarons. I went inside of your chat. I reached out to literally everyone. They were inviting me into different groups, and I was learning. And then from there, I learned how to source. I learned how to analyze products, and then it kind of took off from there. Into December, I think, to be honest with you, I think I would have had a bigger December had I did all that prior.
Oh, of course.
I kind of did it too late, but it was still better than nothing because those connections helped me buy a ton of stuff. I learned a ton. And then from there, heading into January, I was like, okay, I can kind of run this up if I just keep looping the same things over. It's basically buying product, you sell it for a profit. That's basically the bottom line. And once I realized it was that simple, I was just like, okay, we can run this up.
Yeah, it's interesting because like the more numbers someone does on Amazon, the less complicated they make it seem because it comes natural to them once you build a skill. But you got to go ahead and build a skill. It's like the meme of like the guy who's, you know, like really slow, the guy who's really smart, and then the guy in the middle. The guy who's slow is like, I buy and sell products. The guy at the top's like, I buy and sell products. And then the guy in the middle, all this weird complicated.
Yeah, all these weird systems, yeah.
Right. And then you look at the people who are doing the most with online arbitrage. They got a few core websites. They hammer them. They know when the deals are going on. They got a couple friends they do it with. Can you talk more about the community side of things? Because that I think is by far the most underexploited edge by sellers, because I can typically see how successful someone's going to be based on the other sellers they talk to on a day-to-day basis. Can you dig in further on how that's been helpful for you?
Yeah. So I'm actually my prime group. Shout out Todd. Shout out Tim. Venus, but those are my three guys that I've currently been working with for the past 3-4 months or so. But it's very important to have a group because they just help you spend money. There's days I don't source anything or I can't find anything, and I'll look in the group and it's just like they'll help me spend, you know, a couple $1,000s, whatever it may be, vice versa, you know. There's things that may come out that I might not see, and they'll ping it in the chat like, hey, this happened with Amazon. Hey, new fees here. It's just overall great to have because it's kind of just like it makes it fun because you have other guys that you're doing this with.
Big thing.
Two, it makes it less stressful because you can kind of share the same problems together. And with that too, you can kind of grow together because it's 4 of you guys all experiencing different things at different times. So you can kind of come together and like spread the knowledge, spread mistakes. So the others don't make the same mistakes. So it's very important to get in a group, especially if you're trying to do online arbitrage.
Of course, bro. And the cool thing is that part's free, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, bro, getting around other sellers, man. Like I know you and I met on Twitter and you were seeing my stuff or YouTube or whatever, right? You know, and that's what we're doing now is we're trying to, you know, build leverage and bring people to us, bring people into our ecosystem because that provides opportunity for us, right? Selfishly too. You know, hopefully we provide some value along the way too. Can you dig into some of the challenges you ran into when scaling quick, whether it's like cash flow issues, finding enough products? Like what were the hard parts about the journey thus far?
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the hardest parts, well, it's not really hard. I mean, if you have all your invoices, so like in the beginning, I wasn't really organized. So let's just say, for example, if I got an IP or whatever, I'd have to go scrambling for, you know, invoices and everything or whatnot. I guess another difficulty I had in the beginning was not understanding or not mastering my craft. I think that really slowed me down just because I couldn't spend money like I would have loved to. I was hesitant on some buys. I just wish I just locked myself in a room because it doesn't take long to learn how to source. It just takes some effort. It could take you like a day. Just some hard effort. You sit there at the computer and you just put in the work and you'll learn how to source in a day. Obviously, as time goes on, more experience, you'll know, you know, you could just click through different ASINs. You could tell whether it's a buy or not within maybe like 15 seconds. But I think those two were like my top two difficulties when it came to scaling.
Yeah, and the main thing, really the only problems you can have, right? It's the Amazon side of things, right? And then capital and then cash flow as well. you were lucky, so was I. We had other stuff going on prior to doing Amazon, which gave us kind of trust in online business. Well, I think that's a huge thing, man, right? Both trusting the business model and trusting yourself that you can actually do it, right? And that's the cool thing, man, is once you start hanging out with more Amazon sellers, you're like, all right, like, these are the type of dudes I would have been friends with in high school or whatever. You know what I mean? Right now, they might live 10 states away or on the other side of the country, but the cool thing is in the modern era, right? We can just, sit here on Zoom and talk to you.
It's insane how that works. Like, people underestimate the power of the internet. Like, some of, the best leads or some of the best, I guess, ASINs that I've had came from someone across the country. They didn't know me. I didn't know them. We just kind of like, hey, you're young, I'm young. We're both doing this. Let's work together.
And the key there is, right, what someone immediately does, right? Say you ask me a question, like just anyone watching this on Twitter, right? The first thing I do is click your profile. And in your case, if someone goes to your profile, they can clearly see that you live this life. Therefore, you get a better answer than most people do, for whether right or wrong. That's just kind of the way it is and such, right? So when you're in the mix, like, so much opportunity gets to find you and such. So obviously started out doing online arbitrage primarily. What's the plan for the next couple of years? Are you going to stick with OA, do some wholesale stuff too? What you got going on with that?
Yeah, so I'm actually in the middle of like trying to launch, maybe in the next 2 to 3 months, maybe launch my first private label product.
Ooh, I didn't even know about that, but you should have let us know on the timeline, dude,
Yeah, I mean, I posted about it maybe a month ago, but
hey, volume, baby, you know what I mean? Uncle Fliss might not see it, same thing over and over again.
Yeah, so that's what I've been working on right now. Just for longevity, I noticed like Amazon is, I don't know what changes they're making, but they are knocking down on like sellers, and you can still do away, right? But I just think like long term for me personally, I think I want to establish some brands. That way, I can kind of like stay away from Amazon's bad side. Because brands could strike IPs on you for no given reason, right?
Yep, they absolutely could. Yep.
Yeah. So I've had IPs where the Keepa chart wouldn't even show IPs, IP alerts, or anything like that. So I just think for me, long term, it's better if I just establish some brands. I'm still going to be selling OA in the hot seasons like Q4, back to school. But that's my plan for the next like 2 to 3 months.
Yeah, and that's the problem, man, is so many people try to go into private label and wholesale from day one when they don't already know how it works. They might not have a bunch of cash or war chest ready to roll. They already trust the model. You did it the perfect way, right? Where you're good at OA. Now, perpetually, every year, there's going to be products you can go ahead and buy. You can't unsee some of the deals. You can't unsee some of the wealth that they grab. Now you can take some more shots because you got skills, which is a great backup plan, and cash, which is a similarly good backup plan, having both of those as well. Right, too, which is pretty neat. So if you could go back, let's say 6, 7, 8 months, right, to when you were getting started, what would you tell yourself as a beginner that would have helped you move a lot quicker?
I think if I would have went back 6, 7 months, I would have said, okay, get on Twitter, network, get on social media, network, put your face out there, tweet about anything, because that's the power of growing when you're a small seller, right? Like in the beginning, I know a lot of small sellers have this problem because I've had this problem. I would network to people, but since I didn't have a face, they would give me like 2-word answers.
Yeah.
They wouldn't really reply to me, and that's not on them. That's on me, right? I have nothing to show for it. I mean, I reply personally, but like I know other people, it's not worth their time to reply to a no face or someone who really has no structure to their social media accounts. So I would definitely say have a profile picture, obviously. Tweet about anything, whether it's, I don't know, going to USPS, tweet about it. It doesn't matter. All you need is some traction. All you need is some type of following for people to respond to you, right? Because as I started posting more, I didn't even have to message people. They messaged me. And then that's how you start relationships. That's how you start, connections. And
Yeah, different stuff just starts to find you. You start to be just getting notified of random stuff going on. Nothing hurts with that, man, when you're talking about either the power of, like Mr. Beast talks about this all the time. Either you got to find the information, or you can work with other people that are on the same mission. And one of those is way more fun. It's a lot less work, right? And it's a lot more profitable too.
Exactly.
So speaking of that, brother, as we finish up, so super impressed with everything you've done. Where can people go follow you on social media as well?
Yeah, I'm only on Twitter. I'm not really on any other platform, but you can follow me at Dave Trades _ on Twitter.
Yeah, so go check out the boy right there. We're saying get some really good engagement on those more storytelling types of posts. A lot of good stuff coming soon. So we expect to see some updates on the private label and some more big, beautiful orange bars, back to school Q4 right around the corner and such. All right, guys, so now you saw a bunch of successful students I've helped actually get started selling on Amazon. I also want you guys to learn from some really successful 7-figure sellers that I'm actually really good friends with from over the years, just being in the Amazon community. Probably some creators you might already follow, and definitely you should go follow all of them after this on social media as well. They put out a ton of good Amazon content as well. So let's take a look at a bunch of my friends that actually came up with selling on Amazon and different other Amazon seller creators sharing their #1 tip to become a successful Amazon seller in 2025.
Guys, my name is John Mascarello, aka Side Hustle Experiment on Instagram, YouTube, and everywhere else. I also do the Side Hustle Experiment podcast. I've been friends with Miles for about 5 years at this point, so thank you for him for inviting me to do this video. I've sold multi 7 figures on Amazon. I started with books, and then I ramped up to bulk books, and then went to online arbitrage, which is my current business model right now. I do pretty much all online arbitrage to prep. So one of my biggest tips for beginners just getting started, I'm going to give you a couple pieces of advice. Number one, it's play your own game. You're going to see some people when you first get started, or whether you just got started, you're going to see people putting up some massive numbers, doing, 30, 40, 50, 60, $100,000 a month. Don't let that intimidate you. Let that motivate you. And know what your goal is. If your goal is to make an extra $1,000, $2,000, that's fine. Just do that. Just because my goal is to do more than that doesn't mean you should be changing your goal to meet me. And it also, if you have a clear goal and what you want from this business, it makes it much easier to make sound decisions. And with that play your own game, know how much you are willing to put in to leverage versus not. You do not want to be over leveraged, especially when you are newer. The rules are a little bit stricter than they used to be. So the last thing you want to do is put a lot of money on cards. If for untested inventory or brands that you may get gated in later on, just be careful, play your own game. Number two, master Keepa. Keepa is the be all end all. If you know how to read Keepa graphs, you know how to use Keepa product finder and Keepa product viewer, you are going to be golden. Those are that tool alone, plus SellerAmp, of course, are going to be the main tools you need. If you could read a Keepa chart and master reading Keepa, you are going to find a ton of profitable products, especially if you master Keepa Product Finder. And number three, network. Get involved in the community, get involved in a group. That was what really helped me go from books to online arbitrage. I made a lot of friends sharing my book journey on social media. So when I was ready to make the switch, I had a ton of people I could text or DM on Instagram asking for help with online arbitrage, and that really jump-started me. I also joined some groups. Groups are a great way to find stuff. What sites should you buy from? What brands should you buy? What things are hot right now? So kind of being a close-knit group, meeting people in that group, getting on Zoom calls, doing all that stuff is a great way to do that. So those are kind of my biggest tips for beginners. 1, play your own game. 2, master Keepa. And 3, network, get to know the community. And I hope you crush Amazon. And thanks for Miles for inviting me to do this.
Hey guys, this is Tanya from Madrill Finds. My husband and I have been selling on Amazon for over 6 years now, and selling on Amazon has completely changed our life. If you're watching this, you're probably interested in selling on Amazon and you're probably not sure where to start. My #1 Amazon tip for beginners is to just start. Don't overthink it. Don't overcomplicate things. Just go in, dive straight in, and be ready for the ride. No one has it figured out when they first start. We for sure didn't. We learned along the way. But I do want to tell you this, is to believe in yourself, take that first step and open up your Amazon seller account. Watch YouTube videos like this and learn as you go. The more you actually do in real life, the more you will learn. You'll figure out what works for you and what doesn't. You'll get better at finding profitable products. So take this as your sign to start your Amazon FBA journey. There will never be a perfect time, so get out there and make it happen. Happy hunting.
What is going on, guys? It is Garrett, Amazon. I've been selling on Amazon for the better part of the last 4 years. I talk about this stuff daily. I put out content, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, etc. Anywhere you can consume content, you will likely see me. And I've seen hundreds of people succeed in this space, just as I've seen hundreds of people fail. And the one thing I will say, the kind of common denominator amongst all the folks that I see crush it quickly is that they're willing to get uncomfortable, as well as they're willing to execute a significant amount of patience to really develop their business, to really get good at this stuff, right? Getting comfortable meeting people, talking to the people, asking questions, right? Being one in the community, just as executing patience, not expecting their business to be 7 figures overnight, but consistently consuming content from all of us who talk about this stuff daily, and consistency within the craft, and they will see their business grow.
Hey, I'm Amanda from All Out Thompsons. I started my journey 3 years ago with very little money to my name. I'm also disabled with physical limitations, so it's been a little bit more challenging for me, but giving up just wasn't an option for me. One of my biggest keys to my growth has been my tenacity and my network. I'm not talking about my friends and family who don't get it. I'm talking about the uncomfortable circles I put myself in the Amazon community. My number one tip for new sellers is to start small. You don't need a warehouse full of products and thousands of dollars in inventory right out of the gate. Just start small, test the waters with 1 or 2 products and see how they perform. A bonus tip would be to invest in your education, because that naturally comes with a network. And it's better to go at it with others doing the same as you than to do it alone. You've got this.
My name is Sadiq, and I've been selling on Amazon for around 2 years now, and I've done close to $3 million in sales. My biggest advice to new sellers or people who are just getting into Amazon is to talk and network with as much sellers as humanly possible, whether that's hopping on Zooms, reaching out to people on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Discord, whatever you got to do. You got to talk to as much sellers as humanly possible, because they're going to have some information that you don't know, and that's going to help grow your business. And then you're probably going to have some information they don't have yet, and that's going to grow their business as well. So those mutual beneficial relationships are super, super, super helpful in scaling your Amazon business, because it only takes one brand or one supplier or even one ASIN to double, if not triple, your profits within Amazon. So that's huge. And another thing that you should focus on is inventory turnover. Just buying really, really, really good and quick moving inventory is going to help you make a lot more money in the long run, because you're not worried about these slow moving inventories. Yeah, it could be good ROI, but it's okay to take lesser ROI and have like a lot of velocity on that listing and a ton of turnover, because that's going to make you a lot more money in the long run. So that's my advice.
So now you guys know a bunch of tips from successful Amazon sellers, and clearly you're very serious if you're this deep into the free course. My number one tip to find success selling on Amazon, and my really secret sauce that I don't think enough people take advantage of, is going to be networking and getting super active in the community. These are a bunch of great friends I've been able to make selling Amazon. Literally about a year ago, Will was a student of mine. He's now doing over 6 figures a month. Garrett from the BuyBoxBandits podcast. We do live streams all the time. We literally met my first week of online arbitrage 3 years ago. Parker right here, he just had a 50K in sales day. You guys know Aaron. He's always on the live streams with me as well. 0 to handling time on Twitter. And literally all of these guys I met just online in the Amazon community. They were students of mine, for example. A lot of them, we just became friends through the community and the shared topic of selling Amazon. This was literally at Garrett All Out Amazon's wedding back in April, and literally like Nick, Max, Jimmy, Corey, etc. They all just had originally seen my content, what I was doing, documenting my journey selling Amazon. Now I've literally been able to make lifelong friends. And then this picture here has literally like 15 out of the 16 or however many people in here. Literally, we just met through the online Amazon selling community, guys. And I know it's a little awkward to think of like, okay, I'm going to meet random people and solve problems together. Honestly, though, that's just how the world works in 2025. There's these free communication tools, and there's really no reason not to use them to find cool people to solve problems with, have fun with, make money with, etc. And well-connected sellers enjoy way less mistakes, way more opportunity, and honestly just way more fun. Because if you think of the stuff you've done in your life that's been most fun, typically it's with people you like. So how do you think selling on Amazon, even if obviously it's to make money, not just have fun, is going to be that enjoyable thing to do when you're just sitting at the computer like most Amazon sellers do it? Meanwhile, the people that make the most money, have the most fun, avoid the most mistakes, are all working together in the community. So guys, literally what I did originally years ago was back in 2019, when I was just selling used books on Amazon, I started the Flips for Miles Instagram because I saw a ton of stuff from Gary Vee talking about documenting and using social media as a tool to connect and build with different people. And then in 2020, before I was even doing online arbitrage, I started my Twitter page as well. Now I've amassed over 68,000 followers on Twitter and over 100,000 followers on Instagram. I literally have posted 1,500 times, for example. So I've obviously significantly overdone it compared to what most people do, but I, have aspirations with my Amazon seller software, for example, too, and everything like that. And the bare minimum, like what you should do is go look at my Twitter page and you'll see I'm always retweeting, replying to different people that are posting pictures of their shipments and stuff like that. And all of those people are giving themselves a chance to build digital leverage and find cool people that, you're probably, unfortunately, not just going to find them walking around your small town. Therefore, you have two choices. Either one, never work with any cool online business people, any cool Amazon sellers, or two, use the free communication tools and free communities out there to meet and find people to connect with and build with. Literally coast to coast, guys. I've gotten together with a ton of other Amazon sellers in person. This was back in Santa Monica, California in May. There's Justin, Matt Vega, Hish. You guys might follow Hish on Instagram. He's another great Amazon seller creator that's super active. Leo right there. And literally we're just able to meet through selling on Amazon right here. And then this is at the Miami Sellers Conference, guys, back in March with Jazz Hustles. You guys should definitely check out her page as well. My boy Fields of Profit is one of my partners at SellerAmp and Boxem. And then Al, the actual founder of SellerAmp too, guys. So don't sleep on the Amazon community. But what actually goes into networking and how do you actually do it? Because sure, we all know, right, your net worth equals your network, right? But how do you find cool Amazon sellers to work with? Free online communities, doesn't cost any money, right? Instagram, X, our free Discord, for example, that's linked below, wherever you consume content. My biggest piece of advice, guys, is don't create stuff, just document what you're doing. Social media algorithms are good. You don't need some crazy fancy setup. Scroll back to my Instagram in 2019 and 2020, for example, and you'll very quickly see you don't need any fancy setup. I literally posted the day I got my first Amazon sale, and I just trusted what Gary Vee was telling me that you should be using social media to your advantage and finding people beyond just, the people in your life currently and everything. The community is really accepting and fun, but if nobody knows you, nothing can happen. Therefore, you have to get over yourself and put yourself out there. Is it necessary? Absolutely not. Does it really, really enhance things and give you massive upside to find future opportunities beyond just potentially selling Amazon? Of course. And I've just noticed, guys, the more I share, the more opportunity finds me. Now, you're probably thinking, right, okay, I don't have time for networking. In my opinion, you don't have time not to do it because all the Amazon sellers I know that make the most money, have the most fun, tend to be the best connected. And the sellers I know that have to do things the most time-consuming way on their own, that make the most mistakes, that have to find all the opportunities just based on what they're doing, don't put effort into the community and everything. So ironically, the more time you put into building presence in the community and finding cool sellers to work with, the less you actually have to work and the more money you make. It's pretty interesting right there, right? Well-connected sellers work less, make more, have more fun, and avoid a lot of mistakes. On top of networking, as well as just, having watched through a good bit of the free course by now too, guys, other ways you can get value from me for free is going to be the BuyBoxBandits podcast. Actually, literally started out with All on Amazon, who I literally just met on Instagram back in the day. And then Daniel, who actually built Boxem, our shipping listing software and everything. We do the BuyBoxBandits. We have over 100 episodes on all your favorite podcast platforms. And literally, guys, every BuyBoxBandits guest talks about how important the community and network is, guys. You're the average of the 5 Amazon sellers you spend the most time talking to. And if that's nobody, things are going to be way harder because the people you're competing against are people like me that are having Amazon seller conversations all day. Literally from right when I started, I really was deep into the community. And that's one of my biggest recommendations, guys, is get on Twitter, get on Instagram, document your journey, find people on Discord. And overall, your results are determined by what Amazon sellers you talk to. And if that's no one, you're going to struggle because you're competing against people that are super well connected. And you might feel like you have nothing to share. That's why we don't create. That's why we document. Share any mistakes you made, right? Think of what you needed. Because if you even start selling Amazon, you're further along compared to, a lot of people watching this video that haven't sold anything on Amazon yet. So you got to keep that in mind, guys, is how far you come, even just getting the ball rolling right there. And you'll notice too, there's so few people actually posting stuff about selling on Amazon too, that you literally just like can barge right in the community and really build a presence easy just by putting in any effort and being consistent. So definitely follow all the accounts of the sellers you guys saw in those interviews as well. And then also just follow my pages too on Instagram and Twitter, and just look at who I interact with, who I'm retweeting. Go to the recommended pages on mine, and then find all the, recommended pages similar to mine right there. And you'll just start getting passively introduced to a ton of free game. And then the graduated level of that is having your own page where you're really active. We also do SellerAmp SellerHour every Tuesday, which is on YouTube live on the Fields of Profit, SellerAmp, and Full Miles pages. So if you guys want to get some live free game, go ahead and check that out. Put that on calendar every Tuesday to help you guys sell on Amazon. So you can literally come ask your questions live. It's a good time. And if you guys have really liked what you've seen so far and you want more direct help personally from me, now is a great time to apply for my coaching program, guys. If you're interested in personalized help directly from me, you want to get on Zoom one-on-one together and live source, you want to be around other Amazon sellers crushing the game, group calls every single week, you want to be plugged in on different leads, different opportunities, now is a perfect time to apply for that at the link in the description. We'll pop up a whole bunch of our insane student results. We've had over 50 sellers hit over $100,000 per month. Obviously, that's not typical, but it is a fact of people I've been able to help doing that over the years in my coaching program. Some specific case studies I love are my boy Alex, who's making over $6,000 in profit a month part-time while working in real estate. My man Dave right here, Dave Trades, he went from working at Chick-fil-A to making over $20,000 a month in profit with online arbitrage and wholesale working with me. Kim right here, Kim's an absolute legend. She got started in July, and in her second month selling Amazon, did over $42K in revenue and over $9,000 in profit part-time as a stay-at-home mom. Super impressed by Kim as well. My man Thomas right here, he started back in April, and just 6 months later was able to replace his full-time income out in Minnesota and make almost $10,000 a month in profit flipping name brand products with online arbitrage. And my boy Ashad right here, he's a part-time seller, a recent college grad, and he scaled up his Amazon business, and he just texted me the other day that he had his first $10,000 profit month as well. Super proud of him. And what goes into if it makes sense for you to go ahead and join my coaching program is really just how serious you are and how hands-on you want help with stuff. And that obviously you guys just watched a ton of free game right there. But if you're really interested in unparalleled one-on-one access to me, you want to be around other Amazon sellers crushing the game, you want all your questions answered fast, that can be a really, really beneficial thing for you that can make your 2025 absolutely great. If you're looking to start your Amazon business or scale up your Amazon business that's already existing right there, you might be struggling, you might be looking for the next step right there and want someone who has a proven track record of making that happen for lots of people throughout my career. We'll pop a whole bunch of actually more student results on the screen now. We have an absolute insane amount of them right there. So take a look at that. That's the first link in the description if you're looking for personalized help directly from me scaling up your Amazon business via my coaching program. And overall, guys, congrats on finishing the free course right now. But all of this means nothing if you don't act on it. So I do want to make it really easy for you. You might have said, okay, I got a little bit of information overload. What do I actually need to do to get started ASAP? So the first step, guys, is going to be getting your Amazon seller account set up right there. The next step is going to be getting your Boxem and SellerAmp free trials, as well as your Keepa subscription in terms of softwares. If you need a little rerun on any of that stuff, luckily there's full timestamps at the link in the description. So you can go back through any of the free course as you see fit. Go ahead and get your free shipping supplies on the way from USPS and your free shipping labels on the way from UPS, as well as basic poly mailers in 9x12 and 12x15 from Amazon. I'd recommend getting started with merchant fulfilled. However, if you do want to do FBA as well, right from the get-go, you'll need those FN SKU labels, as well as you're going to need those clear poly bags from Amazon as well. And then boxes you can just get from Walmart. Once your account's actually open, unlock a bunch of AutoUngate brands via the AutoUngate list that's available for free download in the description. And then you want to hit up your local discount store, start scanning some retail arbitrage stuff with SellerAmp, and really, really dive headfirst into online arbitrage, focus specifically on storefront stalking. And remember, guys, you don't find items good, you make them good. So make sure you guys go back through that manufacturing margin section and think through, okay, can I get any gift cards? Is there tax exempt on this website? Are any big coupons I can use, for example, right there, and load up on your first few test orders, get them ungated if need be, and hit the ground running. And if you guys want formal help, make sure you take a look at that link in the description for my coaching program. You see a bunch of other people we've helped on the application page. Put in your information. We can see if it makes sense. And also, guys, remember, Ask any questions below in the comments. I'm in there helping you guys out. Like, subscribe, and keep up with my content. Join our free Discord at the link in the description. Check out my live streams. We got SellerAmp SellerHour every Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern on the SellerAmp channel. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter at FlipsForMiles. Keep a long-term mindset, hit the gas pedal, and go build the life you want. Business models don't fail. People do. Business models don't succeed. People do. Internet money is sitting right there for the taking. I'm on your guys' side. I'm rooting for you. You let me know how I can help. Make sure to subscribe for more. Let me know any questions in the comments. Congrats on finishing up the free course. And if you want more free Amazon seller game, check out this playlist right here of some other videos. Check out the BuyBoxBandits podcast. Really appreciate you watching. It's absolutely a blessing to be able to provide this information to you. Time to go make some internet money. Be great.